station. Bass is pumping and everybody's smiling.
Happy people gather round.
We will party all night long. This will be
Oh, magic, magic.
a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
Whoever's here today's the first day.
Wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
These myths are busted.
The grass is greener on my side.
It's done and dusted.
I'm never getting off this ride.
'Cause life with you is golden.
So how can I go back to silver love?
I'll be holding. Oh, I'll be holding on, can't get enough.
Wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
You to be all mine.
Oh, yeah.
Got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
Yeah. It's gotta be.
Gotta be you. Gotta be you.
Gotta be you.
Gotta be you.
Yeah.
Gotta be you.
Oh.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
"12 years of DreamLeague. Season 26 is upon us. More Dota, a beautiful day to kick things off here at the group stage. I'm Gareth, joined by Waga, and man, I'm excited. More Dota to see.
Yeah, more Dota coming up, and of course we have, the best teams out there fighting for these valuable points here towards the end of the season as we're getting closer and closer to the EWC. Gonna be exciting to see which team will perform the best here, Gareth. We got some interesting ones. We got the OG Latam here. We have, of course, Edge with the South American players.
Yeah, tons of teams. It feels like the past couple of years we've done a lot of Eastern Europe, Western Europe, so it's so nice and refreshing, to have South America, Southeast Asia represented on the big stage again. OG Latam and Boom Esports with their Southeast Asian roster coming back after, a bit of a journey trying to find themselves again. And then your old favorites, Falcons, Paravision, Team Liquid, Bet Boom, Neighbor Galaxy. They're all here.
Yeah,
nice to see Navi Jr. as well.
Exactly, yeah. Navi Junior, always an exciting team to watch, I think. They have a lot of aggression in that team. Fun to watch how they play Dota. Pretty willing to take over the early game really, really strongly, which is what I think is the most important hallmark of a team in the current era. You gotta fight for that laning stage. You gotta fight for the early game. That's what Navi, I think, one of their strengths actually.
Yeah, being confident, asserting that dominance, getting the upper hand early on, kind of gives you a smoother ride as the game goes on. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how this meta develops even further. Over the past couple of months, it's felt like we have seen a lot of innovation, cool new little heroes, little tips and tricks being learned. 9 Class, we always talk about him, but other teams are picking up on that and figuring out, hey, we can scrim and practice, and yes, maybe it'll get leaked a little bit, but we've still got this potential to surprise and have this unexpected little hero pick here and there.
Yeah, always possible to try and innovate and do random stuff. Of course, one of the more recent things has been the Slark support that we've had for a while now. It's become norm. People are doing it all over in your pubs as well, and it's very obnoxious to deal with. I think people still struggle to deal with this shard, just the vision denial. But yeah, we'll see if the teams innovate any further in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pretty long road they've already traveled down, starting DreamLeague Season 24 last year through ESL 1 Bangkok, DreamLeague Season 25, ESL 1 Rally. Paravision winning 2 of those big events have kind of sat themselves pretty up at the top of the board. But there's quite a few teams out there with points already, and as this journey goes on, towards the end of the road now at DreamLeague Season 25, there's the lion's share of these EWC points ready to get yourselves towards Riyadh.
Yeah, so many points still on the line, and these teams, a lot of things can still change. We have a few that have already secured themselves their placement, but you and I looked at it, and any team that wins here basically would be pretty much guaranteed to just go, even if you're already sitting at like no points at all. So yeah, that's an exciting design of the system. I really like that every tournament matters to the very end, and here we can see the teams actually in the point distribution.
Yeah, so we see all the gold lit up ones are already qualified to EWC in Riyadh. Then you've got all these teams kind of out on the outskirts, potentially. Some of them are likely secured. I think Tundra, VP, Avalos are kind of up there with enough points to kind of feel okay, especially heading into DreamLeague. But you've got Gaming Gladiators, who are technically already qualified, being the reigning champions, and Extreme Gaming going through the Asian Challenger League, the Chinese qualifier for EWC, also have themselves a slot. So we potentially have a world in which, we have some of these outskirt teams getting into EWC, especially if they, like you say, just grab a couple of points here at DreamLeague Season 26, because there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, definitely a lot on the line. And of course, we can take a look at this DreamLeague Season 26, $1 million total, $750,000 for the players, and of course, $250,000 for the clubs as well. You can see a distribution. Very nice bit of change all the way down, honestly, even for the teams that bomb out early. I mean, $10,000 for not really doing more than just getting to a tournament. It's still a nice compensation. Whereas, of course, you get up to a top 3, the $250, $250,000 for the winners. Quite a bit of change.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then the club reward, always nice to kind of keep the clubs happy. Make sure they're picking up, multiple teams, chess teams, Dota teams, whatever it might be. Get them to EWC with a bit of that extra club reward money as well. And we can take a look at our schedule for today. Day 1 of the group stage for DreamLeague 26. 76? Yeah, hell yeah, we'll go.
We'll be here.
Is jumping into the future already. Extreme Gaming against Boom Esports, our first one up, as we've already kind of alluded to. Gaming Gladiators against Edge up after that. And then OG Latam, Bet Boom, Paravision against Flipster Talon, going to be your 3rd and 4th series. And yeah, if you did see that big list of teams with the icons, I got confused about Talon. I was like, who the heck is that? They've got a little additional sponsor logo, Flipster, next to them as well now.
All right, yeah, they added a little bit of extra there. Still the same logo in the background, though. But I'm pretty excited for the games that we have, Gareth, and also that 3rd game of the day could be pretty exciting to see how that's going to play out. But we shouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves. We got to take one game at a time, Gareth. And starting out, these teams, Boom versus Extreme Gaming. I would say that I think Extreme Gaming have a bit of an advantage, but it's tough as well, since obviously there's no recent data on Boom. They haven't played any officials in 2 months now.
Yeah, it's so hard to keep track, right? If they're not playing in all these qualifiers and all these tournaments, then it's just scrims and you don't really have access to that scrim data. Whereas, like you say, Extreme Gaming have been playing a ton recently, just having qualified to EWC through that ACL. Was it defeating Tidebound in that best of 5? It was Tidebound in the best of 5 grand final. Questioning myself for a second there. But yeah, there's like an argument here, right? There's a lot of tape on Extreme Gaming.
Oh yeah, there's quite a bit of material because that best of 5 went the distance, all 5 games. Took the time to watch through quite a bit of it, and Extreme Gaming playing some innovative styles as well. Very interesting team to keep an eye on because they recognize that there are a lot of cheesy things you can do in the current meta, but they approach it in their own ways. And we'll see what they want to bring draft-wise into their matchup against Boom. Must be hard for them to draft against Boom as well, who haven't played any official for 2 months. Makes you wonder, have they scrimmed recently? How much do they know in updated news? Also, nowadays, with the limited pub information, teams can't just check, what has this player been up to the last 2 weeks? Okay, he's only played these things. You can't go and check people's profiles like that anymore.
Yeah, you kind of just have to, it can be boring and just do meta bans and try and figure things out as it goes. Yeah, Jinku up on the screen as well, the player that we always look at in these Extreme Gaming series.
I do think the fact that you don't really know favors the best of fives being really interesting, and I fear that best of ones or BO2s can be a little bit sad perhaps when you can't have that much information ahead of time. But since you kind of have to learn and adapt to your opponent as you play the series, if you don't have inside info already, it does make the best of five, for instance, very interesting recently from Extreme.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They get top team against top team, but then when you have this kind of underdog against top team situation like Boom against Extreme, where we're expecting Extreme Gaming to go in with the upper hand, there is always this question, right? Especially through the history of Dota with Southeast Asian, Eastern European, South American teams. The fire inside them gets lit up. The mechanical skill just gets, blown out of the water with some of these players and some of these teams when they head into a best of one or a 2-game series and they pull out some fancy, mid-tinker or cheesy Huskar or whatever, and you're like, oh crap, well, what do we do here? They Boom Esports here, they might not have played at the highest level recently, but they can play up to opponents. We know their players can step up.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen Jackie, put games on his shoulders and just carry really hard. If he gets off to a good start, that could be something to look out for. Likewise, I think Armel has a very nice hero pool for the mid lane. And this patch is pretty open when it comes to mid laning. There's a lot of stuff you can do. I would be excited to see him play Invoker because that's a hero that, obviously hasn't been played that much, but he's really good at it. And that would be interesting to see if they give that a try against Extreme. Because being the underdogs, you do want to catch your opponents off guard. Do something perhaps not as predictable.
Yeah, maybe even this Leshrac. I've noticed, from their draft a couple of months ago, they were picking up this Lesh from time to time in the mid lane. Is that still a hero that is being toyed with, or was that just like a flash in the pan kind of guy?
He still played a bit. He still played a fair bit. He's not necessarily like the strongest mid hero right now, but he has played to a fair extent. He does have a lot of hero kill potential. Diabolic Edict can be devastating against melee mids. So if you do ever find out that, I'm against a melee mid matchup, you can really punish that. Like bait the opponent to pick a Monkey King mid or something. You punish it with a Leshrac mid. Suddenly that matchup's hard.
Right, and heading into the draft, we have to kind of look at, first pick, last pick, who gets the fourth pick of the draft, where you get to cover with the bans, who gets these little elements which can lift your draft up and maybe give you the upper hand with some of these picks. As we get ourselves into things shortly and see what we're dealing with here with our first rounds of picks and bans, and kind of get the vibe, get the feel for what Extreme Gaming are expecting. Looking through we're basically looking through their eyes in towards Boom Esports and their draft of, what are they going to do? What do they think is good? What do we need to do?
Yeah, both teams, they're going to show their ideas quickly here as we head into a draft. We'll see what bans they prioritize getting rid of and, what they don't want to go up against. Boom starting out with a Venomancer and a Tinker removal, whereas Extreme Gaming getting rid of the Caudal and the Bristleback. Extreme have the first pick, and Boom finally just gonna get rid of two very sensible heroes. I like that. The Beastmaster and the AA. The combo in itself, but either of those heroes alone is just a monster.
And then, keep the light Bristleback. And Cottle, kind of, I don't want to call him a cheesy hero, but he definitely has a gimmick, a style, right? Having these heroes like Bristleback, Ember Spirit, even the Terrorblade, gives you this ability to play the game at a pace which can be quite unnatural and unexpected. And then the Jackie Morphling, kind of a classic, a good solid ban by Extreme as they go straight into the Sand King.
Yeah, Sand King is another one of those heroes that has a lot of power in it. Not really as strong as Beastmaster, I would say, but still has the ability to go either mid or off lane. And once you get that Aghanim Scepter online, if you ever get to the Brooch, the damage is just absurd. What he's known for and what he does best is just he deletes support heroes really fast in team fights. You kind of blank in and it doesn't really matter what the supports do. If they press Glimmer on themselves, they still kind of die. So yeah, Sand King is a scary hero once he gets online. But I think this is a smart choice. Just pick the Storm early. If it is a mid Sand King, Storm is going to farm very happily on that lane. And now you have someone who can catch the Sand King when he's looking to jump with Epi.
Quite bold though, right? Picking up your Armel hero so early on with no flex.
Yeah, no flex and also Caudal banned already, right? So this is a true statement, just saying, oh, we're going to play this.
It makes me wonder if there's like a Pugner or something, waiting in the shadows. Or an Io, one of these old heroes that we just don't see anymore.
I'm curious what they're thinking about. It could just be that they like the aggressive style. Because Pugna, they did change him not to restore mana anymore, so you can't even rely on him. Yeah, I did the same mistake recently. I actually yelled at someone in one of my games, like, Pugna, give me mana. And he's like, dude. Dude. I'm like, oh.
Well, that's why we don't see Pugna anymore then.
Yeah. That was back in February. They changed the battery strat. Which, I didn't realize because people haven't played Pugna a lot. So, when I finally saw Pugna, I'm like, oh, he can give me mana. No. I forgot about that.
Oh, damn.
We're going to
Ringmaster.
see...
There we go.
The Ringmaster, one of the absolute top supports right now. And Jakiro, same thing there. AA may be gone, but some other really, really strong supports coming through. Ringmaster, just one of the best trading supports in the game. Extremely hard to trade hits with him. Jakiro could potentially trade back a little bit, but he is outranged by the ring auto attacks and the little daggers that he throws.
And super handy to have him to save people from any kind of initiation as well. Sand King's gonna burrow you. You got that little box to put the Storm Spirit in. Get him out of any imminent danger. But yeah, if you've come back from a bit of a break in Dota 2, this, Sand King, Jakiro, Slark trio, you're like, where's Slark? What's he up to? He's a support now. He's a position 4 vision giver, basically. Imagine him like a bounty hunter on steroids.
Pretty much, yeah. So the key thing that enabled this, to touch on his Slark mechanic is just that he has Barracuda, which reveals if he's in vision or not. He has that from level 1 now. It used to be tied to his ulti, of course. You could tell if you were in vision or not. Now he has that from level 1. Very, very useful. Also gives him a bit of extra movement speed and regen, which is really amazing to have when you're running around on the field. Terrorblade coming out just doesn't look surprising at all to me that, Jack plays an amazing Terrorblade. It's what I've seen him play a lot in the past, so I expect this to be his hero here as well.
Yeah, I would imagine so. It does give them the ability to put it off lane if they really want to. Jabs could absolutely pick it up, but Jackie Boy on that Terrorblade. And you've also picked the ET to kind of cover it as well. Elder Titan, good in his own right. Good solid support. But then you don't want to be playing TB into an ET. So you've kind of covered your bases by block picking it at the same time.
Yeah, I like the way they approach the draft on Boom against the Sand King. Like, look at it. They got the Storm to be able to jump Sand King. They have Ringmaster to throw daggers to find him. They have the ET Spirit to look for him. And now TB could even send in illusions. Like, it's going to be very hard to get that positioning and surprise Boom with all the little vision tools that they have. Of course, Extreme Gaming have one vision tool, and that's Slark, and he might just be better than all those things combined.
He might.
So, both teams have a really strong vision game so far.
Gyrocopter. There's a lot of mixed damage, magic and physical, so you're able to bring a lot to the table here to play quickly with the Sand King. And that's something that Terrorblade can sometimes struggle against. Storm Spirit as well is the fast-paced 5-man group-up play.
Yeah, it's partly that, and partly when there's too much AoE damage in the mix. And now this TB, how are you going to keep your illusions alive against Sand King, Jakiro, and Gyrocopter? There will be a lot of AoE damage, and even if TB might be able to survive through it, his illusions probably won't, and then you lose like half your DPS, it feels like, when all your illusions are gone from Manta and Conjure Image. You end up not being that threatening.
Yeah, we had a pretty long meta. I don't know if you remember the Hood TB days. Like, I guess it was like Hood PL, Hood TB, Hood OD. Is that something we ever think of nowadays, or just Mage Slayer maybe, I guess?
Yeah, I mean...
you can't really deviate away from your item build though, can you?
Nah, it's tough. And Terrorblade in particular, he wants to get that shard early on and just go crazy with the farming. But like you mentioned, the tempo that Extreme Gaming are coming in with might be a little bit higher in this game. They have Liquid Fire to push towers, they have great team fight, and they have Slark for the vision game. So Extreme, they have a plan here to take over the game before TB gets too online.
5 seconds remaining.
And then some bans to cover the Storm Spirit. Puck, Ember. I don't know, Huskar usually comes into this slot as well, but I don't know if that's something. Well, I guess, yeah, XM could definitely pick it. But then you're also thinking XM Sniper. Do we have to get rid of that?
Yeah.
Hero.
Actually, they might need to respect it because, yeah, you have Storm to jump him, but what else?
No.
Ringmaster, Elder Titan are pretty bad at getting in there up on a sniper. And Terrorblade is really bad against sniper. You don't surprise him, you don't jump him. So XM, knowing how happy he is to play that hero, you actually are on the money, I think, with a good call.
10 seconds remaining.
Someone in chat's pointed out my favorite part about Extreme Gaming. It's Extreme Gaming with XM, XXS, Shinkyu. It's also got Xiao 8. There's lots of X's there. We need Arma and Pelosi to rename themselves.
Amex when. Come on.
Yeah. Centaur War Chief.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
we're going to keep the Sand King mid lane, as we kind of started off with.
Yeah.
And then the Centaur for the off lane. We're speaking about playing fast and together, stampeding all over their opponents.
Yeah, Stampede will be really good here, and later on they could even, have a tool to pick up a gyrocopter. I like that they have this safety if the game goes ultra late. Could go Rapier Gyrocopter with an Axe Centaur. That's really hard to deal with. And then there's Slark Shard. Like, you're not killing that Gyrocopter that easily. He's going to be hidden, he's going to be protected. So he can go a very greedy DPS build here. And the burst isn't that good on Boom. Yeah, you have the jump from Storm, but they don't really have that quick pickoff type lineup.
That helps.
Now select
That helps, yeah.
heroes.
Tiny coming.
So is it Carry Tiny then? What's
I think
TV? What?
I think it's Carry Tiny and offlane TB is what I would want to see here.
Yeah.
Because the TB had a lot of issues. We talked about how a lot of
Yeah.
different things can make it difficult for him, and they're going to do just that. I think a pipe TB looks really good here to just mitigate a lot of the AoE damage. This makes a lot of sense, to be honest. And Tiny does add the potential to get some burst on their team because they were lacking a bit of quick kill potential.
Yeah, old Hood TB meta, old Pipe TB meta. It's never old. It's always current. Just buy magic resist on this guy. It does mean that Tiny feels like he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders to see. Like I guess this is the problem I have with the Carry Tiny is I see him as an initiation hero and I want him to go in with the Storm, but very often Tiny's just like AFK farming the first 20 minutes. So then it's back to the problem of who is the weight on the shoulders of to play aggressively, or is this just the case of Boom Esports saying, hey, we're gonna kind of give up the first 15 minutes and aim for late game?
I think they're decent their plan is obviously to farm quite a bit. They have TB and they have Tiny. Both of them want to get quite a bit of farming done. So it's going to be more that the mid player in RML is going to be playing together with the two supports and trying to do stuff across the map. I'm pretty happy with the game plan of just trying not to lose too many buildings, fight with the Storm and then try to, play on timings when you have your pipe ready and perhaps you have Echo Saber plus Brute or, if you decide to go for something else on Tiny. But Echo Brute is usually a very strong timing to hit where you get a lot of damage. I could see it working out. It's just,
Okay.
I do think Extreme Gaming have the tempo advantage here.
And ease of execution. I know it's a boring phrase, but my God, you look at this draft and you think, blink stun, blink stun, blink stun. How easy can you make it? Extreme Gaming just have so many points of entry to team fights, whether it is this Sand King or the Centaur, and then the follow through from Jakiro or the Gyrocopter, multiple hero pairings that can play together very nicely wherever they are on the map.
Yeah,
And boom,
I like
a lot
that.
of stuff to do with this Storm Spirit.
I like that what you said about hero pairings. Having multiple different combos in your team that's like, oh, these three heroes can kill anyone. Oh, these three heroes can kill anyone together. You have these different constellations that all work, and that makes it really easy to play Dota. Because you can kind of naturally group up. If someone says, oh, I want to farm 500 gold for my item. Okay, cool. We'll just go with the other core, We already see Slark doing Slark things with the Barracuda. Walking in, checking if they took the Watcher or not.
Yeah, knock knock. Anyone home? And he's going to allow the rest of his team to wrap around behind and actually find an opening on the Tiny.
30 seconds.
Jackie's going to step back. Plenty of Boom heroes here to actually turn and fight. But Extreme Gaming, they give up control, say that's your high ground, we're not going to push any further forward.
Yeah,
It might mean losing some bounty runes. I like this delayed smoke from Boom.
yeah, they show that they're on their high ground. They're going to smoke around, look for top. That's a nice little move. They still want to contest. They're trying to go for 3 runes ideally.
The battle begins.
Oh, sneaky.
Might be hard for them though. They're not going in on the top and they're actually getting a wraparound on bottom. Which Slark is going to steal one of their runes, so they actually only get 1.
Oh no, Stinky Slark has come in.
Nice. He wiggled his way.
Deward their own observer. Yeah, make sure Slark doesn't get a freebie there. Shinkyu is currently zoning a couple of heroes away from lane while the Centaur is blocking the wave. So then we get the situation where Centaurs block the wave, Dire Creep's going to hit that Radiant Tier 1 that little sooner, and then get pushed back all the way across, which is ideal in this double melee versus double melee lane.
Yeah, ET should be pretty happy in a double melee matchup. He's going to be able to get in there and get some hits in. But like you mentioned, getting the creeps on the tower means Centaur can restabilize the lane in a very good position for himself right outside his own tower. So good start for Dire on this offlane.
And they also block the small camp, right? Dire sentries there.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Boom here to regain control of the lane equilibrium. Bit of damage onto Gunwell as well. XM in that mid lane taking quite a bit of damage from Armel.
Radiant's middle tower
Sand
is
King
under
Waller.
attack.
3 last hits, a couple of wave creeps going into his tower. But Storm Spirit, good early upper hand.
Yeah, Armel playing the lane really well. I do think this lane is pretty complicated for Sand King until you get a few levels. Like level 1, level 2, Storm does have the advantage. But give him some points in Sandstorm and Sand King will be completely fine.
It's been such a while since I've cast these guys. Having Janwell and Armel and me saying as well all the time.
There's a few of those things happening, right? It's like whenever I see an axe in a game, I just subconsciously start saying actually in every sentence.
Yeah. Actually?
My brain is programmed by things I can't control.
Pavlovian response somehow.
Yeah. Oh, they got a nice stack on the big camp into a pool up top. So, Wilson getting a nice advantage here for them, denying some creeps.
And then also flanking down to try and get some of that golden experience as well. Tim's gets the large creep, which is nice for him though. But yeah, most important thing, wave is set nicely for Extreme Gaming and for Arme. 16 and 5 on the gyrocopter already. Pretty insane.
Yeah, and the Terrorblade, more importantly, not even touching creeps as well. This hero, you know, as an offlaner, sure, he can work, but he does need to be able to get farmed. And this Takiro already giving him the business in the lane. A lot of harassment.
And here we see exactly why Extreme Gaming realized they needed to pull and drag the wave, block the camp. If ET is allowed to just 1v1, and hell, even 1v2 these guys with some spirit damage, you can absolutely bully Jinkyu away.
Yeah, for sure. There is no way that you fight into the Elf Titan.
Step back away from the lane, try and pull across into the large camp. Done by Jackie.
Also the tomato potato.
Radiant structures are
They are gonna
Extreme
manage
Gaming.
to stop the pull, but people still go the way of ET.
Storm Spirit having a pretty damn nice time here. With 7 denies, 6 last hits ahead.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
from here on out, it gets a bit more comfortable for the Sand King.
It does. Also, if they can ever start stacking up a bit of jungle, Sand King clears that very fast. If they can find time to make stacks with Slark, perhaps go over to Triangle. Just have a point in pounds, but looks like he wants to go on stack. He's gonna go and control the runes instead. So perhaps if they can starve out the storm by not giving him auto refills. But Ring is there to help. Top rune will go the storm.
Guarded. He's going to spot out the bounty rune up that top jungle as well. So Ringmaster can return to the lane. And kind of a knock-on effect from the fact that top lane is uninhabitable for him and the Terrorblade. He's actually able to come and help mid a little bit. Get some ward coverage in that top jungle at the same time.
Oh, they are going on Polosan, who went too far out.
Good damage. Blood grenade's not enough though. Popped a Fairy Fire, still had a Lotus. And Arme's going to step up and zone away the Terrorblade, who has Metamorphosis going. It's a bit of a nightmare for Jabs. You know, you use meta, you want a kill, you want to assert some dominance in the lane, but he's running away.
Actually just popped the Lotus there onto the gyrocopter to keep him healthy, allow him to go up and spamming his flak. He's gonna do it in like a creep wave. This is just tough for Terrorblade. Never getting a free time to farm. Just me taking a lot of damage from the flak all the time.
Look at this Gyro's build, man.
Yeah,
He just
that damage.
got attack damage for freaking days.
Literally looks like a bot item build, right? The double blades plus gloves, but he's got plans, man. He's got plans. He knows what he's doing.
Webpass clicked on him and I thought, we don't. Who's buying armlet? You know? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
what's going on here?
the Falcon Blade, Power Treads, and then Crystallis build coming in. So he's planning ahead, getting the items they want. I mean, that's 18 damage from the 2 blades.
I mean, on flat cannon, that's a lot more, right? It's like 100 damage.
Yeah.
That's some big stuff from our mate. Got his treads done. This has been a very easy lane for him.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Something for
attack.
Boom though. Storm has hit level 6 without any ganks coming his way. So 6-minute rune
Ooh,
for him to
thank
get
you.
active.
Getting smacked by the ET. He's gonna be fine as the ET buff runs out, but that was a blood grenade committed to do a lot of damage to his start.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, at a pretty important time here. Minute 6 hitting. Rune spawns bottom for XM. Very fortunate. Gets the 50-50. He's the one that's slightly behind. And a Storm Spirit who has hit 6 with an Arcane Rune would have been a nightmare for Extreme Gaming. Like,
Yeah.
that's one of those things we look back on. Minute 40 hits and we're like, how did this game go so wrong? It's like Arcane Rune. Storm didn't get it. Sad times.
Under attack.
Yeah, rune control. I mean, Storm is probably the hero in the game who needs runes the absolute most. There's a lot of heroes that are like rune hungry, and Storm, he beats them all. He just really needs to get some power runes, get involved, and it doesn't really matter what rune. There's so many good runes for him. Arcane, of course, would have been the favorite one a lot of times. Gonna go on XM, who went pretty deep to invade, but he's gonna be fine.
Right, going in, scouting out any stacks. Armel and Tim's going to clear it out. And where's our friend Terrorblade? 2,000 net worth. It's not catastrophic. He's still getting something. He's still getting levels. He hasn't, fed his ass off in his top lane.
I like the way you phrase that. Indeed, he's still in the game, but that Gyrocopter looking enormous, and his lane not getting any easier. As long as the Gyro keeps inhabiting this lane as well, TB farm rate is very, very slow right now. But yeah, both the mid laners going and clearing some jungle camps. Tanking also starting to farm some ancients.
Mystical Orb of Destruction. Oh, I do step forward onto him. Arme standing his ground though, dishing out some serious damage onto jabs. Good kill on the homing missile from Tim. But yeah, this Gyrocopter. 2v1 and he zones you back.
Yeah, that was dangerous as well. If Ringmaster didn't kill the rocket, the call down could have come in with the bottom, the dive, also wrapping around, Dark with vision. They have Stampede if they want to commit here. It's dangerous though.
Yeah, a little challenging, especially with Storm arriving to get first blood.
Oh wow.
8 minutes in, quite late.
Yeah, I didn't realize we haven't had any kill yet. Been a pretty, it hasn't been chill by any means. It's just been everyone staying alive, poking and prodding. But that DD rune on Storm, short work of Slark.
Tense moment for sure. Well, a little victory there. That feels good for the Storm to get that first kill. Get a bit of wind in his sails. Relieve a bit of pressure off of Jackie so that Tiny can keep on farming. And so far, so good for Boom in this laning stage. But Waga, that wasn't our issue with this draft, was it? It's Extreme Gaming's kind of 10 to 20 minute period that's gonna really light this match up.
Yeah.
So this is where Boom gonna try and use this advantage to maybe levy a kill onto XX, but a good stomp into Stampede gets him the distance.
Bit of a messed up by Armel there, not using the Vortex while he was in Ball Lightning. You can pull the enemy while you're invulnerable, but he didn't have time to get the cast out. It's stomped, and that's going to cost them their kills. A lot of efforts going into trying to get that Centaur, so him living, getting away, and actually just going back to farming jungle is huge for Extreme Gaming.
Hey, perfectly fine, very happy. And that also, at the same time, gives Jinkyu Slark a bit of face time with the creep's bottom, then he can go across towards mid, guard the 10-minute rune. The status, you will die.
Yeah, the double edge. Yeah, finished him off in the end. Takes them down. TB is trying to creep up and get whatever farm he can, as he knows the Gyrocopter wants to start farming jungle a bit. This is his time to finally get some lane creep. Because TB, with this bad of a start, doesn't actually jungle that fast.
Dire's top tower
He wants
is
to be
under
here,
attack.
wants to primarily get some damage on the tower eventually as well.
Shield rune for Storm and a good D ward. I'm trying to push their heroes up into this northern jungle where Arme is currently trying to farm, but it's Peloton who's put his body in harm's way. Thanks the gank for his carry. Make sure the Gyro can clear out the stack before filtering down to the safer jungle if need be.
One of those deaths you don't feel that bad about, but meanwhile, the pressure is mounting top. They're gonna lose that tier 1 tower. So, yeah, you keep your carry alive, but you're not really playing as active as Boom. And Extreme Gamings are the ones who want to be taking the lead in tower pushing.
Top tower has
Of
fallen.
course, TB doing what TBs do. The Metamorphosis is very good for pushing buildings.
Yeah, and I guess looking at Extreme Gaming, you know, taking things,
Radiant's bottom tower
I guess, a little
is under
slower,
attack.
you know, not as fast as they absolutely could be.
Dire's
So
structures are
it's not out of the ordinary by any means. The Centaur going Blade Mail into Vanguard,
Radiant's bottom
Sand King
tower
going for this run of Atos. We don't have early blinks to play very snappily. They'll come naturally a little later. So there is this period now where Boom can sit behind the Storm, play quite forward on the towers around Catapult. A little bit of poking here onto XM. Not really going to be able to finish him off, but just showing that they are intending to stick around and complete this tower kill. A little risky though with arm help, nearly getting pounced on by the Slark, but he's quick enough to slip away.
Yeah, nice chain stunning though. You can see the danger just getting hit by one ice path. The chain stun could follow up. It's interesting to see the build that XM is going for. Like you mentioned, the Rod of Atos makes sense against Storm, getting some extra catch against him. But going power shreds and no bracers is definitely an unusual build on tanking. Normally we see the base boots double bracer.
Right, but
There's the Atos.
Right, so this is the Atos paying off potentially, but the little box Arno put in by the Ringmaster gets into the high ground. Is it far enough? The homing missile comes and Stankin gets the kill. Now Jabs, he's got Thunder ready. I don't know if he's got the HP to use it fast enough. Stun? They're not coming. XM and Jinku try on their own. Terrorblade just walks it all off while the rest of Extreme Gaming were kind of sitting back there looking at this tower as the objective.
Yeah, looking for some way of pushing, but the building damage not really high enough, and they're respecting the potential tiny TP. So Gyro says, I don't want to go up and start hitting this tower. He would almost die immediately to one Avatos combo. Actually, there's no toss yet on Tiny. It's, of course, going for a standard build. But he would almost die to Tiny just going in and smacking him anyway. He's got the Echo Saber on Tiny.
Good little punch back though by Extreme. Showing they're no slouches and they can't pick up that pace around item timings. But these stacks for Boom, pretty nice on that left-hand side. Tiny then, of course, clearing through this outer ring of jungle to accelerate his farm. Tiny, Storm, and Terrorblade. A pretty fearsome trio of heroes if they're actually allowed to hit their items.
Yeah, they've been very diligent about creating stacks non-stop as well, and meanwhile Tiny holding on to that bottom part of the map, and they did open up the top part by taking out the tower. Right now Boom are in a good spot to outfarm Extreme Gaming. Extreme Gaming with a minor gold lead at the moment, but that could swing if the board state looks like it does right now. So that's why we see them activate. I think they want to upset things. They want to go down and take that bottom tower. You can see everyone congregating towards the tier 1.
Yeah, especially just before minute 15. Get control around that tormented area. Get the Tiny out of this bottom area. They've got this nice observer ward to see if Jackie wanders across as well, which is immediately dewarded by the sentry that was already there.
They're going to team farm up the Ancient Spear, Jabs and Armel together. Mind their powers to take this out, but that does mean that they're investing resources into clearing Ancients, while, of course, bottom tower is being taken out by the Centaur.
So their powers combined, huh? Now, Captain Planet had the power of Earth and Love and Water and Rain, and yes, Storm Spirit can fit in there, but I've never heard the power of Terror being brought to Captain Planet's aid.
By the power of fear.
Yeah. Usually the bad guys cutting down rainforest that have the fear and the terror.
TB is my favorite superhero. He just scares people. They'll never do any bad stuff again, Gareth. He just comes in and looks at them.
TV rolls for intimidation, gets nat 20 every time.
I would also be intimidated. He has a pipe in his inventory right now, and he's coming to look for a team fight. This can be a tough fight as Extreme Gaming rely heavily on their magic damage. When Gyrocopter isn't there, pretty much all their damage is magical.
Yeah, I mean, XXS has got to keep his finger on the trigger here on that Stampede. He's getting started on with the Avalanche toss. XM returning fire with a Burrow Strike. The damage is lacking, though, as you said, with his Hive and protection, his Boom that turn and kill the stacking off. Gyrocopter launches some rockets and missiles their way. But Boom have claimed this fight as Tiny, saved by the box, deciding which way to go. Jinkyu having a bit of a poke and a prod here as he snipes his courier on his way through. Extreme not giving up control of this area, still sticking around, but that means Jinkyu is left isolated and slain. A stomp and a sleep on his Centaur. Peloton sent back by the reflection, so XXS now left alone with no Stampede, trying to stomp his way out of here, but that's not going to work out. Centaur getting clicked down, 3 gone, and Boom, a real declaration there around his tight timing of jab.
Yeah, that item timing just came in so clutch. That was the reveal as well. I don't think they actually got vision of him before he joined this fight. So Sanking jumping in, committing everything, hoping to get that burst onto his Storm, but the stage was there. And now going for a quick Tormentor afterwards as well. One of the best places to take a team fight. You win a team fight bottom, you immediately get the shard. Gotta be the ET shard, CPR, and of course the ability to hop in now. See a recap here as they started out the fight. See the Storm and the Tiny, and then bursting onto a Tiny, but that is such a hard kill. There was even Thunder behind them. I think they had that ready. In the end, they pulled the trigger on that when Spark jumped in, but back in live, he has to stay stuck around on bottom and just slowly get brought down.
Another Macroplier. And a kill for Extreme. Yeah, it was that Tiny standing in epicenter Macroplier, not really caring all that much.
Yeah, this is
health and the mana resist he's got.
This is early in the game as well. Tiny's do just scale to become near unkillable later on. Normally we see TB picked as a counter to Tiny, but it actually works really well as a medic for Tiny as well, because you can give so much HP with Thunder. Tiny having that huge max HP makes it very valuable. And does TB have... Well, he does not have shard yet. He does have the gold for it. I wonder if he wants to buy something else first. But it's gonna be straight shard after the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm honestly really impressed with how Boom handled themselves these first 20 minutes or so. Finding the items on their heroes, you know, maybe just me underestimating them as a team in general, not having much tape to watch and go on. But against Extreme Gaming here, holding their own, fighting back in a dead even game right now with the trio core that Boom has. They've set themselves up pretty damn nicely for the next 5 minutes or so.
I think the impressive part is they have done so many good rotations and moves, even against a Slark. It can be so hard against the vision disadvantage that you're, going up against when you're playing into Slark. But yeah, they've combined their powers really well. Stormy is making a go on the Ame here. I don't think this is a kill, but maybe with Remaster's help. He forces up the Stampede.
Get Ame away from Armel.
Radiant are
Getting out of there.
scanning.
XM. Where's he off to? What are they got? Holds the burrow, waits until the last moment, but Armel is just going to skip away with his Kaya stand.
Some good combinations, so Storm committing, going in.
Yeah, pretty much out of mana now, but they get the kill on Paulson and Extreme Gaming running for the hills. It looks like Gyrocopter made that call to evacuate the area while XM decided to go aggressively in, leaving the support isolated.
That's really reassuring for any Boom fans watching right there, seeing Armel just jump in like that. Even when it was very low resources, he trusted that he had his team behind him. He had the pipe nearby, he had TB right behind him. He knew that I can go in and catch this, and even if I'm low, I should be fine. Playing really, really well right now. And Extreme not really able to match the same speed and tempo. Of course, this rather Atos on tanking to catch people does delay some of his timings as well. He went back for the blink, of course, because he's tanking, you need it. But this means his Aghanim Scepter, his Brooch timing is going to be all that much later due to Atos as well.
And now Extreme Gaming, if they've not been feeling super comfortable the way these fights are going, it really is about hitting those next round of items. BKB Gyrocopter. There's 2-1 here for Ame to feel happy. Well, Spark is still out there being annoying, though. You know, Jinkyu is consistently behind enemy lines, scouting, and just his presence is enough there for Storm and Ringmaster to say, hey, okay, we'll get out of this top left corner. We'll reposition ourselves. While Extreme Gaming then go and control the top rune.
Yeah, rune control, very important. Could be a way back into the game for Extreme Gaming here. You don't want to keep letting the Storm get these power runes and allow him to gank with advantage like that. Storm, though, pretty happy to farm as well. He's working on his BKB next. He has the Kaya Sanj going already. He only needs 1,500 more gold for the Mithril Hammer, and then he will be at full BKB. And they have murderous intent here. They're going through the gate with the smoke. This is a gank designed to look for the Gyrocopter before his BKB timing.
Yeah, where's Gyro? Ame's pinging the Shrine of Wisdom like Jakiro.
Ame knows, man. Ame knows. He wanted to farm down here, but he immediately changed his route and goes into his own safe jungle. Actually, he's still not sure where to go.
Are scanning.
He just knows the map is not safe.
Yeah, but that's already damage done, whether he dies or not. I mean, this is time spent running around not farming, and right now he's actually caught up by
Dire's
Tiny.
bottom tower is under attack.
When you have Gyrocopter, you normally want him to be the one big, you know, carry everything. So he needs to be ahead
Radiant's top
of
tower
at least the strongest enemy player.
That should be a big one. Team Gaming are bringing numbers down south. But look, I mean, we talked about the read from Ame, now the read from Boom. Realizing, hang on, we've stuck around here too long. Extreme have amassed all their forces and they're getting ready to cross the river. So Boom spread their wings and get out on the map. Tiny farms top, gets through some ancient camps, Storm swings mid.
I mean, all credit to
control the map, but hard.
all credit to Boom for their, you know, creative wording as well against a Stark. They're putting words in places where it's gonna be less likely to find them. You know, putting them like by the secret shop, that one under a tree. Just having some crucial vision. Oh. Storm gets jumped.
Oh, picked up the Invis rune. Roll of Atos into Stomp. Storm spread tanked by the Ice Path, but you know, is this a commitment from Extreme? Not really. Spirit's going to sweep up the Sand King in the back as well.
Good nerves of steel there as well, and Boom not pulling the trigger on the escape act from Ringmaster. They saw that, wait a second, this is just an Ice Path, Atos, and a bit of disables. This is not damage onto my Storm. I don't need to save him yet. And, you know, that's the kind of stuff that separates a good or a great player from these absolute top-level players. They're very good at reading when is it necessary to commit something. And that's what you want on a Ringmaster. You want to be able to really find your moment.
Yeah, like the difference between, you know, the algorithm of is my Storm stunned, I must use versus is my Storm stunned and dying, and then I use my escape act.
Exactly. And patience is key sometimes, but they find a nice pick off mid immediately. They try to make something more out of it. Go with the smoke. They got vision on the Gyrocopter just there. They just have the BKB, so it's such a tricky kill. They need to chain stun him. And them to have Storm nearby.
So yeah, on that point, we used to have quite a bit of Oracle played, and that was a topic for blowing up Jinkyu like that. Okay, yeah. Blink, bomb onto Slark. But yeah, like, just that delay can potentially bait out, you know, an additional spell here or there, or overcommitment from the opponents. It gives you more information, waiting and delaying your move.
Yeah. And also keeps you safe on Ringmaster, right? You don't want to go in, put yourself in danger going into escape back someone if they are not actually dying. That could mean that they're not committing resources to killing the Storm yet. They might just kill you instead.
Yeah, I mean, Dota is an information game, right? You're gaining information, and then you're not giving away information just by being a little bit more patient.
Ooh, the information's there that this roach is happening. They're going to use the call down to scout it out. Do actually click people in the fog of war. Or in the smoke, rather. In the fog of war.
Boom, gonna go for a wraparound, it looks like. All 5 smoked up. Extreme have Jakiro and Sand King smoked. Max success. Spotted by a TB illusion. And Boom readying themselves to walk up the staircase
But they're
here.
going.
Oh, the jump across next to him gets away from danger, but Arme, the focal point here. Vortex into Avalanche, but he's got off his BKB. Half HP turns to fight. Stampede in with the stuns up in the Tiny, and Jackie dying, but the heals and stuns escape act as well. Gets into the box and runs away. Inside the Sandstorm, though, trying to fight back into the Stand King. GQ's dead, and so's XM. Armel grabs up a double kill in his extended fight, and Jackie is surviving. The homing missile's going to chase him with a flat cannon on him. He died. Arme is able to stand his ground and punch back, getting some trades. Januel left to his own devices up here. Jab's thinking about coming across, but he doesn't have Sunder or anything, right? Just walking in. Metamorph is still going. A fearsome...
Armel still has mana. He's going.
Armel zips. That long jump in onto Arme. Another damage to the TB. The sleep stomp from ET. He gets the kill on Gyro.
Oh my god. That was so clutch right there from the Ringmaster during that big fight. They used a lot of good resources to quickly save up their Tiny, but the Ringmaster ulti was really turned a lot of that fight around as well. You see the Gyrocopter standing right here. He starts manning up and taking the fight. And so many heroes congregated on the same spot. And Ringmaster sends in a beautiful ulti that just holds them even more in place. Deals a ton of damage.
I didn't even see that. It's good you caught it. Right next to the outpost in between 5 heroes. Great ulti from the Ringmaster.
I mean, that was close to being even worse for Extreme Gaming as well. The Tiny almost got away towards the end.
Yes.
Flat Cannon barely bringing him down.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And then Gyro dying at the end as well. That's huge for Boom. 3k lead emerging for them now, but it's this tempo, the ability to control the map. Much more important for them, especially around this Roshan pit.
Try and go for the Roche, get that Aegis. Tiny getting really farmed right now, and Storm having such a great game as well. 4, 1, and 6. Didn't hold in 10 kills, only died the one time.
First pick, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out really well. They actually elect to put the Aegis on the Tiny. This is aggressive. When you give the Aegis on Tiny here, that says, I want to go high ground. Like, we want to push and actually do building damage ASAP. So normally I would say Storm Aegis would have been a no-brainer here, but they want to go for buildings. They don't want to let this game go much later and let the Gyrocopter become that big threat. As I mentioned, the Gyrocopter with Centaur in ultra late game here, it could be really hard to play into. So I think they recognize that we're strong now, let's keep playing on the timing.
Extreme Gaming trying to pick up the pieces elsewhere. Grab a Tormentor on the opposing side of the map. Get whatever objectives are left to you.
It's like the consolation shard right there. You get the Tormentor, but now Radiant also know they took Torm, means they're low HP and they're out of position. So they're in a great position to just go knock on the high ground with Tiny. Or even go towards that mid tower. Won't take long to take it out.
Yeah, tier 2 to tier 2, objective to objective. Boom playing very cleanly. It's such a low kill game, but it really is quite tense. Explosive, like both teams have explosive damage and the ability to jump. But it has been a very steady run to minute 30.
It hasn't felt like a slow game by any means. The kill score kind of says that it is, but there's been a lot of poking and prodding at each other here. These teams kind of fighting for the top position. One big thing that changed from the last fight though is that Pipe is complete on Exocast now on his Centaur. So his Pipe Crimson Guard now able to provide more damage mitigation as well for his team. They didn't have that last time. Would have been really useful for them. Oh no, not again.
Not even a chance to use any of his 4 escape abilities, like it's 5. He's got a Glimmer Cape now.
Yeah.
Epicenter. Call down. But going in on Tiny. Macropire, but the escape axe puts him in the box. Timms gets away from danger, but Jackie's still going to lose his first life here. And he just claimed up while Extreme Gaming reconsidering this fight now. Storm has jumped in. The Stampede will allow some of them to escape, but not XM.
I feel like that was inevitably how it was going to go. You commit a bunch of resources to kill a Tiny, and then you just get punished for it afterwards. You do get the Aegis at least, but at the cost of your mid player, pretty hefty price already. And it's not like the push is stopped. The tower is still going to drop.
Yeah, it maybe stops that push to high ground, or maybe stops the push on tier 2 bottom, but Boom's still feeling the groove.
Yeah, they're not going to commit high ground, but that also means that they're happy. They got the kill on the mid player. get extra value, and now back to farming and fixing lanes. You can see them already moving to take every advantage they can. They haven't grabbed their own wisdom yet, so Ringmaster gonna swing over and take that.
It's just so important controlling the map, right? Those was it Paravision had one of these little content moments. I think I supposed to rally. I can't remember exactly, but cameras on them. They've stepped away from game 2 in the series, and they've got Astini, their coach, just saying, every time you get a kill, go cut a wave, kill a tower, cut a wave, get Roshan, cut a wave, kill a wave here, kill a wave. Like everything you do is centered around pushing waves, getting information, closing the map in around your opponents.
Yeah, you can actually, it's a great way to simplify it, you could say, is that you look at where the creep waves are for every lane and draw an imaginary line between those 3, right? Connect those, like a little graph on the map. And then everything that's behind that, you can safely farm. Like everything that's behind your creep waves is basically your area. The enemy have to invade to get in there and gank you. So that's usually limited to like smoke ganks or very difficultly coordinated ganks. And the more you control, the happier you are. Especially controlling past those ancient areas on sides of the map, super important. The ancient creeps are, big resources for your team.
God, you made me think about like high school mathematics for some reason. The area under a curve doing differentiation or integration or whatever the hell it's
There's
called.
probably very mathematical ways you could express, the Dota map control.
Yeah. Go on, stats people, mathematicians, work it out. Find the curve between the creep waves and then the area underneath it.
Me in my next pub telling my carry to bring out his calculator. Let's see how much of the map we can farm here, buddy.
The function of the creep waves across the river. We've got a parabolized curve here.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's not good when the enemy has a parabolized curve.
Extreme Gaming seems like they need a little bit of time to think here. And they did press out across the map, place some high ground vision in the enemy triangle, and try and start a fight. And boom, not going to be falling into it.
Those deep wards can be extremely important to sneak in and place like that. Now they have something to play towards with future smokes. This was a smoke to get in there, and they didn't really find anything yet, but now you have something. So many times you see a team on the back foot sitting there saying, okay, we need smoke to turn this game around. Okay, but towards what vision? We don't see anyone. How are we going to smoke? But now they have potentially vision where Tiny or Storm might be farming later on. Finding those key targets. Gyrocopter is bringing out the recipe for the Dateless, but still needs the Demon Edge. Also needs to reconnect.
He does, yeah. Also needs to figure out a way to defeat this Tiny. We saw them do it once where they threw the kitchen sink at him and got the Aegis, but doing that in a proper team fight is going to be super challenging.
Yeah, I think Extreme Gaming need to play towards their strength, which is AoE damage. So they need to catch more than just one hero. If they go on a single target like Tiny, I think it's always going to backfire because of the escape act, because of Thunder. They're way too good saves. But if they can deal damage, not even kill, but deal damage to like 2 or 3 different heroes at the same time using Flak Cannon or Epicenter, then the fight will play itself out more naturally for them.
So they need a Darkseer.
Yeah, or they need Slark to see people. He needs to somehow not get picked off like we've seen multiple times now. Slark has had a really hard time staying alive due to the burst of Tiny. But that's also been, him getting caught in vision. And that's sort of uncharacteristic for support Slarks. They're supposed to get those D wards, get rid of the vision, and then play with the little staring advantage, just sitting there like a creep watching the enemy team.
Part.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, we were choosing a player early on to highlight, and we're looking at Xingqiu because he usually is the star of the match with his ability to start things off, give that information. He's had a very, very tough game. Yeah, you're right. 1-2.
I mean, a lot of it can also come down to, like, a lot of pro players are getting used to playing the support Slark, but not everyone is 9 class as well. The players who have a very natural affinity for playing this style. I think Xingqiu sometimes fits better on heroes like Winter Wyvern, where he can use the tree line a little bit more and have that big spell to turn around the game. Because this style he's playing right now is a bit different than what Xingqiu normally does. He's like getting used to what's the meta, and sometimes you have to, but it also isn't really his own natural habitat.
Yeah, because it feels like, you know, we're gonna get something big here. It feels like, you know, over time, Dota has become more methodical, more, you know, serious, and I guess tight in terms of gameplay and teams coming together. And it's like quite an old school thing to have this free form jazz playstyle, where we think back of the old Monkey King position 4 of Baboka, maybe next time on Bounty Hunter, these kind of lurking, roaming supports who are sniping couriers and getting in your face, being really annoying. It's unconventional, and you kind of forget about it after a couple of years, and then when a player like Nineclass brings it back, you're like, holy shit. Yeah, we need some, you know, soloists to come out and have some spectacular performances on these weird heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it can really show strength, and the shard, I think that's the big question as well. Can he get a good Spark shard off in the next team fight? Hasn't been able to yet. You see the Storm looking for him. Got a break on the Slark with unfortunate connection.
Immediate shield as well. Trying to catch the Tiny here with one of Atos into the call down, but he's already been force staffed away. Back down the river. And now playing around their own vision where they see XXS stepping forward. Spirit stomps him. No commitment.
Throw some daggers at him. Try and poke him back.
And now zip in. Storm Spirit has a go with Tiny launching himself along with his BKB onto the Centaur, who drops to half HP but doesn't really seem to care all that much. Now Boom in a really awkward spot. They've spent BKB on Tiny, Metamorphosis on TB, a fair amount of mana on Storm, and Extreme Gaming didn't really lose anything.
Yeah, that was not costly at all for Extreme, and using their strong frontliners in Centaur and the Gyrocopter, knowing that they have Slark behind them, is a good poke from them. Now the question is, can they do something more about this situation? Love to see them just activate and look for a bigger advantage with meta on cooldown. The BKB on Tiny may not always be necessary for him, but when you have this much magic damage, Extreme Gaming, surely they should be hungry for more.
Orchid TB now. These more little annoying nuisances in these fights Extreme have to deal with.
Yeah, pretty natural build-up as well towards that Bloodthorn. Can be tremendous damage coming out even from a off-lane TV. Just have the Bloodthorn get a click on it. But still, Boom are doing a great job dodging. Meanwhile, split pushing bottom lane with the Storm. Storm is really low resources right now, so if a fight breaks out, he can't do anything about it. He's gonna go base and refill. I think the timing, you can see Extreme Gaming, they have a timing that they have in mind. It's going to be the butterfly for Gyrocopter. Once he gets that butterfly along with the Daedalus he just completed, that's going to be really, really strong, and he will be countering the Tiny, who has no True Strike yet. Tiny also going for a Swift Blink right now. Don't think he can fit an MKB into his inventory. He would have to get rid of his boots for it, which you don't really want to do. You need that mobility.
Like, even now Extreme Gaming are just putting his gyro up front, saying, hey, you've got to deal with this guy somehow. He's pushing waves, clearing camps.
Giants are scanning.
Sitting pretty currently atop the high ground, waiting for this next Roshan to come up.
Slark is showing him bottom lane, so it could be a good time for Boom to look for a fight.
That's a bit of poking onto Ame. Already forcing the Satanic, but not forcing the BKB, importantly. I'm not sure where Jabs is going, because the rest of the team are preparing to kick things off here. As the Harpoon into top stack, Arme now has the BKB. Good force staff and BKB from Jackie to get away from the damage and control, while Armel zips in. 3-man avalanche from the Tiny. Controls and kills Polosin, while XM's in the back onto Tim. Looking to kill off the Ringmaster here, but he's in the little box, taken down by XM in the end, while Arme from his high ground dishing out some serious damage. Flacking all over the place, but Armel zips back in with Jackie to take down the Sand King, looking at the Centaur now. And bit by bit, Boom, yes, with some buybacks, have picked apart Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, 2 buybacks though, both their supports were brought down in the fight, had to double commit for that, but pretty happy to do so when they know that Roche should be spawning any moment. They, of course, don't know the exact timing. It's a late spawn, actually. But it's going to be up in 25 seconds. Well in time for Boom to take it before Extreme Gaming are going to be back. At the same time, you use 2 buybacks on support, but that's rarely a win condition to play towards. It's not like, oh, let's gank the Ringmaster and then we can end the game. This respawn is still going to be pretty fast, only being level 17.
Yeah, Boom going to be super happy with the sequence of events. As long as they don't give up Roshan. I'm going to go back into scouting, guys.
Keep an eye on it. They got the little TV illusion sitting there waiting. He's got to see it now. Pinks come out and so Tiny thinking about going high ground, dealing some damage, but instead opting to play the safer route.
Still 30 seconds on Sanking and Centaur. So we've got ourselves the Aegis and the Roshan's banner here for Boom. Do we give the Aegis to Tiny again? Is that a high ground play once more?
I think so. Actually, yeah. I think so. Because Tiny has to frontline a lot in this game. Like, I'm usually all about that Aegis on Storm. I think he's literally the best Aegis hero in the game. But in this game, it just feels right to have it on Tiny because you need him to be able to play as aggressively as possible. And Storm can still be fine. He can zip in and out and, you know, play his game. It doesn't matter so much if he has Aegis.
Extreme still crossing the river here. Q is in behind them, scouting things out. Kept the deep observer board down, but equally there were pings there from the Ringmaster. I think they know exactly where this Clark is. Into his ultimate, shadow dancing and TPing away. The stuns have not been dodged enough. Q still going to get caught. Self-fuels, another little invis there through his shard, but inevitably he's going to fall. The upside, though, is this is on the doorstep of the Radiant base, miles away from the Dire base.
It did take them like 20 seconds as well to bring him down finally, so at least he created quite a bit of space before he died. And as you mentioned, he's going to have time to respawn here. 40 seconds, it's a while to get across the map. They're instead going to eye up the Tormentor on the side of Boom. Get themselves the shard. They did get the previous shard as well. Let's see what they get this time. Gonna be Storm. Nice bit of damage increase coming in for him.
Yeah. Even more. What's TV sundering? Sundering is an illusions or what?
Yeah, just healing up. I actually think did he sunder the ET? Either way.
I don't know, I heard it and I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm not even sure honestly, but get some HP back. Didn't even think he was that low, to be honest. He has the shard and the pipe. His HP regen is being at 70 per second, so I can't imagine he needs the healing that badly.
Maybe that's a little bit of fun.
That's a disgusting amount of HP regen. 70 per second on a hero with 30 armor.
That's pretty nutty. Yeah, you just get some raw HP, get some stats on him.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. See, Shakiro kind of going out into these dangerous parts of the map, get some farm, which no one else is going to get. At the same time, a bit of ward coverage across the map as well. So Extreme Gaming are eventually going to have to stop these Boomer heroes from destroying their base. 2.5 minutes on Aegis. Tiny ready to wander up onto this high ground and hit buildings. And the rest of the team prepped behind him.
Tiny wants level 25 pretty badly. He's very close to it as well. Wants to just grab some experience on mid. Knows that there are a few heroes nearby, but doesn't care too much. Master's nearby to save him. Actually, they got tossed. Oh, I thought they tossed back. There it is.
Well, they do now. Stampede comes out. And XXS glimmered up, still being chased and hounded by Armel. Vortex is there. I'll turn onto this Centaur, who's in that little Shadow Dance shard from the Spark. Meanwhile, Arme trying to step forward here with BKB Satanic, but Arme's just dying. Jackie's killed XXS. Jabs has killed Arme. There's no buyback on the Centaur. There is on the Gyro, but this might just be Boom going high ground and killing all the buildings. Well, Jackie's just going to hit the tier 3. Armel pretty low on the resources now, but they forced the buyback out of Gyrocopter, and that's a victory in its own right.
Gyrocopter took 5,400 damage from TV, by the way. He just lost the battle against the offlaner, is what happened right there. And, you know, their net worth were pretty similar, but I would not expect the Gyro to get destroyed that hard. The Bloodthorn coming in. doing big work, of course, going through the butterfly, dealing a ton of damage.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
And off to the third lane. Extreme Gaming, they've got a glyph here to try and slow things down a touch.
It's coming. Breaking every building.
Very nice from Boom. How clean and crisp they've been playing. Now Jackie's in on top of this XM Stand King, tossing him around, forcing a BKB very early on as well.
And they're out. Boom are so happy with what just happened, getting massive kills, forcing buybacks, getting mega creeps. It is time to go back, consolidate, get all that gold spent. Everyone's sitting with like 3,000-4,000 gold right now. Get some items, but they're actually looking for more, holding this high ground vision they have.
I mean, Jackie is just looking at these Extreme Gaming heroes like little crash test dummies. Goes in, the lifeless, body of someone getting tossed around. They do fight back, though. Extreme Gaming trying to stop Jackie and his aggressive actions. We still have the Aegis on Tiny, though, so just the first life being claimed, while in the back, we've got XM being chased out by Armel. Storm gets the kill there. XXS has died for jabs. Arme's going to step up with his BKB Satanics, but there is not much that he can actually do. Now he's been slept up. Wheel of Wonder comes in. Arme being annihilated. Down you go with no buyback. 2 minutes, no gyrocopter. XM forward to Armel on the right-hand side, and Boom have taken game 1.
Jack's boy's tiny, man. He's just here doing some big damage, destroying people. Boom, looking fantastic in game 1 of this series. Jabs didn't die a single time despite having a really horrible lane as the Terrorblade. He was unable to touch creeps. Just spit some lemonade after that. That was easy game.
Timings. Yeah, the pipe on TB, that fight in the bottom right-hand corner, superb from Boom to just weather the storm in this laning stage. And like honestly, I don't know, I keep looking at this Terrorblade, 4-0-16. I can't believe it. You say it, I look at it, I read it, but my brain does not accept that this Terrorblade, who was in an awful lane, didn't die, and then still was higher net worth than the Gyro at the end.
I mean, he was 2.4 when Gyro was 4k net worth. Like, he was so far and out, but it all goes to show if you understand your team and what timings you can play on, that pipe, as we mentioned, is just massive this game. They got a huge first team fight with it. They got the Tormentor very quickly afterwards, and then they kept that ball rolling as well. And, I mean, later on in the game, he found himself just out man-fighting a Gyrocopter, which is something I never expected him to do in this game.
Insane. Honestly, I mean, quite often Arme was alone and maybe not protected by the Crimson or the Pipe as much as he would have liked. But this was very well played across the board by Boom. I do want to kind of look back, and it is very, kind of. I don't know, maybe it's rude to look at it retrospectively like this, but like, could we think about these items from Stanking and Centaur as being, maybe out of order, or the Rod of Atos first, the No Braces, the Treads, the Crimson before the Pipe? These are fine in a vacuum, but in this game, could they have done something differently?
I think ultimately it's like this. The Rod of Atos is nice for catching the Storm, but because of the Ringmaster playing so tight with him all the time, you couldn't really get value out of it. You didn't get those pickoffs you want from your Rod of Atos. They caught the Storm a few times, he always got saved. So ultimately, I do think this allure of going for Rod of Atos and fight early was a bit of a bait and did set back the Sand King. He never got the Brooch, he never got that massive damage coming in, and he never got a fantastic team fight as well. As mentioned, a lot of different things just spotting him, Storm jumping him. The final fight, he even dove into base and just went on the Sand King and solo killed him. He had a tough time on XM, and I think going back into this game, thinking back, I think standard build would have worked out better. But, I can also totally understand why it went Atos here.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of framing it as like, I feel bad putting on these, rose-tinted glasses or, 20/20 vision, whatever, looking back and thinking, they could have changed this, changed that. It kind of felt okay in the moment. Looking back, maybe something we can, adapt there as Extreme. But man, after what, a 2-month wait, Boom coming back, showing they can step up against the big dogs. Beautiful stuff here in game 1 of this 2-game series. So we'll take a break and come back with game number 2. See you in a little bit. Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. Here we are getting ready for Game 2 between Boom and Extreme Gaming. And yeah, I've just been watching the stream back on the delay, looking at all the incredible speed art that's going on. The Ringmaster who was on the screen a couple of minutes ago was sick, Waga.
Yeah, I love the speed paintings. They're really cool. Ringmaster, I think I've seen that one before. It's so nice. And the Marcy as well, looking pretty fierce. And I think that's how, Boom felt after they kicked Extreme Gaming's ass here in game number 1 as well, because that was some bloody battle right there. They just took them down, and I mean, not in a good way for Extreme. They were very much the victim in this engagement.
They were. I mean, yeah, Boom kind of coming out, not much tape on them. The meta definitely has shifted the past couple of months since they've played in some qualifiers for Wallachia and stuff like that. But showing, I mean, a statement of intent as well, right? Heading into your first series of the group stage against Extreme Gaming, who are one of the best teams in the world with one of the best carries in the world. First picking up a Storm Spirit and saying, hey, this is our draft, this is our identity, and doing so well to hold on, weather the storm, play calmly the first 20 minutes, flick the switch and say, okay, our win conditions have been met, it's time to end.
I think they had a very, very smart draft that functions well together. The layers to it, the TB to heal up the Tiny, the Ringmaster to save either Tiny or the Storm, and then of course the ET to just be there, adding a bit of AoE control into the mix as well. They played it really, really well, but even though Extreme Gaming countered the Storm fairly well with their draft, they didn't really get any value out of it. And a lot of it comes back to, like we said, at the end of the game, we talked about timing. That pipe timing was game deciding. And now it's going to be Extreme Gaming, who we'll see what they're going to do going into game number 2. They will probably adapt a little bit to what they just had happen. I feel like Shinkyu is a very versatile player, so quite likely that we'll see him play something else instead of Slark next game, as he just didn't really have a game at all, that one.
Yeah, because you mentioned it quite early on in that draft. It felt like the Sanking and the Slark had somewhat been answered. There are definitely ways for Boom to navigate around them anyway, with the ability to, you said, scout the Sand King through TB illusions, ET Spirit, and then Slark, who is a vision hero, was up against, kind of 3 vision heroes somewhat from Boom. They had great ways to get information, and they picked exactly which fights they were going to take. I think that was my biggest takeaway from Boom in that game 1, was their discipline and their dedication to be like, okay, this is an aggressive move we're making, and then within seconds they realize it's not going to work out, so they give up on it, right? How many times do we see teams on the fringe of being like A tier or S tier go and bite off more than they can chew? Boom, didn't do that a single time.
No, definitely. There's also, I guess, one very specific thing to mention about how the Slark got countered so badly is the Tiny. You can Dark Pact all you want, but the Avalanche just gets reapplied to you over and over, and you couldn't get out of the catch. And AoE disable, even if you pop your ulti or your shard, you're still gonna get caught and disabled by either ET Stomp or the Avalanche. So it was just a pretty tough game for him to do what he wanted. Going into the next game, of course, the high priority heroes are still going out first. We have Beastmaster removed, AA removed, Venomancer actually getting removed. So Boom also has seen Xinqiu's game probably from the ACL recent series in the best of 5, where he played it and farmed really fast jungle, as Venomancers generally do.
So it was Extreme Gaming with first pick in game 1, and now Boom have that first pick. So a little bit of shift there. Because previously we saw Boom ban the Veno Tinker, Beastmaster, AA. Extreme ban the Cottle, Bristle, and the Morphling. So a few of those kind of swap hands, depending on who has that first pick as some of those heroes. Like Beastmaster, you can grab pretty early on.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll see what the priority is going to be for Boom as they have their final ban. They're going to ban out the Darks here and pick up the Sand King.
We'll show you.
Yeah. Time to do it. Get the Sand King in your hands.
This is where Xiaowei picks Storm Spirit. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
I've played this game before. Staring contest between the drafters.
It's a little bit awkward situation. You definitely could do it. The reverse from the previous series.
Definitely a bit of a thinker there. It's like, because I was kind of expecting them to come in and, I don't know, pick Tiny first up by Boom. That's been one of their key heroes, and it did very well in the previous game. Sand King first, now a Monkey King in response. Does that boot Sand King out of the mid lane?
It kind of does. Monkey is a tough matchup to go against. Storm is a little bit problematic for Sand King. I would say Monkey can be way more difficult. As long as the Monkey has vision, gets sentries down, he can just continuously run at you, and you can try all you want to deal damage to him, but he will get Jingu and then Boundless Strike you and the creep wave, and he will just win that trade every day of the week.
What was it, sleepy time?
We're meditating, Gareth. He's just taking in the words here. His teammates gonna really think about what you want to do.
A mental reset, right? Get all the adrenaline and cortisol or whatever out of your system for a bit.
I hear washing your face also does that for you.
It sure does. It's good to see Moshi's still around as well. One of the old guard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can't ask for people who are way more experienced than that. He is as elite as it gets in Dota.
Yeah, from the very beginning. And I said at the start of the last one as well, big fan that Boom have gone back to Southeast Asian roots. They had that bit of a journey with some South American, North American mixed teams here and there.
It felt wrong, you know? Boom, to me, it should be a Southeast Asian team. It's what they are identified as in my brain. They should be, they belong there. And it's cool to see them repping that region.
We had a pretty slow start to game 1, now a slow start to game 2 draft. A Queen of Pain ban. Was it Queen of Pain against Monkey King? Is that the matchup they're afraid of then?
Yeah, it's a shielding ban, shielding the Monkey King mid matchup, keeping the flex open of Monkey King, because Monkey obviously has his own flex. It's usually a +1 and +2 flex in the current patch. But if you have some nasty mid hero that Monkey can't lane against, then you become predictable. You have to go safe lane Monkey, and you don't really want to give that information away early. So yeah, just banning out a tough matchup. Bristleback also a hero that can be annoying, actually. You think that Monkey will do well against Bristol, but it's volatile. You can die, man. You can definitely get brought down by those stacks of minus armor.
It's one of those unstoppable force versus immovable object kind of situations. Both of them clash and blow up. A Hadron Collider of heroes. Well, that might be our Shinkyu hero there, the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah. I mean, that's a hero that I always enjoy seeing. He's kind of fallen out of the current meta a bit in favor of some of the stronger supports currently. Well, I say stronger, but the Jakiros and AAs and whatnot, Tinkers, Ringmasters, they've been controlling the face. But here, they are picking Rasta over Ringmaster, over Jakiro, which sends a message that, they do value this hero. And I think it's a good point. Shadow Shaman has overall looked really, really good in the year of 2025. Even as you let your opponent get their hands on Ringmaster here, which, of course, he can break your shackles. It's pretty annoying. If you shackle someone, the box can stop that. But if Shadow Shaman gets vision from a Monkey King jumping in, he could go on that back line, get on the Ringmaster.
And
also
make things a bit nasty.
Similar to Jakiro, you bring a lot of pushing power as a Shadow Shaman. My controversial opinion is that the Shadow Shaman facet, people are playing the wrong one. That's my controversial Dota opinion.
Which one? Because I've seen more of the clucky finger. What's it called? The one where you hit, you hex.
Yeah, exactly. The chicken fingers is the usual one people play. Like 95% of times people are gonna play that one. But I'm actually of the opinion that the other one is really good and underrated. It took me some 50, 60 games of spamming Shadow Shaman and looking at a lot of stats. That was back when Dota 2 Pro Tracker actually existed as well for high-level games. And the other one had 5 to 6% higher win rate. And, that was across, I think, 2,500 games of Chicken Fingers versus 200 games of Big Ward. And the Big Ward had a 6% higher win rate.
Big Ward?
Yeah, the Big Ward.
Massive Serpent Ward.
Massive. I mean, it's so satisfying when you summon it. But yeah, the big value of it is actually just that you can't pick off DPS here and there. You can't just kill one ward here and there, or you can't just walk across saying, oh, it's only 4 wards remaining, I can walk across this. Nah, man. As long as that ward is up, it's full DPS. And that leads to it being more AoE controlling. But I also think there's no way we're gonna see it this game. If we do, I'm gonna lose my mind. Finally someone playing it. But it's still obviously people like the auto attack hex, and there's great value in that as well.
Yeah, because it's also like you don't have to level hex to get it, right? You can just click
No.
people and it works, which is
Yep.
I don't know, a bit weird.
It is a little bit strange that you have it innately, even if you don't know the spell hex. But yeah, it means that you're very, very strong at trading in the level 1. You can hit someone, hit them with the ether shock, and the hex is gonna slow them down a bit. ET coming in for Extreme Gaming. Boom Esports. I really like their opening draft here. Sand King, Ring, and Jakiro. That's a
Team
3 heroes
fight.
that can do so much. Yeah, the team fight is absolutely nuts on these heroes. You got some save, you got some initiation, you got some push, you got some backline heroes. It's a nice mix.
Yeah, it's a nice mix of being able to go first, be that first mover, or react with Ice Path and Ringmaster, which is always nice to have.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep,
Magnus for Extreme Gaming though, Empower Monkey King, more team fight for them. So now you've got ET, Magnus, and Monkey King to play around inside Wukong's command.
Yeah, and I've actually seen Magnuses do really, really well against Sand King in that matchup as well. As Sand King can farm quite fast, Magnus with Empower Focus can actually just go toe-to-toe with the farm rate as well. So this frees up that if they do want to play Monkey somewhere else, they could. Tiny gets picked up.
Right, yeah. We used to see a lot of like Mag against Pango or Mag against like Ember Spirit, stuff like that, right? Where it's melee and Mag with Empower just like outfarms you and pushes you out of the wave somewhat.
Yeah, or Mag Tiny for that matter. They just picked up the Tiny, and I would say that this Tiny has limited flex towards mid lane now, due to if he goes against either Monkey or Magnus, it's just not gonna work out well for him. Both of those matchups are a loss. You'd think the Tiny with his big damage is gonna do fine against Magnus, but Mag has very, very high damage as well, and his attack rate is much better, so he ends up winning that lane. So this is
The last round of bans.
obviously Jack gonna play the carry Tiny again.
And Sand King still flexed mid and off lane.
Yep.
Who is it? It's Boom. Sorry, it's Extreme Gaming with the overall last pick as well. So they get to choose
Hey.
where the Monkey King goes.
Okay, they don't think it's carry Tiny. Banning out the PA here and the TA as well before. Interesting. So suspecting that this is just action packed and then some form of hard carry in the end of it.
Are those like specifically anti-monkey heroes?
I mean, partly, yeah. The Stifling Dagger is very good to keep vision on Monkey King, and when he tries to jump away, you can keep chasing him. But I also think that this could have been a hero that they could have, you know, considered for themselves if they wanted to get creative with like some offlane Monkey and then put another hard carry with a bit of Magnus. But batting out the PA when you have Magnus in your own team always feels a bit weird for you. Medusa gets banned.
Yeah, Gyro and Medusa.
I think that's a good read. Extreme Gaming needs something to lead the charge here. Like someone who brings the tempo in just tower pushing.
Arme Sven. Empowered Sven with ET Spirit. It's time.
Yes. Damage would definitely be there. I wouldn't mind it being a final BKB hero as well, though. Just looking at how much AoE stuff there is from Boom right now, with the Avalanche added into the previous 3 heroes we mentioned, you're gonna need a BKB to play the game as a core on Extreme Gaming.
And now super flexible as well with this Monkey Magnus. Well, Boom. They've got this last pick to reveal their hand. They go with the Lashrak.
Ooh.
We're talking about this prior to game 1 starting, if they're going to pick something that's a little bit, maybe not out of left field, but something that's not as popular as the other mids.
Yeah, we did talk about Lesh and how he... Ooh.
You wanted a BKB hero, huh?
Yeah, that's a BKB hero. He can buy one as well, and then he's gonna be completely fine. But yeah, with Leshrak as the final hero, I think you were limited for options. It basically had to be a lifestealer here. You know, if Jug wasn't such a bad hero, he would have been an option as well. But yeah, lifesteal makes a lot of sense. You're against Tiny. Lifesteal does great against carry Tiny, and against all these spells, it's gonna be amazing to have your Rage available. But Armel, I mean, he's gonna have a good time, I think, going up against Monkey King mid. It is a skill-based matchup. I've seen this actually backfire for some Leshes, where they get mechanically outplayed by the Monkey, and Monkey ends up winning the lane. But this is a Leshrac favorite lane.
10 seconds remaining.
And it's with the big edict, right?
Yeah, for sure. You get Lightning, you get Edict, and you might even skip stun for quite a while. You could put a point in level 4 to get 1 point in stun, but usually it's just no stun build.
What's his other facet? Oh, it's the mana bullshit.
Yeah.
Chronoptic nourishment. Yeah, I don't care about that. We want big edict.
Yeah, there's the auto attack to get mana, which is kind of cute, but you don't really need it. The Misanthropy just makes you Edict absolutely blow people up. You trade off the ability to deal tower damage. You don't really care about that. Kill the enemy heroes, and then the towers will fall naturally.
Superb. I'm super excited for this. Before that Lesh was picked, I was like, okay, Extreme Gaming, this draft, it looks theirs. I'm very happy with how they've set things up. And Boom have some ways to play. A question mark always around some of these Jabs off-lane heroes that can struggle. Terrorblade in the previous one we were looking at as like, ooh, is he going to have an okay time? He did. He didn't die. He got his farm, made sure that his lane was okay. I feel like Sand King can sometimes be in the same boat, but jungle Sand King has now become a thing at level 2, so probably where Jabs is going to end up. Farming jungle creeps.
He might get forced to jungle quite early here, and that almost leads it to, the question, will they go and invade, put some sentries and block up that jungle a bit? Because I do expect the Lifesteer to do quite well against Sand King. That matchup is really nice. I've seen that matchup quite a few times, and Lifesteers generally thrive in that lane. You're never really under any threat. You have nice regeneration as well on Lifestealers, so they'll be completely fine against the damage from the Sandstorm and the Caustic.
Well, off we go. Game 2 here. Boom taking that game 1, and Extreme looking to try and strike back. And we do have an update with something that we were talking about earlier on. Extreme Gaming already qualified to EWC in Riyadh through the ACL, the qualifier over in China. So if Extreme Gaming now get top 8 in EPT, their ACL spot, which is China specific, goes to Tidebound, the runner-up, the second place team in that best of 5, not to one of the 9th or 10th place spots from the EPT board.
Yeah, so Tidebound are really rooting for Extreme Gaming to do very well here. They're like, come on, guys, please go to the top 8, because then they would inherit that qualification slot, which, very, very strong mechanic for them if that happens. Extreme Gaming, though, for them, it's more important as well to just, see this tournament as a fantastic place to get all the jitters out, get all the stuff settled in preparation for that massive event in EWC.
Yeah, basically, Tidebound want Extreme Gaming to get top 5 or better, and then there's obviously other teams that they want to do poorly. But that's all in the future. In the current, the present, the here and now, we've got Jackie Boys getting hammered and battered by ET, Monkey, and Shadow Shaman, giving Polosin the first blood.
That's also where you gotta say, did he need to skill tree grab already? Did he need to not have Avalanche? I hate to see the situations where a player skills up and, I know that he would otherwise have to regen the mana a little bit later from grabbing a tree, but he could easily have lived there had he skilled up Avalanche instead.
Yeah. And then also, Arme running away from that bottom lane, gets back to Fountain and has to return, was also taking a bit of a hounding and harassment from Boom as they made a move into that bottom jungle. But he's able to return to lane unscathed. Jackie Boy's going to come back up here alongside the Januel Jakiro. No access to small camp, and lane now in front of Radiant Tier 1. Means that Extreme Gaming very happy with the state of affairs early on.
Yeah, off to a really good start on their offlane. We'll keep an eye on Boom's offlane as well as Jabs, of course. Did have a bit of a struggle in the previous game, to say the least, but he found his way back into it. This time, wants to get off to a better start as the Sand King.
Jakiro against Shadow Shaman. Getting turned into a little chicken. Returning fire with the liquid fire. I'm trying to control that large camp for any pulls. Looks like we've got ourselves Extreme Gaming in a nice spot.
The monkey bug for Armel. He wants to be able to see his opponent's last hit. One of these days, Valve will finally fix this bug. Because, I did lane against Monkey yesterday in my pub, and it's pretty annoying. I can't pause and reconnect like these pro players can. So I can't see his animations. But you know, Valve will listen one day.
Eventually. Meanwhile, Monkey King is going to continue T-posing on everyone.
Yeah. I mean, at least it looks hilarious, but some of the fun gets sucked out when you get denied like 5 times in a row.
You don't see his massive bow staff being moved.
Yeah.
Well, Sand King, what's he got? 4 last hits, wave in front of his tower. Happy days for Jabs. That move on to Arme early on definitely helped out and keep the Lifestealer at bay for the first wave anyway.
Yeah, really good stuff. So Ringmaster already starting to prep. Tim's has gone back and stacked up some jungle camp. Starting to prepare for the Sand King to have more farm to fall back into as well. And finally, we haven't talked that much about the mid lane, but XM against Armel. Like I mentioned, there is room to outplay on this lane, even though it's tricky for Monkey King. Comes down to doing a lot of good mischief dodges against the damage from the lightning.
One thing is, though, you just have to let Lesh get all the runes, right?
Has been killed.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, going 1-for-1 on the bounty runes is fine, but when the power runes come up, we'll see. Maybe with the help of support, he can try and fight against it, but Edict is a dangerous thing to fight into when there are no creeps around.
Yeah, being in that river is not a safe place to be. Armel and XM dead even in the last hits for now, though. Not too much of a worry for the Monkey King just yet. And Extreme Gaming obviously looking towards that kind of mid-game with Empower, Reverse Polarity with Wukongs, the big team fight capabilities they've got. To try and hit that kind of synchronization with the Lifestealer as well. I mean, hell, Lifestealer, are we still seeing this Armlet Radiance, or has he undergone changes? What are we expecting from Arme?
I completely expect it to be that. He's playing against 2 Blink heroes as well in Tiny and Sand King, so it's going to be very nice to have some Blink cancels. The Radiance does lose a little bit value since there's not that much right-click focus, though.
Yeah.
Normally you want a fair few auto attacks to come in as well that you can block with a mischance. But yeah, Armlet, Facebook's Armlet is what he has queued up right now. Makes a lot of sense, the standard build-up. He could go for a more right-clicky oriented build, like Armlet into some Deathful Nullifier stuff and just try and kill people. Or even the SNY could come back.
Yeah, that's a good one.
This is actually a great SNY game. So many things that you want to resist. Get the stun durations down a bit.
Yeah, then you can have Rage, SNY, and BKB.
I just hate spells.
The trifecta of invulnerability. He's a real anti-mage now.
I was about to say anti-mage approves.
Yeah. Well, even with Jackie dying first blood, still gathering up his last hits top. Not too much crazy stuff happening in these lanes, but Pelosin for now is contesting the stacks that were made for Jabs to farm.
Yeah, going in and invading a little bit, but he's going to find himself pretty alone. Of course, no way for Lifesteer to go and help him. Can they body block the river, the bridge path? Yeah, he knows he can't get out that way.
Tame the beast and kill him off. Jabs getting the kill there, and Tim's going to go back and stack some more.
Yeah, he's going to go position to get the double stack as well. Looking for it. Actually, the top one isn't spawned right now. Yeah, good start for them. Over on that bottom lane for a boom. Meanwhile, top lane doing quite well as well, though, for the Magnus. Getting decent farm. No denies, though. He can't really slow down the Tiny farm rate too much.
But the gap between the Tiny and the Lifesteal are becoming very apparent now, right? This Lifesteal last pick, you know. Yes, I feel like Sand King is doing better than I expected in this lane, but Lifestealer is just unbothered.
Yeah, he's starting to run away with the denies as well.
XXS dead there. They brought Tim's across. I don't know if he was needed for that kill, but for the bonus ones, maybe. Janwell and Jackie still punching back into Shinkyu, but Pelosin has now arrived to get on top of the Tiny, and the big briefcase baddie has come in to clap him down, but he doesn't have enough control to finish the job. Meanwhile,
oh boy,
middle lane.
Yeah, he got caught. Got caught by the Edict. That's too much damage. I mean, that's the tricky part, and that's what I expected on this mid matchup. It's really hard for Monkey King. I can't really fault him for dying once here in this matchup. He ended up taking 936 damage from Edict alone. Yeah, that's what happens if you just happen to get close to this Leshrac. Of course,
a lot of damage.
Armel, he's on him again.
Oh, he's dead again? XM feared up, rotated on by 2 supports, dead into respawn, into TP, into dead. Armel is going to get traded out though, thanks to Xinkyu and Polosin here. With that ether shock and the big punches of the ET, they get a 2-for-1 special.
That's a nice return though. Poloson just running into the waiting arms there. Armel thought that he had enough damage to bring down the ET quickly, but ET with big Astro Spirit buff smacks him down. That's a nice recovery at least. Losing your Monkey King back-to-back like that is super painful, but at least they get some consolation towards the support.
Yeah, now Monkey King... Go on.
They have 2 supports level 5 minutes 7. That's really early.
Yeah,
Like,
you're right.
both of them are almost a full level ahead of their counterpart.
And after the first death, I was going to praise the Monkey King. He's got great last hits. He was ahead of the Leshrac in farm. And he dies a second time. Does get to clear out some stacks now, though, and catch up a little bit. But a good 500 difference there between himself and the Leshrac.
Scanning.
Yeah, no,
Again, a pretty close game. I mean, more action, more kills early on, but still that same tense feeling.
yeah, definitely. Oh my gosh, Xinkyu is about to have such an early level 6 on his Shadow Shaman. Getting the Wisdom Rune as well. They're gonna go 1-for-1 on the Wisdom. Can't wait to see what's gonna be the first big move in this game. Of course, we see Leshrac wanting to farm towards his Kaya. Already has been pretty aggressive in this game. Dying the one time, we might see him just play back a little bit more and build his own item build.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's usually looking at, off-lane heroes or initiation heroes. We see Sand King kind of rushing into this blink after Phase and Null. Magnus also going blink, but maybe a little slower after the treads and double bracer. But it feels like that's got to be one of the big pivoting moments with these blink dagger reveals. Because everyone else is pretty farm heavy.
Yeah, everyone else has their own intentions, right? The Lifestealer and Tiny, they're not going anywhere. And the Monkey King is basically mold recovery. We sometimes see Monkey Kings go hyper aggressive when they have a tough mid matchup, but this somehow doesn't feel like the game for it. Like, you're not gonna kill Tiny that easily on this lane, so ganking him is kind of out of the question. He could make moves bottom now though, as both his supports are lining up for a tower push.
Jab's going to burrow strike through the Lifestealer and away. So Serpent Wards for the tower. Polosin and Arme can clear up the wave and they can finish off this tier 1. And not too much to stop them. Boom is starting to filter heroes across. I see the Leshrac moving alongside this Sand King. Holding out the position around the Ancients and clearing the stack before Extreme Gaming could get there. Very important move.
He's role-playing as an Earthshaker, just a little bit less efficient at doing it, but he still kills the Ancients, at least with this. And that's gonna put him very close to his Blink Dagger, so only 150 gold to go. And then we might see Sand King pair up with some support to make moves across the map. But losing bottom tower already, Extreme Gaming, they strike first in this game, unlike the previous game where it was Boom who pushed the tower first.
Yeah, now Boom have this vacuum in the bottom lane that always feels like you've got to send someone to go and fill it up, right?
Yeah, it's also difficult. Whoever goes down there, you're not going to be able to get any reinforcement. If you get jumped down there, you're just very, very alone and isolated.
Yeah, you are stranded.
Ooh, they're on the monkey. Caught him with the Ringmaster ult.
Into the damage of Leshrac. XM is dead. Tims gets the kill, and now this Ice Path on 2. They found Xinkyu. Arme was also taking a bit of the fire there. Still has Infest to play around with. But Boom, bringing the speed, playing fast off the back of this Leshrac.
That almost looked like a low committal kill as well on Xinkyu. It was more collateral damage than anything else. Stomp lands on mid. They're looking for Lesh now with the TP in from Magnus.
Oh, they don't have the saves. They'd already bailed away from that mid lane, so Polosin gets the kill on Armel. Like Jakiro, Sand King, they were nearby. It looked like the other heroes were getting ready for a smoke and a pick-off somewhere else, right? Getting ready to play with Sand King Blink.
Yeah, we see that Leshrac just kind of melting the Macropyre as well. Lingering damage, but yeah, Lesh lingered as well on that mid lane. Gets punished for it. So they always get something back, it feels like, in these engagements. Losing their Monkey King earlier, they get the kill on the Lesh, and this time again, getting the Lesh takedown after the fact. Not letting him snowball out of control.
And this is that key moment in the game. Blink Dagger timing. Debuts for the two sides. And it's Boom moving south, unsmoked. So Arme just, traipses across, goes through the twin gate, and the rest of his team are setting up top. Jinkyu with the serpent wards in there behind the tower. Arme steps forward with the help of the Wukong's command. Jackie stuck inside the golden ring.
Stanking doesn't have a TP ready. He has TP cooldown, so there's no way for them to fight. I don't think they can fight without the epicenter, and that looks like it's just going to be tower number 2 for them. Going down very easily, along with that kill on the Tiny.
Was that because did he TP mid to try and save the Leshrac?
No, I think he just TP'd bottom afterwards.
Okay.
Scanning.
Magnus. 12-minute rune spawning up, and XXS tries to go for it. He's going to get caught here and taken down. Even with the RP spent, the magic damage just still keeps on flowing.
And now with the DD rune and the Kaya, he's got all the spell amp. Big damage coming out from Lesh.
Monstrous.
Queuing up the Bloodstone. Playing against a bunch of melee heroes. Feels good to have this. Smoke up now with the Sanking and the 2 supports. Are they going to be happy just grabbing a kill? They are.
Now you got to go for what you can see. They see the ET, but not the Monkey King anymore.
You can't fight what you can't see, Gareth.
You can't. I mean, Jabs is trying, but...
Well, fighting against him, fighting against the desert. So,
back to
update.
stacks.
Yeah, we have some big farming going on. While we have this farming intermission, there's an update on Ame. He's at 2.1k gold towards his Radiance. Already has the armlet, of course. So he's gonna go for that standard build, even though, as I mentioned, he would probably have loved to have a bit more value from the mischance. But the burn alone is gonna be amazing here.
Magnus is about to pick up his blink, so a little bit behind the Sand King, as we were mentioning. Going for a few more of those little items in between.
Yeah, it's coming out now for him, though.
Behind.
Finally has it on the courier flying out. And Monkey gonna go for the Mage Slayer. Very standard build, and of course when you're against this many magic damage heroes, there's really no other alternative for Monkey King. He pretty much got shoehorned into this item build.
His job is to run in, hit Lesh.
Yeah, drop an ulti, hopefully hit everyone, you know, deal with all the magic dealers.
Yeah.
Damage dealers. So now they have to avoid fighting in the Wukongs. That could be very, very dangerous for Boom. If they commit to a fight under Wukongs, they would lose so much of their output. Of course,
Tiny's
every
done a
single
good
club
job.
does apply it.
Yeah, strong. I think Tiny's done a good job here, just evacuating top, playing back, not getting caught at all. He died that one time on the tower, but outside of that, he's been very casually just farming through jungle camps. And now Extreme Gaming show on the mid lane. Tiny, where's he going?
He wants to keep farming, and he doesn't really want to go down and contest his own team for farming. So going to top part of the map, but that is the third Rasta ulti used and the third tower down. Extreme Gaming, very methodical in removing all these buildings. Oh, dude, he's going for the Aghanims build on Shinkyu. Of course, my man. Very exciting build. Yeah,
Finally.
this build is it's not good. I'm gonna be honest.
What do you mean? This infinite damage?
Yeah, it can do tremendous damage. Every 0.9 seconds, you will trigger an ether shock around the target that you shackle. You can shackle your allies, and you can shackle enemies. If your ally shackle, then they can run within 2,000 range and keep shocking people. It can be nice, but yeah, it's generally pretty weak.
Mean build.
A bit. Oftentimes, you look at it and you go, well, I could have had Blink and Ether Lens. Would I rather have had that? Probably, yeah.
Bit
We'll
of a
see, though.
fight brewing
Maybe
around
we
this
can get value.
tormentor.
Ring is
Kevin the
tagging
Co-
people.
Kevin the Kobold scouting out as well.
Yeah, he's hitting them. Not just scouting, he's in there, he's DPSing. He is gonna lose the battle to the ET, unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
Kevin hasn't won many melees.
He's not really a gladiator, is he?
Well, not one of the ones you heard of, at least.
One of the ones who died
Wukong.
for sharks in the water. Shadow Shaman gone. Wukong's out. Macroplier onto XM. This Leshrac, Armel dropping very low, and they actually managed to bring him down. Extreme Gaming, they've lost a support, killed off a core, but XM and XXS, they're still going to die. Even inside the Wukong's command, they are surrounded on all sides. So Boom come out victorious.
I mean, Extreme
Ame?
still going in. Ame has the ulti
Ame?
ready, so he's going for the kill and gonna get in an escape car to get out.
And off he goes.
Can't stop this little creep. He's running, he's zooming across the map. So in the end, kind of an even trade, but Boom did a great job in that fight, staying outside of the Wukongs and just throwing in different spells into the people inside it. It was actually Monkey and Magnus just kind of sitting there in the Wukong's command like, hey, aren't we supposed to be strong in here? But get tagged by random daggers, impalement arts. Look at this, he's sitting there on Igon and Ringmaster just poking and throwing damage in.
There's ice paths and macropires, all sorts of business coming in.
Yeah, and then the
high
beautiful
ground held
ulti
by
towards the
Boom.
end.
Well done by Boom there. Did they go and get the Tormentor though in the end? Is the Tormentor still alive, huh?
It is still alive. The resources were pretty low on both teams, so there were no real easy ways to take it down as the fight concluded. So fighting for that control of the bottom part of the map is still important. I think Radiant could easily grab the Tormentor, as there's no tier 1 tower for Dire. It's difficult for them to get down there.
Oh, wow, so Jinkyu is actually committing for this Axe build, huh?
He is. Yeah, he is currently 900 or 850 gold away from it. And we'll see how good it's gonna work out. So analyzing it in a serious manner, the Aghanims does mean that he doesn't have the initiation that you would expect from a Rasta. He doesn't have that Blink or Etherlands. He also doesn't have any saving tool. But what he does trade off is that he gets huge damage potential with either Monkey or Magnus going in. And both of them are pretty good at jumping in. Like if he shackles up his Monkey and Monkey jumps on a tree and then Primal springs in, that can work. It can be tremendous.
Waga. You know those old meme tactics of having like a Lifestealer Radiance infest inside of a Pudge who eats an IO tethers them or whatever, gets eaten and gobbles them all up? Can we shackle a Lifestealer to jump in a Magnus to blink in, or does the shackle get broken when you infest? Do you know this? Do you know this very specific interaction?
It will break, is my prediction. I don't know that one specifically, but I do know that Storm breaks, for instance, because he becomes invulnerable. And I think this will count the same, because Rasta needs to still be shackling, and the moment you jump into someone, you can't be shackled anymore. So that shouldn't work.
That makes perfect sense, yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's kind of weird to find the right heroes for this. I've been... Oh, nice pick off here. No way out. I've been wanting to see people pick Centaur with Rasta and doing this. Because Centaur with an Aghanims and Shadow Shamans with an Aghanims, you could pick up the Shadow Shaman with the Centaur cart, and then Shadow Shaman shackles the Centaur, who's already sped up from the Aghanims. This is the ultimate meme combo.
Oh my God.
If you have a friend and you're playing Dota, if you want to do some silly shenanigans, try going Centaur, Shadow Shaman, and doing Aghanims. Report back to me. I would have already done it.
Report back to you. They'll be reported.
Report back everyone who reports you. Yeah, ultimately, though, you can't stop the Shadow Shaman from shackling when he's in the Centaur card, because even an AoE stun doesn't stun you at that point. So it's potentially a thing. Very one-dimensional, but it could be strong.
It's still funny though. I was thinking during Blast we had I think it was Planet who was buying Aghanim Scepter, and he queued up Ags, saved up like, oh, gonna jump on Magnus, stun into the Rod of Atos, XXS dead to the last strike damage. Easy as you like. Like Mag is pretty tanky, no? Like 2000 HP. Disappears.
You'd think so, but yeah, against these heroes, this goes down very, very quickly. And now have to concede this area as well. Not gonna be able to fight for their own Ancients. Oh, Tiny gets the grab.
Yeah, finds Jinkyu. Doesn't get the toss back or anything though. Gonna rely on the Lash to follow through with the damage. And off he pops. Shadow Shaman down. The Wukong is out. Not great though from Extreme Gaming. Losing 2 heroes, expending Wukong's, a bit of a waste there. And Boom, super happy, just firing on all cylinders, coming into this area, taking control, then back to farming.
That's not the first Wukongs that has felt pretty off this game, except with the first one bottom as well, that didn't really catch anyone. Feels like they just walk out of it. They need to combo up the Magnus catching someone or ET stomping someone with then a Wukongs. These Wukongs into no disable, it's painful to watch. He's not getting any value out of his spell. And yeah, you could have, perhaps seen Shadow Shaman survive there if he happened to have a 4-staff or a Glimmer or something like that. But we in it for the memes here, Q, my boy. We still believe in you.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, so we had this game during Blast where Planet, I'm not kidding, for a good 15 minutes, he was like queuing Ags, swapping to Ether Lens, queuing Ags, swapping to Blink, queuing Ags, he couldn't decide. He really wanted to do it, but I think he was just being told by his team, you're not allowed to.
Yeah.
So in the end, he ended up going for the, Ether Lens, Blink Dagger, regular stuff, but we were so excited to see the Aghanim Scepter. Now Jinkyu is actually bringing it.
Yeah, I mean, it is also worth mentioning that it does do something beyond just Ether Shock damage. It does actually give you 150 cast range on the Shackle. It's not as good as an Ether Lens, which gives you 225 to all your spells, but it does give you a bit of extra cast range on the most important catching spell, the Shackle, to get that long duration catch. But even so, he's again gonna die, I'm afraid, down here. Can he find a way out of this? He actually is sort of staying unseen. Finally, they see him.
Yeah, they found him. Jackie in yet again with that starting move. And the rest of the team backing him up. Tiny finally being able to show his face after a good 20 minutes of farming.
Can I just say, I think, like, Shadow Shaman Shard right now is probably one of the lower impact shards, in my opinion. Like, yeah, you get 3 additional uncontrollable chickens, but the amount of times I see a Shadow Shaman live because of that is not often.
No.
People have to chase you a bit more.
Well, people just buy blood grenades, huh? Like, we've seen mid to late
Yeah.
game blood grenades against Shadow Shaman just because he dies.
That's true. Yeah, we've seen that. And also, people are already used to running you down because you already have... If it was that the shard gave him the entire thing that he has as his innate, like he gets the entire foul play, that would be a pretty good shard. That would be really worth. But since he already has foul play as an innate, upgrading it doesn't really make that much of a difference.
Yeah.
Because it's still only 1.5 seconds duration of taking away damage. So you're not going to get off a blink or something like that, and no crazy stuff. You know what it would work really well with? A Glimmer or 4-staff or something that you can, something you can do.
A utility item.
Yeah.
Not an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. He's got the Aghanim Scepter. They've got a smoke. They've now got BKB on Magnus, so the stars kind of aligning here for Extreme Gaming to go and get something done. And Jinkyu had been planting wards earlier on, so they saw Jackie farming in this outer ring down in the far south of the map.
Oh, Jackie wants to get out of here. Can he get out in time? Oh, Magnus not going straight for it.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, Mag trying to swoop around, checking the Ancients first. They are still on the hunt. This is a long pursuit. They're not going towards the Ancients. They see the tanking, though.
Oh, jabs blinks very quickly. Looks like Tiny's going to slip away from this one, while the Sand King still being jumped on here by the Lifestealer and the Magnus under a sentry ward and being munched on. Jabs should eventually die with the help of the AT Stomp. They get the job done.
They do get him, but that was like their entire team making a very long move for it. Great pickoff in the end, but meanwhile the Ancients were cleared, a lot of lanes were pushed out, and Tiny didn't die, the real target that you wanted. So it feels fine, but they want more. Extreme. The good thing is they didn't have to spend any big ability. RP still up. Wukong's still available.
And they can think about fighting around this Roshan, who is currently moving through the river, getting to his new home in the top pit.
Snakes get dropped for top tower. Again, going on to buildings, questioning. Are they going to defend it in any way? They just leave the snakes and run away, it seems. Don't see anyone right now, so they want to play it pretty safe. Extreme Gaming, they don't know. Of course, Boom, they're just kind of chilling right now. They're not making a move. You can shackle your own wards. It's a fun little detail. So if you do catch a solo enemy hero, you can actually hex them up and then shackle your ward if you just want DPS. A lot of times you need to shackle for disabling the enemy, though.
That's funny.
And the Aghanims does not hit the target that you shackle. So, he's using his courier to farm on Shadow Shaman. That is some gimmicky stuff. Why am I watching it?
So a couple of minutes ago, he was laughing. I was like, what's he laughing at? Oh, he's shackling his servant board and shackling his courier.
But he has so little vision that he's hardly hitting the creeps. There you go.
He's got no mana left. Now he needs to go buy a hex or something.
You know, this is why Shinkyu is always smiling. To him, Dota is a game, you know? He's playing Dota in a very fun way always. Is it always the approved, most standard way of playing? No, and that's what's so great about Shinkyu. He's a creative type player.
That's incredible. Then you got the opposite, right? Armate, very, very serious, stoic.
Literally the strictest player,
Yeah.
you know?
Seriously.
Yeah, he will follow the correct build, or sometimes he will just invent the correct build and be like, this is it, and people won't question him. It won't be silly, it will just be, okay, now we're buying Sanjiasha on that hero, you know, like, okay.
He's playing Mozart on the piano. He's like, no, this phrase is wrong, actually. You didn't mean to do this.
Fact-checking, like, yeah.
No improvisation, no soloing. He'll follow the score, yeah. Time signature's correct, key is correct, but I'm not sure about this phrasing here, Mr. Mozart. ABC? I don't know.
Ooh, both teams colliding right now. Tiny getting vision on this.
Stun on Lifestealer. He's shackled up. The RP comes in from XXS, catches a couple there, but the Macropar Ice Path down. Arbel dropping low, Bloodstone's up, but the damage doesn't come fast enough. Can't spell
Monkey's
Lifestealer.
in.
Now look at XM. Monkey King straight on in. The BKB's wearing out from Jackie Boy, so they focus onto Tim's. Tiny's out of there. Meanwhile, Jonuel munched on. Jabs and Tim's on the run. Jackie trying to escape as they channel the epicenter and turn back to try and fight. Get something if they can on their retreat and escape, but Jabs, he is down. Tim's follows him quickly. 4 in a row at Extreme Gaming. They just shut the door on Boom there.
Yeah, it was a hard commitment to try and get the Lifestealer burst immediately. Not an easy target for them. If they drop all their spells, maybe they can burst him, but that was where the Wukong's command this time denied that possibility as well. And we saw Shinkyu kind of throwing the defensive shackle onto Ame, just saying, okay, if you want to fight him, there's going to be a lot of zippy snaps coming out of him as well, to anyone who happens to go close. Massive team fight for them. They get the Roche, quick ages, and again moving aggressively. I think they want to take over the enemy ancient area as soon as possible. That mid tower, one of the last few obstacles on the map.
I mean, let's be real, right? Last pick Lifestealer, a hero that you know kind of wanted. You were talking about this BKB hero. He's got Rage, BKB, Sanjiasha, the item build we were talking about.
Yeah.
20,000 net worth, 30 minutes in. Is Arme killable?
No, I don't think so. I mean, to be Sand King against Lifestealer, it's hard to describe how sad that is. It's just really rough. You don't really have much room for counterplay. You saw Jabs repeatedly pump fake his ulti looking for the right time to jump, but it's so difficult. If Lifestealer even walks close to you, you can't blink anymore, and fighting into the Wukongs is not an option. There's so many limiting factors right now. I almost think you desperately need a BKB on Sand King so that you can be unaffected by Mage Slayer and maybe take a fight under the Wukongs. Like, that could be a way. He has queued up the BKB right now. I think he has the same feel. Like, I can't do anything, you know? The monkey counters you.
Yeah, he needs some way to make the game playable.
A monkey with a big pickup for himself as well. We talk a lot about Ame, but Nullifier coming out for this Monkey King now. That's going to be a huge item coming in as well. No Ringmaster saves if you're quick on it. You cannot nullify the Ringmaster box. You have to do it before the box is used. Otherwise, they're not targetable.
And then Ghost Scepter on his Lesh, you know, has provided a few seconds of respite from the damage. All of a sudden, undone. When you speak about undone, Tim's just disappears on my screen. What, Armel? Oh, he tried a TP, but he's been hexed and shackled, killed off. And now Boom bleeding out in game 2.
Rasta finally having those items as well now. Blink, Aetherlands are both here, so getting in and getting a quick disable on him. And Boom looking a bit lost on this map. They don't really have anything to play towards. Tiny is their last hope, but he's not having the game that we saw in the previous one where he kept getting pickoffs non-stop. He only has 1 kill to his name.
I mean, this is Extreme, who have tightened up a lot. I mean, even just the explosive early game from the Lesh rack has been halted completely. Monkey King has now overtaken the Lesh in net worth. Lifestealer has been light years ahead of the Tiny for quite some time. Man, the Shadow Shaman, you're saying, you know, he's got his items now after the Aghanim Scepter. The Aghanim's got him there. He's now ahead of the Magnus and the Sand King.
Yeah.
Look at him.
That is the power of the Aghanims, is that it farms insanely fast. He can very safely just use Shackle like that on his own creeps, and that pushes out lanes.
That's way better than the old shard that used to give you the serpent wards on shackles.
Yes, it is better for
Hello.
farming.
They've caught the Stand King. Oh, nearly. Oh, they've got him. He's dead. In the blink of an eye, he's down to half HP. Then another blink later, he's gone.
And aggressive Wukongs as well, just zoning them out and saying that we're going to take your racks during this duration. Is there anything they can do? Tiny is looking with the Shadow Blade to move around, but it just doesn't look fightable.
It's one of those, like, lose-lose situations. If you buy back Stand King now to try and fight, he never gets BKB.
Armel sold his Gold Scepter to buy the BKB, so he has a 9-second BKB. This is I think it's the correct play against Nullifier, but can they get a fight out of it?
Trying to stop the Magnus initiation. That Boundless Strike, though, turning and returning fire. Keeps XXS alive there, again with the Infest, as the backstab from the Sand King, the Epicenter, does some damage, but they've not got any killing blows on Jinkyu. Maybe they can finish him off with a slap. The little chicken is down. They get a kill, but it's a costly one. They're looking at Ame now through the Aegis, through the fire and the flames. This Lifestealer will lose that first life. He's being backed up by the Elder Titan currently, and it looks like Boom just don't want to be involved with this at all.
Yeah, no way to fight this. Round 2 is not what they're interested in against the Lifestealer as he comes back. I like Ame as well swapping the BKB before he dies with Aegis there. A lot of players, they wait until after they're dead and they swap in BKB into that inventory slot. But then you always have cooldown for 1 second before the respawn, no matter how fast you are. Swapping it before he died, made sure he had BKB ready on the respawn. Just minor details, but it is these details that make Ame, one of the greats when it comes to playing carry.
That's one of those things where he, learned through experience, right? You've got the reps in, you figured out what you need to do in these situations to make things cleaner and crisper for yourself and your team. And Aghanims Scepter a couple of 100 gold away. So what was that? That was mid-racks. They tried to push tier 3. Extreme lost the Aegis, so now back to kind of waiting for next Roshan. But I don't know. The ball is in Boom's court. Like, what are you going to do now?
Oh, it's so tough. It's tough for them to even get out on the map. And right now, they could be going for anything on the side of Extreme Gaming. They're actually going to swap down bottom and make a stab into safe right side farm. This is such a directed move. A lot of teams would probably have gone back for a Tormentor there. But that would also give information to Boom. Oh, we're over there. They aren't going to find anyone just yet, but the smoke has enough duration to maybe catch someone on the mid lane. The ward did see them walk out into their own jungle. The vision on Jakiro right now.
And XXS, he's going to go straight on to Janwell. Ame, godlike on this Lifestealer. 905. A perfect pick, a perfect play. And now looking for the push up onto high ground with Serpent Wards used. Jinkyu starts it off, and Ame can come and finish it off.
They know Jakiro bought back as well before, so he cannot be alive for this fight. 60 seconds.
You're right.
And right now, they need every piece of the puzzle to take this fight. So I think you just sack bottom lane of Rax, but that's a tough call to make. Sankey is pumping the ulti.
And
They're going.
Onto Lifestealer. All right, Avalanche, toss, half HP Ame, but they turn with this RP. Magnus and Lifestealer are going to munch on the Tiny. Wukong's in the back, dealing with the Leshrac. And Boom are 3 heroes down with no response. Tiny crumbles and falls, and good game called. Extreme Gaming, they take game 2 and turn things up in this 2-game series.
Yeah, amazing play from them there. Game 2 looked so sharp after getting destroyed in game number 1 by Boom, who looked very, very confident going into the series. Game 2, it just felt like they found the perfect last pick, right? The Lifestealer was just such a solution to this game. I don't think Boom had the right heroes to deal with it. All their heroes are magical damage. Even Time to a great degree is dealing a lot of magic damage, and they just can't fight this guy. After BKB, it's just impossible.
There's like pieces of machinery that are so perfectly machined and honed to like slot in, 2 pieces of metal that slot in together and you don't see the seams between them. That was that Lifestealer thing. It was just like the perfect hero. It was untouchable. Like in lane, in game, there was nothing that they could do to deal with it. Armel had a good early game, started stomping on people, got this Lesh off to a good start against the Monkey King, which was nice. But I don't know. Jabs with that blink timing, tried to get stuff done. It just got to a point, minute 20, where, okay, Jackie, Armel, jabs, they've got some items, but they can't face off against Ame, who's empowered.
Yeah, no, I mean, they all fall flat to the same thing. And then once the Nullifier came in from the Monkey, that was like the final nail in the coffin. Because now suddenly you can't save people with Tims as well. That was one of the big things they had going for them, is that Ringmaster's at least keeping people alive. You know, we saw a few fights that worked out really well for them. This was one of the better fights as well. They kited that Wukong's command in a really good way, playing on the outskirts. But as the game progressed and we saw more items being added on, it became more and more evident they were never gonna have a solution to Ame. Even here, I mean, this is like, that was the first sort of signaling moment when Lifesteal goes in 1v4 and kills one of your teammates and then leaves. It's like, oh yeah, we might have a problem.
Yeah, and then here again, right? They bring him to like half health. No, not even that. There was the other fight that brought him to half health and then realized, hang on, we can't do anything. Here, it's like we took 20% of his health and then we get turned on and slain pretty freaking quickly. Also, I love the little highlight replay of the Shadow Shaman farming the courier creeps with his courier.
The courier farming. Yeah. I mean, he had fun this game as well, Jinkyu. I think overall, his team delivered really, really well. So how much value was this Aghanim's? I mean, it allowed him to farm. I don't think it was game deciding necessarily. I think a Blink, Etherland's Rush would have had probably similar or perhaps even better results. But I respect Jinkyu a lot for going for this play at least.
Yeah, it's really funny to watch. But there we go, tied up 1 apiece. 2-game series is the group stage, so no third game, of course, as things are all evened out. And we'll come back in a little moment with an interview. We'll see you after the break.
Some days you just can't find the right words to say. And deep in your heart of hearts, where it feels like you're losing your way. Yeah, yeah. I know that it's hard sometimes when the world's closing in on you. But as long as we stand together, there's not a thing that we can't do. Oh, we can do this if we have to climb another mountain. 'Cause baby, who's counting now? We can do this if we have to swim another ocean. As long as we got the notion, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, hey, yeah. Sometimes you just can't see your way through the dark. And sometimes you're deeply hurt by some innocent remark. Oh, well, I know that this too shall pass, though I don't know exactly how. Yeah, 'cause as long as we stand together, comes up. We do a dance in the dark. Down the hall, pictures fall. Even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart. Every artery, a part of me. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you lose. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you lose. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me.
Alrighty then, there we go. Things tied up in that first series of the day. Group stage, of course, for DreamLeague Season 26, Extreme Gaming against Boom Waga, where Boom actually took game one and a little bit of a surprise there against the Chinese team.
Yeah, Boom came out strong. Started out very, very impressively in game one. They dominated that game, and it looked like, you know, maybe they were going to be able to get a 2-0 here in, but Extreme Gaming, they bite back in a fantastic force in game number 2. I think draft was just working out really well for them, but also they played into each other really, really well. You know, finding counter ganks on every move that Boom were doing across the map. We saw Boom repeatedly getting some kill, but then always losing something towards the end, the Lesh dying or getting punished in one way or another.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've got an interview lined up with Polosin here, as he was one of the guys, you know, in that game too, who was kind of slowing things down with their Elder Titan, making sure just to, you know, hit that reset button, say chill, calm down. We'll pick our fights when we're gonna actually decide to go in and do stuff. We'll play around that. Polosin, hello, thanks for joining us. Congrats on that game 2 victory. I wanted to ask first up, Elder Titan, a hero that, you know, quite often we see as a response to like Medusa or Terrorblade. You didn't really respond to it in this draft. Is it just a hero that you guys feel comfortable with playing in any spot?
Hello, guys. Thanks for first of all, thanks. And I think it's a hero that the team really likes, and it suits our playstyle as well. And also, I think the hero sort of counter their 2 supports, in my opinion. So yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay. I'll have to look at that then. The 2 supports getting countered by the ET. That's cool to know. So you guys are already qualified through the ACL into EWC. So you have one of these slots. And we found out that if you guys get top 8 in the ESL Pro Tour, so if you guys get top 3 at DreamLeague Season 26, you kind of get one of the other slots. And your ACL slot gets given to Tidebound. Are they rooting for you? Do you know if Tidebound are saying, go get him, you know, place highly? Are you guys talking to each other?
Of course, they are rooting for us. I think it's also something that we are looking to do our best as well, regardless if Tidebound is going to be qualified or not. We'll do our best in order to get like top placing in this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Of course, yeah.
Yeah, of course. And, well done in game number 2 here. I want to go to game number 2. In the start of the game, you had this Monkey King going mid against Leshrac, which can be a pretty tough matchup. But you guys managed to counter-gank the Lesh a few times when he dove in. And you, along with Jinkyu, actually got a lot of experience early on. And you ended up getting pretty strong as a result from this. Do you, as a support, feel better if your carries are just doing really good or your cores are doing really good? Or are you also happy when you have a bit of a good start? You got very early level 5. Both your supports were level 5 when I think the Ringmaster was only level 3 when you guys were double 5.
Of course, I think it feels good individually for anyone to get like this kind of head start. And also, I think Dota right now, if anyone gets a head start, be it support or core, you can always do something on the map. So yeah, but of course it will be like way better for your cores to get the kills and stuff, so you can just sit back and let them carry you.
Yeah, is it almost like you feel a bit more responsibility after you get that early level? Like, okay, now I need to do more because I am strong. Like it shifts a bit more that, okay, I need to, continue to get stuff done. Whereas if your core are just doing really well, you just gotta keep him going.
I think responsibility, you always have responsibility in the game, be it whether you having like the kills or no. You just have to do what's going on in the game and move forward. Yeah, you might be feeding 10 deaths, but you still have a game to play. Yeah. So you got to stay focused.
That's very good. Gareth, do you have anything more?
One last question. So we've seen a couple of Shadow Shaman players. We can see the items they're queuing up. I know I saw Planet during Blast. He wanted to buy Aghanims. He was queuing Aghanim Scepter on Shadow Shaman. He changed his mind. It felt like team was arguing with him. Did you guys have a conversation with Jinkyu with Aghanims on Shadow Shaman? Like, did you say you need Ether Lens and Blink, or he was like, I need Aghanims?
Nah, I think he just hates the hero, and also I think he hates playing Shadow Shaman against what you call that, the Ringmaster especially. And I think him buying the Aghanim sort of enables his game. Yeah, we actually spoke about it a few tournaments. I mean, I think a week or so before, like to fight against Ringmaster and stuff, you actually just need to get Aghanims and just chill.
Yeah, because if you have Aghs against Ringmaster, you can shackle your teammates and he can't stop your shackle by boxing anyone. So that's true.
Clever. And then, of course, like you say, it makes the hero fun. So Jinkyu is having fun playing the hero as well. But
I don't think so. I think he hates the hero.
even with Aghanim Scepter, he still hates it.
Yeah, I still think so. Yeah.
Oh man, that's sad. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Congrats on that victory, and hopefully, again, we'll see you continue to do very well here, and maybe get another one of those slots, get some more points.
Thanks for having me.
Good luck forward, man. See ya.
He just hates the hero.
He just hates the hero.
He hates Shadow Shaman.
I mean, every pro player has some heroes that you are like, okay, you're going to play this because you need to for the team. It's good. We need to have you capable of playing this. And you're like, I'll do it with spite and regret. And then maybe you get to buy some fun items, as the compensation.
Yeah, what was it, like Boxy, right? Playing Tusk every game or whatever, playing Clockwork every game. I know Blitz has said we need to give him some enrichment. We need to give him some fun stuff to play from time to time. And I'm sure, Jinkyu, no different whatsoever. But there we go. First series all wrapped up. Extreme and Boom going one apiece. And that's Boom Esports from Southeast Asia, not Bet Boom Team from Eastern Europe. It can get a little bit slippery there. But next up, our second series for the group stage. DreamLeague Season 26 continues. Gaming Gladiators versus Edge after the break.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26 here as we continue on with day one of the group stage. Waga, we're heading into Gaming Gladiators versus Edge, a team that, Gaming Gladiators is a team that most people should know. Edge, maybe a little newer on the block.
Yeah, of course. These are not necessarily new players, though. We got Edge with a lot of South American players that are, veterans to the scene, of course. We got Peik taking their carry position. Of course, one of the players that has stood out a lot as really, really mechanically gifted in my eyes. But yeah, this organization, going to be interesting to see what they can deliver. It's founded by the former CEO of Tundra Esports.
Oh, really? Well, very nice. Yeah, I mean, always nice to have inter-regional play as well. Since the DPC ended, we've kind of been, looking for these regions to kind of pick up and get back into the groove of things, as China, Southeast Asia, South America have all had some struggles the last couple of years in fielding S-tier teams. It has very much been East and West Europe doing a lot of the heavier lifting in terms of placements, but yeah, we got some big teams now. China's on the rise. The Renaissance is emerging, Waga. We've gone into a new era of Dota.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully so. At least the tier 1 China scene. The tier 2 China scene, suffering from match fixing just now. We don't need to focus so much on that. But Edge going up against Gaming Gladiators here is still going to be a tough order for them, going up against a very seasoned team with, of course, a lot of experience playing at the top level. They have, somewhat recently as well had their swap here with Maldi playing for them now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Celery going off to Mouse Sports, Maldi coming in to be that lane partner with Watson. Now, Gaming Gladiators had they had a meteorical rise when Quinn joined in, going, top of the world basically for a good 2 years. And then the last, 9 months, year or so has been, sad. It really has been disappointing from them. They've been trying to find rhythm, trying to find identity. Maybe, this is now their time to kind of pick up speed, because we often talk about peaking too early, peaking too late, not peaking at all. You want to be hitting your stride around EWC and TI, right? The July, August, September area of the year. Very important, especially for Gaming Gladiators now, to get into a bit of a rhythm.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the carry player, of course, Mr. Watson. We see some pretty impressive average lasted. Would like to bump that by one number higher. Would be nice for the memes. We'll see if he can score a little bit higher CS here in our matches. But 82-71, quite a few games under the banner. Overall, though, I agree with you that this is the time, right? For EWC, you want to be playing at your absolute best, but right now is when you got to get that going, solidify your understanding of the meta. If you have any ideas that you want to try out, this is a great tournament to not only, get to try those things, but also get to try them in a serious environment.
Yes.
Scrimming is one thing, but playing it in a real tournament, here's where you can, do the final prep work.
Yeah, and you may be wondering why we're not talking about Gaming Gladiators and their points. And there's a very simple answer to that. They are the reigning champions of EWC, so they have that direct invite where they are going straight into the tournament. So, points, not that important, but getting the reps in, getting the rhythm going, finding identity, absolutely, you said, in the testing grounds that they're in, very important. And their opponents, Edge, like you said earlier on, some names that you will recognize there, Pike, Vitali, Michael. We've also got Udomi and Pipi, who've been around for quite a while. Now, back when I was casting South American DPC, these guys were, a couple of these guys, Pipi and Udomi kind of on the brink of getting from tier 2 to tier 1, from that second league into the top division. Now, stellar players.
Yeah, they're absolutely fantastic. And is Michael just Matthew under different username here, or is it? Yeah, it's Matthew, right? Yeah, because a lot of players will know him under the name of Matthew. Of course, he's been playing forever. He's a very experienced South American player. Played in many different teams. I mean, the list, his history list, it's very full for the last 10 years of teams he's been playing in.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think Michael might be his dad's name. I remember in an interview he was like, "Yeah, I used the name Michael to like pay homage to someone in his family." I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think I remember that too. But yeah, here we have, of course,
sure that's the way of things.
got Pake with his amazing average farm rate as well. 433 average last hits. I mean, this guy knows how to farm. Now, of course, the win-loss record isn't as impressive as what we saw over on Watson. So the team still struggles sometimes to find, success. But he has always been a player who knows how to squeeze all the farm out on the map. And that's a delicate balance as a carry player. Sometimes you need to go off the beaten path and actually join more fights. But one thing to know is that he's not a sacrificial type carry. There's no Duracho style gameplay going on here. He wants to be the big monster farm player. Usually does really well on like Terrorblades and Gyrocopters and that type of heroes.
I'm stupid. Michael and Matthew are two different people.
Oh, they are. So they did swap.
They did swap, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm thinking of. My brain has just completely lagged there, apparently.
Yeah.
Either way, Matthew is playing with them now.
Yeah. Right.
No, he's not. Michael is playing with them now.
Michael's playing. Matthew is still listed as a player for the team. That's why. But I guess maybe they're using him as a stand-in for this. But
yeah, because they were Mosquito Clan, and Matthew left. Yes, and they brought Michael in. Okay, that's where we are now. Michael's on their team.
Okay, yeah. Just very very freshly changed up. A lot of these players.
Yeah, April 7th. What was that? A month ago, basically. Yeah, some quick, swift changes. But yeah, we'll get ourselves into things as quickly as possible. 2-game series, of course, here in the group stage for DreamLeague Season 26. A little bit of testing ground to find your mood and your rhythm. But as we always talk about, group stage, it is a bit of a bloodbath. You need to be getting these early wins. Okay, maybe you slip up once, but you need to be at least tying series. But very often we see the team that ties all their series still don't get through. You need to be taking a win here and there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't want to get draws. And this is also a very important series for Edge going up against Gaming Gladiators. They're going up against one of the arguably strongest teams here in the group, one of the toughest challenges. So we do say that you want to get wins, but for Edge, perhaps even getting a draw here would be considered a win for their, expected chances and put them in a good spot.
That's absolutely.
And of course, Gaming Gladiators, that's the problem of being one of the top teams, is that you're expected to win. Everyone looks at this and says, okay, Gaming Gladiators, we're going to 2-0 this, right? That's what you go in expecting. We kind of thought that about Extreme Gaming, though, against Boom, and they didn't manage to 2-0 it.
I guess one of the differences, Boom having not really played, not really having the tape on them, no, Liquipedia draft to look over for 2 months. Whereas Edge, they've been playing recently, right? We've got games from 5 days ago, a week ago, 30 days ago. There is some info there for Gaming Gladiators to kind of look at and say, okay, this is what they've been up to. This is what they've been playing with. You can actually figure out maybe some of their drafting tendencies at least.
I mean, it's difficult when you don't have any information, but either way, I think, here having a little bit of information on them, I think Gaming Gladiators are still very happy to just focus on their own style and try and get their own vision of the game being played. But we'll see who's gonna have first pick actually in this matchup as well, and that can dictate a lot. We have seen in this current patch a lot of emphasis towards the support. The AA has to be banned out. The Ringmaster can be high priority as well for some teams. But at the same time, you got to respect those Sand Kings, Beastmasters, those tempo heroes. So without much delay, we're going to head over and have a look at the players here and actually get themselves ready to get into the draft.
Yeah, I think that Beastmaster is a big one for me. Looking for multiple roles, right? The fact that Beastmaster has now become a core hero across the board. He can be played mid, carry, and the classic offlane. Is a great hero to be able to first pick.
I'm happy about it because already like 3 months ago, I was talking about how you can play like carry Beastmaster and it's amazing. And hardly anyone was doing it back then. But now you see Beastmaster picked up, you know that he's probably gonna go either mid or offlane or carry. Like he's gonna be a core. That's all you know. And no matter what he does, he's gonna do the same thing basically. Get that Aghanims and start taking over the game. The only deviation is offlane Beastmasters will sometimes go for the Dominator build just to get even more tempo in the very early game. But the Aghanims is too insane to pass up on.
It's just incredible value.
I think that hero, he's highest up of all cores on my list for heroes that need to get nerfed, like as soon as possible. Both the boar and the wild axes being so spammable in laning stage, I look at it this way. It used to be that you had to either go wild axes build or you used to be a summoner build. Now you're both every game, and there's no real drawback. You're just absolutely
The best of both
crushing
worlds,
people.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think mana cost on low levels or mana cost numbers in general need to be tweaked on this hero, and his acronyms is just still absurd.
It's just an automatic, you can't pick illusion heroes, you know? It's just like, you can't play Terrorblade or anything like that into the get out of here.
I mean, the illusions at least don't full heal anymore. It's crazy to think back. Beastmaster acronyms used to be... It used to be 25% more DPS. It used to work when you were stunned, and it used to full heal from illusions. And it's still broken now without all those things. It's absolutely wild.
Well, that clip, bottom lane against the Phantom Lance, right? It was like a year ago or whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oops, you summoned one illusion, now I'm full HP. That's
Beastmaster against the world.
But yeah, nowadays it's just, he farms so fast. It's not necessarily just about the fighting. Once he gets it, he clears Ancients, and it's too threatening. Either way, he is banned out, and I think we're going to see him banned out for the majority of the group stage here, Gareth. I would be surprised to see a single Beastmaster game. So heading into his draft, the Tinker being first picked up, and the response was the Bristleback. Bristleback usually does quite well against Tinker, since a lot of the saves that Tinker comes in with are kind of countered by the big minus armor of Bristleback. Giving someone a barrier is nice if they have a lot of armor, but if they have 6 stacks of goo, they still die.
Yeah, with stacks of quill spray and all that business as well, huh? That's pretty nasty. And we're always assuming support Tinker. That's kind of been his role of late.
Yeah.
We still have Jakiro out there as the other big support hero, which I'm kind of expecting Gaming Gladiators to grab. And no AA, Silencer, Ringmaster.
I think definitely this is going to be a good start for Edge, though, getting the Tinker with a ban on the AA and banning out some of the other strong counters like Silencer and Ring, like you mentioned. It's a good start. Gaming, though, going back for that Pugna. Not really a meta hero, but definitely good against Tinker still.
Or just with another ward?
Yeah, the ward is really frustrating to play into. Even as a support Tinker, you sit there and you cast a bunch of spells, suddenly the ward has just done like 1,000 damage to you without you realizing.
I was just kind of curious, we were talking about Pugna earlier on, and I was thinking about him still in the terms of mana battery, healing people up. He's like, oh yeah, Bristleback, you're gonna keep him on the map. Yeah, kind of can. Not mana though.
Yeah, he can at least fix the HP pool. So if you go for some Soul Ring Bristleback, you still have infinite mana, and you get HP from the Pugna, it'll be completely fine. But Edge, they go for the Tiny and Jakiro. Very, very strong lane in its own right, that safe lane, the duo.
I'm just trying to think about this. Pugna hero was like a Celery classic, but they don't have him anymore.
Yeah, no, maybe it's the remnants of Celery. It still echoes in the team. They're like, damn, Pugna is a nice hero. But that was back in the broken days of Pugna with Storm and stuff. They were really just crushing tournaments with.
Yeah, I mean, he gives you this like hard push with another blast into towers. So when you've got a hero like Bristleback, it's really handy to have additional tower damage just to take objectives that little bit faster. So we can play with the Bristle in that.
I would also keep my mind open for the potential of a PA here, because PA Pugna is just one of those unlaneable heroes combos to go into. It's very hard. The constant harassment from Pugna's auto attacks, plus the Stifling Dagger allowing the Nether Blast to land very easily. The two of them have, incredible synergy, even though you'd think that the Decrepify and PA would be bad. It's not what matters in the laning stage. So if they go for PA, they would have Bristle Monkey PA to really take advantage of the Mind Armor from Bristle. I think it's something the Edge at least should be considering right now.
There's a lot of deliberation over this pack.
Yeah. See what they want to
More
reveal.
after.
Okay. So they can decrypt someone and still shoot them? Wow. The
Well,
Murta combos.
This was a combo for a bit, right? Like a year and a half ago, we had this Pugna Muerta being picked up a hell of a lot. Pierce the Veil into Decrep, you kind of combo with each other. It's, you're talking about this, Pugna PA, and immediately you think, oh, counter synergy, but it's not. Laning stage into good strong mid game, tower push, pressure.
I mean, I've never seen it, but in theory, it sounds really annoying to play against a carry Murta with a Pugna nearby. Just decrypting her all the time or decrypting you doesn't really matter so much. But if she gets perma decrypted by Pugna and you can't do anything about it, that would be obnoxious. Carry Murta is just really weak, underwhelming in terms of farm rate though. Like she basically needs IO. She's one of those heroes that it's like you need medical intervention, you need some form of assistance to be able to farm at the rate that a carry needs to.
A private ambulance team on call.
Yeah. So Pugna would be nice for fighting, but doesn't really solve that part of her problem.
So then we want a lot of magical damage. I was thinking like nullifier buyers, honestly. Like this game is a pretty good nullifier game already.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good nullifier game. I think it might have to be an afterthought, though, towards the later stages. But definitely wouldn't be bad. You can dispel off the Jingu, off the Monkey King, the Decrypify already. So, two big things before we get into items as well being added. But they're going to pick up Morphling. A hero that stands very well against the Bristle and the Monkey King.
It benefits a lot from that Tinker, the saves, the heals.
Yeah, Morph also just feels super strong lately. Ever since he got a buff that he gets more stats from skilling up stats, the hero is just kind of nutty right now. People going for the 0 points adaptive build. Morphling farms faster than ever right now, it feels like.
Yeah, what was that build I saw? It was like 402 into stats?
Yeah, 402. You don't need more than 2 points in Morph and in Shift because you just have so much stats to begin with. And then you end up having like 160 damage, like easily minute 12 or 13, It's like, okay, this guy's farming. So yeah, the build is still the same. Item build is still the same. It's just skill build is a little bit different than before. And once you get the items going, the Vladimir's, the Manta style, it becomes very difficult to fight him.
I like those bans from Gaming Gladiators, though. Looking at the big kind of heroes that plonk themselves in front of objectives to buy time for heroes like Morphling, or can set up a team fight around a Tiny or Jakiro.
Yeah, I agree. They would struggle really badly, and Medusa is one of those natural counters to Bristleback. The minus armor obviously not working against her, so it's very tricky to play into. But I wonder what edge are considering going for. They obviously have to pick without knowing what Gaming Gladiator's last pick is. Gladiators leaving it open a bit. They definitely have a lot of flex potential still in Gladiators. They can carry Monkey King, they can mid Monkey King. Bristleback can lane in different ways. It's gonna be Brew.
Oh, so they don't need Nullifier. They've got Brewmaster to dispel stuff off.
Yeah, get some dispel innately into the team.
That's nice. I was looking at this Doom and Slark band, though. Are they like covering bases there? Ban an off lane and a Pods 4. Both kind of played carry.
Yeah, that's also what I was saying earlier. The flexibility in gaming, they just don't want to get doomed.
Yeah.
Doom is one of the hard counters to Morphling. The other hard counter is already banned out. It's AA. So both the anti-heal heroes are gone, and that means Tinker and Morphling are gonna have a good time. Question is, what do gaming feel is the hero to round out this draft? I honestly struggle to see the correct pick. I wonder if they've locked in already.
I'm struggling to figure out where things are going. Because it's mid, so edge is pretty simple, straightforward, right? Mid Tiny, carry Morphling, off lane Brew. So that we're putting Monkey against Tiny. Bristleback is safe lane into Brew Tinker.
I would say maybe like a Queen mid or something here, get some damage going. Okay, that's also damage. What, Lina though? I haven't seen Lina in forever.
25?
I
Is it a
mean,
new hero for Quinn?
yeah, it's gonna be Watson playing it. Okay.
Oh.
Is Carrie Lena back on the menu? I have not seen a single game of this.
Like
Or-
it was always Maelstrom Lena, right? And then Maelstrom is no longer this
Yeah.
carry item.
It was Maelstrom into Gleipnir, but Gleipnir is not that anymore.
Sorry, yeah. Gleipnir.
Exactly. Yeah, the Gleipnir was extremely good, but I'm curious, Watson was one of the big carry Lena players. Like, I actually looked towards him for item builds, and he was the one that I found had the most figured out item builds for carry Lena back in the day. And I copied what he was doing, and it was amazingly strong. So I'm curious what adaptation he has made to the build now. And maybe there's a place for like Brooch now into the build. Brooch obviously didn't exist back then, at least not in the version that it is now. So
And then you've got Decrep to play into as well.
yeah,
You've got Lena Pugner late. That is atrocious to lane into. Like, good luck, Brewmaster.
it's gonna be so tough. I mean, you're gonna take hits every single time that you get close. Both these heroes have super long attack range and harass range. The movement speed on them as well. Both of them are super speedy, so good luck getting close as a Brewmaster. This off lane of Edge could be up for a real challenge.
I'm really curious to see this. What is Watson gonna buy? And then so we do end up with the monkey against Tiny Mid as well, huh?
Yes, that's going to be the matchup, which is obviously monkey favored, but it's not super horrendous. Tiny can always throw him away. He shouldn't be at risk of dying. And anytime you go up to try and get Jingu stacks, the Avalanche does a pretty good job of just stopping you. But yeah, that's a good lane for the monkey. Should be a happy start for him. Lena should have a good lane. That really only leaves their off lane, and the Bristleback, pretty known as a pretty damn strong laner. So Morph, I think, has some big order here that he has to shut down the Bristlebacks early game. Otherwise, the other lanes might actually struggle.
And that starts with like not screwing up level 1 and 2, right? Like Morphling at his weakest, maybe there's Murder Bristleback +1, you know, if Malady pops through a Twin Gate or something. After staying up top. We'll see what happens though as we get into it. Game 1, 2-game series here on the group stage for DreamLeague Season 26. Gaming Gladiators already going to EWC, but still looking for, you know, points, pride, practice, all the P's, while Edge looking to prove themselves.
Indeed. I'm excited to watch this Kazakhstan team that is Gaming Gladiators now. You know, you got both of Watson and Malady as well. Takes me back to good old days of watching Kazakhstan teams like Next KZ back in the days.
Oh yeah.
I actually played against someone just yesterday who lives like next door together with some of the Next KZ players, Mantis and the rest. I'm like, oh, you know, good to see some old player.
That's good.
He's
to
like,
they're still around.
He's like, I'm an old player. I'm like, how old are you? He's like, I'm 28. I'm like, dude, get out of here. What do you mean you're an old player? Whole life ahead of you.
God, I'm trying to remember. I have a very clear memory of what happened, but I can't remember who it was. I feel like it was Next KZ, but it was back in the days when you would buy like TP scrolls and recipes to stockpile stuff and then sell it. And he was like a position 4 Earthshaker, and he had like 28 TP scrolls or something when you could sell them for 75%, and he waited and then lost the game before he could even buy Blink.
I mean, yeah, times were tough back then for supports. It's not like current, you know, this sounds like a crazy strat to any newer fan of Dota, but back then it was harder to come by gold, you know. You didn't get paid for everything. You didn't have any bounty runes. You didn't have as high passive gold. You didn't get as much gold for assisting in a kill. So supports were really on a tough payroll, and you had to save up whatever you could, put it in an offshore account called items you can sell later.
Yeah.
At least that way you didn't lose gold.
Yeah, we had like different sell values for stuff, right? Whereas like recipes you'd sell for like 50%, or TP scrolls sold for 75%. I can't remember.
Recipes sold for a lot. At the best time, recipes sold for like 80%, I think. There was like people buying a bunch of Soul Ring recipes because they were cheap or whatever. And the different times, different eras. But yeah, Next KZ were there through a lot of it. A lot of the players still play. Run into him every now and then.
I mean, we've had a pretty big rise in this kind of Central Asian Dota player demographic as well. You know, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. Uzbekistan bringing quite a lot of players to the forefront, honestly.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely, Dota is...
And was it Mouse Sports have brought back Dream? Days, cut, whatever he's called now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I always cast his games when it was cut, and I was like, wait, who's this guy?
Kami, that was his other name.
He's got plenty of names.
He does. Enough to go around. You can make an entire team with just his personalities.
Starting out the game, looks like both teams are going to get 2 runes each. No real advantage starting out from the gold. Heading down on lanes, we're going to see attempt body block from Edge. Going in for this body block on the enemy creep wave. It's such a foreign thing if you haven't seen it before. Like, why are you blocking for the enemy? But this does put the creep wave under tower. Specifically, the Radiant safe lane doesn't need much body block at all to go under tower. Just a tiny amount. Like, look at this. He blocked a lot, and you're going to see how far those creeps go under tower. Like, this was way more than you need to block it.
Like, this would be considered griefing a couple of years ago.
Yeah. But now Dota has evolved to this point where, like, yeah, off laners, you know, we don't want to lane down here. We want to get the first lane bouncing up to us. The harder your lane is, the more unstable you want it, right? If a lane is difficult, you want it to be bouncing back and forth. If the lane is easy, you want to lock it down and keep the equilibrium.
Just freeze it. But it's just funny that, you know, it used to be the mark of an exceptional mid player how good their mid block was, and now it's just like, who cares?
Yeah, mid blocking is instead the mid players are just fighting for runes along with the rest of the team. So yeah, mid blocking is not really done that much. I feel like we might see a return of the mid blocking though at some point, because you know it is still very impactful getting your high ground. And at some point, I feel like some star mid player is gonna start doing it, and everyone else is gonna copy it. Everyone's gonna be like, oh, he always wins his lane because he always gets the mid lane advantage.
Yeah, or they'll move some jungle camps, you know, closer towards mid, and we'll have the dual mid lanes come back again. You can you can start playing anti mage with Crystal Maiden again, Varga.
Just have your neighboring Crystal Maiden farming with Frostbite, hanging out. That's great. Then you could go for the other water rune while I take the the safe one.
Yeah, I mean, I was tuning into some, like, Heroes of New Earth. Is Marty dead here? Pugna's pretty fast.
It hurts.
He's uphill. Jakiro doing a lot of damage. Dual breath and the final touches. He can't deny himself to neutral, so Michael gets first blood on Malady.
I was surprised to see Jakiro running along with him there. I mean, Pugna's so fast and slippery, but actually managed to track him down. Top lane, they're trying to track down the Tinker and kind of bring him down.
And now, yeah, I mean, he tried to TP home, no? Rough stuff.
Yeah, so TP home means he's gonna have to walk back to the lane, and Tinker, yeah, doesn't really have any impact on this lane for quite a while now.
And that's a Morphling who, I don't want to say he's struggling, but it's not been an easy first couple of levels, as expected. Bristol back, taking that slight lead in the lane.
This is super concerning, Gareth. I said it when the game started, he needs to have a good lane. He's shut down the Bristleback because his other lanes are just naturally going to have a hard time. And this is not the start that we needed from Morphling for Edge. And obviously, mid lane, you know, PP doesn't have much room to outplay. You're a tiny, like, yeah, this is going to happen. Jingu is going to happen. You can't really prevent it. Boots on the Monkey King already.
He's got one of the best names in esports, though.
The PP.
Yeah. It was so good during SADPC. We had mid laner called Mini, and then, of course, again, PP. Like, so Division 2 was like non-stop Mini PP.
Yeah. We got some funny player names.
Man, Malady's getting punched out pretty hard down here. Jakiro kills off the ward, but Watson is still out farming everyone.
He is not farming, but he missed like 4 CS in a row now. Missed the Centaur as well. He did get the Troll at least. But missed the banner creep and a lot of stuff to that pole. But he is ahead, of course, leading the way in farm. Now with Boots on Lina as well. Gotta be even harder to ever close the distance to him.
Come on,
so far,
you up some items, please.
So far, it's the 1 point in Dragon Slave. We'll see if he just leaves it at 1 point, if he puts more points into it. The old carry Lina was indeed just 1 point Dragon Slave and never put more points. Just kills stats and stun and Fiery Soul.
It's like more mana efficient to keep up your Fire Soul through the stun, right?
Yeah. Yeah, also, well, level 1 Dragon Slave is only 100 mana cost, so it was very good to have the two of them at low level. And now we see the damage coming in, the speed of his auto attacks. Level 2 Fire Soul is a crazy power spike. You go from 8 attack speed bonus to 16 per stack. And, you know, 16 times 7, that is starting to really add a ton of attack speed into a mix.
Yeah, all of a sudden just whirling out these hits. And Vitali, he's done a pretty good job here, getting 17 last hits, but this is where I think it's getting much more challenging. Just across the board, Gaming Gladiator is having a better grasp on this early laning stage. As the Tinker is yet again being run at by Muerta and Bristleback. Yadomi, yeah, he's trying to heal himself up with Wand, and even spending the Fairy Fire. Still inevitably dead.
Yeah, he did that to neutral. So, yeah, he got the deny, always something, but again leaves his Morphling alone, subject to the harassment of this Muerta. And Tofu Muerta is really strong. He has played quite a few games on this hero, one of his favorites as of late.
Yeah, Tofu Muerta is known. Far and wide across the land.
And he's gonna make his way across the land as well, going to check the 6-minute rune. He already made his way. We also see the bottom support kind of gravitating towards mid.
Lina mid was often picked as a counter to carry Morphling, right?
Yeah, for bursting him later on.
Yeah,
oh, Tinker.
PP helping Yadomi
A lot of
out.
damage.
But Tinker looks pretty dead. Hang on a second. Quinn not able to finish the job. Respecting Michael's rotation here, but Tofu taking the brunt of the damage, tries to get to high ground. Quinn turning with a dead shot missing. They can't swipe down on Michael, but they do keep Tofu alive.
Yeah, gonna keep him just fine. So both teams getting close to dropping there. Pugna sitting around with the DD rune. Gets a few pot shots in on Jakiro. Might help push mid. He could stick around for a catapult push a bit. But looks like he wants to go down bottom. Not happy to let the Brewmaster get his level 6. And Brew is going for the standard build as well. Magic Stick double bracer into the Raindrop and then Radiance. So skipping boots. This is very common for Brewmasters. Just want to get the Radiance as soon as possible.
He's got boots.
Oh, he did have him on courier. Okay. So actually, it did go for him.
Little brown boots. But yeah, you don't upgrade to like anything, right? For now.
No. I mean, most of the time it's actually fully skipped. He's going to go for the Wisdom, but finds that the mid player is already here, the Monkey King.
Boy, howdy. Ah, not level 6 yet. Trying to sprint away. Jingu stacks her up for Quinn, though, as PP. He's going to come in to make his presence known, but the calling's down, the silence is there, and the Lina with a stun. PP gets connected upon, while the Monkey King being burst near that tier 2. Jakiro and Brew, they turn on him, but the decrypt save. Maybe Quinn can get out of here alive. No. The dual breath takes him down, while Pike is rotated in, turns to Lina, and kills off Malady.
Yeah, a bit of a slow onto the Murta from the toss as well, but I think he's going to be fine for now. But from the left, in comes the help. There's a Wind Panda running. Watson is sticking around to try and help. Actually looking for the pickoff, but now he's in danger.
Yeah, I mean, a big stun into Laguna Blade, but not enough damage to finish off the Morphling. Sidesteps a Dragon Slave, waveforms over the top, and kills off the Lina.
Yeah, they saw him is the problem. There was a dire ward that spotted Lina, so Morphling morphed enough HP to be fine. You see that little lane ward there? It saw Lina sitting around the tree line. And yeah, Pake gonna be completely fine. Fantastic engagement for them. Getting the punishment on both the Monkey and the Lina. Meanwhile, though, the top lane is being left pretty exposed. Bristleback has been enjoying his own time here, but Pugna also helping out pushing the tower a bit faster.
It's wild how different things can be when you have, like, I guess, a bias heading into this. You know, thinking Gaming Gladiator is the stronger team, Edge, the underdogs. I've been sitting here thinking, yeah, Gaming Gladiators, they've been moving around, getting kills, looking good. In my head, Tinker has died like 4 times, but he's died once.
He's been so
it's
close.
Edge with the 4 kills.
Well, he died twice, to be fair. It doesn't show on the scoreboard, but he did die once to neutrals. And it kind of counts, I guess, because he was away from lane. But yeah, indeed, he was very close to dying a 3rd time on the mid lane there. But yeah, Edge are actually pulling ahead a little bit, just in terms of engagement, but losing the top tower already. That structural damage, Gareth. You can't get that building back.
No, and that's the big kind of point of contention as well that you were bringing up earlier on is the Bristleback hasn't been dealt with. This is a, we always talk about Ace being the real carry of this team. He's playing Bristleback in the off lane, but he is top of the net worth. He's killed the enemy tower, and he's going to start scaling. And now you are, minute 10, Edge are already in a spot where they're looking at 3 heavy-hitting cores that are getting their own way early on, while Tiny, slipping behind a little bit in the net worth, relying on this blink timing for PP to get something done in that mid game. Morphling needs more time to get towards his item timings, and of course, Brew going Radiant is kind of a slow, extended jog towards that.
Uh-oh. Tinker. This time gonna be difficult to get out as the Boundless Strike is there to stun him. Should he try to TP? It's not even gonna do anything. No reason to even attempt to TP out, of course. Melody got tossed back on the mid lane, but he's gonna be fine. For a bit at least, until Brewmaster comes in.
Monkey King is nearby with a Boundless, though. I was wondering if it was going to force the Primal Split, but Vitali decided it's not worth going for a Pugna with just that.
Yeah, Pugna wants to sit around and leech his level 6. If he gets that, he can always fix his HP pool very easily with a Drain. Do we have items queued up yet? Maelstrom is starting build from Watson still. Makes a lot of sense. You do need farm rate.
Can we kill him before split? Oh yeah, we absolutely can. Laguna Blades in. Good chain stuns. And Brew dead.
And this is their chance to start eyeing up a second tower.
In rotation. Nice come in from PP and Michael. Tofu though pops his ulti, turns and fights. And Monkey King jumping across the treetops here to get on top of the Jakiro is going to clear out Michael's Jakiro.
Yeah, nice takedown. At least getting that kill on the mid lane. Pake finding a nice takedown on the Pugna. Getting something. Right now, Morphling not too happy with the fact that he's not able to sit and farm on the side lane. Normally we see Morphlings being the ones pushing towers and being annoying with the Vladimir's early game, but all his towers are just under siege this game. Already lost top. Mid tower's being eyed up. Pugna is back with a vengeance.
Yeah, come and deal with this Bristleback. Toss them into the March of the Machines. Little robots going to work. Decrep and falling as saves. They do have a life drain, but Bristleback's already dead. Morphling showing up to these early fights, starting to... he's literally dominating right now. 4-0-0.
Doing a great job, and that was just barely that they bring him down, but thanks to that, they can now be the ones to strike first on mid building. Mid tower gonna go down without having to use the Brewmaster ulti, by the looks of it. They do glyph it. Monkey and Lina have not made their way over. They're actually just backing out. Ooh, Edge with so many heroes on mid and deciding not to go for the tower without even any reaction coming out from Gaming Gladiators. I think Gladiators got that one a little bit cheap. Normally you want to at least force the reaction, force someone to TP in there, force the Monkey or Lina to make their way over.
Instead they just keep on farming. So Lina, you were talking earlier, did go for Maelstrom first. Of course,
yeah.
Not going to be the Gleipnir, that no longer exists. Mjolnir first item.
Yeah, it's going to be Mjolnir first item. We've seen this a lot on a few different heroes, the Mjolnir first item build. It does farm incredibly fast. It's pretty vulnerable though, very low HP. So yeah, we'll see how well it's going to work out. I do think there's a long window where he can get ganked and he can die quite easily with this build.
Yeah, but I guess the static charge onto Bristleback, the attack speed and the lightning from the Lina. There's a lot of damage with these frontliners to protect her.
For sure, yeah. And adds so much magic damage against a Morphling. Later on, if he adds, Travels, BKB, and a Brooch or something, he can start really laying on the hurt onto Morphling. And for now, the two tower pushing heroes of Gaming Gladiators are occupying the mid lane, the Pugna and the Bristleback. Bristol doesn't want to die this time though, so playing a little bit more respectfully. Not just running up and hitting the tower.
Yeah, especially knowing that this blink on Tiny was emerging pretty soon. It has been delivered to him and he's smoked up with the Jakiro. It looks like they're angling towards that bottom jungle, maybe to try and find Lina, but Watson has already evacuated that bottom lane and moved into triangle.
Yeah, around 14-minute mark, you don't really want to be sitting down here and farming. You want to go and open up the rest of the map. Monkey just flying in on mid lane. diving in and looking for something, clearing out
From the
house.
top rope onto the soil, he got him.
Yeah, actually gonna steal away a little bit of jungle farm from the enemy, taking the ancients.
Yeah, a couple of big ancient neutrals. And now Ace shifting his efforts down to bottom to protect this tier 1. Again, it's around 15 minutes. You don't want to give this one away for Tormentor access. Quinn was also cutting them off at the pass if there was an opportunity to make a go happen. And this is all smoke and mirrors. They're moving mid, moving bottom, pivoting away from the Lina to give her a lot of free time.
Yeah. Yeah, smoke and mirrors, but also being effective on the map. They're doing stuff. They're also looking at Tormentor right now, and we don't see any reaction from Edge. So they're pushing mid a bit with Tiny. Maybe they can get that tower at least, but I don't think they know that Tormentor is being taken right now. Okay, their wards see the couriers come across, but that informs them, but it's too late already.
Yeah, far too late.
It's a free shard over on the Pugna, more range on that nether ward, and also can now target that with his ulti.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Minute 15 Mjolnir. I want one of those little stat boxes to pop up saying fastest ever. You know?
It's a rapid Mjolnir for sure. Not many heroes can go for a brown boot into Mjolnir like this. The benefit of being a ranged hero. And oh, Brewmaster ulti going in.
Yeah, chasing into Tofu with Macropire over the top of Quinn. But it looks like with this pipe out of Ace, they've protected themselves now with the Wukong's command, and they've turned onto the Primal Split, looking for the Earth Panda. PP trying his hardest there with his initiation to zone out Ace and bully back Quinn, but Tiny put himself in harm's way, nearly dies to the blast, will get finished off by the big old Boundless Strike, and Edge, I mean, not much more they can do at this point here. This fight feels pretty over for them.
Yeah, they cannot stand against this, and almost think they shot themselves in the foot there with a toss back on the Bristleback. He is not the target. They threw him in, and everyone was like, no, I do not want a Bristol next to me. Especially when he has the Pugna medic behind him. This gives all the green lights go for Gaming Gladiators, as that Brewmaster ulti is on cooldown, and Radiance is still far away for the Brewmaster, or at least not completed yet. They could just go for more towers, do whatever they want. This monkey can get spot onto the Brewmaster. He does see him now.
Oh, it's so rough if Brew keeps on dying. His Radiance is still like 1,000 away from Relic. Gets kicked away from any jungle camps he could try and farm. And this Tinker, clipped by the dead shot, got life drained down to within an inch of his life, nearly dies. And this is given an opportunity to Gaming Gladiators to do a tremendous amount of structural damage to that tier 2 and force a glyph out of Edge.
Right now, this is a difficult defense to sort of mount, but the Tinker is doing a good job holding. You know, on the other side of the map, Watson finds the pick off together with Tofu. Just the support that kind of signals the two cores to scram and get out of here. Morphling and Tiny. This area is not safe anymore. I believe travels are coming in for the Lina. Yeah, travels are done. So 15 minutes Mjolnir, 17-minute travels. Farm is definitely staying high-paced here for Watson.
Well, that's the thing, he's now got his farming items, right?
Yeah, now we can start farming, yeah.
He can start farming. Oh my god, I mean, it gives him so much presence on the map now. And you can think about him as a Spectre or a Dawnbreaker, basically. Farm on this side of the map, deep on your side, then be able to TP to the other, where Bristleback, Monkey King can scout out, playing forward. Great spot to be in as Gaming Gladiators. As we're still in this waiting game, you know, we talked about the Brew. His Radiance is a few moments out, coming in on the Courier now. But Tiny, his Blink reveal, the debut of that didn't really pay out. He's got to wait for his next item. And I've got to ask, Morphling. He's kind of felt strong this game, making some good early rotations. But is he ready?
I mean, he wants Pike badly. Not just because that's his name, but also because he needs Hurricane Pike. Otherwise, he could get trapped in Wukongs here. He could be run down by the Bristleback. Oh, they're trying to go on Bristol. That's not the target.
But Ace is just running at them. 1v3, and Morphling, he's gone to kill off Malady and gets blown up for the efforts. Yeah, I mean, drop all those chat wheel lines. I don't know what Morphling's doing there.
I mean, they tried to poke on the Bristol and then go on the medic afterwards, but dive onto a tower.
It's all falling apart now, isn't it? Tinker dead. Gaming Gladiators feeling themselves and diving tier 2. Wukong's out to protect from the primal split. White
Pandas are dying.
On a couple of those pandas, and they are just getting obliterated. Earth Panda surviving. Tiny waiting in the wings here to maybe jump onto the monkey or the Lina. But PP... does he go in? He blinks forward. He's been caught out, though. Stunned and killed. Doesn't even get anything. Now, Vitaly with the primal split ending, getting jumped on by the Quinn Monkey King. Quinn's going to leave him alone because he sees the Jakiro, a much easier target. Tapped down by Ace and Watson. Picks up a double kill on the Lina. And Edge, this is all slipped out of their hands very quickly.
It's all disconnected. Like, 2 heroes trying to fight into the Bristleback plus Pugna. They end up losing their Morphling very quickly there, even though they brought down the Pugna. But then after Morphling dies, there's no way you can fight. And Brewmaster ulti came in way after most of the exchange already happened. Gaming Gladiators just picking them apart. Also, I really like their targeting on Gaming Gladiators. They quickly just realized whenever Brew uses ulti, they immediately try and kill all the pandas.
Quinn? Well, hang on. PP? Tiny's got in here thinking that Quinn was out of position. But look who's arrived!
Oh,
it's
Tofu.
Watson out of nowhere!
Tofu with a beautiful silence there into the Fear, keeping the Morphling from doing anything. I mean, this game is just falling apart. It's all
like you say it, not me.
It's all on the ground right now. They've dropped the Vast here. You can't repair it. I normally talk about what teams can do to turn around and make a comeback, but 13k lead 20 minutes into the game. Age is still not even expended. They're looking at high ground. They got a catapult wave. Brewmaster ulti is still on half-minute cooldown. This is just all kinds of despair. Yeah, they're gonna force out the glyph. Probably back out and just take the mid-tier 2 tower. It's being pinged out right now. Quinn is saying, guys, play for a safe objective. And it's hard to even tell them what they should be doing at this stage. The Tiny has just dropped off a cliff in terms of gold. He's so far behind. He did very well early on, to be honest. He kept pace pretty well with a monkey, but now he's 6k net worth against almost 12k.
It's wild. Wildly different. And there's just no breathing room when this Bristleback is running in 1v4. Pops the pipe, 16-1 charges ready. Ace has zoned you all out so that the rest of the team can focus on this primal split of the Brewmaster. And Vitaly has used this defensively to try and run away. Yodomi will get a D-ward in the middle of dying because Quinn has jumped down his throat, killed the Tinker off, and Vitaly's about to follow him into the grave. Stunned up and controlled for days. Finally blasted down. And Edge with another 2 heroes hitting the deck here, getting chased into their base by the tier 4 towers as Watson and Ace step up.
I mean, they blast them all so fast. I could swear that you get 4 pandas when you use Primal Split, but you just turned into 1 Earth Panda, Gareth. I didn't even see the other ones. They're gone before anything even happens.
Little Ags familiar.
Yeah.
The Primal Companion.
Slight nerf to the Brewmaster's. Ulti is now Primal Companion.
Yep, that's unfortunate.
One of
yeah, I mean, I don't know what the team comms are like in the Edge's camp. Is it wait for Morphling? But you can't. He's sitting in the base waiting for Gaming Gladiator.
Yeah, there's some desperations about we need to go together. I think the last 5 minutes they've said it over and over. Like, guys, we need one fight where we have all our stuff, but they haven't been allowed to have it. This has been split too much, picked apart by the mobility here. Monkey again finding Tiny. And with him dropping, that signal them to go high ground.
Yeah, onto the Tinker, onto tier 3s. I don't know what PP is doing outside of the base there, but I mean, dying, obviously.
Yeah,
Dead
and
for 20
Lina,
seconds.
we're not going to find out too much about what he wanted to go for as itemization this game, I think. But Hurricane Pike, after the Mjolnir. This is also what he did use to go back in the good old days. Watson carry Lina. The Hurricane Pike was one of the instrumental items.
Yeah, then I guess Daedalus, Satanic, MKB, they can all be added when needed.
Actually, his old build was very low on damage items. It was all survivability. It was Gleipnir, Hurricane Pike, Skadi,
Lincolns.
Yes, Lincolns, Travels.
Right. Yeah.
It was no damage item per se. It was just Gleipnir for DPS. And then he had 4,000. Satanic was the final item, and he ended up having 4,000 HP and being unkillable. This time he is going for the Brooch, so he's doing the build that I thought he would, the Mjolnir and Brooch. Of course, with a little pit stop for the Hurricane Pike first. Speaking of Pike, Pike does not have his namesake either yet this game. He's at 700 gold. Still needs quite a bit more to finish up that Hurricane.
And a bit of calm for Gaming Gladiators.
I think they all just
no
needed
Roshan.
time to spend money. I think they were all like, guys, we have too much gold. Can we take a little shopping spree break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you're playing D&D with your group. You've done 7 dungeons. You've killed a big bag.
Can we long rest now? Can we
long rest and go shopping? Is there a town where I can buy some gems?
Gaming Gladiators are long resting on Edge here. That's what's happening. They're leveling up. Yeah. Have you done anything?
Roll for an encounter while you long rest. It's like, okay, nothing happened. There's a quiet, balmy night in the forest. Nothing's gonna bother you at all.
Used to play a Swedish similar D&D called Drakar och Demoner, Dragons and Demons, where you had to kind of have done special things. After every session, you got to tell your DM, like, okay, what have you done that you deserve to level up? It's like, well, let's see here. I've attempted something here. Like, I'll give you that.
Little means testing.
Yeah. It was, you had to kind of, it was like a team meeting. Like, okay, what have we done this week?
And you deserve the promotion. Not sure about that. A raise in this economy?
All right. Now,
XP doesn't grow on trees, you know?
It definitely doesn't. And not in dire trees, at least. The radiant trees might actually be infused with something because they are all flying ahead here, level-wise, gold-wise. I mean, their supports are sitting at level 12 and 14. And looking over to the course, I mean, PP is level 12, dude. He's having a tough time.
He's bottom 3 net worth. Yeah, it is. Catastrophic.
He's behind every single player on the Radiant. No need to sugarcoat it. He's been overtaken by the Murta, who's actually not even that farmed, all things considered. All the towers that have fallen. Tofu has not been very greedy this game.
You're just trying to keep the waves outside of the base as much as you can. But it is nice to see, Edge not completely just giving up. They're holding high ground, waiting in a position where they can fight down into low ground, pushing waves with the Tinker. But as soon as they feel and realize that Gaming Gladiators are invading, very wisely deciding to back up.
Oh, they're trying to force the split. They want him to click that button, to force that to keep him alive.
God.
Damage. He didn't have to use his ulti. So that's good. They need all their tools at once. Everything needs to hit together, otherwise there's no way. And honestly, their burst is pretty bad, so I think it needs to be like chain stun with Morphling jumping in and hitting.
Toss back Lina, and then 4 staffs away. So Watson's fine, and now Tiny's exposed. Wukong's is out onto Michael. Jakiro's dying, and the primal split has been wasted yet again. I'm saying this negatively, but that is the best that they could have done, right? They tried, they got the jump on Lina, doesn't work out. And that is just the state of affairs that Edge are currently dealing with. Tinker dead, Monkey King with his BKB, free reign to dish out the damage, forcing Pyke to waveform away, but now clipped by the Gleipnir as Lina steps forward. The machine gun has arrived. The Mjolnir and the Brooch going to work, taking down another hero in Michael, and GG is forced out as Edge tap out of a disastrous first game.
That was a quick and painful game 1, I want to say. Edge not be able to get that much going. They did lead out in the early game. They were 4-1 technically, with a little asterisk. Tinker died twice perhaps, but this game, once the items came in for Gaming Gladiators, once they had the Mage Slayer on the Monkey, the Pipe on the Bristleback, that took away all the damage output from the magic sources, and you just can't fight into it.
That's starting to become a bit of a theme for us, isn't it? The off-lane hero buying Pipe, winning 2 team fights in a row, and then snowballing towards victory. It seems like teams have got to really think hard about these timings, whether their off-laner is going to buy the aura items, whether they've got enough mixed damage, because magic just isn't enough.
I mean, yeah, Pipe is a pretty damn good item, to be honest. It's pretty nice when you want to play on a timing like this and just go and end the game. And it worked really well. Watson managed to finish his key items as well. He got the Mjolnir plus the travels. Pretty much had the Hurricane Pike as well by the time he needed to join more fights. But all the lanes looked really strong from the side of Game Gladiators. They started out super dominantly in terms of farm and what they were able to get across the map. So we see all the highlights.
It really was like, minute 0 to 6 or 7, oh, this is kind of even, things are going okay. And then minutes like 10 to 20, oh, this game's over. 14 minutes in, you're thinking, can Edge actually come back into this? They're waiting for Radiance, they're waiting for Tiny to get involved, the Morphin's not ready, while Gaming Gladiators, all cylinders firing.
Yeah. And all credit to Pake as well on this Morphling. Like, he did way more than you would expect a Morphling to do in terms of providing kills and getting stuff done across the map early. But he was not able to sit on a side lane, shove a side lane, and threaten towers. And I think that's sometimes understated how important it is that your carry is allowed to inhabit a lane. Because he went mid and found those kills. But that's him staying mid, farming jungle creeps and like looking for pickoffs, not really just ramping away the way Lina was.
Yeah, and again, it's like map space, right? Being able to push out these waves means that you've got information, and Tiny thrives on information. The fact that you're a Tiny with Blink and you are on your side of the river, never able to get across, be the aggressor, get these jumps, it was so rough for PP on that Tiny in the mid lane. Yes, he got, slower than average Blink timing. Things were a little bit delayed because of the game state, but yeah, just the knock-on effect of all these little things, very rough for Edge in that first game. We'll see how things pan out, though. It all continues with Game 2 coming up after the break.
But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, I will understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds of love can sing sweeter tunes. Needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
'Cause you take me as I
Dyer's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Take me as I am. Oh, take me. Oh, take me. Yeah, take me. Take me as I am.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
I got worries howling in my chest. So hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest.
Dyer's middle tower is
All right, folks, welcome back. It's Dota time again. Game Gladiator is taking on Edge here at DreamLeague Season 26. Game 1 already done and dusted. It was a one-sided affair, Wagga. Looks like we've got some problems with Wagga. He'll jump himself in. You can see him, but you can't hear him yet. He'll get himself here. He's smiling and laughing at you. But yeah, it was super one-sided. Game and Gladiators, you know, they took a couple of hits from Pyke's Morphling early on, some unusual rotations from a position 1 carry who usually likes to kind of sit and farm. We did have him making some early moves around 10 minutes in, getting some kills and holding them in the game because after minute 10, it was just a tidal wave of aggression from Game and Gladiators. They got this pipe on Bristleback. I don't know what the timing was.
Now production?
Before minute 15, it was doing incredible stuff. They hit the pipe timing and they demolished Edge.
I'm back. Seems like I had to restart my audio device there. It wasn't even muted on Video Ninja. It just was not cooperating a bit. But yeah, like you mentioned, that first game of the series was just very tough for Edge. Once they started falling behind, Gaming Gladiators, they kept pounding the advantage as well even more. And I really like what they did in terms of, you know, hero picks. I wanted to see this Lina go more late game. I'm almost feeling robbed that they won the game so early because I wanted to see how well she could work as a carry. But Edge, they just didn't really match up in game number 1 here.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the full extent of the item build, right? We're like, oh, what's she going to buy? Ended up, Mjolnir, Boots of Travel, Hurricane Pike, and Brooch.
Yeah, Brooch final item probably would have been something similar to what we have seen him go for before. Like I said, that Lincoln, Satanic, Skadi, those type of items. He likes survivability on his Lina, at least in the past. But we'll see if he's going to bring something like that again, or if they have ideas for something different for game number 2.
Yeah, just thinking about Lina in general as a hero, right? We don't see her all that much nowadays. Usually these carry heroes, they are Terrorblade, Morphling, Sven, these kind of bursty heroes come into play quite often. Lina offers you so much from different fields. She's ranged, she's high attack speed, magical damage, has a stun, great wave clear. Just the squishiness, right? As long as you can fix the squishiness, she's an incredibly strong hero.
Yeah, you do need to get her off to a decent start, and ideally you keep the opponents from invading too much your areas, and if you can do that, she farms very fast. With the travels, she can join and fight anywhere as well. So yeah, she has a lot of merit to her, and obviously it's just one of Watson's best heroes. He plays this extremely well, so taking advantage of your player's strengths, even if it's not a meta hero necessarily, I think is a good idea.
Yeah, like earlier on we saw Ame picking up Lifestealer, and Lifestealer isn't super meta. He is still a hero that's considered in drafts. But yeah, you see a perfect spot for it and you grab it. Lifestealer in that earlier series was like 10 out of 10, the best hero you could find in that slot. And here, you're against a Morphling, you're against a Brew, you're against a Tiny. You want some burst damage, you want some high attack speed and magical damage. So you don't want to be picking, a Sven as your bursty hero. You want someone who's ranged, who can bring that. Lina was a great pick. Honestly, I was making comparisons with Klinks, and I feel like, Yatoro maybe would have grabbed a Klinks in that spot. But Watson, he takes Lina.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, these players have a little bit of a different identity. Everyone has their own heroes that they want to be on. When push comes to shove, you want to play some comfort stuff, because that's when you're gonna play your best game. And we'll see what's going to be in the next game here. I think for Edge in particular, after the game they just had, they need to get stuff going with some comfort zone. Gaming Gladiators are the ones with first pick though, and they get their hands on TA, one of the strongest safe lane carries in the current patch.
Yeah.
TB, pretty natural counter pick though. It's a reaction against the TA. It is still a little bit dangerous, because if you run into a few disables or anything like that in a fight, TA could bring all your HP down very quickly with a few quick side blades. Even if you have high armor on TB, TA can ignore that. But Madfying TB when he's not stunned, that's super hard for TA.
I'm just kind of wondering where this Terrorblade's going to go. We've seen him flex offlane carry, but I don't guess. My thought process was looking at game 1 and seeing that Brewmaster and thinking about how the game went. I want Vitaly on something that can maybe just go earlier.
Yeah.
His primal splits were kind of used defensively. He's waiting for Radiance. Of course, he's never going to get Beastmaster, but I don't know if he's on something that can just go in and stun somebody. Maybe that game would have been easier to play with the Tiny.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Staying,
then I'm wondering, like, is the Terrorblade his hero? Do we... is Terrorblade just locked in as a carry?
I think it's carry. Pick Terrorblade is really, really strong, and I think that it's very likely they'll go for that. And also the carry TB against TA is a nice matchup. So I think it's quite likely that they're gonna go towards that.
Okay.
Obviously, there's room for flexing it, but I almost agree with you. I wonder what Vitaly can bring out, if there's some other hero that can perhaps come online a bit earlier, because that Radiance is a long time to wait, and like we saw in the previous game, and all that time was spent suffering, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Vitaly's got a decent hero pool. His initiation heroes were always some of his specialties. And hell, I remember this guy playing like offlane Dazzle back in the day. He's definitely got some cool things up his sleeve as well, and back when he was playing for Hokori.
I like this camera angle. I can really study the light fixtures in the ceiling, you know. This straight up camera.
Lovely stuff. Where are we with bans now? So Tinker, Bristleback, along with the Beastmaster Kotl, Enigma, Darkseer, Medusa, Jakiro, Tiny. I mean, me saying out these bans out loud, I know you guys can see them and read them. I need to say them for my brain to register them. I don't know if you're similar, Waga, but I'm
very an auditory learner.
See, no. That's the weird thing. If someone tells me instructions with their voice, I never remember them. I need them to be written down. But if I'm analyzing and looking at something, I need to read it out from my brain to understand it's something important.
I've built a habit of doing this, or I'm building a habit rather, of doing this when I get into a game, is to communicate like loudly to myself. I'm streaming obviously, so I'm just talking to myself and my viewers, but to just talk about, okay, they have these heroes safe lane, these heroes there, you know, and just talk about some weaknesses and strengths quickly when the game starts, because then you get a grasp of what you're supposed to do. And there's a similar thing going on when teams are drafting. You know, every pick that comes online here, the players are subconsciously registering, okay, that's strong and weak by these things. But then they also need to talk about which of those weaknesses do we want to exploit, right? They see a Sand King pick now. They're like, okay. So obviously he's got a lot of AoE damage, you know, yada yada, but this is vulnerable to some other place, like we saw with the Lifestealer counter in the previous series. So my question is, for Gaming Gladiators, what do they want to do? Mage Slayer is a super strong item against Sand King as well.
It might break the magic a little bit, but that's something that casters do as well. You know, you'll notice play-by-play casters such as myself during draft and the start of the game, we sometimes make declarative statements when we are, you know, pretty damn sure that we're correct, but most of the time we're asking questions for this reason. We want to prepare ourselves to be looking for stuff in the game that we don't know is going to happen until you, the analyst, tells us it's going to happen. So usually I'm fishing for information now to think about what's going to happen in 20 minutes so I can look for it in a team fight.
I mean, it's anticipation, you know. It's like when you have a great meal ahead of you, you know, you want to take it in first before you just devour it, you know, if you got this fancy meal. And here we have TA, AA, and now Centaur. Okay, I'm gonna give you a heads up of what's gonna happen, okay? TA is gonna buy Desolator, and AA is gonna grief the TA by ulting someone so that TA doesn't get Deso charges because they shatter, which dispels all debuffs before they die, and that includes Desolator, which makes it so she doesn't get Deso charges for killing them. That's what's gonna happen this. Yes, that's actually an interaction.
I did not know that.
It's been in the game for a long time, and I'm only mildly infuriated every time that I see an AA.
I'm mad, and I don't play TA.
Dude, I mean, the fact that it goes up to 30 bonus damage now, you want that damage, you know? You want to scale every bit of scaling. No, I mean, AA has a lot of wonky interactions.
Like tiny toss up.
Yeah, I think the wonkier interactions that I've seen a lot recently is people posting the Storm with Shock Caller, though, who can just make it so that people deny themselves in random places on the map. If Storm Shock Caller pulls someone, then they might kill themselves later, or like random denies happen. Even globally, like even if he doesn't pull the target, it's very weird. Well, the Shock Caller makes it so they hit themselves, right? Next time they attack. but it has some global interaction as well, where even if you don't pull the target, they might deny themselves randomly. It's super unexplainable. There's something wrong with Shock Collar. Let's just say it that I'm sending a little work list here for Valve. You know, we got that. We got the monkey T posting.
Yeah.
We got the Desolator. Okay, are you taking notes, Valve? Take notes.
Take notes. Yeah, jungle tanking level 2. That's take that note as well. Get that out of the game. But yeah, I mean, so far, Gaming Gladiator is definitely building this image of TA Traps, Vision, Centaur, Jump, AA Ice Blast. That's already 3 heroes that play off of each other very well. You know, in lane, in game, this looks very good to engage and disengage. And on the other side, Edge, lots of ways to catch and to have big team fights.
Yeah, they also have massive pushing power now. They have Metamorphosis, they have the Rasta wards, and even Warlock Golem is a pretty damn good pushing tool. It may not do the damage to the buildings themselves that well, but that Golem zones you out or secures the team fight. So, Edge Draft, honestly, I'm pretty happy to vibe with this. Like, I see them having a lot of potential. Gaming though, they throw in a puck, and that's gonna show us all 3 of their cores at this stage. Puck into Rasta is at least, you know, punishable. You can catch the puck. The question is, do you have the burst damage to kill him with a catch?
Yeah.
If TP is not right there, you might not have it.
Like right now, they're a little reliant on the Fatal Bonds to do that spill damage with Stanking and Terrorblade focusing in on someone.
Yeah, Fatal Bonds and Epicenter is, I mean, an absolutely disturbing amount of damage in team fights. So if Gaming Gladiators ever show themselves before the fight erupts, Warlock gets a Bond out, that could just spell disaster. But obviously a lot of it comes down to vision. Something that right now, a little bit of an advantage going the way of Gaming Gladiators, perhaps. You could say the Ice Vortex from AA, fantastic to have for vision. Whereas Edge, I guess they have TP illusions, but let's be real, more often than not, they're farming. They're not providing any active vision.
Yeah, not really.
Oh no, I said Activision. They're gonna come and take our money.
I think they're busy doing other stuff, you know. I'm trying to figure out how many things they can fit into a loot box.
True. Ringmaster and Tusk, the final band, some saving bands, and that's also what we heard in the previous interview we had, actually. People also talked about how the Rasta against Ringmaster is just despair to play. You don't want to get the box stopping your shackles. It's the worst feeling ever for a Shadow Shaman, because your one move is to shackle someone. You want to hold someone, and that's like it. If he just boxes them up, and that feels bad.
What else did he say? He said he thinks ET counters the Jakiro and Ringmaster as well, right?
Yeah. Which I mean, I can see it. Also comes down to if you're a good ET. I mean, if you're good like he is, then sure, you can do it. I don't think my ET would counter any of those heroes, but
I guess it's like if Jakiro and Ringmaster use their ultis, right? If they're kind of all in on that team fight, whereas ET can just like sleep, stomp, reset, move away from those abilities.
You said the key word I was thinking, the reset button, right? That's what the ET is so good at. Just sitting a safe distance and just saying, okay, let's move the team fight. Okay, so the last big shaker makes me wonder, is this just gonna be a support shaker, or are we seeing some support centaur or some spicy stuff like that come in?
Oh, we had that 9-class support Templar assassin for a little bit.
True, we could get the support TA with extra range on the meld.
But then what Earthshaker carry then it would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and I feel like that's not the case, because lately we've seen a lot of Kayayasha shakers and going away from the Aghanim Scepter. People just skip Ags on ES, which I'm still not really sold on, to be honest. I think the Aghanim Scepter is really good on Shaker, and while I see the value of the Kayayasha, I'm not really convinced that it's worth giving up the mobility and the farm rate of the Ags.
Yeah, it's just a 4 Shaker. Tofu picks it up.
Interesting.
And then they do go for Terrorblade 3, picking up Pike's Luna as the last pick.
Yeah. Yes. Pike on Luna. Another hero that does meet up pretty well against the TA. So TA gonna have some high armor heroes to burst into here. Not the easiest. Also a lot of damage over time from the remaining trio on Edge. the Warlock, Shadow Shaman, and Sand King can definitely burn through refractions pretty fast.
Interesting. I wonder how many teams are in the Liquid facility, because Extreme Gaming were in the Alienware one. It looks like Edge are in the Liquid facility as well.
Yeah.
Team Liquid playing from home with their players and renting out all their facility to the others.
Gotta make money, man.
Yeah.
I wonder how many they can house. That's a.
I'm curious.
They're getting easy exposure here, though. The Team Liquid logo everywhere for these players. I mean, it looks like a really sweet place to play, to be honest. It looks like a clinical setup to just have some good focus on the games.
Yeah, it's all kitted out. I'm sure
Honestly,
it's got all the
for a lot of players who play in like Southeast Asia or South America as well, like a lot of the home setups have not been ideal for a lot of players, right? Playing at home with like limited ventilation perhaps, or not the best gaming rig setup. We've seen a lot of players just do really well under honestly struggling conditions, and then they get to go to a nice facility or something. It's night and day when you get that change.
Yeah, I mean, you see like, you know, Pakaz or Parker or whoever it is, you know, Pike, all the P players from South America popping off once they get to land with the 0 ping. We'll see how it all
Parker,
out
Pike,
here.
Pakaz, and PP. There's a tongue twister in there somewhere.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled Parkers.
Yeah, you went safe with that.
Anyway, we've got ourselves Pike and PP here as we get ourselves into Game 2. Gaming Gladiators against Edge in the DreamLeague Season 26 group stage. Vitali on the Terrorblade, Michael and Yadomi, the two supports, wandering alongside him. Already getting out towards lane. Gaming Gladiators with a 1-game advantage. 1-game lead? I don't know what to call it in a 2-game series.
Yeah, I got the one game lead, I guess. The 1-game advantage makes you think of the BO5 finals, in, you know, winner having a 1-game advantage going into it. So yeah, the lead, I guess, is less ambiguous. But either way, they did make short work of that first game. If you missed it, Gaming Gladiators, I mean, you could watch it if you want to see a clinic, but honestly, it was pretty one-sided. So they just looked pretty dominant.
Yeah, just load up the replay, watch Watson farm, basically.
Yeah.
Just end the game.
We have a little pause. Speaking of, you know, watching someone farm, you know, it makes me wonder. My thought went like this. Okay, he's just farming, so they kind of won the game without him, which makes me think of Liquid, who, you know, they're playing in a Liquid facility. Liquid recently uploaded a series of how many noobs does it take to beat a pro team. Have you seen that one?
I've not watched it yet. No, I saw some of the comments and stuff around it, because it was like Boxy versus like 10 Heralds or whatever.
Yeah, it was in Insania, Sablelight, and I think Boxy were playing, and they started out playing 3v6 was like the starting, and then they made the odds worse from there. And yeah, it's pretty funny setup, to be honest. I'm not gonna spoil anything for anyone who wants to watch it. Check it out on Team Liquid's YouTube. Yeah, I think it's good content, good fun. Team Liquid,
we've all seen the clips of the footballers, right? Like in the Japanese league or whatever, or Messi or whatever, with the 100 school kids just running circles around them.
Now that's a shaker ulti.
Jeez. The younglings, leave them alone, Vaga. Turn to the dark side.
It turned out that, you know, some heroes are pretty damn good when you play against a lot of enemies. You know, pretty nice to have like Bristleback or something. Fare pretty well against a huge number of enemies.
So what Earthshaker Fisher blocking? Like an old classic thing to do?
Yeah, he's just doing Fisher block. This is, of course, different from what we saw in the previous game, where they were blocking the enemy creep wave. Now, just gonna trap your own creep wave using the Fisher. He's gonna do it a second time. He's got the Clarity plus the Sage's Mask, so getting nice mana regen. This is gonna put the lane in a fantastic spot. So basically, you don't have to sack the first creep wave. Now you're able to get the same positioning without giving free farm away. This is going to be a tough lane, though. Centaur Shaker against a Warlock Luna. I mean, this is Warlock Luna favored. Nice by Pake. He pulls the melee creep back there, using his Lucent Beam.
And Fatal Bonds just pushing that wave forward, so then it'll kind of eddy back towards the Radiant Tier 1. And up in this top lane, Vitali and Michael. Terrorblade, Shadow Shaman against AA, TA. Oh, Watson.
Ooh.
He's just dead. The preemptive sentry ready and a level 1 kill.
I didn't think he would die, but the blood grenade, the slow from the chicken fingers, and the reflection, he could not move. Gets caught out too far out and just brought down. Not a death that should happen on this lane. Dying without metamorphosis even committed as well. The level 1 death. Uncharacteristic mistake by Watson, you know. He is usually so clean in his gameplay. Here we see a bit of a replay. He walked pretty close. The Hex came in and boom, just dies so fast.
Yeah, so he wants to go, what, meld, kill a creep, maybe do some harass damage. Instead, he's level, what, halfway through level 1?
Yeah.
No refraction or nothing.
Yeah, didn't really have the tools that he wanted. Of course, TA relies quite heavily on getting 1 point at least in all her abilities when she plays safe lane. So that level 1, level 2, you're not that strong unless it's a melee strength offlane hero. But against TB, who has so much armor, he does not care that much if you meld strike into him. He has 10 armor to start with, double bracer already now after that kill. I like that choice. Just buff up the HP. And they're going for a kill, looking for AA.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lane where Gaming Gladiators kind of want to sit back and harass, chip away with the AA long range, get some meld damage in here and there, get to level 3 on the TA, like you're saying. And Edge, making the most of this early game weakness from Gaming Gladiators in this top lane. Getting the Terrorblade off to a great start, and even recentering the lane as well.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job right now. Michael got this lane on lock. He got the block on the small camp. He's got the vision on the lane with the sentrying. And Maldic just struggling to have, you know, the impact that he wants, sitting and just shooting chilling touches from a safe distance. Normally, I would have given the favor to the TA-AA lane here, but they've played it really well on the side of Rasta and TB.
Yeah, things not going to plan for Gaming Gladiators there, that's for damn sure.
Yeah.
And then mid lane, pretty even, dead even between the Puck and the Sand King.
Yeah, it's a hard lane to outplay, really. I mean, you can do whatever harassment you can as a Puck onto the Sand King, but the bottle charges are going to keep him healthy. And similarly, Sand King doesn't really have kill threat onto the Puck, so both of them are just trying to get their farm. Neither of them getting denied too much so far.
And then bottom lane, a lot of wave dragging. Earthshaker's pulling waves behind tower, Centaur's grabbing it up, Pike's Luna's trying to do the same thing backwards. Got Fishers blocking creep waves as well.
Trying to keep him away from the creep wave, but it is outside the tower range, so no creeps are going to be missed here for Pake. He'll get his farm. We see him holding point as well. He wants to scale up the Moonglaves, but doesn't want to do so in the laning stage and randomly push the lane when he doesn't want to. Warlock has to be a bit careful walking too far out like this. He could get chain stunned a bit.
And what's Ace's skill build? 1-1-1?
Yeah, he's going 1-1-1 for now. I imagine he's going to go back into maxing Retaliate, what we normally see, just get some nice farm rates. Ace is a pretty greedy centaur player in that he wants to get quite a bit of gold. It's so funny. Ace is such a conundrum of a player. He's like the peak MMR doesn't matter type pro player, because he's never been like super duper high MMR on leaderboard. And his heroes, he's like silver tier centaur. And yet I think about all the pro game centaurs that I've seen from Ace. I've seen him play it a lot, dude. And he plays it really well. But he's silver tier.
Yeah, it's like you think about, like Saberlight and Amar and Mallory and whoever, all these
Grandmaster spammers.
Tier heroes. They got like 15 heroes there. Yeah, hero spam 15 guys, and Ace is just like, nah, I play everyone. Did you forget about my Broodmother, by the way? Yeah, I play. Oh, my Meepo? Yeah, I play Meepo as well. He is like one of the most adaptable, versatile heroes I think Dota has ever seen.
Yeah, he really is. And I think a lot of the skill that Ace has that he brings to competitive is that it's non-transferable to pubs. Because he is such a good player at reading like what the team needs, what do we need to do. And sometimes, in a pub game, all those reads, they're nice, but it doesn't work if one player isn't on the same page as you. So he really shines in competitive. It's so cool to see. Sand King looking to get some extra farm going, but for now just checking the runes. Michael is on top rune against the Puck.
And gets the regen.
Coil is used. Puck wants to fight this.
Michael is going to heal to full.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the regen rune going, but the Fissure block is good.
That's nice. Trapped him down in the low ground. Turns into a chicken, and PP does come in here with Yodomi. Fatal Bonds onto Tofu, and I guess onto the Puck, who jumped away. Maybe a deny onto neutrals, but not going to work out.
Use his body to farm the neutrals instead. Just pop him with the caustic. Extra bit of damage. But yeah, 1 for 1. Heroes going down. Quite a bit of rotation for Radiant, whereas Dire still playing that top lane. AA hanging around, getting some pulls going. Yodomi getting the stacks going for the later rotations from Luna as well. Always wants to come in and just farm a massive amount of Ancients once you get to that area.
Yeah, come in, pop off, kill some Ancients, back to farming somewhere else.
So Mask of Madness Manta, or Mask of Madness Dragonlance Manta, probably going to be the build for Luna by the looks of things. They're going on her with Centaur Stomp.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of damage. Control is good. Pike popped the magic wand. The raindrops and the Lotus not enough to keep her alive as Tofu comes in with that Fissure to help finish him off.
And Quinn is looking at the Sand King, thinking about stealing his lunch money. And he does manage to steal quite a bit in the jungle there. Illusory Orb taking like 4 creeps away in the jungle.
Nice. With all this movement, though, you know, attention towards mid, attention to bottom, Watson has had to relinquish control of any idea of staying up top near this tier 1.
Yeah,
He goes
I think
back into the jungle.
the correct call. This is preemptively leaving lane, recognizing danger. Perhaps what Luna might have needed to do bottom as well. Just pop into jungle instead of staying there and getting killed by Centaur. TA is at least gonna get herself over to some fast farming grounds over on the Ancients. But top tower cleared out. This is why offlane TB is so good. One of the big key things is that it brings a lot of tower push. That's going to be the pipe build. I think it's almost mandatory if you go offlane TB that you do go for a pipe. Unless your enemy team has literally no magic damage. Otherwise it's too greedy to play Terrorblade offlane. Puck and Shaker. Swooping around. Got the DD rune on the Puck. It's on to Luna.
Able to connect on this Pike. Luna take it down to half HP. Coil expended as well, but now we start to get the rotations in. Eclipse onto Ace. Good damage from Luna as Pike turns back. Quinn now looking at Yodomi as a kill on the Warlock emerges, but not finished off. Stunned up and healed. Now Tofu stuck behind enemy lines. Does the stun come? No. Nothing to stop the TP out.
Yeah, Burst Strike on cooldown, and they just used the Lucent Beam, so nice recognition there, understanding that, oh, they don't have anything for me right now. Tofu finds a magical way out of that.
Oh, incredible, yeah. I mean, Edge keep the pressure up top, they then react and defend down bottom. We're now in towards mid, try and get this PP Sand King in towards that first item blink.
That was a very impressive defensive reaction by Edge. I thought they would lose heroes for sure there.
Yeah.
To the Puck with the DD rune, but they managed to somehow stifle the bleeding on the initial assault that came in. The Thunder was also very selfless, the TB showing that he cares about his teammates. This is going to be a quite easy kill though. AA just left being greedy here up on top lane.
Poor little AA.
Yeah, I mean, he was being a bit shameless there. He's hovering in an area that's super dangerous. But this is what you can do sometimes as a support. Your carry leaves. Maybe you can get some farm there. Now Warlock does have level 6 and didn't even have to use the book for it. A lot of times you use book to get level 6. But now he can hold on to that book, and that's always a good feel. Maybe you can...
The dream, the level 10 book.
Yeah, get the big book.
Let me pop off with experience.
I see this book as, you know, you're adding pages to it. You know, every number on it, that's one more page. It's a really short book right now.
A little journal. I've got a good catch on this Luna, though. Finally finding the angle here. Gaming Gladiators to take her down, but Watson has lost his life in the mid lane to an equally good move from Edge.
Yeah, getting value out of the Blink Dagger on the Sand King. It's a nice and early timing. Time King really strong this game. He's gonna go again onto this Shaker. Only level 4 Shaker, no Echo Slam available.
No, and he's already used his Fissure, so he's dead to rights. Stranded between towers. Oh, this Ice Blast, though. That could be a good one if Quinn can follow through with a bit more damage. No way to catch up.
Imagine if he had a blink, but
Yeah.
TA not gonna pop the trap as well. Letting that go.
Instead, going for Yodomi. Cold Feet with a Meld Strike. Watson claiming a life, finally up on the board. It's devolving into a bit of a scrappy game now. I know it was very clean from Edge to defend that bottom tower, get things going, but Gaming Gladiator is bringing some chaos of their own with these dives and aggressive moves. They're losing out a little bit on this Watson TA, though, dragging his feet at the bottom of the net worth of the cause, but then you compare him with Luna, and it's not that different.
Yeah, Luna is also pretty far back, but her having a Mask of Madness, I do feel like she should be happier being jungle right now than a TA who only has 2 points refraction. Like, yes, she can jungle with a obviously maxed out Meld. This is the Void Blades build, so you mainly farm by Meld striking the entire waves. As AA looks to be getting chased.
Hang on. Golem dropped, but they lose Michael, and now the Sand King after getting coiled dies as well.
Wow. Massive turnaround there. And the Arcane Rune on Puck as well. Looking for more, but Warlock has to run away. And that was without them even using the Stampede. So they were looking pretty dominant in that fight, actually. I thought that things were going to go better for Edge, but it took a little bit more than they could chew.
Yeah, now that's an Arcane Rune Puck, so Coil is back up in 25, still ready to go, pushing forward into this enemy jungle to take farm away. Yeah, I thought that was, watch it back. I mean, I thought this was Edge, going in, killing off the AA, easy peasy. But no.
It gets that ulti out. Look at that quick ulti from AA. The quick ulti was very key. It turned the fight around entirely. Had he not gotten that out, that would have been disastrous. The AoE damage clipping both with everything. We don't need to watch him do it again.
Oh, smoke now from Edge. PP going for the epicenter, Blink Burrow onto the Puck. They've got chain stuns for days. The Stampede doesn't come fast enough. It looked like maybe there was a moment where the little piggy could run away home, but he's sent to market.
And Ace, could he be in danger here? He is behind them, but he's also completely alone. There's a pipe TB coming in, so he can block up the magic damage.
Yeah, I mean, he pops his Blade Mail and turns onto Michael. Ancient Apparition and TA coming closer to maybe join this fight as Ace is tanking through the brunt of the damage. Serpent Wards drops on his head as well. He will die, but my goodness, it took some commitment from Edge.
I like Serpent Wards creating a mini arena there with Centaur and Sand King in it. It is like a tiny little Thunderdome for just the two of you. Sand King, the lone survivor. Big things happening for Edge, though. Getting this value and hitting their timings in a pretty good way as well. Having the Sand King have this much momentum early game. The TB leading the way in net worth with a pipe super early. He's going to become massive. And I don't necessarily know that they have the best heroes to deal with him later on. Like, yeah, you have some chain stuns, and you do have AA, but even AA ulti cannot stop the Thunder. And most of your damage is magical. So this pipe is right now going to be a big problem. Meanwhile, of course...
Is it down to Gaming Gladiator to, slow things down, then?
I think they want to play towards the Tormentor. They have TA. They want to probably farm most... Oh, they're actually catching on the gate.
Yeah, Fissure on the TB.
Does he
Who
golem?
now sees Yodomi. Ace wandering across. They're going to straight up Echo Slam this Warlock, who drops the rock on them. They'll lose Yodomi there as the Stampede maybe gets the Centaur into a better position to play aggressively. Gaming Gladiator is realizing they can just kill the Golem off, stop any wave cutting from happening, and then think about the Tormentor after.
That's the Stampede, AA ulti, and Shaker ulti used, though, so I think you want to fight this if you're Edge. You have
Look at the
Epicenter, just about positioning now.
AA is dying to Reflection and TB Illusions. Sand King's lurking in the shadows there with the Luna wrapping around to get into position, cutting the wave, and making sure that Gaming Gladiator's position here is pretty tenuous. It's hard to hold on to this Tormentor high ground.
They're now starting the Tormentor. This is a risky move coming out. They do have some vision. Got Kevin down here as well. Scouting and a ward. Tormentor taken, but now they know they're low HP.
And now Ace is going to front line to try and bodyguard them as the jump on the TA is there from the Sand King. They've blown up the Ancient Apparition, but PP is also dead. Tofu's going to block them out with the Fissure, but the Eclipse and the damage of the Luna starts to come in. They're trapped in the corner. There's no escaping from this. Oh, Vitali comes out with a double kill. Luna shreds them, and Puck, Quinn, the only survivor, getting away.
I mean, that's so big. I like that PP had the decision to be... he understood the stress of the moment, right? He had to blink in and just get the catch. He didn't epicenter before blinking, but they were TPing out. They were trying to get out of there. So he just went, understanding the urgency here of the scenario. And I think if he didn't, it wouldn't have worked out at all. I mean, he dies, but look at his team cleaning up as well. This is just Luna and TB just absolutely going ham.
2 agi carries from your 2 side lanes.
Yeah, Luna needed this. Now. Luna needed this quite badly. Her game wasn't that impressive. Now she's #1 in farm. She's absolutely leading the way. Mantis style complete. Mask of Mantis complete. Sitting in a good spot. And I would be concerned, man. If I was gaming Gladiators, I would not feel very secure about myself after losing 4 heroes in a Tormentor fight like this and going late game against TB plus Luna when you have TA. TA is not the ultimate late game carry. We're not talking about some gyrocopter or something like that. This is... You need tempo, and these early fights matter a lot.
I mean, right now you desperately need this Earthshaker to get Blink Dagger. Like Tofu, he's been pulling out all the stops here. You're playing this Earthshaker pos 4, but without a Blink, without this initiation tool, you just feel so lacking on this team.
You know, he's gonna get his Blink Dagger soon, but it begs the question, should he have done the Seb build, the old Shard build that we saw a lot, with maxing Aftershock early and, you know, fissuring from far away and then just spamming spells with Shard? Because that was a really successful build as well that, you know, Seb kind of pioneered some years ago.
He's gonna stampede away from the Chaotic Offering. A tanky fella, this Centaur.
Blink is up for the Shaker now, so they have the combination of him blinking along with the Puck blinking in. Don't yet have the Centaur blink because obviously he needs to go for some aura. He's the designated aura builder. And I think maybe they just want to wait for their own pipe at this stage because Luna ulti has done a lot of work in the previous fight. Get something to mitigate Sand King ulti, Luna ulti. Too much magic damage right now. So that gives them what window? They want to play on Blink TA, Pipe Centaur, and Puck. He gets grabbed, but Fissure is there.
Looks like Tofu.
That's a good point actually. That Shaker is really good against Rasta. He can always sit so far back and save people from Shackle. Malady fighting against the Sand King. He almost solo kills him. Dear God. Wait, what? Is he? There's no way he's killing him. Glimmer Cape comes in to try and save him. I think he would have died. I think without the Glimmer, he would... Without Glimmer, I think Malady solo kills that. That's absurd, man.
Oh, wow, absolutely wild.
How does an Aghanim's Blink Sand King almost die to a Mana Boot Ancient Apparition?
I mean, what level is AA? He doesn't have level 2 ulti yet, does he? No,
he's level 10.
Level 10.
He doesn't even have the +2 Cold Feet talent yet.
Nutty. What a hero.
Yeah, I mean, turns out he hurt. Blink Hex. Again, the Fissure, though.
Stampede is there. Quinn still dying, though. Phase shift. Jump away with the orb. PP down. As Ace, again, tanking through the onslaught. Pops the Essence Ring, and he's still got 1,000 HP to go. Coil used, but only really catches the Warlock. Maybe Roshan can come in and do some damage.
Throw me away.
Fissure blocked as well. Where are you going now, buddy? Fatal Bond's not really bouncing onto any dire heroes, just on the creep wave mid. Not going to offer too much of an opportunity there, as Quinn's going to bottle up a Haste Rune.
Big damage being delivered to Gaming Gladiators, but they managed to salvage the Puck from that situation. Again, on the back of a nice Fissure to cancel the Shackle. They didn't have all their tools at their disposal on Edge. They didn't have Warlock ulti, else I think they could have used that to stun the Puck and still get that kill. You see the danger in these fights, though, and the game is very, very close right now. Every single fight matters so much for Gaming Gladiators. They need to work out an advantage. They need to pull themselves ahead, because if the game just goes slowly into minute 40, minute 45, I think Edge are going to win. I think their team is way stronger.
It's like the next, 5 minutes of play is super important, right? Blink, Earthshaker is here. We've got this puck who's kind of been itching. Quinn has been ready for a little while, to get involved, and hasn't really had the teammates to go with him. But yeah, now we've got the Blink on TA with that Deso Dragonlance. The pipe already done, of course, on the Centaur, nearly at the Crimson Guard. Pivotal moment for Gaming Gladiators to get involved, and around a Roshan pit, what better objective could you have in the coming minutes?
We have a little Warlock autobiography update. He's on page 8. He's working on page 9 right now. It's taking him a little while. He's still building that book. It's gonna come out one day.
He's thinking back to his formative years.
Yeah, maybe he's lining up his publishers already, and considering.
It's gonna be a bestseller, New York Times worldwide.
Yeah.
The Annals of Warlock.
Oh, top lane no shaker around this time, but Sanking just running away, doesn't have any spells. No way to follow up on that.
Randy Ice Blast flying over the top.
TA is moving in down bottom, but not having puck in the area. Oh, she gets blink hexed quickly.
Yeah, this amazing go. Counteracted by the Fisher, but the Eclipse damage nearly finishes off Watson. The Refraction barely gets her away from danger. Now Tofu gonna hold the line here. Terrorblade's running across though. Look at how quickly Vitaly is getting involved.
Oh, he's charging him.
Reflection runs in. Doesn't really get the connection he wanted. The team wasn't there with him.
We see the value of the Stampede globally, able to help. Ace wasn't down there bottom, but it doesn't matter. He can still yell at his team to go faster, The Stampede command has been urged. That was really close. We've had a few moments now where Gaming Gladiators feels like they're flirting with death, Gareth. It's very, very risky, but that is Golem forced out. So you could say a big win for them, getting rid of a long cooldown spell and a big team fight component for Edge. Especially now as Roche starts getting on the menu as well. Both these teams strong enough to very quickly take down Roche. We have an Orchid complete on the Terrorblade, so now Puck has to be super careful getting close to him. As well as the other heroes.
What game did we have earlier on? It was the game where Bristleback bought a pipe. How was this? Was there another one with Extreme Gaming in it? I remember making a comment thinking, hey, we need to, teams need to think about their spread of damage more, physical, magical. So one item doesn't just do you in, a BKB, a pipe, etc. So I'm kind of looking at this, Edge's draft here, tons of physical, tons of magical, lots of spread damage with Fatal Bonds to amp it all up. This is what we're looking for, because it puts Centaur in a spot where he has to buy Crimson and pipe.
Yeah, definitely.
And you need BKBs as well.
Yeah, it was just a previous game, right, where Ace went for the Bristleback and pipe. But yeah, this game... Ooh, nice double stun.
PP in with a double burst strike, catching out the Ancient Apparition and the Earthshaker. 2 supports down, potentially on the doorstep of Roshan here.
Yeah, I think this is the key to success for Edge as well. They need to focus support. I've actually started to see a bit of a shift more and more in Dota lately, where teams are focusing a bit more on killing supports and going for the supports first, which has sort of always been a big thing in Dota, right? You take out the weakest link first when you want to break a formation. But I feel like it's being hammered home a little bit more lately. And I think it's important, like recognizing the correct targets. We've seen time and time again what happens if they shackle someone else and Shaker is around. He just stops the initiation.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of elicited this mood. Hang on a second. They've got the play. The move into the Roche pit with the Ice Blast. Echo Slam. Pike and Vitaly are dead. PP can't respond.
They got the Roshan too.
From the south side. They've caught them both. The burrow to high ground will get him some safety, but Michael is done for. Watson with Quinn clear them out, and they've got a waiting rift to jump on this, tanking even deeper with a Fisher. Wrong side, doesn't block him to the right, but Quinn has got the gap closed to get over the top. Picks up an ultra kill.
Oh dear God, man. It's universe moments all over again. The Shaker and the AA ulti. in the Roche pit. Favorite place to be for these two spells, dear God.
TI5 all over again.
Yeah, absolute massive slam right there. Let's have a replay of that. Ooh, look at the Roche too. They perfectly get the Roche with it. And getting Aegis as a support feels good, you know? Tofu knows he did good there and gets immediately rewarded for his efforts as well.
And that's not just a recovery, that's this is our game now.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is what they needed. I told you, they need to be ahead. They need to pull themselves up and get an advantage in this game. This was absolutely massive and a risk that Edge took. They knew AA was alive, AA ulti could come in, and knew Shaker had ulti ready, but they thought they were fast enough. Just barely not in time.
I mean, I've completely forgotten what I was, what we were talking about.
Nah, forget everything else, man. That was beauty.
Gracious. I know, you got Aegis and Earthshaker, not the ideal hero to have it on, but you've made sure the Luna doesn't have it.
Yeah. No, it's nice. And now he can, you know, I don't know, stay alive a little bit more. He's a worse target, actually. I did say they want to kill the supports first. Now the supports have Aegis. What are you going to do now?
That's what we were talking about. Well, we'll get another kill on Warlock here. Glimmer Cape, countered by the Sentry. But yeah, so I'm thinking back, I guess, 2 years ago, where we had this, I don't want to call it a meta, but it was like very common in even the first like 15 minutes to have buybacks from support. You know, they're so cheap that you would die, you would buy back, you come around into a fight, and you would be ready to go again. Nowadays, it feels like supports are a bit greedier with their early buybacks, and they're looking for these earlier primary items. So you don't have these, you know, really poor squishy supports running around with a bracer and a ward. They have blink daggers and force staffs and ghost scepters and all sorts of business.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, supports are greedier now. I don't know if I want to say than ever, but definitely greedier now than historically has been average, right? People tend to build a lot of items. Some games you might see some Silencer farm up Ag's Refresher or some stuff, you know. Silencer are a very common hero that we've seen banned out quite a bit so far. Ooh, Sand King gets hopped, quickly taken down.
Where even was he?
Yeah.
He was over there.
Centaur TA absolutely splattered him.
Oh, and Warlock is still writing his book.
Well,
R.R. Martin over here.
He's adding
Song of Ice and Fire.
He's adding some sad pages, I believe, right now.
Well, the formative years were good. He was happy as a child, and now he's grown into a sad adult.
Yeah.
Upset with the state of affairs. Disappointing that no one else is helping us write his book. He needs an illustrator. Where's Grimstroke?
Yeah, exactly. He needs a co-author. Someone to join him in this. Oh boy. That's a quick kill onto the Rasta. And punishing all these wards as well. Clean that up. A bunch of extra farm. Yum, 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 says the puck. Working on his Parasma.
And Sand King top getting eyed up by Earthshaker, TA, and AA.
Yeah.
They're going around through the Ancients. They might be able to just go for the Warlock here. They don't need to Echo Slam. they do not need
Dear Diary. Today I walked up a ramp.
Goodness.
So scary, man. I'm just imagining if, you know, historical, like, medieval battlefields were like that. You just gotta walk up a hill and it's like, you can't see what's behind it. It's an entire army. They were there, just camping us. We had no clue. They made no noise. Mid lane, quick takedown again. I mean, all over the place. They're just bleeding out.
That was PP. Where did PP go? It was like in Macbeth, right? When the trees are moving. The forest. The leaves.
Well, you'll get a more Nordic reference. It's when the snow starts talking. That's when you know Finland is close. You know.
The White Death.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
What was it? Simo Haiha or something?
Yeah. Yeah. Simo Heiha. Yeah. But dear God. The racks are just gone. I mean, there's no way they can contest without Sand King, so these chain feeds that have been happening right now, even allowing Ace to feel safe enough to do what he's doing right now, he's standing on the high ground. He's got all the items that he wants. He's saying, come at me. He's got a tough ninja gear as well. Sitting at 36 armor, pipe for magic resistance, and a Lotus in case things go sideways. He's just not the hero you want to jump. And meanwhile, Luna running for her life.
I've not seen Luna on my screen in a good 5 minutes. We've been watching Sand King and Shadow Shaman, trying to cut waves, trying to maneuver across the map and get something done. They've been dying for it. Luna has been farming, but when you're farming to then use BKB defensively to TP home, feels rough.
Yeah. Also feels bad for them that they've gone to this sort of half-committed build on PP, right? He's got the Ghost Scepter and an Ogre Club, but that means he's not going for that Brooch, not going for that Shivas, never gonna have that massive amount of damage coming out from him. I can totally understand wanting a BKB and needing a Ghost Scepter, seemingly, but there's already a Nullifier on the puck, so that's already a useless Ghost Scepter almost. And I can't help but feel like he had to play for the, the big power spike potential of the Sand King. Now it's rough, man. They can't shove lanes. There's no safety on the map anywhere. Even Tofu is strong enough to solo look for pickoffs. He knows there's no BKB. Goes on the Luna. His team is far away, but he can hold the Luna for quite a while.
Pike. Trying to turn on the Earthshaker. He's got Pipe, saves, heals, but Tofu's still going to die here to PP. Ace with Quinn. They're in onto this Luna, though, and Pike is dead. Trade out an Earthshaker for a Luna any day of the week, and Gaming Gladiator is going to pick up more here as they can't get the Sunder off. The TB's fallen, and so have the rest of them. And Shadow Shaman's trying to blink away back behind the tree line, but in comes Quinn, and Watson swipes him down. A double kill for Quinn's Parker. 5-man wide, but Gaming Gladiators, they've stamped their mark on this game now.
I feel like right now you can think about like alternate dimensions, right? Like, what if they didn't go Roche, or what if they were in time for the Roche? How would this game have manifested? Because it all swung after that. The one Roche attempt where they got extremely punished. 4 heroes died. Roche got stolen. Aegis got stolen. And after that, they just didn't have any way to regain their posture in this. Which is weird because they were ahead at that point. They were in a really good spot. And then just too many items completed. All the key timings. I mean, too many items to even list off. But everyone on Gaming Gladiators got their power spikes.
Yes, like game 1 of this series was kind of easy to read, right? It was straightforward for Gaming Gladiators. Their draft played out as it was expected to. In this one, it's felt, I guess it has compounded the issue that you pointed out, that they have yet to play together as 5 from any position of power. They've not been able to levy any advantage, basically, right? They've found advantages as Edge. They've found ways to get out on the map, get to item timings. They've got all these elements, all the tools in their kit, but actually using them has been a massive struggle against Gaming Gladiators.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of times they also were disjointed, right? They got the Sand King ulti out, but didn't have the Warlock ulti. They Warlock ulti, but didn't have the Sand King ulti. And this is a massive pet peeve of mine that I come back to. A lot of teams that are not really at the top of the line, right? If we're looking at Edge in a sort of critical way here, they're not as famed as Gaming Gladiators. A lot of it comes down to finding the coordination for those big spells to land together. In this game, they've just been too disjointed for too long. Obviously, ever since the Roche play, I mean, it's been hard to even go out on map. But even before then, they had quite a few moments where they struggled to try and catch someone, used a lot of resources, and didn't get the kill.
And this is somewhat of a last-ditch effort now. Blink Hex into Epi Burrow onto the TA, but they're able to turn with Stampede, BKB, blow up PP's Sand King. Ceasing to exist, dead without buybacks. 45 seconds, you're down 2 heroes, and Tofu's come in, drifting forward, straight on towards the Warlock and Terrorblade. They drop the Golem to return fire. Ace is dropping low. Terrorblade and this Luna trying to stand their ground and fight back, but Vitali's dead yet again. Diving in deep, Quinn has found the opening onto Yodomi. And now, with 4 heroes gone, GG called, they tap out and give Gaming Gladiators a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, it's going to be quick and easy for them. There's not really any resistance anymore. Edge, they did the best they could. Honestly, got off to a really good start. But I think everything kind of fell apart on the Roche attempt. You could say that it was a bit, hubris going for the Roche when they knew heroes were going to be alive in time. But, yeah, I mean, it's kind of sad to watch. They got such a nice start in this game on Edge. You see the potential.
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? It's building blocks. You know, you're not necessarily new players, but as a kind of newer team to the S tier of Dota, right? You look at these ESL, EPT events, whatever it might be. It's hard to break in to the top. So having the fact that their drafts look decent, the individual players there, it's just a matter of, becoming a well-oiled machine. It's down to reps, it's down to understanding your team and getting into that groove and rhythm. We hope to see them build as Edge, because the Gaming Gladiators in this series just absolutely have them.
Yeah, I mean, it will be a very instructive replay to go back and watch for them, to see what went wrong and what they could have done differently. It's easy to just say, oh, we shouldn't have Roche, or, we died on that. But there were a lot of minor details that I think they can take away a lot.
Right?
Yeah. Moments like the one we see right there, where they go and it looks like it's going to be good. Honestly, from a observer point of view, from our perspective, it looked like it was going to be good as well. But the little details is what they need to work out. And this was also one of the biggest moments for them. The massive win on the Tormentor. After this, they were in such a nice lead of the game. And Gaming Gladiators definitely showed weakness, but here we see it again. The massive moment. Oh, it just clipped beautifully. The Fissure was also perfect. It landed onto the Warlock as well on the back line there. Hit everyone.
And there's no response to that whatsoever.
Nah,
that's the kind of move that has won the TI.
Yeah, it's just you caught me, you don't have a play after that.
We never got to see what Warlock was writing in his diary either. Did he even finish it? Did he get to use it?
He did. He did publish at some point. I don't know. It will maybe it will be more famous after his death. Who knows? But it didn't do too much in that game.
More famous after his 11th death, maybe, or the 12th one. But either way, I mean, hard times. Good to see the kind of silver linings for Edge there. But Gaming Gladiator is the better team by far. So we'll take a break and come back with an interview shortly.
when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good.
Welcome back, folks, here as we wrap up midday of the group stage, day 1 for DreamLeague Season 26, and we've just witnessed Gaming Gladiators dismantling Edge in that 2-game series. Waga, I mean, it was a pretty straightforward one for them.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, game 1 looked a lot cleaner than game 2. They were dominating all the way from the start pretty much, and it was just a non-stop beating. Game 2, there was a little bit of hope for Edge. They had some really good fights. They managed to fight on the Tormentor, punished the Tormentor take, and were in a dominant position until that Roche fight that just swung monumentally the game back.
Yeah, it was a massive moment for them. Beautiful stuff, reminiscent of that TI5 moment with an Echo Slam, Ice Blast. Really nice securing of that game too. And we've got Quinn on the line here for an interview from Gaming Gladiators after that 2-game victory over Edge. I mean, Quinn, first of all, congrats on that victory. Nicely done. First question up, do you feel good playing Monkey King?
Yeah, it's one of the few mid-heroes that's actually good. They decided they were going to make just the middle of the map, just no fun there, no fun zone. So I'm in the no fun zone, but he's one of the few heroes that you can actually have fun on. So I'll play him every game if I can.
Just jump around, go and cause a bit of chaos, be a nasty little nuisance.
Yeah, be a little, sneaky little rat monkey and just, cause some chaos.
Oh, good stuff. Nice to see you thriving out of that mid lane in the fun zone out in the side lanes. A real question though, where did this Lina come from? Because this was a Watson special a couple of years back and now re-emerging.
I mean, it's just like one of his favorite heroes, and he's like, yo, this hero's not that good, but it's a good Lina game. And we're like, okay, if you want to play it, that's fine. We're kind of running out of time, so we don't have that many other options. We have like 30 seconds left, and it's like, all right, whatever, screw it. And we just, we just picked it. So, I mean, he likes the hero, and sometimes you just gotta trust people what they want.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we liked it. Yeah, we were talking a little bit here, like, I wonder where his ice build is going to be now when the Gleipnir is not really anymore an option, what's going to shape out to be. But the game, you guys kind of won it before we got to a relevant item stage anyway. I want to ask more from your perspective, though. Game number 2 here, you ended up going for the puck. I believe you already saw the Rasta as well. Were you at all concerned playing into the Rasta with Insta Disable? Or was this pre-communicated? Because we saw the Shaker stopping the Rasta a lot of times. Were you already thinking, we have solutions for Rasta?
I mean, it's definitely annoying. This matchup is not fun. But once, we pick Shaker because they have Shaman, it's nice against the hero. And then I told Togo before the game, we communicated that, stand kind of near me, and he's going to shackle me at some point, you fissure him, and then we're chilling, So I think we have enough answers for it in our draft that it's, fine. Sometimes it's not fine, but I think this game it is.
Yeah.
What's going on with the lights in my room?
Do you think a component to that as well is that this game, while they have the insta catch on you, they didn't actually have that fantastic burst heroes against you as a puck? They got the grab on you a few times, but it kind of takes them a time to wind up their damage, right?
Yeah, Shaman Sanking has some weird overlap. Those heroes are they can be good together, but they're not always. They have strengths and weaknesses that need to be covered up by other heroes. So if those two heroes in particular are trying to kill me and I have 1800 HP, might just not die.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question because I asked this to a lot of different people, and I want to see what you have to say about it. Is there any hero right now that is not in the meta that you really want to play, and is there any hero that you wish was actually relevant, or do you just not have anything that you care necessarily that about?
Void Spirit. This hero's been bad for so long. His numbers just don't make any sense. His level 4 nuke, his E, does 195 damage.
That's
4.
true.
I didn't misspeak. I didn't say 1 or 2 or 3. I said 4. You know how much Avalanche does at level 4? 400. Twice as much damage. And that's a stun.
It's pretty crazy, actually. Void Spirit is he's in the top spot right now. That's ever since the Universal thing. It's just we need to ruin all his spells, and then they never.
They made this hero some boring snooze heckin' right clicker, and then they killed Universal, so we can't right click either. He can't do anything.
You can't rush Ags. You can't buy Deso. You can't.
It is the worst hero ever, and it makes me so sad because it's the only hero I want to play.
Okay, a follow-up question on that. Do you think Universal heroes were a mistake, or do you think that they're good?
No, I think it's a weird, goofy concept that they also realize, which is why they put them all in the dirt. I don't think it makes sense for some heroes to just get more out of items arbitrarily, off of theme almost. It's just a very strange way to balance the game that I don't think makes any sense personally.
Yeah. And then slowly getting put back into strength, int, and agility until we're only left with Wind Ranger as the one universal hero, and that's it.
I swear they're gonna move Nature's Prophet next. They're gonna take him oh, by the way, this is a mistake.
Yeah, why does Furion get damage from Butterfly? I don't know. It's just what can you do?
Hey,
Not
thank
much.
you.
Get on the blower to Valve. Get on the phone. Get the sort it out, Quinn. Thank you for joining us, and congrats on that 2-0 victory. We'll let you go. Get a snack, get some lunch. Continue on your Dream League journey.
Thank you.
See
See
ya.
you next time. Yeah, absolutely shutting the door on Edge in that first series of the group stage. Already, dark times for Edge if that's how they're starting things out. But yeah, good signs of good things to come from Gaming Gladiators with that early victory for themselves, as we can see the opening group stage standings there.
Yep, and of course, good positioning here. We can see the 2-0s coming in. Gaming Gladiators sitting very well there with the 2-0. Nigma and Bet Boom, the other teams to take the 2-0. And then we have little qualified marks, of course, for the teams with the qualifier already. I like that.
That's very handy. I need all these indicators, as many indicators as possible. Color code everything. Give me little, icons and flags and stuff like that. I need to know as much information as humanly possible. But yeah, that's it for us for now. We're halfway through day one. We're going to pass it on to the next caster pair of Ricky and Zach to take you into OG versus Bet Boom. That's OG Latam versus Bet Boom, and then Paravision against Talon. Your next two series here on the Storm stream. But from myself and Wagga, that's it. Good day. Enjoy the rest of the Dota, and see you all tomorrow.
Yeah.
Go and tell your mama to get up off her seat. Go and tell your mama to come out in the street. 'Cause it's all going on right here. We're gonna make it perfectly clear. Our voices ringing in your ear. Yeah. Tell your mama she better come around. Yeah.
We got the mother of the party, and it's about to go down. Yeah.
Yes, we're having a celebration. We're gonna rock the entire
So come and lay it down.
Your mama got to tell. Your mama got to tell. Your mama, you got to go and tell your mama.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Crack the ceiling.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Take this feeling. I want you to know I can't lie. Doors are open. Welcome, all won't you stay? You got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. Wanna be close to you. Want you to be all mine. Got all this but our soul made up our mind. There's nobody better than you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to
be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
These lips are busted.
Quick to scream on my side.
It's done and dusted.
I'm never getting
Radiant's
off
top
this
tower is under
ride.
attack.
Life with you is golden.
So how can I go back to silver love?
I'll be holding. Oh, I'll be holding on, forgetting.
Be close to you. Since a good day. Could it be all mine?
Oh, yeah.
I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
Yeah.
Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you.
Gotta be you.
Gotta be you.
Yeah.
Gotta be you.
It's gotta be you. Yeah.
But I so made up my mind. Gotta be you. Some voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah. Nobody better. Gotta be you. Gotta be you.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. I'm ready to move well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. 100%. Yeah.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do
me when you need it. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. Satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. Got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
celebration. Faces open, everybody smiling. Happy people gather round. We will party all night long. This will be magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be magic night to have together. No limitation. United as one nation. This will be magic night to remember. Joyful celebration.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
What is up, everybody? Here, welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. Zach's been behind the scene wondering what the heck I was doing today. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm ready. You look ready too. I like it.
Yeah. I heard there was gonna be a little bit of a funky jazz theme going on this time, and I was like, well, say no more. I'll be right there. So yeah, it's gonna be an exciting day. We're halfway through. We've got a lot more Dota to be played. Next up is gonna be OG Latam versus Bet Boom team, which we're familiar with these teams, quite familiar. You and I have covered these teams quite a bit over the last, couple of months through various amounts of tournaments. But then coming up after that, very fun one will be Paravision versus the Flipster Talon lineup.
Yeah, both series going to be a lot of fun. I think the CIS teams have been looking very good. So BetBoom and Paravision going to be the favorites, and that's kind of the question: how well will OG LATAM and Talon do versus them? Right? It feels like always the proving grounds.
Yeah, I mean, if anytime you're up against Paravision, that's definitely the are you that's the skill check moment, right? It feels like when it comes to OG Latam, a lot of people are I mean, if you've been following South American Dota at all, a lot of these players are going to look very familiar. It's comprised of some of like the region all-stars that they've placed relatively high at majors in the past, but this is going to be their newest kind of team sponsor. So we'll see how well they do up against Bet Boom team here. Oh, I love watching this team. I don't know what else to say about them. They're so fun to watch.
They're a really high skill team, especially from the laning stage, and if they get off to a good start, they tend to go really fast. They do have a stand-in for today, Kiritich instead of Pure, but Kiritich is also a very good player, so I'm sure it won't affect them too much. The hero pools might shift a little bit. I feel like Pure is very willing to do some wacky stuff, but there's certainly enough overlap that they're already 2-0 for the day, so it's not bothering them too much.
Yeah, that's not a bad start by any means, of course. Yeah, as for these two teams, one of the things we wanted to highlight specifically was the supports. The position 4s, first one here being Save. The reason being, they have very different hero pools. Save has probably the most meta hero pool of all time. When it comes to players, sometimes they just hit their stride and it's maybe they for one reason or another. We're in a moment right now where Save's most played heroes are all really good, and that's just not something we see all that often. And there's a reason Bet Boom has had such really good kind of performances lately, and we do feel like it is kind of off the back of Save, right?
Absolutely. Like you said, everything, Keeper the Light, Wind Ranger, Muerta, Ringmaster, all excellent heroes right now, and he is amazing at all of them.
Yeah, very excited to see how they transition with that, today. And then of course it's quite different from the position 4 player on OG Latam, which we'll talk about in a moment. But Yeah, I think Save is probably one of the most impressive 4 positions right now. I think his Caudle, we talk about all the time. It's one of the best in the world. We'll be surprised if it makes it through, but hopefully we do. We get to see it soon.
Yeah. Their opponents, OG, new team name, but the team has played together before, so you probably recognize all the players. One of the stronger teams from SA, which is saying something because I feel like there's constantly a mix of strong teams in that region, but proving themselves at the international level is always the challenge. So we're gonna see if this new combo, OG and this team, maybe they get some extra guidance. Maybe that's the international connection, and they can break through. Maybe starting with El Micho, like we talked about, something that they're going to have to match Save's hero pool, or not match, but address, because I did see El Micho played some of his first Ringmaster games in their earlier series today, so he is breaking it out. But you and I had been talking that he prefers melee heroes typically, which there's not as many good melee hero 4s right now. It's a lot of the range supports.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is one of those things where like his most played heroes, which are not bad, right? Like right now, are almost all melee supports. Like the Earthshakers, the Clockworks. The big one is Tusk. Like he is a god tier Tusk player, which Tusk is quite meta right now. But if you think about the differences and how this affects your offlane draft in general, when you have like someone who's a primarily melee support player versus someone who's like primarily a range support player, it affects like what offlane picks you want to go with. It means OG is probably going to lean more towards things like the Darkseer if you want to try and pair it with that, which if it makes it through the draft, I know Illich will be very happy. But they also kind of just sometimes will run a double melee offlane instead of having like the more conventional kind of melee and ranged.
Yeah, and a lot of the offlaners right now are melee. I'd say like the best ranged offlaner is Medusa, and she actually likes Keeper the Light, and other ranged heroes you can maybe like stack for her and stuff. She's not strictly looking for aggressive pairings, which is usually what like the melee plus ranged does for you.
Well, it is time to jump into the draft here for game number 1. And with this, both teams will kind of be keeping an eye on like some of the real. I am curious like what heroes they're gonna let slip through, because for the most part, like your first pick, second pick, you're gonna get like one of like 3 really strong heroes, right? Because the other like 6 or 7 like OP heroes will be banned. Interesting enough though, they actually ban out the Abaddon, which is kind of a classic for the South American stack, just because you have K1 who can play it on carry, and they are a team that actually plays at position 5 in the support and offlane.
Yeah, that's true. You've got that flex potential there. Some serious respect going over, because it does mean, like you said, some of those other broken heroes are slipping through. Things like the Ancient Apparition, the Tinker, Nature's Prophet, TA, Bristleback. Sometimes you see like the Phantom Assassins, Beastmasters. So there is a good handful of top heroes, and we're actually going to see several of them this game, I imagine, because we're banning things like Abaddon in the first phase, and even Shadow Shaman. Not something we see that often, but that hero's been getting more popular.
Yeah.
And maybe some scrims going on behind the scenes. It's been pretty relevant in this tournament so far.
All right. So the big ones right here are Beastmaster and Tiny. These are like the 2 picks that we've been seeing for phase 1 decisions nowadays. It's like, do you ban the Beastmaster and pick the Tiny, or do you ban the Tiny and pick the Beastmaster? I have been in the camp that I think Tiny is a better hero than Beastmaster right now. With like kind of this updated itemization that we've seen, people going for like the blink into like Yules and Force Staff and then Octarine, and you're just like impossible to kill because you're a 4,000 HP rock with like 3 utility items. But it works. Like it still crushes the damage numbers. So we'll see. As for now, it looks like they are just gonna ban the Doom and pick up the Beastmaster.
Doom is good versus the Beastmaster, since the most popular build is the Agnums. There's a lot of healing there, and Ancient Apparition was banned out earlier, so Two of the best anti-heal heroes taken out of the picture early. Like you said, that means Tiny's available. Templar Assassin, I think, is also very good. GPK, probably one of the few heroes we're going to actually see it play mid, because otherwise it's typically a carry, but he's such a good mid TA player. He knows when it's a easy matchup for him. For now, they're going to go for the Nature's Prophet, though. Also some flex there, usually carry or mid, and can help meet some of this early tempo from the Beastmaster, who is going to want to make plays once he has the Aghanims, take some fast towers. Nature's has the option of either ratting a different lane, and he can also threaten towers because of the Treants we're all used to by now, the Ironwood Treant. Or you can join the fight, and maybe you can even do both if the timing works out.
So far, I actually really like the bans that are coming out. Like, I know at least some of the stronger heroes, but I do think they're respecting kind of the specific play style of the teams, which I like a lot. Now, as for Silencer, Jakiro, these are just your lane dominators. Get rid of, or rather, Jakiro's a lane dominator. Silencer is your super annoying position 5. It typically feeds a lot, but it still has global silence. Leads me to believe that maybe an Enigma pick is on the table with the mid Beastmaster. I know Illich loves his Enigma, and it does kind of pair with what we were talking about with El Misho being more of a melee support player.
I can't believe Tinker is still available too.
Dude, that's wild, right?
Yeah, it would be greedy on Bet Boom at this point. And maybe that's why OG felt, leave it in. Like, you're gonna have 2 global heroes trying to farm the back while the other 3 do things, right? It's a bit greedy. But always something you gotta be careful of. Keep in mind, as you let it slip through, you could still give a really good Tinker game, and then and then they grab it anyways.
Wow, after everything we've talked about, and it's just thrown right out the door. We're like, yeah, El Misho is the Tusk player, not Save, and Save's like, give me that hero. I'm playing the Tusk.
It works.
I guess
well.
It doesn't have to be him, but it could be.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a flex pick. It works well with the Natures. No matter where the Natures ends up. If it's carry, then you can do carry Tusk. Carry Natures with position 5 Tusk. If it's mid, then Natures can't really start fights in the mid lane, even though he's got the damage, but now you've got a Tusk rotating in, Ice Charge, Snowball, you can get him kills, or you can rotate to you, right? Same deal. It's just a very strong support right now, as well as already addressing the Beastmaster to some degree. In the lane, it's not like a perfect matchup or anything, but when you want to roar, kill a target, right, through BKB, now you can just blink, Snowball, save them in the roar, pop out, towards the end of the roar duration, depending how soon you get there, and you counter out that big roar initiation or just solo attempt, like a pick-off kill, save your teammate, give Nature's time to rotate in, turn the fight with the numbers.
So since the OG has the 18th pick here, right? They have the last pick at phase 2. I feel like they have the ability to hold out for the Enigma, and if you're Bet Boom here, you can't go for it because the Gyro is banned. Okay, so they're gonna see Keeper. Okay, I don't understand. Are we sure these teams are on the right side?
This really does look like a draft Bet Boom would have run.
It looks exactly like Bet Boom's drafts.
At the same time, you don't want to give it, right? Because Keeper's in the pool. The Ringmaster's in the pool. They're great heroes, and Bet Boom is strong with them. But to be playing at the top level meta, you also have to be strong with them, right? So I know OG's been practicing with them. Even though we said earlier, it's like, they generally prefer those melee heroes. They'll be able to do this. Keeper, Beastmaster, really good lane. You can, even if it's not a good lane matchup because it gets counterpicked, you just do a bunch of stacks, you clear with the axes, you go really fast. Will it be as good as Bet Boom's because Save is the Keeper, the light player? We will see, but just stealing it away so you don't have to deal with that is very understandable.
Yeah, I was thinking that their drafts right now with where they're at on OG, that maybe they couldn't go for something like the Coddle on Bet Boom because you could just 18th pick the Enigma and then you're just like, yeah, you have 0 black hole cancels now, good luck, and it makes it kind of difficult, but maybe the idea is it would out-tempo you anyway because it's just the way that Bet Boom plays it is so fast. They will pick up the Kunkka. Now, this is a super flexible hero, plays all 3 core roles.
Yeah, I think if you pick a
realistically
strong
it's Miro, but we'll see.
If you pick a strong support, I like that idea, right? Because then you can just shuffle around. You've got second pick on Bet Boom, so you get to see all 5 heroes from OG and then decide, okay, here's where we want to put those, and we pick our final pick. So just any support here. Several have been banned out, and then 2 more already picked for OG. So I'm trying to think who's left.
They're just gonna...
Okay, just
his Muerta.
Strong in the lane.
Okay.
I don't think she strictly counters like the Ringmaster and the Coddle, but she is just good with pretty much any offlaner you could want and contributes a bunch in any fight. You got Tusk Muerta, right? Just those 2 supports alone is so much early fighting potential, and you could have the Natures teleport in. You've got lots of time to teleport when there's an X-Mark combo, right? You can take your time, pick the perfect spot. I'm liking what they've got up to this point.
Yeah. The Kunkka Muerta lane is strong. Like X-Mark into Torrent, into Calling, Deadshot back. Like you actually have a lot of control. Now it is going to be a Ringmaster in the 5 position, so we'll see how much that disrupts things, but I think overall a pretty strong lane. We're going to see the Ember Spirits for Dark Mago come out. One of his classics. This is one of his most played, most successful heroes in the mid lane, which is surprising because like the Tiny is still in, and I think that's the one he is known for. But we've seen Embers kind of crush the Tiny lane lately. So they're just going to ban out the hard counters to the Ember Spirit. Right now, it's going to be the Huskar. Maybe they still ban the Puck as well.
I also think it's good. It covers a couple things they needed. One, you got to find this Nature's Prophet, right? Either he's in the back jungling, or he's trying to teleport into the fight in the trees so he gets the bonus damage, but also far away from your team. So the Ember can constantly use Sleight of Fist, try to find him in those trees, as well as having multiple remnants to chase deep. And then you'll get those at an even higher cooldown because you have the Keeper. So although Keeper Beastmaster is a great combo, you also want to have a mid. Typically the mid, I guess it could be any other core, but you want another person who really benefits off of the Chakra Magic and the recalls around the map. And I'd say number 1 is Storm Spirit, but number 2 is Ember, and then the 3rd is Tiny. I'd say those are the top 3 from the mid lane. And
I like that.
Ember covers a little bit more of what they need.
Terrorblade Medusa banned. Both would have been really good here for K1. Definitely right up his alley. High farm focused. Also just generally strong in the lane and not easily punished. Now that does mean there's actually quite a few carries still in this pool. Like there's not many that's been banned. You could argue the Abaddon is one of them, but if you look at Bet Boom, like they've definitely more focused on the carry pool here as opposed to OG.
I would like something fast because you already have the Keeper, Beastmaster, Ember. You could also argue the complete reverse, which is that those 4 heroes will make space for the last, which would be the classic way for K1 to play. Give me some Ultra Farmer. I'll show up with 6 items at 30 minutes. I think I'd prefer something faster.
The crazy thing is TA is still in the pool.
I was thinking TA might be that pick. It's just kind of scary because you don't know your matchup. So TA,
she doesn't lose a lot, but she's could be punished.
But if the thing is like that would be a key part of winning the game here, and if you get countered by something, then you're correct. So
carry
actually
Beastmaster.
It's gonna be carry Beastmaster.
That's the tempo you were hoping for.
Yeah, dude. K1 is growing his hero pool. Can you imagine going back a couple years and be like, K1's gonna play Beastmaster carry?
Wow. Well, they do get the Darkseer, which this is an Illich classic as well. This is something he really likes. Against the Nature's Prophet earlier on, I was like, maybe they look for something like a Darkseer combo, but then I saw the Coddle Ringmaster. I was like, maybe not. Maybe they want to do something else. So they do end up going back for it. It's not the most conventional Darkseer lane, but in terms of what it offers the game, like these auras that it can bring, I think it can do pretty well. So that means mid NP Ursa carry.
Yeah, it's good versus the Darkseer. Your illusion isn't really that scary. And you needed something that can fight early versus the tempo that OG has. But also, if you can outscale, right? It's a carry Beastmaster. It's strong, it's good early, but it's certainly not got the scaling of a traditional carry. So the longer this game goes, you now have a Nature's and an Ursa. It really should favor Bet Boom the longer it goes, but they're not gonna get run over, right? Like, sure, you gotta get to that Battle Fury, but after that, Ursa's like, yeah, I'll fight, whatever, you know? I can kill some heroes with overpower.
I really do like the Ursa. I think it does check a lot of boxes. I am a little bit worried because Coddle might make it annoying to play the Ursa in this lane. Like, if you try to make an aggressive play, you just get blinding lighted backwards. And then, of course, just the constant refreshes onto Darkseer. There's going to be a lot of Ion Shells or either a lot of stacking. My gut is probably stacking.
Why not both?
Because I don't know how easy it's going to be for the Ursa and Tusk to actually find a kill. You got to wait till Blinding Light's on cooldown. That's your only hope, really.
I could see that, yeah, because you have to commit to get that early kill. And if you don't have Blinding Light and you don't have Surge, you know, Tag Team and Overpower is a lot of early damage. So you easily die. But you can just keep blasting them away, Surge away. As long as you have those, you're okay. But if you step up too far when they're on cooldown, very easily lead to your death.
All right. Very excited for this one. So let's go ahead and jump in to game number 1 of Bet Boom versus OG Latam. Now, this is going to be... It's funny because we talked about how, you know, these teams have like some of their iconic play styles. Also, shout out to the music. We're bumping it this time. Great choice on theme production. Appreciate you guys.
Bombing out.
Dude, I'm just dancing off screen. Who cares? So we've got pretty active game plan here from OG, right? Running the carry Beastmaster, this offlane Darkseer, and a mid Ember Spirit. All these heroes going to get online very early. Now, we've seen Coddle and Ember, that duo, have some incredible success into the mid game. And we're going to see if they can actually make that happen. It's up against the Nature's Prophet, which should be a pretty great lane for Bet Boom. So if Dark Mago can kind of weather the storm of that is the difficult lane, see what he can get done with it after that.
It's okay if he doesn't have as strong of a start, because when he does get active, he's going to have an Ion Shell on top of him, plus the Keeper. So as long as he gets the 6 at a reasonable time, you can start making plays, most likely in that bottom lane, and recover.
Top side here, we're going to see potentially a little fight. No, they're just going to back away. No one wants to risk first bloods at runes anymore. We've seen games won and lost at the rune battles, so playing it a little safe. I am curious what the build for GPK is going to be this game, because like typical Nature's Prophet is you just rush Maelstrom, right? So do you do that on mid lane Natures?
Yeah, because it's actually a great way to delay a game when they have a fast-paced lineup, is put the Mjolnir on the Treant and then have it go creep cut. And unless you have a way to deal with that, which, I don't know, sometimes we see like Helm of the Dominators, and it's funny to see Darkseer and Beastmaster and kind of know like none of them are going to do that, right? Then
Couriers! Oh, he canceled his auto attack! Oh, that hurts. That was like, you know, that was like seeing dollar signs, man. You just see 2 couriers waddling back to base. You get neither.
Heart of battle instead of quick wit.
True, actually. Oh, all right. Yeah, Katomi's going to try and punish this little lane dragging that's going on here. Tusk, yeah, I mean, he's going to get a lot of damage out for sure, but not going to stop the Darkseer on the lane drag. And he did go Blinding Light level 1 on Elmisho, so I do appreciate this. I think this is pretty much necessary in this lane. It will prevent that like aggression that comes out, especially off the level 2 timings. You just got to make sure you actually have it off cooldown.
I completely agree with your point that I was definitely listening to, and not appreciating the fact that Kataomi has this fire cosmetic going on, and his courier also has the same. He is synced up in the cosmetic game. That is a massive buff to the hero.
So that cosmetic, you can put it on Chaos Knight, and it works on all of your illusions, and it definitely doesn't lag out everyone's computer. It's good stuff. It's real good stuff. Pay to win cosmetics, everybody. Just have a better computer than the other team. Overall, lanes are pretty straightforward, right? No one's really struggling too much. Kunkka is like meh in the top side, but kind of expected when you're against the hero like the Beastmaster. Mid lane, Dark Mago is actually doing a lot of work here against this Nature's Prophet. I saw the first wave and I was kind of impressed. Like he ended up kind of out CSing the Nature's Prophet, which wasn't what I expected, but again, this is one of his best heroes, Grandmaster on the Ember, so it's not, I think, too surprising that he's performing well already. But we'll see as the lane goes on how it develops.
Ember's early levels. Oh, I won't. It depends on the matchup. I think in this case, the early levels will be fine for him, and it's as the Natures picks up more range damage, it gets even more annoying for Dark Mago. We're kind of seeing that come into play right now, where you just constantly poke away, and the Treant spam starts to build up. Whereas like the first level 1 Treant's kind of whatever. But as you deal with the second and the third and the fourth, and then it's level 2, and then the 5th and the 6th Treant that is just poking you nonstop through the laning stage, it just slowly adds up to the Nature's advantage. But yeah, like you said, for now, he's at least doing fine. And even if it started going really one-sidedly for GBK, I do think Dark Mago is already set up to hit 6 at a pretty reasonable time. So yeah, I'd call that a success, getting through the lane versus the Natures.
Hear me out though. What about the 7th Treant? You think is that one changed the game at all?
That's the game changer. That's the power spike, man.
I see.
You always got to be careful of the 7th Treant timing. It's a killer.
Yeah, Sprout spam is also just really annoying.
Misho's got to be a little careful. There is an Ice Shards, but a little bit off. Oh, Snowball! Ah,
dude, I was gonna say he's gonna put himself in. Yeah, he puts himself right on the backside of the shards to trap them instead. That's a pretty sick play.
Can we replay that?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Something I want to see there. I thought the Ice Shards came a little early because they were actually going for the level 3 timing, which I thought was sick. It's like, oh, as soon as you hit 3, go for the kill, snowball in. But you should save Ice Shards for that. So maybe he used Ice. Oh, here we go.
We are gonna do it.
Maybe he used Ice Shards to finish a creep. No, he just threw it a little early.
Yeah. I mean, El Micho definitely baited him on it, but yeah, just to position himself on the other side of the shards is just like, peace. Nice try.
Could have been first blood. He learned a lesson here, though. First blood
okay, we get first blood. Thanks for calling that replay, Zach.
Yeah. Well, we waited to the tail end. I don't know what you're talking about. That's perfect. We literally showed what not to do and then showed what to do.
This is the educational stream here, the beginner stream, really. You know, helping people get better at Dota. I'm pretty sure we're about to see an Axes find a kill. Yep. Save in trouble as well. He's got 4 Axe stacks. I don't, you know, they're words. Double kill in the top lane here for the side of OG. This is already a scary lane, and they are now off to an even better start.
Yeah, it's extra scary because Ringmaster does get the souvenirs on the on kills, so he's got a little bit of extra strength to work with. He has Funhouse Mirror right now, not really the best, but if he uses that, he could have Whoopee Cushion, or that would be awesome. He could have Whoopee Cushion or Strongman Tonic, which can definitely make a difference.
That'd be so hype, actually. Just about to get X torrented and just Funhouse mirrors it. That would be hype.
That's a good one. We'll look for that, and that one definitely gets replayed.
No. We don't show the good stuff.
Oh, okay.
Bottom lane, Illich running very far away. Tries to get vacuumed away here, but Phase Boots. Now with Tusk coming in, there's the Shard block. Blinding. Oh, it was Wrath of Nature. I was like, how did he get hit? Wrath of Nature comes in from GPK to secure the kill. Now Dark Mago has a haste rune. He's just going to be able to get aggressive now, and this will be a kill going the way of El Micho. All right, putting at least the first power into good use.
Yeah, that's a very, very lucky one to get at that time. Natures does participate with his Wrath of Nature, as they tend to do. Looks like top lane Beastmaster actually fell.
They're bringing in the Darkseer. This is a bait for sure. The question is, who are they gonna... Oh, the dead shot! How did he see him? Illich is now in a lot of trouble, stuck up here. Doesn't have a way in. What a dead shot from Save. I honestly don't know if he actually saw the hero or not.
There might have been a creep over there. 7-minute Wisdom Rune, trying to take advantage of this chaos going on. But yeah, maybe as Ember shows up, this is not where you want to be.
I mean, Kiritich does have Enrage. They're gonna just battle it out in here. In comes the Nature's Remnants away. They're gonna be able to get this kill here onto El Misho. They get themselves the Shrine as GPK comes in, but Kiritich, no, gets burnt down as Illich comes through, and now GPK 1v4. Nature's Prophet, a strong hero, but I don't know if he's that strong. Oh, Eastbound kills Dark Mago. All right, now this is super worth it.
2 for 1. OG
And the
rotates
Shrine.
all their heroes. If OG hadn't done such a quick rotation, because as soon as they finished that Beastmaster kill, they started going through the Twin Gate to make it here in time. If they didn't do that, it would have been really one-sided for Bet Boom. The cores end up paying a price there where 2 of them die, but they did get both Wisdom Shrines. And these are some support, level-reliant support that we're now going to have an advantage going the way of Bet Boom for. Yeah, Tusk is almost level 6 already. He's at 5.5 right now.
Yeah, he's having a great game. He's been involved in a lot already.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I guess the supports were involved in that kill for OG actually, so that's the funny thing. Sometimes you make these plays, but you actually give a lot of kills, and it balances out the Wisdom Shrine difference.
Yeah. That's true. I guess the fact that the Nature's Prophet is there and dies, that's a lot of XP. He was level 7 when he died, so gives up quite a bit. Now, in terms of the net worth distribution, it's pretty even, right? We're 5 to 5. Very, very little difference in terms of the actual net worth across the board here. It's going to be these first big items that are going to kind of change things up, right? Beastmaster is working towards that Aghanim Scepter. We're going to see Kunkka get himself the Blade Mail. Ember Spirit usually in games like this is the Mage Slayer. I think you still do it, even though there's a lot of physical damage. I'm not 100% sure, though. Ooh, they are going to find the X, the boat. They do have moves nearby. Escape Act will help absorb a lot of that damage, but he's still surrounded by the 5 heroes of Bet Boom. And they do manage to find themselves a big pickoff. Now, Dark Mago here on the Ember Spirit. A nice chains into a fear, but Darkseer gonna try and make his presence known. I mean, this is where Ember shines. These long fights with the Coddle as well. Slight chains catches Kiritich. He's forced to enrage immediately as he heads to the north. They will scout him on a ward, but I don't think they will be able to finish the job as he should be able to TP home. Never mind, Ringmaster's found him. Who goes for who? Blood Grenade, does he have the damage? He misses on the high ground, but the burn, 30 HP, he gets out. Wow, very close. That's actually a high ground miss that keeps him alive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wait, the attack just hit from the top lane.
I was watching, yeah, it actually doesn't disjoint these Twin Gates, but he gained enough health in that time. It took so long to carry over.
Overall, I think that's a win for Bet Boom, right? They don't lose the Ursa. They get the Beastmaster.
Yeah, and killing the Beastmaster, he's doing some stacks now, so he might still reach a pretty solid Ag's timing, but the Beastmaster as a carry is unconventional.
UA not getting out of that one. Stuck between ice shards and trees.
Yeah. Beastmaster, like, he has a strong lane because he's usually an offlaner, so you need to win your lane and then have a good Ag's time, and that's the whole idea of like this tempo Beastmaster carry. So the fact that he's dying and he's not really having that impressive of a lane, like 4,500, is like, okay, sure, but then you look at everyone else, you're like, yeah, well, actually everyone's in this ballpark.
Uh-oh. Bottom lane. They drop the wall. The snowball on in, though, trapping the Keeper of the Light. Oh, Misho, he's a big part of the team fight here for these guys. Oh my gosh, the escape act buys him a little bit more time, but there's the slight change. The X, the boat's gonna be able to do some damage here to Illich, but they've taken down 2 supports on Bet Boom. But without the Coddle, Dark Mago running out of steam. He has to go back to base.
Still get 2 support kills, and maybe pressure this tower a little bit. You give some space to Beastmaster. So overall, it's fine. And in fact, you can even now send the Keeper somewhere else and maybe recall these heroes over after they finish this bottom lane. It looks like BetBoom is not interested in defending it.
Yeah, it's getting hard to defend the lanes now against this Darkseer, who does have his mech. He's completed. Dark Mago, I actually want to talk about his itemization and his neutral item. Big deal having the Orb of Destruction and the Orb of Corrosion on this, like, kind of, especially if you're trying to play for like an early tempo and then going back for Mage Slayer. So you're gonna have 3 kind of orb effects applied off every Sleight of Fist that he gets. He has gone the 4-4-0 build, which we've kind of seen as the standard as the Ember Spirit against, well, I guess rather with Coddle against certain heroes. That's pretty much what you want to go for. A lot of stacks. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, both teams doing a great job with stacking these. Ursa may be a little sad he's not getting those stacks, but he doesn't have his Battle Fury, so what can you do? Overall, pretty even game, which I want to say favors BetBoom just a bit. Do favor their late game scaling, but if OG can make a couple plays back to back, maybe starting with a kill onto save here.
Yeah, forced to pop the Pierce the Veil, but with an Ion Shell Ember Spirit, the chains come out, gets himself a very nice pick off, and protected by the Shield Rune, right? I think they might be considering a defense there if you don't have a Shield Rune on the Ember. But Coddle gonna pull in the Ember top side as they're gonna look for the Kunkka. Fortunately for them, he has read this perfectly. He knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, this is where you want an Aghanim's kill right now. It just finished on K1, so they were looking for anything they would have been happy with, because a kill could easily lead to Roshan. It's pretty early for most teams, but the Aghanims plus a Keeper will allow you to do it. If you don't find anything, you maybe just wait for... Well, actually, this is where teams have different philosophies. Sometimes we see the Beastmasters go for the Tormentor, you take that, you go for Roche. Other times, you let them have Tormentor, especially if they have a strong team fight, and you just go for Roche as soon as that happens. BetBoom, you've got the Ursa. Rarely can you threaten to steal the Roche away when the enemy team does Tormentor, but this actually is a case where it could happen.
I mean, BetBoom could take both, right? Like, they also are a team that are very capable of taking both Tormentor and Roche early. So that's going to be a big objective. And we already see BetBoom kind of setting up for the idea here that they're going to rush Tormentor. So let's maybe eyeball the Roche. They get 2 really good wards placed on the bottom side of the map here. And they actually see the smoke. It connects onto Hector there, so they actually know there are heroes smoke behind them. As that 15-minute Tormentor's about to spawn, Katomi here to try and pop the smoke. He will do exactly that. And Ember does have an arcane.
Roche.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at where BetBoom are moving.
But you need the Ursa.
Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of far away.
He might deal with this creep wave and then immediately TP.
Yeah,
yeah. But it's already scanned out by BetBoom as well, so they're gonna head over real quick.
I mean, they got Tormentor before they started the Roshan. They can easily contest both now as the whole team is TPing over. If you get the wall into the Ember here, this is going to be a big deal. Now, the question is, will OG make it in time? The Ringmaster getting close to the high ground here, will get scouted off of this ward, does come in with the Impalement Arts, does have the Spotlight that he reveals, drops the Wheel of Wonder. It's going to taunt the Nature's Prophet, but the Aegis, it gets claimed. They take down Roche. Dark Mago trying to do what he can here on this Ember Spirit, but it looks like they're just going to back away and give this one up.
I want to say, now that the dust has settled, this is a win for BetBoom overall. You get the Aegis to delay the game. They get the Tormentor, but the Shard actually goes to Ringmaster, which is not a bad Shard, but it depends on the game. And in this case, I think the Keeper, the Light Shard, would have been a lot better than Spotlight. Though Spotlight was kind of useful in that Roche fight, you know, give them the information, but it doesn't actually lead to the kill. So that was its It's best used, and now you're wishing you had double recall.
Yeah, you definitely wish you had double recall right now.
Find the Kunkka.
That being said, they will find the Kunkka. He does get himself the Blade Mail, gonna try and TP. Do you have the refresh for the chains? They don't.
That was close.
Where's the second chain? Should have been there, I feel like, but maybe just slightly off cooldown. El Misho's not the highest level, I suppose.
He actually could have it maxed. He has 2 points in Illuminate. I want to say that's
yeah, that's
not
what I'm wondering.
normal.
So that's
Yeah, I
a
don't know.
big
Maybe
save,
used
but
it a little
also,
early.
well, they're going to gank the Beastmaster here. They're looking for someone in the triangle, and that's going to be a massive kill if they actually do manage to get K1 up onto the high ground. Save will get spotted. There's the blink into the Walrus Punch. He's just dead. That's the blink reveal from Katomi, and they're thinking of fighting this. Dark Mago, the chains does come out. They drop the wall, looking for this kill. They should be able to get the Tusk, but I mean, that's not enough of a trade. You need more. Illich now in a lot of trouble. Gets pulled in. The skate back's gonna bail him out for the moment, but the Wheel of Wonder, it actually doesn't connect onto anybody. They just walk away. And now Dark Mago does have a remnant back to safety. The chains here onto the Nature's Prophet, but just getting chased to death here by this Ursa, who is playing so aggressive. As the Fear, the Dead Shot, the Silence, they got him anyway. What a combo from Save. They just delete the backline as well as GPK gets himself a double kill. Now Misho, he's on the run, has a Force Staff, should get to the low. What a dead shot as well.
What a dead shot.
Dave is on point. 5 dead for OG for this.
Well, okay, that Boom is playing so well. And this Beastmaster, unfortunately, is not quite paying off for OG. It got a couple kills on the laning stage, hit an okay ag time with the stacks, but since then, we have not seen Roar lead to a kill. And then after that, you just feel so confident. Like, that Beastmaster is a huge part of the early team fight. You've got the control and the silences and Atos, X marks to pick up these kills on these mobile heroes. And at that point, you do whatever you want. You just blink chase, dead shot, looking to scout, and or predicting the Force Staff to the low ground.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume it's a prediction. I
agree. I was gonna say, this is Save we're talking about. That's 100%. He knew he was going for the Force Staff. Really good stuff. Now, my biggest concern right now is your Ember Spirit, who's supposed to be the strongest hero on the map right now, is incredibly weak. Top side here, Katomi, they will just drop the wall and the Roar onto this. Now, this is just to support Tusk, but they need to start finding something.
Yeah, that was like the first Roar kill that I remember seeing. Maybe there was one I missed, but if it's only 2 at this point, that's still kind of not enough. You know, you want to find a kill with Roar pretty much nonstop, especially when you have the Keeper, right? You want to be moving around real fast, finding all these plays off cooldown. And yet it's Bet Boom that feels that they're the ones playing faster than OG.
Yeah. Ember Spirit, I don't know if you want to take that Remnant. You'd be going right into the hands of Bet Boom here. Blink in, Walrus Punch, gets chain stunned. Escape back's gonna give him a moment. The Fear, this time the Wheel of Wonder does what it needs to do. That being said, GPK comes in onto the backside. They will get themselves the first kill on Del Micho. Nice whoopee cushion from Moose, but the chase is there. They've got the damage. Both supports die on OG.
So much of this is enabled by the Aegis that Bet Boom stole away as well. Kiritich would not be nearly as interested in joining these fights if he didn't have that comfort of the Aegis, knowing that he's not just going to die in these fights. And because of that, he is in everything, and they are just sweeping these fights. It's a 2K gold lead. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but I do think this is where OG is supposed to be strong in their lineup. They have another 10 minutes before they start really dropping off, and not only do they not have a significant gold lead, they're actually the ones behind by 3K.
Oh,
this is unfortunate. Tumblr's toy.
Now, I learned today there is a spot there.
It doesn't look like there would be, huh?
Really a little wooden shelter. What can you do? All right,
one more Tumblr's toy over.
Could we get a replay of that Tumblr's toy?
But from that angle as well.
Kiritich here. I mean, he's almost got an Aghanim Scepter himself. That's going to be a pretty rough item for OG to deal with. The constant enrages, being able to guarantee he can get out of Roar now as well. That's a big deal.
If you can't kill him in Roar, that is your lockdown. You know, what else do you have?
Yeah.
Wheel of Wonder and Tame the Beast, sure, but it's a much more awkward combo, and we've seen it not connect several times already. Not to mention, the Enrage also works for that combo, so. BKB is done for the Beastmaster, but it's stuck on the Courier for 40 seconds. Yeah. Again, so all these little things do add up, right? Okay, we stole Roche. You're not as strong as you'd like to be for 10 more minutes. Okay, we killed your Courier, right? Now you want to wait 2 more minutes than you would have otherwise. All of these little things are giving BetBoom more and more time to crawl towards the late game. We're going to have Ursa, an actual carry in this game. You've got the ratting potential from Nature's, 2 really strong scaling supports. Kunkka maybe drops off the most on their lineup, but he's still got great utility in the late game, especially with X-Mark being a way to deal with BKB TPs.
They're going to run right into the Coddle, and there's just nothing he can do to this. Instantly dead to the Walrus Punch. Now, they're looking for more, but I don't think there's any way you actually find that Beastmaster. Yeah, with where GPK is on the Nature's Prophet, this is what really worries me. Like, if it was just the Ursa core, I think OG could have the way of dealing with it with just the, like, you could kite him out almost, right? Between, like, Surge and Slight Chains and all these other heroes. But there's also a Nature's Prophet who is easily the scariest hero in this game.
Farming ult. Doesn't even feel he needs to save it for team fights. He can go ahead and use it to get a little bit more gold, push in the lanes. His team, I'm sure, very glad about that. But he's top net worth for a reason. He's already got the Hurricane Pike after the Mjolnir, and his BKB will be done in up there. It is done now, so yeah. Extremely strong. You can now somewhat ignore the wall, the Wheel of Wonder, Coddle spam, Ember spam, right? It gives you so much survivability in these fights. And that's really the scary part about playing Nature's, when you TP and you go, oh, I should not have TP'd here. I do not have mobility and I am dead now. You have to be able to join the fight and then just stand there and do the damage while you can. So BKB, a lot of comfort towards that objective.
Yeah. I think right now we're kind of seeing maybe the, I don't want to say like maybe the uncomfortable play style that is like this Coddle for this stack. Like maybe they just haven't had as much time to play around this hero as like BetBoom, right? Where like this has been like a staple of their team for a long time. But I feel like we just haven't seen that many like rotations or kind of plays being made around like the Ember Coddle that like typically would be what you want to play around, right? So Tormentor gonna be spawning here in just under the minute. Both teams smoked up. They're gonna be running headlong into each other here. The question is, who does the fight start on Moose? He gets scouted out. Gleipnir into the silence. Ringmaster, the strongman's tonic. Gives him a second of space, but the wall is committed for this. In comes the blink, the roar, but he's got the snowball save, and he didn't have to pop anything else, and now they're just going to see what damage they can get done here. In comes GPK on the Nature's Prophet. Wraparound from Illich, vacuum onto 3. Nice chains out as well here, but do you have the damage? You're starting to lack it on the side of OG. Ember Spirit has to run away. Hector getting chased to death here by this Ursa. 2 dead on the side of OG as they look for more. And well, I mean, you have some heroes low on BetBoom, but you never got the chance to finish them.
It was a great vacuum too, but what's the AoE follow-up when Beastmaster's not there and the Ringmaster was already dead, right? So they just walk away from that and then continue to kill you all.
Darkview has no remnants left. He's gonna get a refresh here off the Coddle, but he's dead before he hits the ground. El Misho as well, gonna bite the dust, and that is 2 more pickoffs for the BetBoom lineup into Roshan. The timing couldn't be more perfect.
Well, that's why both teams were up here. The second Roshan, certainly more important than the second Tormentor, so both teams wanted to try to secure this first. and it's Bet Boom that finds the key kill, starting with just take the supports out of the fight right away, and the rest of the fight easily goes their way.
Yeah, now an 8,000 gold lead. This game was super close for a long time, but the gold advantage now definitely starting to add up. 11 to 21. OG has been unable to secure more than maybe a single kill on a support for quite some time. As bottom lane, they're pinging out the Ursa. I mean, I don't think you've finished this kill, but you can try to force maybe the Enrage, which he will do. Turns around, does get feared into the Wheel of Wonder. In comes Dark Mago. Do you have the damage to actually secure the kill onto the Ursa? The boat comes out, the roar is there. They do get him. The Aegis, it went into the Nature's Prophet. A great attention here from OG as the Snowball. Gonna try and save the I mean, no one's gonna get saved. They're all dead. Or, like, Tuskus comes in, offers his life as a little bonus kill. GPK gets scouted here on the bottom, potentially. Okay, OG's back? Question mark? What just happened? They just cut the gold lead by 5,000.
I mean, it was great identification. You know, Ursa doesn't have the Aegis. We should look for him. And they do. They find him with all 5 heroes. And it's Bet Boom that funnels in a little bit slowly. This is the advantage of the Keeper. Being able to move heroes everywhere. You have the advantage in these kind of rotations. But I think you just cut your losses. You know, like Ursa dies, you tried to save him, maybe you lose the Kunk as well. But now the Tusk came in, and they almost lost Nature's, right? Nature's also came in from behind. They're a bit fortunate that OG gave up the chase. Doesn't have vision back there. Otherwise, Nature's can maybe get out, but it's going to cost him the BKB, which does not feel good.
I mean, the amount of gold that has been swung in the last 2 minutes, right? Like, we could see it, right? The difference in the loss here on this Aegis quote-unquote power play, you know, 7,000 negative gold. And now you have a Beastmaster that finished Assault Kuros, like, on his way to a refresher. The like mid lane Ember and the off lane Darkseer have now finally managed to pull in a little bit more net worth themselves. They passed the Kunkka. I mean, this game's a lot closer than it was now. Crimson Guard's actually quite nice.
Yeah, maybe it'll be a learning experience for me, but I still think this Beastmaster carry will drop off. I think he's strong right now, and with the refresher, that'll also be scary. And then it's after that where it feels like diminishing returns. But this Ursa could still be going up. This Nature's still going up. And that last fight was all on the terms of OG. It's now Bet Boom looking to force a fight on their own terms. And OG actually just completely dodging it for now. We're going to lose the bottom tier 2. Treant will probably get a little bit of tier 3 damages. Nature's got to be a bit careful here.
This would be a massive find. Moose will take the Wisdom Shrine. Okay, they don't see the Nature's Prophet. Oh, do they? Okay, they do now. Moose pops that whoopee cushion. He is out of here. If his team was closer, they might go for that, but it's also really scary to make that dive into an Aegis NP next to a tier 2, right? Like, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, it seems OG was happy to find that fight in the bottom with the Ursa and getting the 2 other kills. And now they, you know, just wait out the rest of the Aegis. If we find a convenient fight, then sure, go for it. But don't force anything into this Aegis of Bet Boom. This is a Nature's Prophet. They have the banner. So if you lose a pretty bad fight, they can make it to your base, do a lot of building damage.
Yeah. As of right now, things looking pretty good. The Nullifier now completed on GPK for the Nature's Prophet, which fantastic against the Ember Spirit or just like any of the heroes trying to get bailed out by this Darkseer, right? Ion Shell, Surge, stuff like that. Not gonna help. As Ursa also has his Basher working towards that Abyssal Blade. Just needs one lucky bash. That's really all it comes down to. Like, Ursa is a hero where it's like, if you happen to get... I say second hit bash is typically better because a lot of times people don't respond to the first hit with how quick the attacks come out. You get that second hit bash, you just kill anybody.
I would agree on that.
Decent job at delaying the lane cut here as 15 seconds left on this Aegis, so it doesn't look like they're gonna get more than just that tier 2 tower out of this second Aegis. Now, OG, I mean, they know the timing, so they're going to smoke up themselves, see what they can find. The Nature's Prophet might reveal himself top. They actually smoke as well on Betboom. Who's going to find who? The Blink to Roar again canceled by the Snowball. A very quick response save here. Going to get burning down to all of this AoE damage. A great vacuum back to slight the chains onto 3 heroes as they dive in aggressively, maybe too far. The Ursa getting to work here on this Beastmaster. Can they keep him alive? It's going to be close. They do, but the death is still there. The Beastmaster's fall. They get the Yules onto GBK. He's gonna be forced to BKB now, try and beat down Illich, but he's got himself this Ghost Scepter. Where's the Nullifier? He's just trying to TP away. He's dead as well. That's gonna be a full team wipe for Betboom. OG, they get a buyback out of the Kunkka and save. That was a 6-for-1.
A lot of the damage was lacking that time. Take a look at Nature's damage. It's actually still the highest for his team. But for being the most farmed hero, he wasn't able to attack as much as he wanted. He TPs into the back of the fight. It's at the top of the screen right now. He just finishes. He's on the wrong side of the trees. He's got to walk in. Okay, start hitting this hero. 1 Yules is happening right now. Another Yules. So all this action on that we're looking at here, Nature's would love to be here, finishing the kill on the Beastmaster faster, on the Ember faster. But instead, he's Yules again, controlled up. Finally, the BKB comes out, but his team's dead at this point. And on your own, you don't do enough, right? So he just has to TP out. This is the tricky thing with Nature's compared to something like Spectre. Spectre is instantly in the fight on the target you want to be on. But Nature's has to be a bit careful with where he TPs, and you can't change your mind because you have to start the teleport again. And so these fights that can be decided in just a few seconds, Nature's a little slow to, and I think that's what got Betboom there.
Dude, I mean, I was wondering earlier about the itemization here because the Coddle does, like, a lot of times we see the Holy Locket as, like, the first item. He has 4 staff Yules, and I was like, I get it. It's, like, very defensive. But that fight is where it really shines. El Misho just gets, like you said, he gets to Yules and Nature's Prophet the moment he comes in. And you don't want to just BKB because you're afraid of getting a Yule Scepter, right? Like, you kind of have to save it for a more impactful point, but I mean, it makes sense. Also, the biggest difference, the Ember Spirit enabled by the Keeper of the Light. Finally, right? In so many fights, we've seen the Coddle or the Ember get, taken out very quickly. So we just haven't really seen Dark Mago be able to do a whole lot on this hero. And, well, they do run down, save. He does have a shield rune bottled up as well. Has a gem completed, gets his shard coming out on the courier right now. This is a huge swing and a big power spike here for OG. Now 7,000 gold ahead.
And it's gonna get them the bottom tower. Start to set up the potential that if you get the next Roche, if you win another big fight like they just did, this is a Beastmaster who got an Assault Cuirass.
Nice.
You'll take the whole base really quickly.
Yeah. Dispelling that shield rune there on the Ember. Nice attention there from Katomi. Doesn't want to just leave that extra HP. OG will back away, seeing that high ground, not really willing to go there quite yet. Like you said, if you have some heroes dead, totally different story. You have the refresher AC on Beastmaster, your base dies. But without any of those kills, a little bit more hesitant. Here's the thing. You were saying, like, maybe Beastmaster, as this goes on, doesn't scale. I feel like I've seen so many games where as long as Beastmaster is towards the top of the net worth, he just deletes a hero, right? Like, you just roar someone and they just die because of how much damage he ramps. And right now, with the fact that OG have finally gotten a couple of team fights under their belt, I feel like they are at that point now where this Beastmaster can just actually solo kill a Nature's Prophet or the Ursa if they don't have the backup. Mid lane, forced to pop the Enrage already. The vacuum there as well. But we'll see. Like, Betboom, they're down, but definitely not out in this game. They have a lot to play around still.
Yeah, it's a very true point, like you said. The roar is really strong, and the ease of execution is there for OG. Like, we're seeing Dark Mago just spam Sleight of Fist. It's not even a waste. You just get Chakra Magic, spam another one, and you find the information you need for the team. Whereas on the other side, it's like, oh, I got a Snowball save, a Roar, or a Vacuum. I have have to like teleport into the exact right spot as his natures. I have to enrage at the right time. I got all these skill shots on this Muerta. I gotta nail perfectly. So the last couple fights, I don't think Bet Boom has perfectly connected on that, and it's costing them. Whereas OG, you know, spam the spells. Oh, we found the hero. Roar. You know, they reacted. Vacuum wall. It's been a lot easier. We'll see if
We're
this
gonna
fight
see if they can
changes.
connect
though.
on it now. Yeah, the smoked
Maybe
up
find a
here. You have the
Coddle.
Yeah, I mean, you have the BKB now on Kiritich, which makes it a little bit safer. Finding Coddle would be huge. We know how big of a asset he is in these team fights. The smoke's going to pop on the bottom side here. They're looking for someone. It's Illich in the trees. He gets a back wall onto 4. In goes OG, but who's going to go down first? The Roar. It's going to be popped first here onto Saves Muerta. The second Roar as well. Bashed up on Dark Mago. He's got a Remnant. He makes it up onto the high ground. Katomi, he's dead as well. Yules is going to be able to find Miro, and that's going to be 3 heroes trapped and taken out here on the side of Bet Boom. How often do you Refresher Roar a support and it works?
What an insane vacuum. They really weren't sure where OG was, but quick reactions on the smoke break, and I don't feel like Bet Boom was able to do anything they wanted in that fight. One of the strengths of the South American region is their ability to take fights. I feel like there's many times that they're just all on the same page so quickly about how to navigate a fight. Darkseer doesn't even die. He was the target, and he gets out of that fight.
That's street Dota, man. That's what we always talk about. You're in their neighborhood now.
You really are. I was worried about them going into the early to mid game, especially with the Beastmaster not connecting on very many roars. I think we'd seen 2 at 20 minutes, but
yeah,
it is finally finding its targets. Even if those targets are supports, the supports do make a big difference in these team fights. So you are also getting... We didn't really talk about it earlier. Although Ursa's not a great target for the vacuum wall, Nature's Prophet is. And
that is
he's
so true.
He's been getting the vacuum wall onto the Natures, and that's helping to do a lot of extra damage in these fights.
Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher, right? So who has the Refresher?
Radiant's top tower.
It's
Probably
in the
Ember,
backpack
right?
for Ember right now.
Yeah, okay, that's what I would expect. It's just double BKB, very good. He kind of wants to hold it until he has his Aghanim Scepter. Oh, they're gonna find the Darkseer here on the backside. He's dead. Kiritich taunted up here for the moment. Dark Mogo goes in with the BKB. Can you take this fight without the Darkseer? He's gonna buy back into the game. The first roar comes out. He catches the Nature's Prophet. He gets bashed up though from Kiritich. The Ursa just trying to take him out. Moo's in trouble as well, but Dark Mogo's still alive onto the backside. The second roar, it never happens, but Illich is back. He wants to fight here on the Darkseer. GPK pulled back into the wall. His illusion just beating him to death. They get the kill. Ursa cannot survive either. Hexed up, trying to get out, but it's not gonna be enough. Dark Mago, double kill for the Ember as Katomi gets himself a nice kill there, but another chase down. 3 dead on Bet Boom. It's a 3 for 3 into the Aegis, but you don't actually claim the Aegis.
Fortunately, Beastmaster is one of the heroes that got killed, and he's the one who would take the buildings the fastest.
True.
So you'll still lose this tier 3 and maybe this mid barracks, but at least it won't be more. I think if Beastmaster was here, it might be the megas, because like your team could take the top tier 2 while you take mid and bottom and then connect top. So at least something going for Bet Boom. That fight, they do find the Darkseer and take him out. Usually that would win you the fight, but this time there is the recall, so he buys back and he just joins the fight a little later in the end.
Nice job saving the fortification there for the catapult. And yeah, like you said, it's not the fastest lane push at all, especially with all the torrents and the tidal waves, the dead shots, like everything just being constantly thrown here. 4 seconds here on the Tusk, 15 for the Ursa.
They're not even getting the range.
That creep wave doesn't make it in time. Yeah, so they're only gonna get the tier 3. Now you will have one more attempt here with this Aegis. It's got a minute 40 left on it. He's gonna find himself an Arcane Rune as well.
Yeah, they're gonna push top again.
We will see what they can do.
They never lost the observer that they placed for the top triangle. So I think you just do it again. You know, last time you lost your Darkseer a little bit too quickly, but it's BetBoom finding the right fight the third time in, which means they're actually 10k behind. If they had found that, you know, like 10 minutes ago, then they sweep the rest of that fight. But this is where the gold difference matters, the fact that Illich is willing to buy back, get recalled in. So they're just right back in position to repeat it with the last minute of the Aegis. You've now lost all the outer towers.
I mean, the level 25 on Ember and your Beastmaster is really scary. 45 seconds on this Aegis. We'll see what they can do with this as they start pressuring the high ground. Dude, this Ember just going in off this Aegis. He knows, he's like, I want to use it. I've got a refresher as well. The Chain's here trying to do what he can, but it's just space made as they try to bring down this tier 3. X, however, saved by the escape act. The banner here protecting this catapult as well. GPK's illusion from the wall, it's alive and it's doing some damage here. Actually forced to pop that Satanic. Now they go in on the Ursa. He's going to get hexed up, feared into the Wheel of Wonder. On the other side of the fight, they do manage to find the Beastmaster, but the Roar, he's got it in a moment. Can they bail him out? It's going to be dropped there. Onto Katomi. No snowball. You can't save yourself this time. He's dead. 65 seconds. Dark Mago. Aegis up in 5 seconds. Needs to get out of the base now. The X comes through. This is problematic. They're going to burst him down. Great timing from BetBoom as they now are going on the offensive, looking for moves. El Micho trapped here with a nullifier as well. Dark Mago is going to buy back into this fight. Same with the Coddle. You may have gotten him once, but Dark Mago, he had an expensive Aegis. He's going to try and find these kills. Nullifier here onto K1. The Nature's Prophet doing a lot of work, but Dark Mago's doing more. Illich trying to chase for them as well. Force staffs him back into the hands of OG. 4 dead, double buyback from BetBoom. Miro in save, gonna try and do what they can. They pull back the Coddle, but it's not enough.
A lot of buybacks have been used here. We are at the potential end of game if you're not careful with how you take this fight. You have the Nature's buyback, but no Tusk, which has been a big part of this. Miro might have caught. You need to buy back.
Into the Roar, the Wheel of Wonder. He's dead. That's a dieback for 110 seconds. And your Nature as well. Yeah, he's back in the game, but is it too little, too late? He has no BKB. Ursa's going onto the backside with a save. A wraparound attempt here, but do they have the damage? They're just kiting out Kiritich. They're going to lose your Muerta. And now Ember, he's not stopping. He's got the Coddle to keep him going, and now the bashes are there, but it's 5v2. The wall dropped on top. That's it, baby. GG's come out. OG will take game number 1.
Some really impressive team fighting from OG off of a little bit of a shaky laning stage. Maybe not shaky, passive and not quite finding everything they want, but they reached the team fighting potential, and I think that was 4 fights in a row that they just kept winning again and again and again, never really giving BetBoom a chance to do anything. We see the buyback defense holds for a little bit, but it's too costly, and OG just pushes for the win, forces out a couple more buybacks off of another pickoff. Very well done.
I mean, this is, you can just see it in the damage done here. This is why Ember and Coddle is so strong. Almost 60,000 damage coming out from Dark Mago, 15, 4, and 17. And this was after having kind of a rough early game, right? We were talking about it like, he had like a good lane stage, but then had a few deaths back to back, and we just didn't really see a whole lot out of this Ember Spirit. And then suddenly it changed, right? Like, we get one big fight. This is where he's just continuing to be kind of sad here, right? He dies again. BetBoom had a great early game. They were fighting really well, but it was really just, there's one fight in the mid lane where it completely turned. It's the 6-for-1, right? Where that's when you're like, uh-oh. This game really looks hard. Oh, thank you for the Tumblr Toy replay. Thank you.
I think the early game from BetBoom was really good. You know, the Roche steal and everything. This was the start of the end for BetBoom. Off of the Natures, who was really strong top of the net worth here, but I think he TP'd too aggressively. I actually think he should just TP further back with his team, and he could just stand and do damage. I think maybe trying to avoid where the Darkseer was to not feed the illusion, but that means he's not near any of his team, any of the control, and your control as a Natures is not the best, especially when the supports from OG I really like the itemization, right? The double Yules, we see one even now, right? Just constantly picking them up, not letting the natures do anything. You only get one BKB, and if in the time of the Yules, they've already walked away from you, you're like, oh, my teleport's still on cooldown and my team is dying. Like, I can't make it to the fight to do anything.
Yeah, this was generally just very good performances from OG. It was a little bit of a slow start, but they do manage to come together. And I think, like, with GPK, he's trying to find the coddle, I guess, with these, like, deep TPs. Because if you don't, like, we just see what happens in the fight. Like, Ember Spirit gets twice the amount of spells. Like, we're seeing 8 Slight Chains out instead of 4, right? And the damage is kind of overwhelming. And the draft conceptually from OG is so smart, right? You have these 3 in-your-face frontliners, the Ember Spirit, the Beastmaster, the Darkseer. Like, the cores on Bet Boom are going to struggle the whole game to try and find this Ringmaster and the Coddle. And I think once they started getting enough items and could survive, we see things completely turn on its head. And I mean, just really, really good team fighting from OG here in this game 1. But we'll see what happens, right? Bet Boom, very strong team. We know this team to be quite successful. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 here of Bet Boom versus OG Latam. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
My bag of butt, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. You can take away my mint Cadillac, take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night, all I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is Jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, it's true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you.
And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me?
Dire's top tower.
Oh, won't you take a chance on me?
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Sure gonna be a
Dire's
cold
top tower is
winter,
under
baby,
attack.
without your loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. Don't keep me waiting, I need your company. Ooh, I know I did you wrong. I'm hoping it won't be too long. Oh, come back. You took my heart and then you ran away. Now it's been 16 hours and 7 days. And now the hardest part is begging, baby, begging, baby. People say it's just a waste of time, we don't get. I'm holding on and hoping that will be another chance for what we had, what we had. Don't know when it is. Gonna find a way. Yeah. Back to me. Winter, baby, without your loving around. Baby, I will be waiting until you come back home. Winter, baby, without you here with me. Baby, don't keep me waiting. Don't you set me free. Baby, pick up the phone. I don't want to be alone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Please, come back to me. Ooh, baby. Oh, yes, it is. Come on, baby. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me, baby. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby. Oh, yeah.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I'll say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You never stop loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Dream League Season 26. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. A very exciting Game 1 here for you and I. This was a lot of fun. Bet Boom versus OG Latam started out pretty even. Then Bet Boom start pulling ahead. We're like, oh, what's gonna happen? And then OG's like, hold on, buddy. We got some juice still left in the tank here. Just completely crushes Bet Boom fight after fight after fight. Get themselves the win here in game 1. Very fun one.
Yeah, fun and not the way I expected at all. You know, if OG was going to win, I thought it was going to be off of some really fast plays, the keeper, you know, bring everyone around, you get all the first Roshan, second Roshan, push that tempo. They actually struggled a little bit. Credit to Bet Boom, a very good early game and good shot calling, you know, steal Aegis when they're doing Tormentor. But OG, they just go back, okay, we like team fighting, so let's just move around together, find the right targets, and get back to what we're good at, you know? Just straight up brawling, buying back, getting into fights. And I do think that's something that was a little easier for them this time. Not only scouting the fights with the Ember and Illuminate spams, but you just blink roar, you know? Oh, we lost a guy, they found us. Buy back and recall in. It's really easy to keep bringing in the numbers into the fights, and Bet Boom maybe needed to adjust faster after the first couple, you know, split push a little bit more, be a bit more careful what fights they take, and they could have rebounded, but OG just kept it going, keep that ball rolling straight into the enemy base, and, you know, crush the ending.
Yeah, this was very impressive. We'll see what happens in game 2, because we were kind of wondering, like, this is not really the draft that OG went with. Like, this is literally a Bet Boom draft. Like, this is stuff that they run like every day. We were it was really funny to see them kind of go this route. So as we jump into like the game 2 draft, I am curious, like, if they're gonna go for a similar strategy, what's gonna change, because the first pick I feel like worked really well in their favor, and OG, well, they are on first pick Dire again. I believe OG won the first coin toss, so this means Bet Boom chose Radiant.
I wonder what well, we'll see. We'll see if they have a different strategy in mind. For now, the bans look pretty much the same. In fact, yeah. Okay, no, one adjustment now. They're gonna take out the Beastmaster. That means the Ancient Apparition is still in the pool, but maybe a little easier to deal with the Ancient Apparition than that style of Beastmaster carry. You know, for a tempo lineup and the way you take team fights, Beastmaster is pretty pivotal in that and unique in what he offers. So you can't just replace him with another hero. Whereas Ancient Apparition is great and certainly unique in the anti-heal, but as a backline support that amplifies fights, there's like 5 of them in the current meta.
Okay, they do go for it. So I was curious if they would take the Ancient Apparition or if they would just ban it and pick a different strategy here. Now, if I'm Bet Boom, I'm picking Tiny or I'm banning Tiny immediately after this. I don't think you can afford to give a team Ancient Apparition Tiny. It's too strong. And it is like a comfort pick for OG as well. So Bet Boom here, maybe they just grab the Ringmaster. Maybe they grab the Tiny themselves. Templar Assassin, a hero that was ignored last game. Kind of surprised about, but gets picked up here against the AA.
Yeah, I thought we would see that TA in that one of those final picks. We brought it up again, but they didn't go for it there. Maybe after that loss, you know, move back to some comfort. Bet Boom is a very experienced TA team, and as a response to the AA, I don't think it's like it matters that much. Ancient Apparition, the anti-heal doesn't matter much to TA, so like on that sense, it's nice, and TA can kind of burst him because he's a squishy support. But I feel like both teams kind of getting something they want out of this, and it's not, you know, our second pick crushed your first pick. I do think we need to think about that Tiny, like you mentioned, and really any active playmaker that sets up the early Ice Blast, especially anyone with damage over time or multiple damage instances that break through the refraction. You want to somewhat protect your TA, even though she's a kind of a safe pick, you know, make her life a little easier if you're gonna grab her right here.
So the real question is, do you ban out Tiny or do you ban out Darkseer? Because I feel like if you give them Darkseer again, especially with an Ancient Apparition, they're gonna do it. Plays well into the TA lane. They ban the Darkseer. Okay, so I think they have to like realistically expect that Tiny is coming out here very soon for OG. Maybe they go for the Ember Spirit, but without having the Keeper of the Light, it's not as common. But they do have the 18th pick. They can kind of wait, figure out what they want to do here, pick maybe something flexible with the other support, and then see what Bet Boom respond with, and then finish out this phase 2 draft with kind of like the best overall pick that they can think of. I still feel like you have the options. I mean, the thing is like Kunkka is heavily countered by the Ringmaster. They grab the Wind Ranger, 2 executes. That's better than just 1. You think so?
Early
2 executes is better
pick.
than 1?
Could be. Early, who gets it though? That's the question. Just trying to kill steal each other. Don't usually see Underlord right now without a little bit more information. It is into TA carry. I'd say 90%, more than that, 95% of the time, maybe even higher. So in that sense, you might know your matchup, and between a Wind Ranger and a Underlord, I don't think you destroy that lane, but you at least get by. Pure's not here. They're still gonna go for the Chaos Knight.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is normally Pure's hero. He's one of the only people that I know of that plays Chaos Knight. And then we get Timbersaw. Do you not just go Underlord carry and pick like Tidehunter now or something? Like, would that not be I mean, but then you have Underlord versus Timbersaw lane, which is a little scary.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, you can't give Timbersaw too good of a game. It's a lot of melee. Which, funny enough, I was gonna say like, oh, who's good? Well, Underlord Pit's actually pretty good versus all these melee heroes, and you've already got it.
Yeah. I mean, you could just pick a magic damage hero for your mid lane here. Because it's, I mean, is this TA mid now? Is that what we're seeing? Or is this support Chaos Knight for Miro?
That's what's so uncertain. And OG takes a little bit of time to try to figure it out. They do suspect that there's a support in here. Either it's the support CK or perhaps the support Templar Assassin that has shown itself just a little bit in the pro scene. I would love, we have not gotten to cast a support TA game. I would love to see it.
Probably for good reason, but I agree. I would love to see it. For Bet Boom here, they do get the Puck ban. The other like really annoying hero for Storm Spirit would be the Ember. So I imagine it's just gonna be the Puck Ember ban into their last pick. I can't imagine they would leave the Ember Spirit in here if they are thinking that their mid laner is what is left for Bet Boom, which I would tend to agree. I think the mid laner is likely to be their last pick. Looking at this right now, I don't feel like Chaos Knight carry is exceptionally good against Underlord either, though, you know?
Yeah, that's my question mark. You know, like what the Timber, I can see why.
I think it's
if you want to play Timber, you'd go for it. But this Chaos Knight into the Underlord, like you said, as a carry is weird. So 4 position for save. So you offer the stun and the Reality Rift, which is negative armor. Maybe you run it with the Templar. Maybe it's like 5.
Actually would be interesting.
Worth it? Like, compare that to a Tusk, which would also amplify the TA. Its initiation, its snowball save versus like Ice Blast and Shackles and all that, right? Is Chaos Knight, when you see that Underlord, Chaos Knight support, worth taking?
I don't know, man. Let them cook, you know? Let them cook. See what they do here. This is going to be, I mean, already looking at this is a really good Crimson Guard game. It's a really good Halberd game. You have both those options here for if it ends up being an offlane Underlord. If you want to run this carry Underlord and pick a new offlane hero, you could do that as well. They get rid of the Ursa and the Medusa. Very good ban on the Medusa. She does not care about the minus armor that you're bringing to the table, but this does mean Terrorblade is still available. The question is, are you comfortable enough running Terrorblade into Timbersaw when you have a support like Ancient Apparition?
That would be a little scary.
Maybe Sven, actually. I kind of like Sven here. I know you're picking it into Chaos Knight Timber, or into Timbersaw. I think it's just enough burst damage. Man,
it would be volatile. I could see it working, but you could also slip up, get killed because you underestimate this Chaos Knight position 4 question mark? You know, you die
Yeah,
once
who
and
knows,
suddenly
bro?
your lane's over, you know? So it'd be a little scary.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. A lot of the heroes that K1 actually likes to play are kind of hard countered by a Timbersaw. Okay,
That's one he likes
Gyro.
to play that is decent into the Timber. You got a lot of magic damage on the Q if you want to go that route. It's not a bad combo with Ancient Apparition. Not the easiest to pull off, but if the rocket does connect, you can sometimes get the Cold Feet, amp all of that with Ice Vortex while getting the Rocket Barrage damage in. Or if they throw a curveball at you and you decide it's not worth playing, you just constantly push the lane with Flat Cannon, Ancient Apparition. Really good at stacking early thanks to Ice Vortex, so you could just stack the back camps, and Gyro's one of the few carries who could farm Ancients really early with the Flat Cannon, even commit your ult. But you gotta be careful it doesn't get stolen by potentially this off-lane Timber here.
I like the Gyrocopter a lot. I am curious if he's going to pursue Afterburner or Secondary Strikes. I think more often we see Secondary Strikes, but in specific lane matchups, Afterburner is very good. Things like Timbersaw and Tidehunter and Underlord are like the heroes where like typically Afterburner it can pay off. So if he is planning on maxing the Rocket Barrage, which we see a lot of the time, then I could understand an Afterburner play here. But on the other side, you don't actually want to play very close as the game goes on because of Templar Assassin and Chaos Knight. Like, he wants to be like on the backside of the fight, using flak to get as much effective damage out, zoning people out with the ult. It's going to be an OD for the mid lane. Okay. It is Katomi Chaos Knight.
Oh, it is, okay.
Yeah. 5 position Chaos Knight with the Templar Assassin. So it is the minus armor lane.
I don't know if it'll be good, but I know I'm gonna have a great time watching this lane. My theory is that Reality Rift and Chaos Bolt is really strong, and you got Meld Strike. If you're going for like a level 2 timing, right? Bolt and Rift, and then you have, I assume, Meld Strike and Refraction. So then even into the Underlord, right? Like, that is a lot of negative armor to get through his slight damage reduction at level 1. El Misho will have to be very careful. With Windrun, you're fine. If you stick around too long and Windrun ends, you're gonna get pulled back in, stunned, and then deleted by the Meld Strike.
I like this.
He's like
draft.
thinking this through, man. He's like, man, I get the
Like,
idea of this
cook
VK.
too hard? Did I actually
did we
want
really
this
do
hero?
this?
Oh man, we'll have to see. And it looks like you guys can't see it quite yet. I mean, spoiler alerts, because we can see all of the facets. Hector is leaning towards Afterburner for the lane, which, like I said, I think if you want to play fast, you kind of need it to shut down the Timbersaw. Because even if he Timber Chains away, if you get like 5, 6, 7 hits in on the Afterburner, you chase him down real fast. So we'll see what they do. As I think very fun drafts from both teams. The OD, a hero that we see occasionally, not super common, but on the right game can do a lot of work. So we'll see if this is, you know, the right game here for GPK, or if this is going to be OG coming out with a 2-0. I don't know. Do you have a preference on any of the drafts here?
I always love a team that cooks, so I gotta see this Chaos Knight 5 pay off, you know? The more standard draft is certainly OGs. And you can easily imagine how to work. You know, you play the lane, you make the stacks for the gyro, the playmaking comes from the Storm, global rotations from the Underlord, Ice Blast, you know. Something we've seen a lot, even if it's like a new mix of heroes. That style is pretty much the current meta. This Chaos Knight support, actually, let's start with the OD mid, because that one's a little bit more common than Chaos Knight 5. I think you should have a decent time in the mid lane. Storm Spirit is ranged, but kind of short ranged. So you can be Astral, you can lose a lot of early CS. And then the fact that you lose mana is very painful for Storm compared to some other mids. It's like, I lost mana, but you know, I'm tiny, I hit with my fist, oh well. You know, Storm really will feel the pain of losing mana in the laning stage. And with that, if OD has a good start, he's pretty strong. Astrals, quite useful. A lot of these heroes, like you try to win run away, you get Astral, right? The Ice Blast combo comes in, you're trying to finish a hero, Astral. So a lot of good utility from it, as well as just damage. And we've seen many late game ODs, you get to that refresher and you just press Alt and delete a hero.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about that because, like you said, it does give you the utility against the Ice Blast. So if GPK is nearby and they are trying to go for, you know, some blink or some zip in vortex here onto, you know, a hero and then Ice Blast them, you just have the easy save from either the Ringmaster or now the OD. So you have 2 heroes to worry about with the Ice Blast. I like that for that reason. It's a pretty cool idea. Whether or not it works, we'll have to see. OD also, in my book, is considered like a mental damage hero. You know, like just playing against OD is like tilting in the fact that he just astrals you over and over and over, and there's just no counter to being removed from the game. Very fun hero to play against, Valve. Thank you guys for that. Really glad this has not been reworked.
That's his role.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Chaos Knight though. So let's do some theory crafting here. A little bit more theory crafting. For the facet, he is gonna go Cloven Chaos. If you guys don't remember this one, why would you? This hero is barely meta even as a core. This is the one that Chaos Bolt splits in half upon striking its original target. So it'll stun one more enemy. And or one person will get stunned, another person will take damage. So I can't say I've seen this very often for how strong it's going to be in the lane. You certainly get more value out of your Chaos Bolt, which I think you would max first as a support Chaos Knight. The other is Reality Rift. But I
definitely max the bolt. You have to max.
Yeah,
the bolt. It's like Vengeful Spirit's old shard, right? Like, it's not as good as the Vengeful Spirit shard, but it's, you know, it's interesting. We'll see what happens as we finally get to jump into game number 2 here for OG and Bet Boom. I gotta get one of those voice changers. Uh-oh. We're back.
Timey
We're
radio.
still back. All right, we're back. Here we go. I'm very excited to see how this one's gonna play out. The support CK, if you guys are just joining us, in for a treat. OG currently up 1-0 in this series after some very clutch team fighting in game 1. We'll see if Bet Boom can pull things back together. Very innovative draft from them, as both teams will smoke up.
You've got a Chaos Knight and a Ringmaster. Ringmaster already likes finding early kills to get a souvenir. I feel like Chaos Knight, I know it's weird for everyone already getting upset about the Chaos Knights they're going to see in their pubs, but the early levels are strong. For example, Illich, 2-second stun.
This is going to be a lot of damage, but he is kind of close to the tower, and it is an Underlord. So they will not connect on the first blood. Illich will just make the slow walk back to the base. You do not want to have to blow all your regen here. So it will just be 2 for 2 on these bounty runes. But you will make the Underlord a little bit late to the lane. El Misho here needs to be careful. He is... I'm going to take a few auto attacks here from the Chaos Knight, who does have pretty high base move speed, so this will...
Lucky.
Yeah, he's going to actually force the Wind Run, and that's what he wanted, right? He really wanted to get Wind Run instead of Power Shot level 1.
Dude,
so well
if Karomi has a bad game, he can literally just be like, "Ah, I mean, bad RNG. What can you do, guys? It wasn't me."
True. The Chaos wasn't on my side this time.
He got a max stun to start and then a minimum, so he's average right now.
Yeah. I mean, you know, nothing wrong with being average.
Maybe when you're going for a competitive win, maybe it matters.
Yeah, okay.
Top lane, Timber, even into the gyro, so you are threatened a little bit by that magic damage, and you pointed out the afterburner should help threaten some kills. But I don't think it'll be that easy. So if Miero's safe with his positioning, I think both people will get what they need out of this top lane.
Ringmaster
if
is
anything,
just pumping the damage right now.
Yeah, if anything, Moose is the one who also has to be careful with where he positions, because Timber Chain could easily bring Timbersaw over, and the Ringmaster's got the slow and tame the beast, which will be a little hard to land. I mean, Timber doesn't really help you hit this ability, though he did take the Shredder facet, so maybe some flows to help you land the tame the beast.
Yeah, this is what I was going to mention. Like, typically you see the Shredder facet just because it gives you a lot of extra damage and chase in the lane, at least for the side lanes. Sometimes, if you feel like you don't really have the ability to fight in the lane, you just go straight for the Twisted Chakram because it gives you a better power spike at 6. Man, dude, a Ringmaster's damage is so deceivingly high.
60 when you have a couple stats. He knew this was his role in the game, though. Like, his early items are all about getting a bit more right-click damage. Gyro is low range as a carry, and Ancient Apparition does have long range, but doesn't hit that hard, so he knows Timber's just going to body for him, and he has to right-click.
Yeah. Did we see, is this Abyssal Horde on the Underlord? I forgot to look.
No, he's got Demon's Reach.
He did go Demon's Reach. Let's go. Man,
I gotta
my
cleave
own
these
heart.
support.
Thank you, Illich.
Gotta cleave these support Chaos Knight illusions, you know?
Yeah. Holding Refraction there, knowing that El Misho could try to line up a power shot, so good stuff there from the TA. That kill shot's a big deal. If you get stuck inside Pit of Malice, or if you get stunned, you know, into an execute, pretty easy to land. There's not a lot of stuns on the side of OG to enable it, or really like slows. So it's going to be kind of hard for El Misho to hit these power shots, but we'll see. You know, maybe he's just he's a gamer, he's you know, gotten practice in on this hero. Who knows?
You know what I was hoping to see in the landing stage is that you can charge Reality Rift. Like, you can start it and do some of the animation and then just cancel it. It doesn't cost you anything. I was hoping Kadomi would just spam it on the enemies, really blow out their ears and keep them on their toes. You never know when the Reality Rift is actually going to happen. Certainly worth doing for the mental damage compared to pulls or harassing or positioning.
And maybe you bait a you know, Wind Run or something too. In the river, we're gonna see some fighting between GPK and Dark Mago, but Storm Spirit gets denied his rune. That's gonna hurt quite a bit. And they actually took the top rune as well with the Ringmaster, and they might be trying to make a play here. GPK, he's low, but with the Ringmaster on the wraparound, Dark Mago, this might be your oh, the high ground missed! Is it enough? That actually saves him. Oh my goodness. And now Save takes a lot of damage here from this Ancient Apparition. Moves. You gotta respect this OD who's just dumping damage, and that will be your... What? No, First Blood's bottom. Okay.
Just barely killing the Chaos Knight first.
I'm
still overall good for mid. Like, you get a support kill, and the Storm had to walk back, right?
Yeah.
So you are gonna get the level advantage over the Storm. He's gonna have to be very careful. Chaos Knight dying down here. I mean, he was pretty low, right? He was constantly getting hit by auto attacks.
All right, this is what worries me. I was gonna say, I'm surprised that in mid lane, they didn't just try to put the damage into the OD, like as the Ancient Apparition. Like, he's putting all his damage into Save on the Ringmaster, but the actual damage dealer is gonna be the OD there. And as a result, GPK gets to stay in lane, Dark Mago has to back, and then the Ringmaster just walks back top because he doesn't die anyway, resulting in a kill against your carry Gyrocopter.
Yeah, they're putting some pressure on right now. Maybe trying to go for a second kill. K1 TP'd back here. Kataomi rotated in. It's working.
Might be dead. And mid lane, Dark Mago gets soloed off by the level 6 of the OD. And now you have a 2.5 level disadvantage in mid. GPK is almost level 7. Your Storm Spirit is still level 4. Moose top lane getting dove here as Katomi on this. CK is going to set up potentially another kill here for Mira El Misho. Great shackle into the execute from the power shot. Hold up. The turnaround. Does the high ground miss on the snowball? It does not. El Misho gets a double kill. I mean, that's great for the Wind Ranger, but you have some serious problems in mid.
I mean, for both cores, Gyro died, TP'd back, died again. Mid lane, Storm walked home, came back, died, right? So you're gonna start seeing a level or two difference in the mid and the carries, which is going to be a bit scary for OG. Miero off to a great start. Though so many heroes have gone up to his lane, he doesn't actually have 6, and he might have overextended now. Maybe he's the one who TP's back and then just dies again.
I mean, to be honest, this OD is going to hit level 8 before Storm hits 6. He's dead again in the mid lane here. This is going to be the 3rd death back-to-back for Dark Mago. He might be level 9 on the OD before he hits level 6 at this rate.
That would be really bad. Now, he will respawn and walk to a jungle camp. Probably top of the map if I had to guess. Maybe that top safe lane jungle in between the lanes, but he's not going to show his face again until he's 6. You can't afford a 3rd death, which would be a 4th time going back to base, because the first one didn't die, but he did have to walk home, which is very similar. And you can't afford that. You already can't afford it 3 times, but like it can't get worse. It can't go to 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is just really active playmaking from the supports on BetBoom, and just that one miscalculation in the mid lane is costing them so dearly. And it has resulted in pretty much every core on the side of OG having a really bad lane stage now.
Is Chaos Knight paying off?
I mean, it's not paying off. Or, you know.
0-2-2. Bottom net worth
Try and
for
make a play
everything
here.
going on.
Yeah, you just can't.
I'm
do
here,
it.
guys. Let's
Rotating
go.
in here.
I've got Reality Rift and Stun. I got
LB
good luck
shows
on
here
my
as well.
side.
Shackle, power shot. You do have a lot of damage coming from the afterburner with the Underlord coming in on the backside here. Tries to find the Pit of Malice, connects onto 2. Katomi is dead. And the OD ult almost deletes the gyrocopter, but he will barely survive. And Illich, well, he's going to take his portal back to the bottom lane. Do we get a power shot here is the question.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Save TP's home. He's going to be safe
at this point. Yeah. All right, some much needed space for Storm, who is officially going to be level 6.
Ice Blast.
With Ice
Hold
Blast?
on. It doesn't connect.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I think he might have lived anyways, but it would have been close.
Yeah, definitely would have been close. All right, we're kind of evening out here in the lane stage. It's 5-5, very little net worth advantage, but I am very scared for the levels. I think the OD being 8.5, your Storm Spirit, I think just barely being past level 6. Maybe he's level 7 now. Okay, so he did get some nice XP gains in the mid lane, but
That's the
he
thing
is
about Storm.
1,000 gold behind.
Even if you lose your lane to Storm, you are pretty good at farming the jungle early, so you can catch back up. And that's why OD making a rotation, using the ultimate, but not actually getting any kills, right? Just a little bit of a time waste for the hero that could have been completely popping off.
Yeah, nice dive here in the top lane. Call down. Doesn't connect onto anybody, but here's the afterburner damage here from K1. This will be a very easy pick off onto Katomi. The question is, do they find anything else? El Misho with these power shots, they have been on the mark. Raindrops will keep Miro alive, but you need to be a little bit careful.
Now, Misho did find the Ripper's Lash. You usually see support Wind Rangers skip the ultimate, but if you get Ripper's Lash, you do take it just because of how much damage it is.
They have Ice Blast. They're going mid. They get the Tame the Beast off here as well. GPK, he's going to survive. The question is, can you chase Pit of Malice into the Firestorm? The damage, it's not enough. And that's what we said. When you have 2 saves for the Ice Blast, it makes it a little too difficult. And with this, well, a second Ice Blast with no kills.
All of this, Kiritich slowly farming away down here. Maybe not the smoothest start with the Chaos Knight support. We thought we'd see some early kills. Didn't quite happen, but TA's a hero. You leave her alone. Her farm speed's really fast, so she is just a little behind the OD, who's been having such a good game we've been talking about. And K1, you know, he's facing the pressure like this, right? He doesn't die every time. He even gets some return kills. So it's not like he's being dumpstered, but so much attention brought to the top lane means he doesn't get to farm as efficiently as he would like, especially when you have, you know, AA Wind Ranger, you're praying like, oh yeah, you'll get double stacks in the triangle, stack my safe lane, you know, I'll just farm everything. No, they're involved in all these fights, so there's not really any stacks on the map right now.
Yeah, not at all. Wrap around to the top side, though. They want to punish Miro. He's going to get caught for the moment with the shackles. There's the Ripper's Lash into the focus fire. The missile is taking a while to get here, and Ice Blast has to connect if they want this kill. He Timber Chains up. It doesn't. Oh my goodness, and you lose Illich on the other side of the map instead. A failed smoke attempt here from OG is spelling disaster for them.
That said, the creep wave is not there right now, so if they want to defend this tier 1, they maybe could. I suspect they're just going to use it to farm up. Oh, and actually going for a sneaky play. TPing
they're going to try and go for Storm Spirit.
Storm.
Everything dropped right away. The Wheel of Wonder into the Fear. There's no saving this.
Yeah, great timing from save.
Yeah, they are just all over the map right now.
That's a really good call and great use of the Force Staff, getting in range before the Storm can zip out. We didn't really talk about it, but Save, he's such a good Ringmaster player. Any of these high skill execution heroes, Ringmaster being one of them, right? Landing all the impalement arts, the placement of Wheel of Wonder and the timing with Tame the Beast, he is so on point with it. And it's even easier when you have setups like Astral and Chaos Knights, Chaos Bolt. I don't expect to see Save miss pretty much any of those this game.
Yeah, I am curious, like, if they will be able to kind of slow down this OD with the rate he is going. It is being very scary. Miro farming up towards his Kaya, clearing out some ancient stacks. I mean, this gold advantage, it's only, quote unquote, only 3,000, almost 4,000 actually here at 13 minutes, but it's the fact that you're so low on the Storm Spirit compared to everybody else, and this is a hero that needs to be making plays. It worries me. Bottom lane, they're going for a dive here. El Misho trying to finish off Katomi. Doesn't even get a chance. Kiritich just pops him, and now Illich. Like I've seen this one before. He is food for the OD. This is going to be 2 more deaths on the side of OG. I mean, have we seen a single Ice Blast play on OG work? You just threw Ice Blast into the triangle. You don't have it for this dive.
I want to say one has worked, but I can't remember what that was. And the bigger issue is that they're not all working, which is part of the reason you picked this hero, right? The idea was, hey, Shackle Shot into Ice Blast, Ice Vortex, Ice Blast, and Power Shot. Storm Spirit zips in, Vortex, Ice Vortex, all the Vortexes, you know? And just land it repeatedly all the time. Underlord shows up, and you want all of these quick pickoffs, but instead you're the ones being picked off. You're the ones making the play and not quite getting what you want and missing the mark a little bit. Now, I said this last game as well, and then OG made a pretty good recovery, so we'll see if they can do it again here in game number 2, but this is looking strong for Bet Boom. Maybe thinking about this Tormentor, but they want to know where a few more OG heroes are before committing to it, because it is scary into the Ice Blast and the Power Shot.
He sees the ward, but is afraid to grab it because he wants to try and see if they, yeah, like you said, punish someone at the Tormentor. This is a really heads-up play from Bet Boom because getting Ice Blasted and Power Shot from far as you go for the Tormentor, it could very easily swing back to OG. I mean, did they see the smoke? Maybe they saw the smoke in the triangle. I'm not sure. All right, they're going to bring the heroes now.
They might have, but it also is just something you're very aware of for how popular Ancient Apparition is. You know that
they
missed
did
the Melt Strike a little bit. I don't think it'll matter. Oh, maybe it will matter. It matters very much.
It hits. Power Shot is there. It goes to Katomi, but they're going to get the cancel on the TP. The Atos is here, and then they will finish off the Templar Assassin. On the backside, Storm, he takes out Save. Okay, some signs of life here from OG thanks to this ward. Is it enough? You still get the Tormentor on Bet Boom?
It's very much needed. Even though the goal lead doesn't look that different because of how much money went over to the Ringmaster from the Tormentor. Again, this is not the greatest spotlight game, so
yeah,
that net worth is not as valuable as maybe in another game, though. What's the alternative to the Chaos Knight? You know, maybe Spotlight is better. I don't know. But the fact that you get killed and start to recover some of this, the Storm, right? Finally picking up some Galvanized stacks. Your supports, the Ice Blast finally connecting on some very key targets. The Melt Strike missing maybe would have saved at least one hero. You know, you do it a little faster, save a little health, get out a little faster. Could have made a difference. I think it looks like OG made it in time anyways to finish the kill, especially with the ward and sentry placed from El Micho. I forgot who did it, but very smart to not kill the enemy observer, and that's what gave BetBoom the fake confidence to think like, oh, they don't see us, we can do this.
Well, that ward barely catching sight of the Wind Ranger, the Reality Rift stun into Meld Strike, instantly dead. And now, one thing we didn't really talk about too much, the Templar Assassin rushed Desolator this game, so she dies in that bottom area. Maybe if she has a Force Staff, she doesn't, right? But either way, you've got some Deso charges online. Dark Mago dying in the mid lane once again to the Atos setup. Or, I'm sorry, the Astral setup.
Their Astral Wheel of Wonder combo. And soon it will be an Atos that save is working towards, which would be very nice. Versus the Storm if you catch him before the zip, or the Wind Ranger trying to wind run out of there.
Oh yeah, you have OD, you can Roche. They're smoking.
Well.
They might know about this. There's no Ice Blast. What is the cooldown on this thing? They scouted out for now. Power shot? Oh. They do get the last hit. Okay. I mean, Kiritich thinking of just going in aggressively on the high ground here.
Looking for
they know he's here.
His Roche kill.
He's alone though. Do they have any idea? It's gonna be El Micho that scouts him, but no. Okay. If they had seen Kiritich, they'd probably just burn the Aegis immediately. That was an incredibly greedy pathing that he took there.
Looking tough.
From
Seeing
K1,
if someone's gonna walk to...
Oh, Atos. Kiritich holding the Meld Strike for now. We'll drop it. Silenced up. Second Meld Strike gets that shackle off, but he's not surviving this one. Early shard on the Templar Assassin. One of the things that we'd love to see on this hero.
Yeah, it allows for very active early play. Gets herself 2 more Deso charges. Slowly pumping that damage up. Where is the OD on BKB? 3,000 gold, so almost there. And once he has that, he's going to be very scary. He's going to have all the comfort in the world to move aggressively in these fights. And I think you can wait for that, right? You got 3 minutes, 40 seconds of this Aegis. So probably the last 2 minutes can be used with this BKB lining it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what
some of these tier 2s.
Yeah. I mean, OD is going to be such a strong hero, and there's no one that's like itemizing to deal with him right now. Illich is on his way to his Aghanim Scepter to give him just a little bit more control in the fights. The double Pit of Malice will definitely be annoying at helping keep heroes at bay. But the OD, if he's given the ability to just auto attack and then drop the Sanity's Eclipse, like he will just kill heroes. So we'll see what they can do on the side of OG to start dealing with that.
I think OG should just keep delaying. Not only is it the Aegis that you're not that interested in fighting into, but BKB for Storm, you know, still a bit far out. I say like 3,000 gold, it looks like. They're going to have a blink on the Wind Ranger in a moment, so maybe you can find some smaller plays. But then the BKB on K1, looks like they're going for an Ags on the Underlord. Their timings are a little bit later, so just drag things out. If you lose a tower, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Just get your items online to be ready to fight for either high ground or for the next Roche, next Tormentor later on.
You gotta be careful here on this bottom lane Storm Spirit. They're definitely wanting to push the tier 2, but also try and take away that 21-minute Wisdom Shrine. I think they realize this. They back away. Wind Ranger gonna try and do a loop around here to their own Wisdom Shrine, but Katomi will not let that slide.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, with the tower here as well. I mean, he's gonna
Bottom tower is under attack.
try and go for this. It's not gonna work.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Shackle into running away. Yeah, blinks to safety. It's like, you just know there's no way. So this means double Wisdom Shrine plus the tier 2 tower here for the side of Bet Boom. And they will smoke up immediately. Oh, did they get the tier 2? Not yet.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Smoking for a fight, though. Going through an observer ward. They might make their way to
Good
this
smoke.
bottom tower.
gyrocopter.
I think they're assuming they're bottom, like behind the TA, and Gyro just pops his Manta. They didn't see his courier somehow. The smoke is gonna pop. That is one of the most fortunate paths he could have taken. And
Wait,
going for the TP save. He's gonna get it. Atos is out. Wheel of Wonder into the fear, the taunt. K1 is gonna die anyway.
That was the last. It's gonna be like half a second left on that teleport out. Double
Storm?
silence? Ooh,
Did he swap his bottle out, or is that what happened there? Because like he zipped over and just didn't pick up the rune. I think he might have had his bottle in his backpack or something and was like trying to bottle swap to pick it up.
he at least doesn't die. But
Yeah.
a bit unfortunate. Does have to go home again. Got a minute on this Aegis. A little less than that. Looks like they're just gonna go for this tier 2 mid. Probably call it after that. Unless you find a free kill.
I do like free kills. One will be the Underlord. Getting a little bit too... And here's the thing, like, you just have an Atos and you have Astrals. Like, it's so easy for you to jump on a hero. And they actually see Storm Spirit bottom on a ward right now. They know he's going for this creep wave. There is a trap there to silence him, but OD already prepared to try and find him on the bottom here, and he will. Dark Mago in some trouble. You do need more heroes, though. Astral. And I think I've seen this before. Fear into the stun, and another death for Dark Mago.
It's a great kill. It's one of the last times you're going to be able to do this because BKB will finish in the next minute or two for Storm. I mean, if you can force it out, that's still good, but at least you won't be killing him. So a great find to delay that BKB just a little bit longer. If you could actually find him again, maybe you could push it off all the way till the second Roche, and that would actually be massive for Bet Boom.
Yeah, that would be huge. I mean, they've built a 6,000 gold advantage. The majority of this is just the supports. BKB forced from GPK right away. El Micho doesn't have... Okay. Well, you don't have BKB on your Gyro either. He just gets deleted by the Sanity's Eclipse, and that is a very easy double kill for GPK and Moose. Well, he's going to walk right into the Templar Assassin. You are bleeding kills all over the map. We said last game OG made their way back into the game off some very stylish team fighting, but we've just not seen them connect on anything here.
Get a quick
His
replay
BKB
here.
is actually on Courier right now for the Gyrocopter.
Unfortunate. Whereas we talked about the BKB on OD being available, so things like that Shackle would have saved the Gyro's life. But I mean, that's the power of the BKB. And off of finding those kills so close to the enemy base, even without the Aegis, you're gonna get to work with the Deso, Refraction. You don't quite take the tower, but it's about halfway done now. It's gonna make it much easier to siege later on. All right, so that is the Gyro BKB available. That combo won't work next time. Save has absolutely maximized this window where he can get these Astral Wheel of Wonder combos. He is 2, 2, and 12, so absolutely fantastic, but it will become harder for him now.
Now they are smoked up here on OG. They've got to start finding some kills and objectives, right? There's a tier 1 mid standing. They're going to try and zerg this one down real fast.
Storm's got his BKB, so they're looking for this double BKB fight here.
Nice aggressive ward placed as well. That being said, BetBoom know exactly what's going on. They scout the BKB on the Storm as he walked over a trap in the river. So they know OG are definitely grouped up here in the triangle, trying to make a play. And because of it, well, they're just going to go for Tormentor again.
It's a rough game, but someone's got to get a gem on OG. The amount of times they've been revealed by traps on the ground, it's really hurting their ability to find these Ice Blast plays, quick pickoffs. It's just scary because they've been having a rough time, so it's tough to commit to the gem, and you know, if you lose it, you're just done. So I think they have
getting this tower would be huge, but you just don't have the damage quite yet to do so. Hero going in aggressively here to try and zone them out. There's gonna be the Vortex, Ice Blast. It's gonna again be dodged, but they do manage to get on top of the OD. He didn't get the BKB off. He will respond with it now. Dark Mago goes in, stuck inside the Pit of Malice. Somebody's gotta die. Who's it gonna be first? It's the Underlord. They get out on everybody from BetBoom. Katomi will be left behind to die. Who do you have here? Blink and Shackle trying to find an opening. They don't get it, and now it's just gonna be Moose who joins the Underlord in the grave. It was so close, but you're too slow on these Ice Blast plays. They have to be faster if you want to try and find these kills.
In a way, I think he was expecting the Astral, but then once, sure, you waited out the Astral, but then, oh, that was our Vortex, you know, like now it's really hard to land the Ice Blast. So, yeah, that Astral save does buy them time. They actually catch the OD before he BKBs, which is great. But then you see the issue with being 11k behind. You don't have the damage to kill him before he does get to activate the BKB and then just reposition. So in the end, pretty good for BetBoom. Roche was not up though, so at least OG will get to fight one more time for it. Maybe they can get a better jump on the Ice Blast this time, which actually, rare miss from Save. Storm did not have BKB towards the end of that fight, and the Tame the Beast actually hit just before Astral ended. Otherwise, they might have finished the Storm kill as well. They have so much burst damage on the TA and the OD.
We're gonna smoke up, look for another play. Like you said, Roshan's not up yet, so they can get a kill here on BetBoom. That's pretty much all but guarantees their Roche attempt. And OG, well, they're smoked up themselves here on the top side, playing towards their vision.
Find the Gyro.
Oh my gosh. Finding Gyro or this Ancient Apparition would be massive.
They see him.
Moose might be in position here to block the smoke. He is. The guest behind him. Gyro needs to get the BKB off, but he just gets stunned instead. Looking elsewhere. 2 dead on OG. Make it a third as Illich. No chance of getting out of this one. I mean, he had time to respond. He was not looking in front of him for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those unlucky things. Very understandable why he'd be looking around the map, doing other things, but the Chaos Bolt into the Reality Rift just connects so quickly that maybe even like, you know, a fourth of a second delay is enough to chain stun. And we've been talking about the burst, right? Like one stun, the job was done.
Yeah, you can't lose the initiation on OG. If you lose the initiation, you lose the fight. And to be honest, like BetBoom, they just have... I cannot believe they just walked right by each other. I say OG have a little bit of a harder time finding the right initiations.
Yeah, last time we talked about their ease of execution, right? Just scout with the Ember, the Illuminate, and then just like roar when you want to. It's much harder this time, especially for the Storm.
They're gonna turn around here, topside. Katomi, he's so tanky as this Chaos Knight. They do have a second Pit of Malice, but all right, they will give this one up. They find themselves a kill. Goes to Hector actually as his side gunner grabs it.
Much needed. The game's getting pretty rough for them, and the Gyro actually, so he's queued up the Satanic and Deso, and then, Daedalus, and then after that, he's got a Divine Rapier queued up. So I think they're starting to feel the pressure and that they've got to bounce back.
Yeah, they're gonna go bottom here. Look for the Ringmaster. The Ice Blast does hit, of course, ignores the damage. Dark Mago's forced to BKB. As in comes the rest of Bet Boom Moose, trying to TP out. Oh, it's so close. A nice kill goes the way of Miro, and Bet Boom now find themselves looking for more. I mean, the Scythe on OD is so scary.
Yeah, one for one is not a bad trade, but Storm no longer having BKB means it's too scary to come into these fights when there's a Hex. Gyro!
I mean, he's gonna, yeah, okay, BKB.
Okay.
That's the problem, right? I guess you did get OD's BKB as well, but...
BKB and ult, so I mean, that's something. But as these BKBs get lower, I think that's a bigger issue for OG than it is for Bet Boom. For now, they're going to finish the top tower on Bet Boom, which means if they win a fight in front of the base, this is the TA wrecking your buildings. All of it is now open. Gotta be very careful with these fights.
There's another Scythe being made here on the Timbersaw. Storm Spirit is in, okay, yeah, it's like he's in a kind of an awkward spot. He's gonna get scouted off the TA traps. He's gonna try and just farm up some camps around the bottom side of the map, but I have to imagine the Chaos Knight as well as save, and there's the TP from the OD. I feel like we've seen this one before. They know he's here. There's the Hex into the Chaos Knight stun. He force-staffed him forward? Is that what I saw? He did. He force-staffed the Storm towards the Chaos Knight so that he would get in time for the stun. What a sick play from GPK.
That's actually so
Was that
cool.
like
I love that.
Is that like the 9th death on Storm Spirit? Now, how many times has he died this game? It's like 5 or 6? 6 deaths. Wow. That hurts.
Come on.
Nah, I'm joking. Come on. BKB is out. They get the banner for this. Shackle actually keeping K1 alive as Kiritich would have been doing a lot of work here. Miro in kind of deep as well. Closed off by the Pit of Malice, but yeah, GPK blinks in. 3 shots El Misho with the Scythe. Kiritich now looking for more as this Underlord, he's just a pinata for these heroes. And he gets popped. Shackle here once again connecting onto the Templar Assassin. She has a BKB. They're going to be able to bop the Aegis. The question is, can you kill her twice? Pit of Malice comes through, holding them down, but the Scythe grabs the Gyro. He's going to have to buy back into this game. The Wheel of Wonder taunting up Illich. He's diebacked now on the Underlord. 3 dead on OG, with everyone sitting healthy on the side of Bet Boom. And, well, Hector, he's dead as well. I think we're seeing the GGs get dropped here fairly soon. This game has all but fallen apart for OG. Bet Boom just outplaying them from the start.
The Chaos Knight support working? Maybe? I feel like a lot more of this was off the combo of OD and Ringmaster. Yeah. I think they had so many great finds. Astrals into the Wheel of Wonder. They got so many kills, making a lot of space for Kiritich, who had a little bit of a slower start, but got his space, farmed up, kept the pressure onto the Gyro and the Storm. And a lot of this, I feel, goes back to those early game plays. If we can think back about 20, 25 minutes ago, the back-to-back. Okay, you don't kill Storm, but he has to go home, and then you kill him when he comes back. Gyro gets killed, TP's back, gets killed again, And then you do it again. You, pressure them more. It built those early level differences, which really prevented that timing of the we are 6, zip in, Vortex, Ice Blast, get a quick kill on anybody. That doesn't come online at 10 minutes, right? That comes online way later, and it's way too scary to go in at that point into the OD, who is 2,000-3,000 ahead of you. So now you're down 30K, losing.
This is a Hail Mary play. They just bought out the Storm Ags. They're like, maybe we can bait something here with the Storm Spirit Aghanims at their Illich, just putting his body on the front line, but they're not even grouping. They know, they can just kill everybody one by one. They don't really need to group up. Dark Mago goes in, doesn't find anyone on the zip. Ice Blast still being held as a result. And with no Underlord, Pit of Malice, who do you go on?
You need to go on
Looks like it is going to be Kiritich, but he gets the BKB off. And now it's 1v1 here. K1 versus the PA with the Ice Blast into no man's land. I don't know where we're going with that one, but that is it. GG, Bet Boom. Get a very convincing game 2 here. I mean, they were up in game 1, looking really strong, but OG pulled that one back. We don't see that this time. They never let off the gas.
Yeah, I think that's why the Ringmaster is so good for Bet Booms. They've had an amazing game. Slower start in the lane just because it's like the Timber is not the greatest combos, but once they had a couple levels, they still managed to find a couple kills, especially with the the rotation in from the Chaos Knight. He's the stun they need to set everything up, and then the fast plays, and really good priority on objectives afterwards, going for Tormentor and Roche and things not getting messy, right? Which is what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, I think looking back at the lane stage, like you said, the decision to try and kill the Ringmaster in mid when they were doing that like dive, it actually just ruined the Storm Spirits game completely. And then, like you said, it results in 2 deaths back to back for the Gyrocopter. Storm dies immediately after, and I will say the second death, that one was kind of on Dark Mago. He got a little bit too aggressive fighting level 4 into the level 5 OD, and then OD hits level 6 and he just dies. And then suddenly he's almost 3 levels behind the mid laner at the 10-minute mark, which I don't know how you come back from that type of scenario, right? Like, it's just impossible.
Yeah, it's not a great time, especially into OD, right? He's gonna get higher levels, steal more mana with the Astrals. And we saw many times the ultimate hits does, half to 3/4 of your health. The Scythe comes online so early. Yeah, just great game from GPK. Really getting the value out of that OD pick there, which we sometimes see fall kind of flat. Astral is not the easiest thing to play around, but they made it look super simple, right? It's like, oh yeah, the combo, simply Astral into wheel. Very, very easy. And that's not an easy timing.
Yep. We'll be back in just a short moment. We're gonna go ahead and send you a break, and we'll have an interview here with Bet Boom. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a moment.
Forever's here, today's the first day. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted. The grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted. I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden. So how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine.
I thought it would be easy to make it on my own.
Welcome back, everybody. As promised, we will have an interview here shortly after Bet Boom grab game number 2 over OG. It was an interesting series for sure. Bet Boom played extremely well here in game number 2. Kind of what we're used to seeing from this team, right, Zach?
Yeah, they're a very skilled team, and a lot of times off of a good laning stage, they just kind of roll the game. This is what happened in game 2 with some clean execution, right? We saw some really cool. I know we've been talking a lot about it, but like OD and Ringmaster, but also the Chaos Knight, right? Like especially at the end, like that 4-staff into the Chaos Knight bolt, stuff like that. Like it was, it's so good, and that's not the stuff. Those are the types of plays that are not easy.
Hold on, we got the interview. I think we have the interview. Did I hear that right? We did. Okay. All right. Awesome. Katomi, hello. Congratulations on a pretty solid series. Game 2, very dominant, but overall a pretty good day for you guys, I would say. So how's the team feeling?
Hello, thank you. We're feeling great, motivated, and yes.
So I got some questions for you. In game 1, you guys were looking really solid. I know it kind of fell apart towards the end of the game. I'm kind of curious, like, what you thought was like. What kind of happened in game 1? Was it a draft, or was it mostly just you guys kind of got caught off guard maybe by the Beastmaster? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's right. We got surprised. They flexed Beastmaster to carry. This guy was level 1 Dota plus, literally, but he still flexed it. This hero is insanely broken, waiting for a fix. Basically, we got a bit overdrafted. Yes, this is what happened.
Okay. Yeah, we were also equally surprised. We're like, this is not a Hector hero. So we were like wondering, like, are they actually going to flex it? And then, yeah, totally did. Very, very interesting. But I know Zach's got some questions for you about game 2.
Yeah, game 2 does go better. You guys end up with the win there. You know, I got to ask about this Chaos Knight support. Can you share any thoughts on the idea behind playing Chaos Knight as a support?
Bro, I'm just bored. You know, it's same heroes for like many months already, 2 months or 3. Same 4 heroes on post 5, and just trying to play something else. I mean, I just got suggested this hero as post 5, and I tried it in pubs. And I like it, but I didn't like my performance in this game. But maybe in future I will do better on Chaos Knight.
Okay, is there something? Are you hoping to find more kills like in the early game? Is that some of it?
Yeah, maybe more kills on lane. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, we'll have to keep an eye out for that because it's really fun to see it. Like you said, I know you're bored as the player, and as the casters, we see the same heroes all the time. So it was really fun to see the Chaos Knight come out.
So I gotta ask about the early game here in game 2, because you guys made a couple really, honestly, like game-winning decisions to force the Storm Spirit back to base. He solo dies in the mid lane, but during that time, you guys go top and you kill Gyro back to back. So who was kind of like making the calls, and how much of an impact do you think that had on your overall game?
I think Safe made the call for me to portal and to just kill this Gyro 2 times. Basically Safe, yeah. I mean, of course, it's important to do this like pretty nice like early game kills. Makes you lead the game.
Yeah, nice. Zach, do you have any other questions?
Maybe one quick question on Atos. It's become way more popular on supports than it's ever been. And actually, funny enough, that game, you and Save have like the same item build. Like it's both Atos, Glimmer, Aether Lens. What about Atos has been so good that like every support seems to be building it?
I mean, it's still not primarily item you need to have. It's just something you buy when you have proper situation. For example, this game we just don't have stuns, or we have, but it's not much stuns. So I mean, we discussed we're gonna buy Aetas, but actually we're not supposed to have 2 Aetas. I said I buy Aetas, you buy Glimmer, but we still have 2 Aetas. That's why this item is so good. You know, it's just nice to catch people, have some stun on support.
Got it. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, it was funny. Yeah, we've been seeing that. It's quite good. I'm glad it worked out for you guys here. Like I said, congratulations on a pretty successful first day. You guys are always one of our favorite teams to watch. So, best of luck, with the rest of the group stage, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to you again.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
He's always such a chill guy to chat with. I feel like every interview we've had with Katomi has just been like, he's just like vibing. He's like, yeah, had a good game, made some mistakes here and there, but we're feeling good.
Feeling a little bored, ready for the patch.
Just bored. He's like, I'm just bored, man. I'm picking Chaos Knight. Like, I don't know. I'm hoping to see what he picks next.
Yeah, it's true, right? For position, because it might be different if he was positioned 4. Save, he gets to be Muerta, Ringmaster, launch these cool skill shots, Wind Ranger. The position 5 hero pool is like, okay, I wait for Ice Blast. Okay, it's like, I'm Jakiro, Dual Breath, wait for the follow-up spells. Like, you don't get to have as much fun on the position 5 right now.
It's true, man. You're like, am I playing Ancient Aberration? Am I playing Jakiro this game? Like, what am I doing? Silencer and dying 20 times, but pressing global, like very fun gameplay. It's cool. Bet Boom, this team is incredibly skilled. It's not surprising to see them kind of towards the top of their group here today. Obviously, they dropped one game here against OG Latam, but they're going to still finish up 3-1, so they'll be pretty happy with that. But we've got another series coming up next, everybody. So we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with our final series of the evening here. It's going to be Paravision versus the Flipster Talon lineup. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you soon.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, you got it. Act like you don't care, you got it. Get that motivation, you got it. I got just what you need, you got it. I got just what you need, you got it. I got just what you need. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need.
you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
It's the final series of the day here for Dream League Season 26 between Paravision and, of course, our Flipster Talon lineup. My name's Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. It's been a fun day. We've had a lot of Dota already underway. We've got 3 series down, 4th one about to begin. Zach, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. That last series was pretty fun. Some back and forth in the game 1, game 2, some really clean executions, which are always good to see. This time, we'll see if we get more fun stuff, because Paravision, they're a very creative team, and we heard Karomi say, I'm kind of bored, the current hero pool. If Paravision's bored, they're going to get creative.
This is the most kind of like, I'm bored, I'm picking a random 4 position type of team, Whether or not they'll be allowed to, we'll see. That being said, when it comes to their coach, he's also one of the most experimental type of gamers out there, so he's willing to let them flex and try new things. So we take a look at the different lineups here now. 23 very recently joining this lineup on loan here from OG. So we'll see how well he kind of fits into them. But what is there really to say about this Paravision team? They are beasts on every single role.
Yeah, like you said, not only it's fine to be creative, but if you can't actually get through the lanes and execute, then you never get to do that. But no one coming back in as a just total boss in the mid lane. One of the more stable parts, right? I don't think we see as much creativity for his role. Just like someone's got to be playing something reasonable to get you through the early game. I feel like it's often him, and then everyone else gets involved, especially 9 class leading the way on some of these wacky picks.
Yeah, I mean, no one has been one of the most kind of stable mid laners for so dang long, and it's so cool to see him back just in such dominating form here. And yeah, I think right now he's easily one of my favorite players to watch. He's just so good. But when it comes to the carry, Satanic, probably everyone's favorite carry player right now, and a player that like everyone looks to in terms of just consistency and how good they are on so many heroes. Like, it seems like he's impossible to ban out. His performances are pretty much always at the top.
Yeah, like you said, wide hero pool. Despite being a very young player, oftentimes the new players breaking into the scene specialize in a couple heroes, and those are the tier 1 heroes they've got, and then everything else they have to slowly grow. But they've been playing so many different things for Satanic, which I guess he also started with very traditional carries, hard late game carries, but has been growing that as time has gone on. So maybe we can learn a little bit more about him and the rest of the team in a short video.
Paravision is one of the most dynamic and innovative teams you will ever see. Whether it's 9 class on his signature support Slark, Ducalis causing terror with Ancient Apparition, or no one putting on a show with Sniper Mid, this team always has something up their sleeve. Joined by a stable aura-building offlaner DM and experienced carry Crystallis, they flew under the radar last year with mediocre results at ESL Dream League Season 24 and Blast Slam 1. Then, out of nowhere, Parivision shocks the world, winning ESL 1 Bangkok in a flawless performance. In another shocking event, Crystallis is suddenly benched to make room for the young, unproven prospect Satanic. A decision questioned by many, as the team's next few appearances lacked the power shown in Bangkok. But they hit their stride yet again at ESL 1 Raleigh. With their unique builds, unpredictable playstyle, and crazy off-meta hero picks, Parivision takes gold and are crowned back-to-back ESL 1 champions. Parivision are pioneers, unafraid of the unknown. Whether they win or lose, they will smile and laugh. What new, groundbreaking ideas will Parivision bring into Dream League Season 26?
I mean, that is a good question to ask, right? Because we're getting towards the tail end of this patch. A lot of things have been explored, but it feels like we talked about, this is one of those teams that's willing to do really off-meta stuff or just redefine the meta entirely and be like, you guys have no idea what's good right now. Like, we're the ones who have really figured out something new.
Yeah, we had a change. Valve made it so you can't see high-level pub players, or you can't see the high-level players' pub data, and Paravision was very excited about that. They wanted to explore and not have everyone copy it, or at least have that delay. And I'd say Slark is one of the best examples of that. Since they debuted it, everyone is now catching on to the Slark support. We'll see if Talon is also one of those teams. I think they played one game of it so far. We'll see how much they like it, and especially in this series versus Paravision, the originators of the Slark support. You might see it banned out or maybe stolen away so that they don't get it.
Yeah. So Talon this morning drew 1-1 against Avalis, right? They did pull the support Slark like you're talking about. They pulled the Abaddon in game 1 with the silencer. So like very interesting drafts. Like they're doing some fun stuff. But I am curious to see how they're going to match up against kind of this juggernaut that is Paravision, right? And I think a lot of people were excited to see 23 Savage back on the team here. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen 23 Savage on Talon. I think that he was part of the original roster in like 2022, early 2023. Then Talon drops the whole roster and they build a new one. And here he is back here on Talon as, again, on loan from OG, but definitely one of the favorite carry players out of the SEA region.
Yeah, I think hasn't done as much recently, but the same could have been said for No One when he suddenly breaks back into the scene, first with Entity and then now in Paravision. So maybe the same could be in his future, where he is still one of the best carries from this region, like you said, and sometimes you just have to find the right mix of players. Sometimes you just need the right amount of time and experience to grow, which I'd say is something that we see from 23. Like sometimes there's just a late game decision making that kind of costs him games. Like that would be like one of his weaknesses, I would say. But the more you play, the more you learn from that, and then you stop doing that, and suddenly you're such an amazing, consistent carry player.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like he is a very fun carry player to watch, right? We see him on like his signature Morphling a lot, and if there's a few players where you're like hesitant to give Morphling, 23 Savage is definitely one of them, and he's meta right now. Like this is a hero that's pretty dang strong. I would say like the hero matchups in terms of or the carry matchups between 23 and Satanic, I'm leaning a little bit more Satanic because I think he just has, like we said, a larger hero pool, or is enabled a little bit more by his team. But I'm very excited to see how the lanes are going to play out, because I think if I'm Talon here, I'm definitely drafting for strong lane stages, because if you give Paravision a good start, this is not really a team that you have a good chance of coming back against.
Yeah, and I actually think there are some similarities between Paravision and Talon, and SEA teams in general, actually, which is that they do have their own style a lot of times, especially when, if we go back a year or two when Western Europe was kind of like the best region, they had like a very certain meta. Like Talon, it'd be like, yeah, okay, we'll copy a lot of that. But also we kind of like doing this, this one other thing. We like doing this one other thing. And that's kind of what Paravision has done, but they also had the immense laning skill and then team coordination, everything to pull it off and make it work. And sometimes you get a little too creative, you overcook, right? But Paravision seems to have, at least in this patch, found the right creativity and making it work. So kind of looking forward to Talon, what that will be, what their take on the current meta is. And who knows, maybe it is the right take. Maybe you're just gonna copy what's good to some degree, but make it your own with a small twist. But I would favor Paravision's overall laning compared to Talon. And taking it back to your point, I would be okay with erring on the side of like, I would love this creative pick, but this one's a little bit stronger in the lane, so let's go for that.
Yeah, and probably not a surprise to anybody, the Slark first banned here. Now, Talon does have first pick. It's kind of hard. We don't really see Slark as a first pick hero. A lot of times he's either going to be picked on 9 or in phase 2. So it's not super surprising to see it get banned out. But currently, leaving in the Beastmaster, the TA, stuff like that, all heroes that, they can go for. Maybe trying to hope Paravision will ban some of them out. So we see the Tiny as well as the Bristleback get banned. And then there's the Abaddon that they actually went with in game 1 this morning.
Coming up here, we got some strong supports available like Keeper and Tinker. Some cores would be the Templar Assassin, the Nature's Prophet that I think Paravision's pretty scary with. What else? Oh, Monkey King. No one has a very good Monkey King. If you give
his
that
Monkey King is insane.
Beastmaster, we saw that flexed in our last series, ended up pretty good. Okay, they go for the Ancient Apparition, very safe pick, doesn't reveal too much, but fits many drafts as long as you see some kind of setup from the future heroes. Now, we did see OG lose game 2 with this hero when they had a bad start in the lane, so you couldn't really get that Ice Blast timing online, get it active. So hopefully the rest of the heroes here for Flips or Talon will be those strong laners you were talking about to make sure you can activate this hero and make use of its strengths.
I'm curious what they want to go for on the first pick here of Paravision, because there's a lot of heroes still in the pool. Okay, they go for. I cannot believe Sand King makes it through. This is also one of Paravision's best heroes. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I can't believe Beastmaster is gonna make it through, but I can't believe Sand King made it through.
I mean, when you
very strong,
like Slarks and Silencers, right?
Yeah.
Something has to make its way through, and that's actually the development of the meta. It's like, oh, some heroes get banned all the time, so you start playing these heroes. It's like, oh wait, that hero's too good, so like Tiny, starts making it to the first phase ban. So something's got to give, right? You can't have unlimited bans. So we're gonna get to see a Sand King game. Some other strong heroes gonna be banned out by Talon, like the Beastmaster and the Darkseer, because Sand King can flex nowadays into that mid lane. And so if you combo that with one of those two, the Beastmaster or the Darkseer, you'd have a lot of early playmaking cores, a lot of tempo going into a hero like Ancient Apparition, who wants early fights with the Ice Vortex and Ice Blast, but not like team fights. You want like smaller pickoffs. If they're just running at you, then Ancient Apparition is not a strong laner to slow that down, nor is he the best at wave clearing to delay the game.
Yeah, now we're gonna see the Shadow Shaman. First time today that we're gonna be seeing it, but very, very impactful hero of recent. And we will see the Tinker come out. Okay, so, I mean, I'm actually not a huge fan of this. If it's mid Tinker, I'd probably like it more than support, but anytime we've seen like Tinker AA, it's one of those things where you just don't have setup from your support now, and it's really, really slow. Like, you're playing to farm on the Tinker. And Ancient Apparition definitely needs someone to play around. So you're gonna have to pick up the tempo here with our other picks. And without like a Beastmaster or a Tiny to play around, I'm curious what that hero is going to be.
Yeah, I thought Ringmaster I think would have also been a good pick since it's very good versus the Shadow Shaman, and it's just been, you know, a popular hero regardless. I think the Tinker can work, but like you said, the cores are going to have the catch. Doom is not who I would have thought of, though admittedly many of the classic mids like Ember and Storm, who would have been good catch for the Ice Blast and to set up for like Tinker to rotate in, they don't like playing against Shadow Shaman, so instead we're going to have the Doom. The ultimate Doom is good at preventing Sand King from just using all the spells in these team fights, and you can even reach a point where you just Doom Shadow Shaman because you don't want him to have the crowd control. Like for example, maybe now you can pick Storm and Ember so long as the Doom finds the Shadow Shaman.
They will go for the Coddle. Well, I'm pretty confident you pick Storm Spirit here, even into a Doom. You don't like have to, but you could just pick the Ember Spirit because they could respond with an Ember on Talon, and then you have like the better matchup of the Ember Spirit into the Storm Spirit. Or if you just pick Ember here, they can't do anything. Nope, they go Nature's Prophet.
Paravision has the last pick, right? So keeping this Sand King flex open, and Nature's, I suspect it'll be carry Nature's, but actually like if it goes mid, whatever, right? You get that last pick to move things around. I do want to see carry Nature's though, because I want the Coddle to have a Nether core to play with, and if you're running mid Nature's, you're picking a Nether carry, so it's all going to be in on the Sand King. I'd rather see another, like you said, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, even into the Doom, but maybe something like Kunkka or Pango are less countered by the Doom, and they could still be the fast playmakers that work with Coddle. Doom will at least be able to lane decently if it is carry Nature's, because you can just eat the Treant. That's often what shuts people out of the laning stage. But you still get what you need as the Nature's, and you can join fights with this recall going on. You will have to be careful of this Storm Spirit though.
Yep, Ember Puck ban coming out, as we see every single time that a Storm Spirit is picked on 18. It's just the Puck Ember bans. And with this, Coddle will not have like a great mid lane combo, at least not one that I can think of easily.
I'm sure there's someone, and when we see it, we're gonna go, oh, of course. But I need a moment to think that through. You do want to find a little bit more catch, I would say, for Paravision. Like, not only do you have this Storm Spirit, which, I know you got Sand King and Shadow Shaman, but any more than that is always helpful. But you also have to find, like, the Tinker in the back line. You know, you can't have him just healing through fights nonstop. Nature's
it might just be the Pango.
I wouldn't mind. Pango Diffusal would be decent. I want
a lot of Shield Crash Swashbuckle combos.
But
I mean, you have to ban the Ember here. You can't give them Coddle Ember when you have a Storm Spirit. If you do that, you're setting yourself up for a miserable game.
Yeah, I'm not sure who else you'd ban besides Ember. Suppose they'll show us in just a moment.
I'm just going to use what time they have here to discuss the rest of their draft.
Yeah, they could be doing that. I guess I'm okay with Kunkka. Maybe OD. We saw OD versus Storm go really well. It's just kind of awkward with the other heroes. It's not the greatest. Astral is good setup for Nature's rotating in, though.
Whoa.
Oh.
Okay, so they're anticipating just Sand King mid, maybe. And there's the Monkey King.
That's true. We've been thinking about mid heroes this whole time, but it could just be the Sand King mid versus Storm, and that would be okay. And you pick a new off lane versus this Monkey King right now.
And DM Enigma is very good. One of his classics. I mean, I feel like the pick is just Ember Spirit, and you just deal with Sand King into Monkey King.
Yeah, I like that. Or something that can completely shut down the Monkey. I'm just trying to think. Beats him in the lane and provides a little bit more catch.
I mean, could DM play the Pango in the offlane?
could, but I don't know if he beats Monkey that... Like, it's still a bit of a skill matchup. At that point, I don't know if it's worth doing.
Yeah, they got a little bit more time here. Actually, quite a bit. Almost over a full minute of reserve time still left in the tank. I'm trying to think if there's like an offlane hero that I've missed that I'm not seeing. I mean, you need someone that can get onto the backline and actually find the Ancient Apparition, right? Like, Sand King is not the person that wants to start the fight. Like, he wants to have someone else reveal the hero so that he can set up the epi and go in. Same with this Nature's Prophet. I mean, if Mars was better, I'd say maybe the Mars.
I was thinking about that. It doesn't feel like it crushes the lane. Though maybe with Coddle, right? Like, you're getting more God and spears. Maybe it is fine.
It is just the Pango. I feel like Pango is the one that makes the most sense to me. I'm fine with Pango. Yeah, okay, it is going to be Pango mid. I was like, I'm fine with either of them going into the off lane. Because, like, Pango with Coddle in the off lane at least makes the lane better against the Monkey King. Because you'll just have Swashbuckle up way more. And you have Blinding Light, so it's fine. But DM wants the Sand Shroud, and I think giving a little bit of the XP to the Pangolier to try and have him join the game earlier might be the way to go.
Mid Sand King, even with a good start, you still need to get to the blink before you can do anything. Whereas Storm just needs 6, and you'll see him start making plays already. Pango, as long as you have roll, you can make plays. Will you eventually get a blink? Probably still, especially to catch the Storm and Monkey King, or get to the backlines even faster, but you can at least start doing things as soon as you're 6. And I think they want to try to match some of the pace from Talon by putting the Pango in the mid lane instead of the Sand King. It's looking good overall. I think both teams are relatively happy with their draft. I like Paravision's a bit more. Especially into that support duo we were talking about.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried if this is enough to allow Cuckoo to play active while the Tinker wants to farm in the early game, you know? I'm not sure if this triple core lineup, Monkey King, Storm, Doom, is enough. But we were saying earlier, got your own creative takes on the draft, so I'd be happy to see this work out.
Yeah. So without further ado, it is time that we jump into game number 1 of Paravision here versus Flips for Talon. And I'm with you. I think the ease of execution is there for Paravision. I like this Pangolier pick quite a bit. It's great against the support duo. That defusal timing is going to have the ability to get a lot done in this game, but we'll see if they can kind of weather the storm of that defusal timing, and if this safe lane Monkey King for 23 Savage will be exactly what they needed to come out the winner.
We'll have to see how the Sentry War top goes, because Sand Shroud does keep you alive, and it's how you deal with the Monkey King, especially when... Actually, that's not true. You have a Keeper, so if the lane does go poorly, you can just stack a lot to catch up, but you don't want to get completely dumpstered in the lane, and you manage to kill the enemy sentries, you get to stay in the lane.
Well, both teams smoked up here. DM's trying to wiggle himself a little bit forward to find anybody else. But with this, they're going to know there's a ward up there. There's no reason the Ancient Apparition is walking down from there without having placed a ward. Unfortunately for them, it is a very deep ward to block the Ancients, or to see the Ancients. I'm not sure exactly which one, but they will not find it with that sentry. And we'll just be 2 bounty runes for each team. Okay.
He did remove, so it was a sentry block on the hard camp and the observer block on the Ancient. So they open up the hard camp, but the observer is still there. Already predicting, we were saying, right, Keeper's gonna do stacks, and it's whether it's the Sand King or the Pango, it doesn't really matter who's doing them. You know what's gonna happen to try to give some hero a faster start.
They really do not want this Doom to get anywhere near this wave.
You gotta keep the Doom honest until the support actually shows up, right?
Yeah, of course. So it is a 4-position Tinker, right? Compared to what we see sometimes being the 5 position. I mean, seeing the Ancient Apparition in this game, we kind of knew that was going to be the case, but 4-position Tinker, if it's given more space to try and farm, you know, usually it can do quite well, but it's also one of those heroes that if you play very greedy, you can get very heavily punished.
Yeah, I want to see what the build from Doom ends up being, because Doom is a hero that can also be very greedy, which then leads us to like, wait, you're farming, I'm farming. Like, he's farming too? Like, who's doing anything? So I hope this Doom does go for some more active items. No Midases too quickly, or at least sell it, you know? He did go for the Devil's Bargain, so it is something you can do, but I want to see like a Drums or a Blink come out. Maybe an Aura, something to get you going.
Yeah, I'd actually be okay with that. I think in this game, there's definitely a case to be made for the auras, right? You're playing against like Sand King, where you're pretty much always going to want some type of magic resistance for your team. So Pipe is always great, but there's also gotta need some physical damage reduction because you're against Nature's Prophet and a Pango.
Stacks already happening. Very first chance he gets, 9 class heads to the triangle, and does end up unblocking the Ancient that had slipped through earlier, so get some D-Ward gold, and we'll get a lot of stacks going forward, I imagine.
Good old Keeper of the Light. So far, though, lane's looking pretty good for both teams.
Yeah, the top lane's not one you want to play very aggressive into, like with the Monkey King. So just trying to out farm, I think, is good, since Monkey King is not the fastest farmer, and you can pass him that way when you're making all these stacks.
Absolutely. Man, I haven't played Doom recently. I need to do that. One of my favorite heroes.
Doom. Gonna get himself a Lotus.
I got on a big Doom kick when Doom Eternal came out, and I was just like, yeah, we're back, baby. Put on the soundtrack and just rage the whole game. It's good stuff. It's a vibe more than anything.
He's the spam the taunt, the musical taunt on Doom.
Oh yeah, that was great timing. I feel like for the most part, you're not going to really slow down this Nature's Prophet in this lane, right? Like, Tinker's kind of a defensive, like, kind of passive support, unless they come too far forward, and then you can kind of abuse the, laser, but...
Yeah, he's...
top.
Cuckoo does not want this stack to happen.
He's like, nah, buddy. I mean, if Cuckoo tries to block this stack, he's going to take a lot of damage. And instead, he's just going to try and run down 9 class. Gets the blood grenade. That's first blood. Does he get the deny to the creeps here is the question. Burrow strike, no. DM, not going to let that slide. Very good stuff there from him.
Yeah, the fact... I didn't think he was going to get first blood. I thought that was not going to be worth his time, and he was just going to die, but ends up all right because of that. Because of getting the first blood.
Yeah, also
I guess it also
really
dragged
that,
Sand King out of the lane, so Monkey King got to do some free farming. See him at the top of the CS.
I think off the level 4 timing here, bottom lane, if they can get some health on this Doom, we might see them be able to get aggressive under the Nature's Prophet, because that second point Scorched Earth is pretty scary.
True, but Satanic's done a great job of constantly poking, and then knowing the Treant wasn't going to do anything in this lane, he just took 2 points in Sprout and has just been constantly using it for some extra harass on top of the endless right clicks. So it's scary to dive into. You could get Sprout trapped under the tower, shackled, all of that. And the worst case is if you don't even kill Nature's, right? He just TPs home and then comes back in immediately. So you pay this huge cost for almost nothing.
Yep. Mid lane, we're going to see Makoto get his level 6, head back to base, and then with this, he's going to be in full fighting shape for those 6-minute power runes. We'll see if we see any rotations, though, from the other heroes, because bottom lane, I don't see either of these two gearing up to come to come contest mid. Okay,
They
Tinker
were
is now
shoving
on the
in
way,
lane.
actually.
Yeah, they were shoving the lane in to kind of set up that pressure, give them space to go for the 6-minute rune. So bottom is secure. Top Ancient Apparition is there. Pango just hit 6, but it is a haste bottom. So good job from Flipster Talon securing the first rune, and it's actually going to lead to a kill on Ducalis here in just a moment.
Yeah, foul play is going to proc, of course, but with this, they should find the kill. Now, Tinker in some troubles. The Rolling Thunder is going to come out from no one here. He's in a decent spot. Yeah, bonks up to the high ground, getting healed up a ton here from these repair bots. And with this, Satanic will be the one that actually joins in, being held at bay here by the Storm Spirit. Still had the tail end of that haste running, so not only do you find the kill, you waste the first Rolling Thunder, and you get the TP out from the Nature's Prophet. Very good stuff there from Talon.
Too. 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Just gonna go 1-1 potentially, but 23 is moving in.
He's not level 6. This play is so much better if you're level 6 because you can just Wukongs the area, but right now, they will make it in time, and DM needs to be careful. Sentry is out, but Ducalis with the wraparound, and now the full duration shackles. You're just dead on the Monkey King. Again, you can't really make that play if you're not level 6. Ducalis will tip him knowing, oh, wait a minute. I guess that's not a bad place to push the Ancient Apparition out. He's just stuck here knowing nowhere to go. No TP for 30, loses his courier, and just a slow, painful death as they eventually close the gap. Surely, right? No way Kuku kills the Sand King. Right?
Right?
Oh, the blood grenade? It doesn't connect.
The blood grenade kill?
Oh my goodness. Well, Boundless Strike comes in for 23 Savage. He wasted a lot of their time with now Pango coming in. 23 Savage is going to just die back to back. Wukong's command comes out, but the Rolling Thunder is there, and well, that's a huge series of kills here for the side of Paravision, and oh, okay. I was like, dang, that's a BM pause if I ever seen, but Monkey King bug, classic.
He finishes the action and then he pauses. So, you know, you just got to do it to fix the bug. But that is a big slip up on the Monkey King. The aggressive play, it can work if you know it's just the Sand King, but the observer they have placed doesn't see far enough to see any rotations coming in. So Ducalis hides in the back, doesn't show himself, and allows him to get the kill on that Wisdom Shrine, which then also leads to the Ancient Apparition dying. It took so long that Monkey King does get a Sand King kill, but actually paying for his life is not worth it because Sand King's just going to TP right back to the lane now, and Monkey King, at least you can tree dance, but it's still going to take a while to get back in here, and that's going to give what was a winning lane for the Monkey King pretty much evens out. Like, Sand King's going to do stacks, he's going to have a bit of time to farm, and he's going to be perfectly fine. He'll be right back on track.
Hold up. This is a really good invade from Talon. They've got the Tinker here and the Storm. If they can just take... Oh, wait, no, the stack's gone. All right, never mind. I was like, if they can take away the stack, that would be massive, but there's just nothing there.
Yeah, I think they recognize that possibility, so they just cleared it right after that sequence. Good on Paravision. If you spend the time stacking and you lose it, right, it feels horrible. So you don't need to wait for it to build up forever and then do it all in one ult. You can, like, do some of them now, some of them later, just to make sure you're getting something for 9 class, who's been spending a lot of time doing these stacks.
Yeah. They're going to pop that regen rune top lane. Storm Spirit's definitely going to go hunting here to see what he can find. And it looks like he will just find 9 class. Does he not have Vortex?
Neutral deny.
Okay, he has Vortex, opting not to use it. As a result, 9 class will survive. Makoto diving in for more. There's the Vortex. Boundless Strike connects, but so much mana for the Storm Spirit off the back end of this rune. He's one more auto attack, and he will get the kill. No one, however, he comes in on the Pango, takes down the Ancient Apparition very swiftly.
Not a lot of mana left on that Storm, but he does have the Soul Ring and the Wand, so they're going to let him go. 9 class coming in. He's almost level 6 on 9 class already, so we can start to see the fast-paced gameplay that we're used to with the Keeper, and I'd say they have the tools. The Diffusal is on the way for the Pango right now. DM, a little bit of a slower start, but he's going to start clearing out these Ancients halfway to his Blink, so that should be done in the next I'm gonna say 2 to 3 minutes, depending if they find any kills. Or if no one ends up taking a lot of the stacks with the swashbuckle.
Satanic's dead bottom. They're not even going to commit the Doom. Ice Blast is there. You sprout yourself, makes it even that much easier. So WS gets the credit on the Doom, and you will still have the ultimate if you manage to scout him out again.
We were worried about the setup for the Ice Blast, but Nature's Prophet, slow hero, so not too bad to land the first one.
I mean, right now, Talon's definitely getting away with the greed. The Tinker is going to start absorbing a lot of the map because they've actually given him the mid lane a few different times. Like when Makoto had that regen rune, he was jungling top, then goes for the gank. Meanwhile, the Tinker was just holding mid. And he's got that double camp behind his, tier 2 on the bottom lane. Or he's just going to continue to just TP there and farm. He'll take the Ancients over and over. We're going to see Talon potentially in a really good spot here unless Paravision can start getting some plays off this diffusal timing.
I think it's the diffusal and the blink with the Sand King, which is actually finishing even faster than I thought. It just got purchased.
Diffusal's done.
Now, yeah, this is the timing where you line it up, right? Blink, diffusal, start making plays all across the map.
Now Ducalis is dead here. Ice Blast connects, that will shatter immediately. Good aggressive ward here placed behind the tower. And another Galvanized stack for Makoto. He's off to a fantastic start this game.
Doom coming mid. Maybe they want to push, try to get the Doom onto a core. This is where you might overcommit into the Blink Epi, though. Smoke up from the back.
Oh, there's the Blink, the Epi. They got right on top of the Doom. Is he going to get some help? He's kind of tanky, but the 5 heroes of Paravision will claim the kill, taking down WS. There's now 6-6. A little bit of a gold lead here still for Talon, but the thing they have going for them right now is all of their towers are alive, and you have the Tinker, right? You talk about this a lot.
Tinker loves to farm, but you got to show up to fight. Tier 1s are going to be closer to the fight. If you lose them too soon, then you have to teleport to a tier 2 and waddle on over until you hit level 12. So the fact that they have all of them is good. Shadow Shaman trying to change that, but Satanic going to get found again in the back. Another Vortex Ice Blast combo. Wasn't sure if it was going to be enough just having the Storm, but so far doing a great job. And a lot of them are onto one of the best targets you can find, this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, they're looking really good. More stacks being made in the triangle, which will help DM, but I gotta give credit to Satanic still. Despite him getting targeted pretty heavily, he is not that far behind in net worth. Part of that may be a little bit self-inflicted by the Monkey King's early deaths that were maybe a little bit unnecessary, but we're really starting to see the Tinker pull away, right? This is exactly what happens every time. If you can't take the tier 1 towers early, he absorbs like an entire wave of farm and the camps next to your tier 2 pretty much every minute.
Yeah, in the same way they have found Nature's Prophet a couple times farming his deep jungles, that's what you want to try to do to find the Tinker. And they are grouping up bottom. Serpent wards are up again in 20 seconds. Maybe it'll just be a direct push to try to open up.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder going in deep, trying to find someone. He does catch the Tinker. A Shackles there does connect. Big Boundless Strike, though, to cancel that one out. They're going to look to try and just finish off the Shadow Shaman, which they do. And now, in comes Storm Spirit. The Doom does connect. It takes down the Bango. Ice Blast as well. Big epicenter here from DM, but the Jingu, it's up on this Monkey King. And 23 Savage just Boundless Strikes to get the execute. It's 3 dead on the side of Paravision. No casualties for Talon.
Despite having the recall and the teleportation, it's
the healing
dude that is faster, right? You start this play, but the Tinker's already using March. Monkey King comes over, the Zips here, right? This is into Talon's territory. An easy fight for them.
The healing from Tinker is insane. Cuckoo almost dies there. He gets completely topped off. I think that was a Lotus plus the full Holy Locket. So he just goes from like 30% HP all the way to max. And these are just one of those things that's like, you're on a timer now, kind of. I think for Paravision, like your heroes do scale very well late game. Don't get me wrong, but I do feel like Talon's draft, if they're this far ahead and it continues to go this way, it looks really strong.
I mean, the weakest part of their game was this part to me. Like, are you gonna get Ice Blast with a Doom? Are you gonna be able to Doom anyone if they're all running away from you? And so far, they've done a great job of it. Monkey King, we were worried about the Monkey King's death in the early game, but Satana kind of had his own matching death. So in the end, they're pretty neck and neck. And Talon in control of the bottom half of the map, looking to get another kill onto DM. One more zip from Storm, gonna finish that off, and that should set them up for the Tormentor if they all want to head over there now.
This is one of the best Ancient Apparition performances we've seen today. In terms of like being able to connect on the ultimate, every single one has resulted in a kill, and they've all been timed with almost no cooldowns, right? Like, they're really putting it to good use this game. We're gonna see the whole team come bottom here for the Tormentor. Should be easy to take thanks to the Tinker, giving everyone the healing. Big Virtuous Dale's gonna drop as well, so everyone should be plenty healthy after this one. And the Shard goes to Cuckoo. That's a great one. We're talking about
Blast were.
Yeah, we're talking about Ice Blast already having a lot of value already this game. Well, it just got better.
That's also some useful utility. Like, you can now cancel Shadow Shaman's his shackles, potentially, if you just like hit him with the Ice Blast real quick. Oh, this Observer Cuckoo placed just now, saving his life. Immediately turns around.
I mean, they're gonna see the Nature's Prophet. He's dead. Nature's Prophet gets caught. There's the Ice Blast again. Makoto on a mega kill. 5-0 and 2, 14 Galvanized stacks in bottom lane. The Doom comes out, grabs the Pango. They're trying to get him out of this one, but he's gonna burn. DM turns it around. No Boundless Strike. They take down 23 Savage. WS now getting bailed out by this Tinker. That's a lot of healing, and when they see these march, it's time to leave. So a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane. Pretty good find there for Paravision, but not without cost.
It kind of hurts to lose your Pango like that, because Pango was having a good start, and now he's kind of down at the bottom with the Sand King.
This Storm's gonna have a BKB now. Just dropped off on the Courier. How do you kill Makoto now?
He's at 14 Galvanized stacks.
Yeah.
5-0 and 2. This is the counter pick as well, right? Like, this was Storm, and then they counter picked with the Pango. I don't think they specifically picked to crush him in the lanes, but the fact that they get away with revealing the Storm there, partly picked just to steal it away from the Keeper of the Light, and now he's having this strong of a performance.
And the thing is like, normally you probably wouldn't see a BKB come out here, but when you have this many Galvanized stacks, in my opinion, it's worth buying the BKB just to protect these. Like, it's similar to like, you know, Shadow Fiend of old, right? Like, you really don't want to give up your bonus stacks if you built this many early. So, you know, as BKB, it's a little bit, it's not going to have maybe as much damage output, but he has an Ancient Apparition that he's constantly playing around.
I also think it's
9 class
maybe necessary versus the Shadow Shaman instant hex, right? It's so scary for the Storm, and you can have this great of a game and feed it all away with one kill. So
they just got a Nature's Prophet again. They buy an Atos on Cuckoo. They're going straight into the triangle here to try and find this Nature's Prophet. The smoke. They're gonna find him. Satanic Vortex, Ice Blast, everything comes out again. He is dead. As this amplified damage makes it even easier.
All right, the rest of the team shows up to make sure he gets away cleanly, because that was a little bit of a deep dive.
Very deep, yep.
But pays off. Paravision not quite ready to fight. It looks like they want to wait for the Aghanims on Pango, and then the maybe Aghanims on Sand King as well. So the blink defusal timing didn't quite pay off for them earlier. Let's see if this double ags. That's a lot of damage from these two heroes.
Yeah. I like Tinker going the Guardian Greaves here. Just full defensive build, nothing too greedy out of the Tinker, like we've seen Aghanim Scepters and stuff like that after like a mech, but just going straight into the Guardian Greaves. Wants to enable his team. Dust does come out just to scare him. Shadow Summon does get seen by the ward as that 20-minute power rune was spawning. Just want to put another one on the Storm Spirit here. It will be a haste rune.
Settle down. I think Roshan should be on the docket for Flipster Town to look for. I think you want to kill first because it is a little scary into
Looking for Satanic.
roll.
Boundless Strike. In comes a Storm Spirit. He finds the backline. Ice Blast is there. It's going to connect onto them. 23 Savage. He gets the ult off, but a little bit too late. Makoto will finish off the Nature's Prophet. Rolling Thunder does get on top of the Tinker, and Cuckoo is fighting a whole nother battle of his own. Doom does come out. It gets the Sand King. They're going to let him burn. We're in 3 different continents here with this fight. Take down the Ancient Apparition. Pango trying his best to grab this Tinker, but chased to the ends of the earth here by the double core that is Storm Spirit and Doom. So another big win, I think, for Flipster. They get 3 cores.
Yeah, I think a little bit. It could have been even cleaner. I think they were slightly disconnected on the initial jump, and that cost them the Monkey King in this exchange. But overall, like you said, still very worth it, killing the 3 cores of Paravision on their half of the map as well, right? So even though they fell low, they start to back off. You're just farming the enemy's jungle, so they're going to have nothing when they respawn. Just like Satanic is going to need his own BKB. I see he's got the Hurricane Pike for now, maybe to help get out of the
Ice Blast. He just needs he needs to get the Pike off immediately and hope that the Ice Blast misses. Because if this Ice Blast keeps hitting him, he's going to die. He's 1 in 5 on the Nature's Prophet. And that being said, he's still very high on net worth, just for the sake of how Nature's Prophet works. But, ooh, they do manage to find the Tinker this time. Guardian Greaves is out. There's the Rolling Thunder, Wrath of Nature. They got him, surely. Tinker will finally die as Satanic comes in to pick up the kill. Very good smoke gank there from Paravision.
I appreciate the restraint from Flipster Town there, though. It's tempting to take that fight, but they just picked up a gem and have put it on the Storm. And, you know, maybe you take that fight, maybe it works out. Maybe you suddenly start losing all your cores and your gem and everything, and the lead that they've been so patiently building up over the last 20 minutes, right? You just chuck it away, and then they get Roshan as well. So I like the restraint, making sure they take the right fights from here. If they can get Aegis onto Storm, I'd say that's extremely powerful for them.
There's also another Tormentor coming soon. So there's no reason to get, like, too anxious right now on the side of Talon, right? Like, they're really far ahead. They need the BKB on their Monkey King, just because he's not the primary damage dealer. Let's just be real. Like, he's a go in, try and scout some heroes, Boundless Strike, drop the Wukongs, and, like, hope he survives. But it's becoming more difficult to do that without his BKB.
Yeah, it's not like I'd say the primary damage is the Storm and the Ancient right now, but it's not like his damage is nothing, so you can't have him dying too quickly. Yeah, they're gonna give him some stacks just to make sure he gets that BK fast enough, and I suppose wait for that BKB before considering the Roche.
Dude, I gotta give credit to 9 Class. He is so farmed on this Keeper of the Light, despite, you know, everything that's been going the way of Talon. 23 Savage dies again in the bottom lane. Picked off by the Rolling Thunder and the Blink Epicenter, and just blinks Burrow Strike into Hex.
We haven't seen that many plays succeed with the Keeper of the Light rotations, but that's a case where, you know, he was in the trees, he brings the whole team over, and Monkey King thinks he can push out the wave under his tower real quick, but turns out everybody's there to party. It's a quick kill before Talon can even respond to that. they're looking on the top half to see if they can catch it. You know, it's like, oh, they're killing monkey, they're gonna split up. But so far, I'm not able to find anything.
Oh, they see them now is the question. Makoto's gonna go and just pops the BKB, looking for anything. It's gonna be Ducalis here. Ice Blast coming in to secure this one. As always, the foul play does not matter if you've got the Ice Blast on you.
So feeling, you get the kill, but that was BKB and everything just for the support. I actually think Paravision won't feel too bad about that.
Yeah. If you can turn this into Tormentor, I think it's really good. They do see the Sand King coming bottom here. Scouted on the ward. We'll see if they can... I mean, the fact that Storm's just back to max mana because of how many stacks he has for Galvanize is crazy. They're going to dive in, see what they find here. 9 class, able to dodge out this gank. Very nicely done.
A lot of vision in that bottom area now. But
yeah.
I feel like Roshan's top for the next 5 minutes. 4 minutes, I guess, at this point. Seems a little overkill.
We're gonna see the roll-up be purchased here from the Pango, realizing that he needs to get this Rolling Thunder off, so buys his shard.
Pango is working on the Nullifier. It's quite strong this game. When you eventually get it, you need to deal with the defense matrix. You can remove Jingu. That'll help their team fights. Still about halfway to go, though.
Speaking of Nullifiers, 23 Savage is working on one as well. Top side of the map here, we're going to see a lot of heroes start to descend. Who's going to find who? Looks like as they see Makoto with a shield rune, there's little hopes of taking that fight, so they immediately just head bottom. How do you feel about the Aghanim Scepter for Keeper of the Light here?
For the Will-O-Wisp, it's kind of nice because it can help you catch Monkey King, and it's good general team fight, especially when you're these heroes like Storm and Tinker. You're trying to like rearm in the back, and you get caught by the Will-O-Wisp, and it interrupts you for a few seconds. It's a team fight item. Not going to be used top right now. As a
there's wraparound though.
Roche.
They might find the Tinker. He's gonna have to TP out soon. There's the Rolling Thunder. It connects. Makoto gets the BKB, but they're on top of Kuko on the backside. Ice Blast does connect onto Satanic. You need to get the Doom off as well, but he just can't find his target. There it is. He's gonna make his way back to base, but I think he might shatter the Roshan. It's incredibly low. They just steal the Aegis out from underneath Talon's nose. The question is, can you get out of here?
Strike.
Blink out from DM, but caught from the dust, ready to go. I mean, you get out on the Nature's Prophet, but it will be a 3-for-1.
And if you get found instantly going for the Wisdom Shrine, Monkey King sees him.
Oh boy, that's a huge death. Holding the Boundless Strike till he absolutely needs it. Doom on top of him. The tendrils of the deep to stun him up. Well, now it's absolutely not worth it.
No, you steal the Roche, but you lose such a big team fight for it, and then you lose the Natures at the end. So they do try to wrap around, come in from the top, but they just a little early with the roll, and then the chain stun on the Burrow Strike Epi was not there either. So the BKB Storm already zipping on the back. The Keeper taken out, and the Keeper Illuminate heals can't be understated in this type of team fight, especially when you have your own heals from the Tinker. So kind of need it to match, and the fact that you're losing the Keeper so fast, and that the chain stun ultimate combo didn't connect to get you a kill to like immediately take out some of the cores, it just allows Flipster Talon to eventually run it down. And as we get back to the live game, they have found 2 supports who are trying to hold this bottom lane. So this is where you're like, well, we don't have Aegis, but sure has set us up to take all these snowballing winning fights, so we're okay with that.
Yep, and I really like the Doom build. We were saying like having like a little bit of damage reduction coming out from this hero will do wonders. He's got the pipe. And he has now picked up a Ghost Scepter, knowing that, like, yeah, what are they going to do once I have Ghost Scepter, right? Oh my, dude, that damage came out way faster than I expected. That has an amplified damage on Makoto. He's going to be forced to BKB. He might lose the gem. Going to try and TP out. He's safe. Nice zip away from the Nature's Prophet there. Has Makoto died this game?
Not yet. 10, 0, and 8. A really good performance from him.
Yeah.
Storm's one of his better heroes. Like, Storm and Puck, like, fast initiators for his team. Really doing a great job this game so far.
Ice Blast being thrown. It's going to connect on a Satanic. Boundless Strike comes out. Nullifier's there. He's forced to BKB. Wukong's not going to help. The BKB will protect the Nature's Prophet, so he gets out. But that is, you know, BKB down.
Kind of emphasizing the importance of the Storm, right? Without his catch, it's not easy to actually finish any of these kills. But like you said, you at least get the BKB. Looks
Dude,
like
a blade?
Tormentor. Oh, on who?
Doom. He's going Blade Mail. He's just gonna run at them.
There's a lot of uncontrollable damage from all of them, right? Like the Pango roll, Sand King ult, Illuminate spams, Nature's ult.
Okay,
he's out.
That's really awkward because they would have found that kill out of the Nature's Prophet, but they all thought the Tormentor was gonna die and walked away for a second and had to go back and finish it. Otherwise, he makes it through that Twin Gate in time. Ducalis? This is a very bold play. He really wanted that Tinker. He's not going to find it, and now there's no BKB on your Nature's Prophet. We talked about that a moment ago. Oh, that's a really costly death.
I think it's okay to throw the Wrath of Nature on an attempt like that because you are falling behind. You got to start finding these like surprise pickoffs like that. But actually TPing in, I don't know about that. Yeah, maybe he's also feeling desperate. Like, I have to take these risks. We have to get these kills. And I mean, it's 13K, so I kind of get where that's coming from, but they've been rotating so fast on Flipture Town. I don't know if you can match that. Like, oh, this Tinker's on his own, you know?
I mean, your Tinker's level 18. This is when things get very scary because he can now TP in to the Storm Spirit and the Monkey King, who are all over the map.
I would actually love to see him get a Hex soon. Maybe like Blink Hex, because then at that point, right, Monkey King's just watching in a tree. You TP in, Blink Hex, easy Wukongs, Boundless. You got Hex again, maybe by the end of that. Yeah, things are getting pretty rough for Paravision here. Their high ground is pretty good. So this is something you got to be careful of, and Flipster Town will probably respect that. I imagine wait for the second Roshan unless they find a big kill before then. For now, just like trim down the tier 2 towers, but don't commit too hard into this roll, epi, illuminate spam, like everything. It's a tough high ground. Deep play from Paravision.
Do you get the kill off? He gets the full Hex. Into the shackles. Here comes the rest of the team. Ice Blast gonna try and bail him out. They get the kill, finally. The godlike streak will go down now. The BKB out from the Nature's Prophet, but he's still in a lot of trouble. 23 Savage trying to run away here, but the Tinker trying to chase after him to heal him up. This is not looking great here for the side of Paravision. You got the one kill onto the Storm Spirit, but they're gonna chase for more as, Boundless Strike connects. No one will eventually tick out here. There is just too much damage to the Infernal Blade into one more Primal Spring. Tinker is still battling by himself there, 3v1, so they managed to take out this very farmed Tinker as well.
If you can get out
with the Will-O-Wisp. Dust connect.
Okay.
Force Staff. Boundless Strike right on the money. There's the Nullifier. 23 Savage will claim another.
Even losing the Coddle, I think that might be okay because they got 2,000 gold for killing Storm Spirit. He was 10, 0, and 11 before that. So 2,000 gold for that kill, and you take his gem. You do pay kind of a heavy price for it, but considering you're 15k behind, I mean, sometimes that's the kind of trade you got to go for. Though if you lose more, okay, never mind, you're fine. It was just putting the fear in you. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's okay for Paravision, as at least if nothing else, as a stall tactic to drag this game out longer.
We'll see if this turns the tides a little bit. I'm hesitant, right? I feel like they're still really strong on the side of Talon. But
yeah, they're definitely still in the driver's seat. They're waiting for the second Roche. And with that, they'll be looking to try to break this game open, take their 15k lead to the end of the game. But you do have to make plays like that on Paravision. Like, this one wasn't the cleanest, because they have so many towers still available, they were able to rotate in. But that's the kind of thing you have to look for. If you keep playing on your own half of the map, I mean, we've seen what's happened, right? It's the Storm finding easy Ice Blast setups, constantly getting kills, Monkey King, Doom ults, right? So you have to do these kind of sneaky stuff to hopefully catch them off guard.
Yeah. We're gonna see Roche respawn timer in a moment. But smoked up here on Flipster Talon. They want to try and find themselves a pick off first, as Roche will be respawning shortly. Shadow Shaman, he's getting recalled out of here. Dude, they're making a potential deep play. They're like, hold on, guys, we're gonna find someone here for sure. Pulls the whole team to the other side of the map.
Hoping like Tinker walks in or something. This is what I mean. Like, these are the kind of aggressive plays you have to try to make.
You just can't do this with any other hero either in Dota. Like, that's the benefit of this Keeper of the Light. And now you're kind of in a position here where Flipster Talon is split up on the map. And your Storm Spirit. Oh man, this is so close.
Gem. They're holding the middle. They didn't find either. It's one of those situations you're so scared because you have no idea they're split. But if you happen to commit left or right, you would have found a pretty good fight. Instead, it's now going to be a proper 5-on-5 for the Roshan, which you do have good Roche fighting spells, but they are 15k up. And
you also got 25 Monkey King
spam.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one for these kind of fights.
All right. Aegis goes the way of Flipster Talon, as Paravision unfortunately could not connect on that gank. We'll just get reload to the bottom side of the map. Tinker is going Ags. I kind of agree with you. I would have really liked a Scythe, but yeah, opting for the Aghanim Scepter here. Did they scout the Nature's Prophet? They pinged it for a moment, but Ice Blast does not connect. Shivas comes out from Makoto chasing, gets the BKB out of Titanic. That's what they wanted. That will be 90 seconds without his BKB.
We've been talking about Storm not dying, but
Nullifier? Oh, there it is. They just jump in. Big Epicenter, big Rolling Thunder as well. They're just deleting the supports. DM. What a sick Aghanim Scepter play here from him. 2 buybacks coming through. 23 Savage forced to pop that BKB immediately after the respawn here, trying to get himself a kill. 9 class in some trouble as well. Makoto gets the triple. That's a dieback on your Keeper of the Light.
That's a really good fight. But you have to use everything to get that fight, right? It's the epicenter that does all that damage. So they buy back for it. They have 5 heroes in front of your base. As long as you take the buildings and get out cleanly, I think in the end this will be pretty worth it for Talon. You just can't overcommit. Got a banner.
Without epicenter, it's going to be really hard. We saw how much damage it did. You have Rolling Thunder maybe somewhat soon, but into this Tinker spam, this should just be a full lane of barracks. They should be able to go bottom as well. There's one more creep wave coming mid and the banner to protect it. And 23 Savage will have that Wukong's command here in 20 seconds. WS looking for the initiation. Do get the roll up. Kodo just trying to force them back a little bit. Last defense, here comes the Rolling Thunder. Jumps down to the backside, they get the Nullifier onto the Doom. Burrow Strike to follow, they're gonna try and get on top of Satanity, but gets the BKB off, and the Doom just chain stunned out. Ice Blast, that does connect. But they really want this lane of Barracks. DM will not go in with the epicenter.
And this is where you just have to call it. It's not worth finishing the last rack. It's tempting, but the only way you lose is overcommitting into the epicenter. Well, I won't say the only way, but one of the ways you lose right now is overcommitting into that. You've already lost the Doom, so they get out. Still, this is now mid and bottom Barracks. That's going to be pushing in for you for the rest of the game. They've got Natures and Keeper, so some of the better heroes at dealing with this kind of pressure, but
oh man, they are baiting this rune so hard.
It'd be huge. They know Storm wants it.
That being said, they did scan it. They're like, someone's over here for this rune. 23 Savage will, gets his tree cut immediately. There's the Burrow Strike, the Nullifier's out, the Hex, the Shackles. It's gonna be so much control. He's dead for 100 seconds. 9 class with an incredibly heads-up play.
That's what the Will-O-Wisp is good for. Instantly breaking a massive clump of trees. If you don't instantly react to the smoke and hop down, which 9 class was ready for. He has the advantage of being the one smoked up. Really nice find. That's now 80 seconds. No Monkey King buyback. They don't know that. Let's see how far they want to push it. This is a Nature's with Trance. I mean, they do a lot of building damage as well.
25 Trance and Threat Wards. Yeah, they need to threaten the high ground here.
Deep Observer. Epi is a minute away, though.
Easier said than done, still going for this. So we'll see. The Treants just almost instantly kill the tower. As Doom will be able to consume one of them. Coddle constantly trying to reset his cooldowns here to give him more Treants to play around. Onto the range racks they go. That one's already dead. The melee rack's now under siege. At this point, they know there is no buyback on this Monkey King. Okay, Coddle, Nature's Prophet. Not maybe the typical duo that we see, but it did work. They get themselves the mid lane. They're now going straight to top as the Nature's Treants just continue to destroy the foundation here for Flipster Talon.
That's such a good find on the Monkey King like that, setting all of this up. And the death timer's so long that Monkey King's up. Maybe you'd like to take a fight, but Epicenter is also available again.
These Treants almost killed the tier 3.
Treants good. Nature's did get 25 for as many deaths as he's had throughout this game. He is participating enough and using the global farming enough that the 25 is online. And like you said, with the Chakra Magic, sure are a lot of them. I think there was almost 4 at one point, which is something you almost never see. That looked like he had the old, plain old Treants, you know, summon 5 at a time. It's like, what if I summon 5 Treants, but they're all gonna instantly kill buildings when they hit at once?
You're still ahead on Flipster Talon, for sure, but it is getting scary.
I don't know. At this point, 6K is not much.
Yeah.
40 minutes in. If you find a kill with the Ice Blast, especially onto something critical, right, that could set you off to win the fight. But Paravision has mixed things up, and they're doing these wacky smokes, and it's tough for Talon now. It'll really come down to how the fight breaks out. Especially, my eyes are on DM. How effective is this Blink Epicenter? He's got the Ags, he has a Revenant's Brooch. Crippling Crossbow, also really good to prevent some healing coming in from the Tinker, you know? So whoever's in that area, at least one of them, probably just gonna die.
You now have taken all tier 2s. There's no tier 2s left for Flipster Talon, which means if they get close to the high ground, it's gonna be scary.
It's the part where you're starting to get ratted by Paravision. Poking and prodding.
Just trying to smoke and scout before getting recalled. Because Nature's Prophet's going to have a Lincoln soon, and at that point, your Doom or your Vortex. You know, whatever your setup you want to be is not going to be so easy. He does have the Scythe on Makoto, I suppose, on his way to his 25.
Yeah, that Scythe could be instrumental in these fights if you catch the right target.
Is he just going to get the tower?
He might.
He does.
Top tower has fallen.
Oh boy.
We are in some classic rat Dota here. Ducalis making this looks like some pub where your team won't push, so you're just blink BKB dropping ults. You're right. The creeps were a little bit far off. They're about to break the back door now, so it doesn't actually amount to much there, but I think that shows what kind of mindset Paravision's in. You know, we are just gonna rat our way to victory. Even if the gold lead has evened out, forget team fights. Let's just rat.
So we get the level 25 on Storm. He immediately buys the shard. Typically what we see, right? The electric rave combined with that overload bounce is incredibly powerful. But we're 45 minutes into this game. It's pretty much dead even, and it feels like both teams are very scared. I think rightfully so. I mean, now you have Refresher on the Pangolier. When DM gets to that 25 talent, you're going to be really worried as well. That Sand King talent is crazy.
And catapults down here. This is the thing, right? You know Roche is spawning, so they're trying to bait Talon back. I think actually if they commit harder, probably could have ratted the base.
I mean, I feel like that tier 3 tower is just gonna die.
Yeah. Tinker was here. I really thought he would handle it on his own, but all right.
Oh, Nature's Prophet's going top. He's gonna backdoor.
So funny. I mean, this is the range barracks, so it can't heal. So the he's using the warp flare. All right, he actually saves his ranged barracks for now, but at any moment, one more Treant will finish that job. Or perhaps Ducalis, even if he comes with backdoor up, I think the Serpent Wards can do enough damage to finish that off.
This Ward Sentry will be taken away. Nice Will-O-Wisp there to try and just scout the high ground. They know Flipster Talon is trying to make their way towards this Roshan to contest. Neither team, I think, scouting the actual pit quite yet.
Both teams very tense now. You know, Flipster Talon was in the lead for quite a lot of this, but at this point, when it's evened out, that's where things get almost extra scary. You know, Paravision's the one that gets to breathe a sigh of relief. We held through. It's now an even game. So pressure's on for Talon.
Oh, Doom goes in for an Observer Award.
It's a very tanky Doom.
Yeah.
He is level 25. He's got 3,600 health. His ultimate now applies Mute as well. So if you can catch Pango, Sand King, any of them, maybe the carry, Natures, who should be hiding and not showing himself, he just uses the Treant to backdoor the last range barracks now.
I mean, this Sand King epicenter. Yeah, it really is. The Sand King having the level 25 talent for the more epicenter pulses, this is one of the best talents in the game. It's absurd. If you are at all near this hero and you don't have your BKB, he will just kill you. There's no surviving it.
Especially if you can get this next Roshan and you get the Refresher for free. Now you'll have two of those to work with.
Smoke up again here from Paravision.
Yeah, you gotta cancel this. Tinker's already in position. Bottom tower,
That
also
being said,
one Treant hit.
Looking to go in here on the mid lane. 23 Savage forced to BKB as Storm Spirit goes in really aggressively. There's the Vortex here onto the Sand King. Nullifier is out, but they don't manage to stay on top. He gets that Burrow Strike away. Dumo connect, however. They've got the Pangolier. That's a big find. WS just dumping in the damage. 100 seconds sideline, but does have the buyback. That AC Sanj and Yasha build on the Doom. It's a lot of damage.
Nice find. Blink Doom right before the Pango's ult ends. You know he wants to back out and just roll again if they're going to keep fighting, so... Completely removing that. They immediately go to rat bottom because
they find the Tinker. Okay, they didn't know they found the Tinker. That was close. Ogre Steel Totem gets him out.
Roshan's now up.
Jumping in aggressively. Up onto the high ground. Vortex is going to find themselves the Keeper of the Light. He's dead. There comes the Epicenter. They get on top of 23 Savage. He doesn't have a BKB. He's just going to get popped. In comes the Rolling Thunder from no one. Nullifier catches the Tinker. A really big find as now the Shackles will eventually put that one to an end. Satanic with the double kill as no one's looking for more. The Refresher, the Nullifier, the second Rolling Thunder. No! Gets canceled for the moment, but Satanic is here. And now the Rolling Thunder is gonna eventually connect Cuckoo, trying to get popped up onto the high ground. He makes it, but the damage, can they find him? They can't. Blinks defensively, and now the buybacks is WS looking for his target. This would be a huge Ice Blast. It's gonna connect onto all three. This boundless strike there on the money. Satanic trying to find whatever he can of his dying breath, but it's not gonna be there. Atos connects. Warp Flare as well. They've got their hands on Ducalis. 5 dead as buybacks after buybacks coming through, but WS, he sees a big kill in the bottom lane. It's going to be Satanic. In comes the Tinker. Warp Flare connects. Just going to root him up. Can he get out of this one? I don't think so. Boundless strike into the Nullifier. Satanic trying to TP out to safety. They got him. A dieback for 125 seconds. No Nature's Prophet.
That is a huge fight for Talon. They're still being ratted is the thing, right? They won the fight, but it feels like they're the ones losing building. This Treant is still gonna get the top range racks before Jokum can get there. They're pushing up, trying to find... I think you have to go for the end of the game?
Yeah, like, you have to end the game.
Tier 2 top is still available, so you're either ending here...
They fight Sand King. That's the best possible hero to get the initiation on. He's all of their damage, and that's a dieback. He's dead. There's the GG. What a... All you need sometimes is one really convenient ward. You find the Sand King, you take him out. No epicenter for this final fight, and Flipster Talon will take game 1 against Paravision.
Smiles there. That's got to be a tense one as you get there. The lead starting to slip away. We see the strength of that epicenter, why the Sand King has been such a first phase pick band hero. But eventually, after like, what feels like 30 minutes of trying, they again start to find fights that go their way on Talon. Part of that, the overcommitment from Paravision, allowing Talon to commit the buybacks, to win the fight, to push down for the end. Makoto, wow, 17-1-15 at the end of that game.
Yeah, this is like an all-star performance from your Storm Spirit. You can't ask for anything better than this. He basically gets super active early on, goes for an immediate BKB, realizing like, hey, you know, I'm going to keep snowballing these galvanized stacks, and what are they going to do about it, you know? Finishes the game. I'm sure he had like over 30 at the end of the game here. Like an absolute beast performance from Makoto.
Oh, you can't see it. I thought I would.
Yeah,
thought I'd be able to check. Maybe we'll see it in one of these highlights at the very end. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's at 25 there, so that's pretty scary.
Actually, yeah, this is the fight at the end where Paravision really pushed it, so now they're all the way on the enemy's half of the base, so they are able to buy back and TP in and make it there. A huge Ice Blast to help them win this fight, and you need the Epi, right? That's Epicenter has been so much of the damage, as well as their sneaky smoke plays, finding like the numbers advantage in these ganks. So when you finally have to take that direct fight and you don't have the epicenter, that's where you ultimately lose. Satanic, recognizing the bad situation, tries to push in bottom for his team, but fast moves from Talon. They're like, okay, that's what he's gonna do. We're gonna go get him. No more ratting. Like, we're gonna find him so we can finally close out this game.
It's a cool heads-up play there, right? Doom goes immediately to the bottom lane, thinking like, in case he does, we have the Tinker that can TP in. and it pays off big rather than just like, all right, guys, we got the kills, let's go Roche, right? Because they could have gone Roche. We talked about that, like, oh, like all of this is happening because Roshan is up, and these teams really desperately want to play for this Roche. But Flipster Talon recognizing after they get like one big dieback on Paravision, snowballing it into a second, then eventually the third they're on a DM. There's no game to be played after that point.
Yeah, this is a really fun one. I gotta say, I'm quite impressed by Flipster Talon. I was doubtful that they'd be able to execute the early game, especially the Ice Blast, really only having the Storm to work with, but this was some of the most active Ice Blast we've ever seen, like even with only having that, so really good work from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit to Cuckoo, credit to the rest of the Flipster Talon team, but we've got one game left to be played here today. It's going to be just after this short break, everyone, so stay tuned. We'll see you then.
Well, there's this girl that I like, but I don't
comes up. We do a dance in the dark. Down the hall, pictures fall. Even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart. Every artery, a part of me. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you lose. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Walking away from me. Yeah, yeah. I could be anything you want. I could be anything you need. Baby, tell me it's something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then wicked smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while. Keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you lose. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
One game left here today, everybody, and it is Paravision versus Flipster Talon at DreamLeague Season 26. My name's Cryptic here with Z Quixotics. Now, game one was pretty interesting. It was fun. Talon with a very unique I want to say kind of unique draft, but to me, the staple on this was how well they actually use the Ancient Apparition. We've seen a lot of teams use Ancient Apparition today and previous days, and sometimes it just kind of falls flat. You miss your first few Ice Blasts, and then you're like, kind of missing our timings, but not Talon.
Yeah, and I gotta say the targets they found were pretty much the best you could go for, right? It's one thing to kill the supports repeatedly, but constantly finding Nature's Prophet. Well, I'll actually say Paravision also, the kills they found the Monkey King quite a lot. So both carries really big targets on their back, but in the end, it slows down the Nature's Prophet a bit more, I would say, because he is supposed to be this global hero and show up to more fights. He's showing up with less net worth than he usually would because of the kills he's had, whereas Monkey King doesn't show up to every fight because, I mean, most carries can't. So I'd say for Flipster Talon, it paid off to start. As they got later in the game, it did get a little dicey for them. Paravision managing to, especially off the Epicenter and the Aghanims, an insane amount of damage off of a bit of an overextension from them. Kept the game very close towards the end.
Yeah, it was very close towards the end. And if it wasn't for Makoto having such an incredible game on the Storm Spirit, I feel like this is one of those things where it could have been Paravision pulling this game back and getting the win themselves. But yeah, going 17-1-15 on a Storm Spirit, being like highest net worth of the game, I guess, or really only second to the Nature's Prophet, which, I mean, no one's going to outfarm Nature's Prophet. That's just the way this hero works. But they got so much done out of the Storm Spirit this game, and I am curious if Paravision are going to maybe put a little bit more value in banning it out, but we'll have to see, right? The draft going to be underway soon. I'd have to double check. I forgot to look which team chose which, like, you know, who chose first pick versus second pick. So luckily we have our beautiful production, which will, I'm sure, give me that information eventually. But here we go. Draft number 2 here for these teams. No Tinker this time. They banned it out.
It did a lot of healing that last fight. I want to say like 20,000, something like that. Had a really strong start, and we were worried. Maybe this is too greedy. I kind of want to say it was supposed to be too greedy, but it did work out for them. I think that's something SCA manages to do a lot. Frequently bring a draft that you think is too greedy, and then they're fighting with it, and you're so confused about how that works, and then you check in later and like, wait, they also farmed. How does this? It doesn't make sense. That's what that last game felt like.
I completely agree. I ended up looking back at his number. He had almost 39,000 healing in that game, or maybe almost 38,000 healing in that game, but that's one of the reasons Tinker is so strong, especially if you can get some space to actually farm with it. Paravision will get their first pick Bristleback, so they ban out the Shadow Shaman. Tinker Silencer leaves quite a few heroes still in the pool, so there is still things like a Tiny, but they opt for the Bristleback. With no Ancient Apparition available, I like the pick quite a bit. We'll see what they want to do with it, since it's flexible. It's very flexible. It's one of the reasons we don't see it make it through the draft that often.
Something high armor like the Terrorblade can be a response. You don't pick it now, typically. The Phantom Assassin later on with a natural break. Though she's dropped off, I would say. We used to see that response real quick. We were even getting into some like first pick PA territories, but not that extreme anymore. Maybe something like Medusa.
Oh boy.
Gonna go back for the Storm Spirit that Makoto had such an exceptional game on.
Time to probably ban the Keeper of the Light, I would imagine, if you're Paravision here, since Flipster Talon has the next pick.
It's gonna force your hand, because you would actually like to have it when you have the bristle, but
yeah.
See if they wanna. I'm trying to think like what you could get instead, because if you leave the Keeper, you kind of know they're gonna take it, right? So maybe if any team was going to bait that in and have a crafted response, you know, a Steedy and Paravision, I'd believe it. But then again, that's such a good combo. I feel like it's safer to just ban it out.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing though for Paravision is there's a lot of counters to the Storm Spirit still in the pool, so we're probably gonna see the Puck ban, since that's like probably the most or the highest priority ban a lot of times against the Storm Spirit. But we'll see what they want to do here. Because they do ban the Coddle.
Maybe we could see another Doom come out, because Doom is good versus Bristle, but also good versus some of the heroes you mentioned that play into the Storm, like the Ember. And that might have been some of the reason they didn't go for it last game, even though it was available. So they already know that Doom is there. You know, you win the lane, but at some point it's just so difficult to enter fights. And so they go for the Pango, which we saw actually had a similar issue. Like, even though he had the refresher roll available, WS was waiting for the tail end of the first roll, and then it went Doom. And it's like, okay, yeah, you can't do anything. You can't do the second roll. We're going to either kill you or ignore you while we go clean up the rest of the team now.
They do get the puck ban. Now, there is still a Sand King in the game, but
True.
Picking it here, it kind of just reveals exactly where it's going, right? Because both these, I guess for Paravision, they could go for it. They will grab themselves the Terror Blade. I like this quite a bit. You mentioned it. Good high armor hero, still flexible. Without revealing too much, it's also something Paravision love to play. I think the Sand King is not bad. I don't think it struggled too much last game. You could put it mid for no one if he feels confident playing it into the Storm Spirit, but
I think Ringmaster is good to secure here as well.
Yeah.
It's very strong versus the Terrorblade, as well as just being a good hero.
Good call.
It's another strong support. Some instant catch for Storm, though some of the better ones are already taken out. You could do something stable like the Jakiro.
I'm wondering if they don't want to pick a support here, because you could move the Bristleback to support if you really think it's a decent game for it. And so I'm wondering if you just pick something a little bit more flexible here.
Into the Terrorblade, I'm leaning away from that, but
yeah. What about
you're
Tiny?
Right. Oh yeah, I think Tiny, that could be your stable pick into the Storm, but also some flex if you do want to swap it up at the very end. Be okay with that. I'm not liking the Natures as much. We already saw it lose to the Storm last game, but also the matchup into Terrorblade doesn't feel that great.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Maybe get a Dark Seer, because that's pretty good versus Terrorblade.
Ooh.
And one of the better offlaners in the game. Don't see this hero that often, but it is a classic counter to Terrorblade, who's got the highest base armor in the game, just completely removed if you're next to the Elder Titan. But it's kind of hard to be near the Terrorblade as the game goes on. So I want to see some magic amp, because that's easy to throw around, right? Just throw in the Astral Spirit. Maybe you can't remove the armor from the Terrorblade, but you remove his magic resistance and you kill him with magic. Which you got the Wheel of Wonder combo, so you could amp all of that, set up Sleep, set up the Earth Splitter. Like, that's pretty cool. But I want a magic hero who goes in and makes use of that spirit in one of the next two picks. I guess it also just weights the Medusa pick.
Yeah. They say you're at a point here where you can kind of you can go either way. You can go all in minus armor, or you can go all in to magic damage, right? Because you've got a Bristleback who could go Snot Rocket, and even though Terrorblade has a lot of armor, a lot of other heroes don't, and so you can still play around, potentially the natural order, the minus armor from the Bristle, and then maybe another physical damage dealer.
I like the idea of having the Wind Ranger here then because of that. Like, okay, I have no armor, but I'm also unhittable, or you can hit me, but I'll dodge it, whatever. I am evading your attacks, right? So then the negative armor matters a little less. Probably strong position 5 could be good here. Or whatever 5, but I do think you need to pick a 5 so that you can keep the Terrorblade flex open. Tusk Snowball could be kind of good. Save versus a lot of these telegraphed slower spells.
Ooh. That's an interesting one.
Another way to not care about negative armor is if you just can't be hit because you're ethereal. That's cool. A little bit of a counter synergy with the Terrorblade, but you can be careful around that. Not as good as it used to be with Storm. This used to be one of the mana battery combos, but Pugna doesn't really do that anymore.
Okay, so Paravision will get the Medusa on 18. They can ban out the Anti-Mage. I mean, I like this pick a lot. I'm now definitely leaning more towards the Snot Rocket of Bristleback.
Who is... I think like Pango would be one of the best Diffusal builders left, because that would be really good versus Medusa and Bristleback. I think some... Like, of course you take Anti-Mage out for the same reason. So now maybe someone with the Diffusal would be good. Still trying to protect the Storm pick, so they're gonna ban out Ember. We ban I don't know. I also think
I'm trying to think, yeah, what they're
them either.
Yeah, the Tiny. Okay, yeah. So we were talking about the Tiny earlier as like a great magic burst hero that plays around Elder Titan very well. So you remove that.
So far, I think it's fine to run the carry Terrorblade if you want an offlaner, but I actually also think an offlane Terrorblade who goes Diffusal is also pretty good.
Yeah, that can happen for sure. I'm trying to think what hero they can pick to deal with the Medusa. Now, it's likely Satanic's Medusa. I don't think we're going to be seeing a carry here from Parisian. I don't think they're going to flex this to the offlane and then like pick carry Bristle or mid Bristle. They get rid of the Morphling. It's 23 Savage Classic, also very good into the Medusa. So for the Paravision side, they will just go back to the Sand King.
So that's mid Sand King. I guess it doesn't have to be. We sometimes do see the Bristle mids. I suppose it depends what you reveal here on this final pick. Monkey King is still available. We saw, maybe not have the best lane versus the Sand King, but I think some of that was overextensions. I actually think the lane itself was good, though maybe with the Pugna is a little bit more of an awkward combo.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah,
they're just going to be careful about it.
I think it's a pretty good matchup. He's also a hero that can build Diffusal, and it works out pretty well against the Medusa. I don't know if he wants to build it early. I think he's probably still going to go for the Battle Fury, but you can go back for, a Diffusal into a Disperser at some point this game to be able to get rid of the Snot Rocket stacks, to get rid of, the debuffs from like Impalement Arts. Like, there's a lot of things that he can play around.
Yeah, I think they're not so pressured where you have to go a fighting build, like instant Diffusal and then fight, because, we're never going to win late game. I think their chances in the late game is pretty good. So, like you said, I wouldn't mind the Battle Fury. I'm also up for a very high tempo play with the Diffusal, because Medusa in the early game does not contribute that much, especially into the Diffusals.
I mean, I'd be okay with it because you do have a Pugna, right? It's one of those heroes that's like pretty high tempo with Nether Blast being able to do damage to towers. It is also like the mana restore got super nerfed on this, right? So I was trying to think, like, it used to be like Pugna Storm was like a pretty good combo, but yeah, the life drain just doesn't restore mana at all. So that's more than nerfed, I would say.
Killed. Really?
Yeah.
Most people don't even play Pugna support now, but I do see the value in it. The Ethereal is very strong versus Bristleback, and the physical damage that looked like it was building up from Paravision. A little bit of a pivot at the end, but I still like the early saves, and that's why I'm open if they go for a more aggressive play, because if you go too aggressive but you can't actually take towers, then it's usually a waste. But in this case, you actually have the Nether Blast as well as Terrorblade being really good at taking buildings early. So if you do take these fast fights with the Diffusal, you can actually get map control off of it.
All right, well, here we go. Let's jump into game number, I almost said number one. Game number 2 of Flipster Talon versus Paravision. As we are underway here, Talon currently up 1-0. For those of you who missed game 1, it was very exciting. A lot of back and forth, but Talon close it out off the back of an incredible Storm Spirit performance. And well, Makoto, he's back in action on this Storm Spirit here once again. Looking for that repeat performance, but gonna be hard to outdo what he did last game.
Especially about the Ancient Apparition, that is so much extra amp for the early game. And, you know, Pugno, old Pugno with the mana restoration would have been a pretty good replacement, but without that, he's still nice to play with, just not as nice.
Trick of the trade.
30 seconds to battle.
Why does Terrorblade have a voice line that says trick of the trade? That's literally Ricky's thing.
I don't have an answer for you. Perhaps if you write an email over to Gabe, he might give you a response on that one.
I'm already on it.
Drafted it up already. Okay, good work. Nothing too much happening right now anyways. You got time. They're both smoking up, but doesn't look like we're gonna see any first bloods.
The battle begins.
All right, yeah, no real fights over the runes. I say that Ducalis trying to put some damage in here into the Windrunner, but she has Windrun, able to get away. It'll be just fine. And as for the Bristleback, he did end up going Snot Rocket. He was kind of teasing the idea of going Seeing Red, but did indeed decide to go with Snot Rocket this game, which is what we typically see on the offlane Bristlebacks. A lot more utility from this hero. Interesting. Boundless Strike and Nether Blast, neither used to secure the range creep, so that's going to hurt them a little bit.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like,
yeah.
Why did they do that?
Yeah, I'm like, all right, you got some damage out, I guess, but you just nuked the wave and you didn't get your range creep.
Yeah, this is a lane where Pugna's Decrepify will be a great save. At the same time, you get, like, you might just get wrecked by Tame the Beast. So you do have to be careful. Like, the slow from Nasal Goo will still last while you're in that Ethereal, and maybe he can't hit you in that time, but it could just be setting up 9 class to do like 300 magic damage.
Yeah, right now this bottom lane doing fairly well for Paravision. It's going to be an interesting level 2 timing, because if you... I think that's why they're shoving the lane. They want to get level 2 before this Bristleback. If he gets Nasal Goo online and you're still level 1, I think they just kill whoever they want. Which, yeah, hold on. There we go. Tame the Beast is out. It connects. The Nasal Goo stacking up. They don't want to dive the tower. But a lot of damage dealt.
Mid lane.
Seen this lane
Storm.
before.
Off to a very good start. Makoto's all warmed up from playing the the Storm last game.
He looks so chill, just like leaning over in his chair, just like, yeah, I get to play Storm Spirit again. This is great.
I'm gonna go for 50 galvanized stacks this game.
He's trying to get the pull. He does get it. Wow. Okay. Nice. Nicely done there from Cuckoo.
Just a push out the lane. Maybe they can play aggressive. 9 class doing a great job of keeping people low, landing the daggers.
I mean, they're going to have a double wave now to hold at their tower on this side of Paravision. This is going to be really difficult for them to manage. Now, there is going to be the Lotus coming.
I think that was some of the idea of trying to do that pull to push us out, but they don't want to fight it. So 9 class is going to get it in the end. You're going to have to shove this into reset equilibrium now.
Now, as for, I guess we haven't really talked too much about the top lane, or I guess no one is getting a little bit low in mid. We saw this last game, Makoto kind of dominating this matchups, right? Doing a really good job. Seems like he's just getting that kind of repeat here to the start of the game. We'll see if they can find anything with it as we get closer to like the 4-minute runes and then eventually that first power rune. Makoto last game, I think, gets a haste rune, right? Finds a kill immediately. So that was the best possible start he could get.
Yeah, it's pretty fortunate, that sequence of events. Let's see if Paravision, I'd say, has better supports this game to contest the power runes, and Sand King is also a hero who really benefits off of a couple of them. So we'll see in about 2 more minutes. Actually, a little early, but we do have a water rune fight. Both go the way of Talon, but neither to the mid. And Cuckoo actually falling pretty low for this. Do you want to commit?
Yeah, that's the burrow strike on through. They definitely get the kill. Now, Blood Grenade onto Makoto. And Ducal is going to come in. That's a lot of damage here on this Elder Titan as they now look for the Wind Ranger to fall. That's a great start here for this. A completely different start for Paravision in the Sand King lane.
I thought we'd have mid-fights at 6 minutes, but they say, why wait till 6 minutes? We want to fight now. They all come for the water runes. And although Talon gets the water runes, the Paravision supports are a little stronger in these earlier fights. So sticking around a bit too long.
That's a cool idea. Bringing all those heroes mid and slowing down the Storm Spirits level 6 is pretty massive. Last game, we saw him have his 6 at a really good time. But now going to be pretty much dead even with the Sand King after this.
Talon once again went for a double block in the triangle. 9 class gonna get at least one of them. I think the other is just out of range of his sentry. Coming back for the 6-minute rune before he messes with the triangle anymore.
That's a good idea. Trying to fight for these power runes is pretty massive. No one's trying to scout out some stacks on the Flipster side, see if there's anything there for him to abuse. Now, Windrun's gonna get popped. There's the Burrow Strike to cancel it out inside the Roche Pit, but another kill going the way of the Elder Titan. And with this, if this rune spawns top, it's a freebie, and it is. This time, haste goes to no one.
The last game was also a haste. See if he can get an instant kill. I mean, Epicenter is pretty good with the bottle, or the haste. You just like haste in, stun, and then channel the ult on top of them. Can maybe kill this Terrorblade pretty easily. Monkey King would be better, but it's a little trickier since he can hide in the trees.
Yeah. Overall, though, much better lane start here for Paravision as opposed to what we saw in game 1. And I don't even feel like their lanes are like substantially stronger. They've just played a better early game here.
I would say so. Especially the sequence in the mid fight. Here it comes. Going for the Wisdom Shrine with the Epicenter. Don't really think there's a hero that can stand here versus this. Channel it just in case.
Yeah, and he just runs you down with a haste. They're gonna get themselves a first kill. Now looking for a second onto the Cuckoo Pugna. They get the kill. WS here comes in, pops the meta, trying to do what damage they can here. They do get the kill onto Ducala, so a 2-for-1. You did lose both Wisdom Shrines. Bottom lane, 23 Savage trying to chase down 9 class with the Wukong's command. Does not have it. 6 Nasal Goose stacked up. You're going to be at, what, -10 armor almost at this point. He does get his Jingu stacks back, but DM will eventually run him down. It's just one more auto attack will do it. Boundless Strike does not come out in time to heal him up. So a nice series of plays here from Paravision around the map.
This is pretty rough now. Off of those kills, it's 6-1, and the Wisdom Shrines both go to Paravision. Ringmaster is almost 5.5, whereas Wind Ranger is 3.5. So we're about to get a big level difference in the supports, and especially the Ringmaster. His abilities are very strong this game. Though actually, maybe stepping in too far here.
This is a really nice TP in from Makoto. If they can punish 9 class with this, it would be massive, but in comes Sand King instead. How many times is the Tame the Beast gonna punish a Storm Spirit today?
You rotate in heroes like the Monkey King, but having lost your Storm like that, you can't even fight. They're just watching the trees. Maybe just gonna try to clear out this creep wave. So another win for Paravision. This early game went very well for them in terms of kills, but moving around the map does reduce their farm speed, so the gold lead is not that bad quite yet.
The big concern is the Satanic Medusa, though, right? Like, he is having a great start here. 9 minutes, already over 4K net worth. We'll see what he can do with this. On the contrary, you do have a Terrorblade who's not having a bad game either, so as long as the Terrorblade's able to keep farming and kind of scale, you do have, you know, the Terrorblade scaling. You have essentially a 4-core lineup as the game goes on.
Sure, he's actually going for the pipe on the Terrorblade. We see this skipped quite often nowadays, but
this
wants to get the pipe for the extra magic resistance. Yeah, it's pretty good to get versus ET, who Natural Order is going to remove all of your base resistances, so buying armor, buying magic resistance, and especially these auras for the team. It's pretty necessary. Wind Ranger doesn't really build any auras, and Pugna can build some, but not like the pipe and the crimson, those kind of things.
Power Rune will spawn top. Cuckoo. I'm surprised. I really thought no one would go for the Burrow Strike there, but maybe he just isn't worried about the kill. He has a Blink Dagger coming on Courier right now, so with this, we might see the side of Paravision smoke up and look for an opening. I think it's sitting on his Courier in the creep wave there, or in the trees. Nice D-ward from 9 class. Yeah, here they go. Smoke up. They're looking to get aggressive. Finding Makoto would be amazing. It's the hard one to secure. You do need the Ringmaster ult. We saw this in our earlier series set up from the OD Astral. Instead, they're looking for 23 Savage. The Radiant scan does connect. They have a ward that actually sees exactly where 23 Savage is. The epicenter. The Blinking Burrow Strike misses, and now he's stuck on the high ground. That is not what you wanted out of your first blink reveal. He will just walk away. A fortunate mistake there for 23 Savage.
Yeah, time to get out. Even if he doesn't get stuck on the high ground, I think just missing the Burrow Strike already makes it such a difficult kill to go for as the Wukongs comes out. So I think it's the right call to get out. Feels bad, but at least you're not going to overcommit, lose even more. Maybe you can hold this tower, especially if you bring Monkey King in when they don't have Wheel of Wonder. Start by going on Ducalis.
Nice.
Halberd already done.
Yeah. He's definitely dead. They get themselves a nice kill onto the Elder Titan.
No waste. What was that? Epi and Wheel of Wonder? Yeah, that's you definitely needed an early kill. Or maybe not need, but that's what won Talon game 1, or at least won them the early game, right? It's like the repeated Ice Blast. Every time it was a success.
Yeah. I feel like that's just one of those things where you get a little bit too antsy. You see him on the tree there, and you're like, oh, we'll just Burrow Strike through the tree to get him. But it's just, yeah, just doesn't quite work out and ends up being a really unfortunate place to be. They're still trying to like stalk him in the bottom lane, but
he forced out the Wukongs. He's playing it safe. Maybe thinks they have an observer if they're going to come down twice like this. And even though you don't get the kill, I will say it drew the rotations over from Flipster Talon, which means Satanic just quietly farming away, passing 7k net worth. The Manta will be on the way shortly. That'll increase his farming speed even more.
Yeah, it is.
See what damage items he wants to go for after that. For now, he's got the Butterfly queued up, which will be very good versus all of the cores over on Talon.
Do they have an answer to this Medusa, in your opinion?
You do have the Diffusal builder on the Monkey King. After Battle Fury, he'll go for Diffusal. And Terrorblade has Reflection. Terrorblade's also going to die here, but typically has Reflection, which is quite good versus Medusa. She will have the Manta to Dispel, but, I mean, yeah, that just means you can never use Manta, and she will at some point, and then you can Reflection her and get your own Illusion, which will do a lot.
Yeah, with this, the Manta being done, Satanic's just gonna look to push down this tower. Now, bottom tower also getting siege thanks to the Pugna. So that's one of the things the Pugna is bringing to the table right now. You at least have some good tower damage from the support to try and threaten these buildings.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they did get a Wisdom Shrine this time, right? Yeah, no one did grab it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gonna be a trade for the towers for now. Tormentor fight should be coming up. And I want to say I favor Paravision's ability to fight for Tormentor. Blink, Epicenter, the Astral Spirit just being able to scout for free, as well as Earth Splitter being really strong in this area.
Yeah. I absolutely agree.
I think it's worth fighting for because you want the Shard on Ringmaster. It's very good versus the Terrorblade.
Yeah, Elder Titans does not feel super good though, but
yeah, I think the Spotlight is what helps tip this in Paravision's favor because, yeah, you've got like Terrorblade and multiple cores for the scaling, but when the illusions are so easily dealt with, that's so much of his damage cut down by a support safely throwing that from afar.
Well, I mean, the Medusa's not here quite yet. They're going to go in right away with the Epicenter. He's got a shield rune to boot. Now, Wukong's command does get popped. Terrorblade is here trying to do what damage they can. Makoto's going to pull the Sand King back in, but there he is. He's going to be bailed out there by that Escape Act, and oh my god. Ducalis just two taps the Wind Ranger. Your Terrorblade now stuck, has a Sunder, will hold back to max HP with his own illusion, but surrounded by the sign of Paravision. It's a 3-for-0. Dude, Ducalis had so much damage on his Elder Titan there.
I mean, everyone was here. I think he hit everyone. He at least hit several, like 3 to 4 heroes, which is, yeah, pushing him into the 200. And then they have no armor either. Or not no armor, he's only at level 2 natural order, so like 60%. But he did take deconstruction, so the longer you stand near him, you're also losing armor and magic resistance. We'll get to see it one more time here. So this time it's pretty easy for Paravision. They just blink Epicenter in. Pugna gets taken out right away, barely does anything in this fight. Escape Act saving the Sand King there as well.
I mean, this just doesn't happen if he doesn't have the shield rune either. Like, the fact that they're able to do this because you have a shield rune on the Sand King, like, he just feels so safe to just go straight into the fight and not worry about it. And with that, he's got an Aghanim Scepter completed. Pugna trying to just chip down this mid tower, which he might pay for this one. Atos connects, but Burrow Strike did not, so he will commit one more Nether Blast for the tower. Nicely done there from Cuckoo.
Unfortunate for them. If that Burrow Strike connects, and I think it should have been able to, you can set up the rest of the spells with 9 class and kill off the Pugna. Maybe he trades his life for his tower, but you at least kill him. For now, the smoke, head bottom. They're gonna run into the storm.
Ooh, oh, Storm breaks the Monkey King's tree. There's the Burrow Strike Epi. They both die. Oh, that is not the combo you're looking for.
In the end, I'm gonna say that still would have worked out for Paravision, but maybe Talon gets a trade at least if Monkey King is not stunned by that zip. Oh yeah, you know we need a replay. Zip straight through, so like right here, maybe you're killing the Bristle with the Wukongs, but it was the Ags reveal on the Sand King, and you saw how quickly that damage came out, so I think it still would have been a good fight for Paravision. And that's gonna actually lead to the Roshan now.
That is, it was one of those things where we saw them with these two heroes last game, and I thought to myself multiple times, I'm like, oh, I'm surprised that the Stormsbeard hasn't cut a Monkey King's tree yet. And first time this game we see it. Actually, a really sick play there from the Wind Ranger. Gets a snipe onto 9 class and TP's home, so really good stuff there.
It also distracted Paravision. They were doing Roche and then went over to try to help 9 class. So now they're out of the Roche pit. I mean, you can do this on Flipster Talon. Like, they're working on the top tower now, just cutting it down through back door. But if you bring the whole team, you can do Roche. You just gotta be really careful of this epicenter. We saw how much work it can do last game, even though it didn't win. We saw an amazing double kill.
I see a Wind Ranger dying somewhere.
Yeah, quick kill in the mid lane, the Burrow Strike, Wheel of Wonder combo.
Yeah, I mean, this Sand King is so farmed. He's getting so much damage out already. They're gonna lose the Pugna now, top side. A Butterfly Rush on the Medusa. This is a really good pickup.
Yeah, I like the Satanic he has, or not Satanic, the Scotty he has queued up next on Satanic. Makoto.
No way. No way. He dies, right? Surely?
Okay, he had
all the way
to
back
zip
to the fountain.
Yeah, he had a couple different dots on him, so he had to zip all the way back to make sure he doesn't take the damage and heals through it. So he does get to live. But now Roche is bottom. Can you get over here on Talon fast enough? They do scan it, so they know what's happening.
It's going to be so hard. Like, Nasal Goo does make this so easy. You
No one's going for a kill on Monkey King.
Oh no, is he just solo dead? Yeah, I mean, you can't get out of the epicenter.
Yeah.
It's way too much damage. That actually did push DM out of the Roche pit for a moment. It reset all the nasal stacks, so slowed their attempt up, but it doesn't look like they're gonna contest this at all. Instead, they will take the double Wisdom Shrines.
The thing is you need the Monkey King's ultimate to have the diffusal procs on the Medusa to actually threaten her. Otherwise, I don't think you can actually kill her. You know, outside of like, okay, we dealt with the rest of the team, she's on her own, sure. But like, with any level of even numbers, this Medusa is so farmed. She is 5,000 ahead of the Monkey King, which at least those cores are like all kind of together to some degree, but like still, if you don't have the diffusal and then copy her with the reflection, like you need this combo of abilities to actually threaten her. And now she has the Aegis, so now you're gonna have to do it twice, and you only got 1 Wukongs right now.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse. I was very worried for the Flipster Talon team when I saw the Medusa pick come out in the first place, because they really didn't have a good answer for this. And with the lane she was having, yeah, Satanic has decided not to slow down at all. He's just gonna walk right up onto the high ground and start challenging them to respect his damage. They get the fortification, gonna turn his attention towards mid as his team has already started pushing this lane in.
What's crazy is he was pushing in bottom while his team was showing mid.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I know you guys can't deal with me. I'll just hit this on my own. Monkey King is cutting bottom, so at least they can't take much more damage there, but they're gonna give up the tier 2 mid in exchange. I actually think this is the right call. I don't know how you can fight this, but Paravision's going to call the bluff. Like, okay, you want to push our other lanes? I'm just going to take your base, so you better come back here.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if it's worth it. I think you actually just have to give this up.
Yeah, you don't have a fort, right? We saw them pop it in the bottom lane, so I think you just have to give up the tier 3. They are gonna get the reflection here, which is doing a lot of damage onto the Medusa. It might just kill her. Now strongman tonic and some barriers. She will get away. Epicenter though, he's targeting Cuckoo. He gets the nullifier. Now the pipe absorbing a lot of the damage in from this Epicenter. He will lose the tier 3 tower. Now in comes Makoto trying to find the initiation here on a Satanic, but he's going to be forced to BKB as the Wheel of Wonder would have feared him away, and they still have not cracked the first life of this Medusa.
They weathered this storm though. I really expected Paravision to be able to take that cleanly. The fact that Epicenter gets used on Cuckoo and doesn't even take him down to half health thanks to the pipe and the Decrepify is a bit of a waste of that ability. So while it's down, they're going to respect it and back off. So Talon is buying themselves a little bit here. Aegis, 2 minutes still left on it, so they can reset and start pushing again. But I think you have to wait for Epi.
Yeah, I mean, it was Arcane Rune Epi, so it's soon.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Yeah, you can
How
kind of
far
just
away
like
is
chuck
it?
it out.
Yeah, it's only 15 seconds away. Yeah, it's coming real fast. So BKB being delivered on him as well. Satanic almost to his Scotty, just about 200 gold away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now taking down this last tier 2 means that if you get wiped in your base, everything is up for grabs.
All right, and here comes the Scotty. Quickly cleans up that ward from the Pugna. Now they will get the Aegis, it looks like here. Someone surely is going to be able to put some damage into Satanic. Now Riley just stands his ground, nearly kills Makoto. He's gone. Thunder No is going to bail him out at the last second, but he is out of mana. The Wheel of Wonder cutting off the escape, but Medusa's illusion nearly kills 9 class, and a Boundless Strike in from 23 Savage will be able to do it. 40 seconds on this Aegis. You've got to do something here. You cannot just let this Medusa end the game.
I don't think you can do anything on this one. Oh,
There's the Boundless Strike. There's your Wukongs. It comes out. They get the kill, but in goes no one once again with the Epicenter. Takes off Cuckoo. And now with Satanic back into the fight, looking real strong. What an Earth Splitter. Just absolutely decimating the side of Talon as now they come right back in the split shot, just killing this poor Wind Ranger as 23 Savage. He's trapped into the trees, gonna get surrounded. Triple kill for Satanic as he's not stopping. Makoto gonna do his best here to clean up these other heroes. Disarmed at the moment. DM, he's low, but he's not dead. In comes the Stone Gaze as well. Makoto has to run. Spotlight is out, giving him a little bit of vision. There's going to be the Boundless Strike. They might just back away the fear. Hold on. Is Makoto actually just dead? It's so close. Is he going to burn out? Down to 90 HP. He lives. Satanic just going on to the high ground here. Getting sucked off by Cuckoo, but it's not enough. They get the kills one by one. WS here trying to maybe find a kill on the Medusa. The Manta to get rid of the reflection. Storm zipping out on the backside. Tries to get 9 class, but they just don't have the damage. Makoto's out of mana. Wind Ranger diebacks once again, and the raid boss that is Satanic is too much, and Makoto will end up dying anyway. 9 class gets them. Fears WS back in. It's over, man. 5 heroes dead, and Satanic is still alive through all of this.
There is a point where Satanic manted and then brought an illusion back. So they thought Paravision was retreating. They run the Wind Ranger in, and the real hero is still hitting the barracks, so it actually just kills Wind Ranger with the actual hero damage. It ends up being a little drawn out. You get the Sand King, but
Here
we're gonna buy back for one more defense with the Wukongs.
They're gonna try their best. He does get bailed up by the Escape Act. Vortex back in. Glimmer Cape.
They have to get her.
Strongman tonic. She's still alive.
No.
Oh no. They go down on the Monkey King, and now the chase back the other way as Makoto's got nothing left in the tank, and it's Ducalis that will beat him down. GG comes out, and Paravision, a dominant game 2.
That's kind of what we thought we'd see a little bit in game 1, I would say. Oh, they're having a great time over that last fight. How long can we keep Satanic alive with no mana, guys? Satanic, he's very chill, he's very relaxed. Everyone else is having fun keeping him alive there. Really well done from Paravision. This is the Paravision a lot of us have come to expect. Very clever drafts. This one, actually one of their more standard ones, I gotta say, but well set up with the ET, setting up the Medusa, and then you just, from there, okay, we got a good draft, play the lanes well, you know, connect on our gank. The Aghanims on the Sand King finding immense immediate value. What was that? The Storm and the Monkey King double kill so quickly, as well as multiple pickoffs throughout. We might see a couple of them in the highlights here.
I'm sure we'll see that specific highlight. That was a very funny one. But it kind of starts here, right? They get this nice kill against Cuckoo. Storm Spirit ends up dying in the process. In last game, we saw Makoto. He's the one getting the kills in the lane stage, the one kind of snowballing off of a really good start for the Storm Spirit. But here, backstabbing his own Monkey King, and then the beautiful epicenter, the Ags reveal with no one. And then immediate double kill. And there's not much more to highlight this game. Satanic, just this raid boss doing so much work in this high ground siege, and they just really had no way of dealing with them. And a lot of it is the minus armor stacking up from DM as well. Like, you see the nasal goo. There's 6 stacks on the Monkey King. There was like 5 on the Storm Spear before he has to BKB and run. And yeah, Wind Ranger, not more than once than we saw her trying to chase after someone else and just dying to split shot.
Yeah, I think the Pugna pick didn't fully pay off. I like the idea of the Decrepify as a physical damage save, but it can't do as much for its team as it used to. So I think the window of success is difficult, you know? And off of the 4-minute fight where you're setting up the Sand King, Storm not getting enabled, and in fact a lot of the power runes went to the Sand King. I mean, once you're winning, it's easy to get more power runes, but I mean, it made a big difference. He kept finding kills. Compared to the last game where it's the Storm getting the power runes, playing the map, being amplified by the Keeper, and just absolutely popping off.
Yeah, very fun game 2 here, really solid performance, but we're gonna end the day with an interview here just in a few moments, so stay tuned everybody. We'll be back with Paravision in just a few moments. It's been a fun day of Dota here on DreamLeague Season 26. Kicking off the group stage with bangers, dude. This has been a fun day, at least for you and me. Now, we just got to finish watching Paravision here versus Flipster Talon, and Paravision close out game 2, I think, in classic Paravision fashion.
Yeah, it was a good draft into good execution. That's either like that's one form of Paravision, the other's like the crazy draft into really good execution and clean wins.
Yeah, they made it work. It was an exceptional game. Very excited to talk with them. We will have an interview with them shortly. But I will say, game 1, I'm curious to see what they're gonna say, because it was one of those things where it was okay. We got the interview. Let's just go ahead. We'll talk to them right now. We've got no one from Paravision joining us.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing, man? How's the team today?
Good. Satisfied.
Yeah. You guys are off to a pretty good start, 3-1. It seems like that's like the best score we're seeing from a few of the teams, so can't be too unhappy with that. But I did want to ask you about game 1. So what is it that you think like kind of caught you guys off guard? Because Talon had a pretty greedy draft, but we weren't sure, if they were going to be able to hit any of their timings.
I mean, I think they have a Storm Tinker AA, and it's kind of uncontrolled in the game, and they just like made some few kills that like the killing Senking before Blink, destroying his game, and that's why the game is like super slow and in their way, I think. And we attacked at bottom, I remember, before Torm with IS4 there, and it was like full anti-control for us. Uncontrolled for us from that moment.
Yeah, it was coming to game 2 though. It looks very different. I know Zach has some questions for you about what happened in this game.
Yeah, in this one. So first, I wanted to ask, at 4 minutes, there's like a big fight mid. We don't usually it's like the power runes, but this time you guys bring both supports into the mid lane, and they do too. Was that a planned adjustment you guys made earlier, or did that just happen in that game?
I mean, that's kind of how meta right now is. Usually people bringing supports and you need to follow them, because we know that Wind Ranger is coming top and Pugna bottom, so Marin Master follow Pugna and my T follow Wind Ranger, so we can fight at some of the runs, and in the end we just kill them, all of them.
Yeah, that was a good fight for you guys, which then is that what you say helped make the difference, where you were able to get the blink on the Sand King earlier than last game, so you guys were able to keep that momentum going?
Yeah, and Storm has not good game as well. He died second time right after I done at bottom, so he's destroyed. He cannot make moves, and it was like kind of free after this moment, because they rely on Mikoto, I think, a lot this sim. And when he has a bad game, I think they're like FK.
Got it. And then we saw a lot of smiles at the end from you guys when you guys won. Is that at all related to that final fight that really dragged on, but you guys end up winning, or was it just relief from winning game 2?
Yeah, I mean, there is no reliefs for us, but yeah, it's kind of like the fight was like I don't know, 2 minutes or something, and we're like non-stop fighting them, not going away from the high ground, and they're just feet, buybacks, feet.
Good to hear. Yeah, Ricky, do you got anything?
Yeah, I got one question for you. When you guys were ganking bottom and you saw the Storm Spirit cut the tree for the Monkey King, what was that moment like for you? Because I see you immediately pop that epicenter and you're just like, oh yeah, instant double kill. What was that like?
I mean, they attacked Bristol. We were already behind him. I think they for sure, one of them for sure dying. Like, and my Bristol is not. Maybe both. It depends how they will line on my stun. But it was fun. Yeah, I didn't know that he cut him. I thought it was Bristol Katri.
Yeah, Storm just zipped right over his tree mid Wukong's command cast, and then
sometimes happen, I think.
Yeah, it was very funny. Just instant burrow strike. Well, really good stuff from you guys. This is kind of, like I said, game 2 is definitely what we've come to kind of expect from you guys, like really fast tempo and just like really solid execution. So congratulations on a solid day, and always looking forward to what you guys come up with, and whether we get a patch or not, I'm sure you guys will be creative one way or another.
Yeah, thank you guys. Love to see you.
Yeah, take care, Nolan. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Always very fun to chat with the teams, and yeah, they're in high spirits, right? They're feeling pretty good. They lost one game, but like I said, a lot of the top teams right now in these groups have dropped one game. I would have to look. I think some of the games are still finishing up, but like Aurora, BetBoom, Navi Junior, all of these teams are at 3-1, along with Paravision. And as we finish some of these other games, like with Gaming Gladiators and Falcons, I think that one's still going on maybe, but here we go. We got the groups. Perfect. So Gaming Gladiators and Falcons is still happening game 2 right now, which is why they're currently at 2-1. Same with the Colts Brothers. But very close groups, honestly, at the moment, at least at the top end. What do you think?
I would say so. It's, of course, just day 1, so nothing, we're not going to read into it too much, but I'm excited to see that a lot of the series are, like, a lot of the teams have at least one win. It really reflects how competitive things are right now. It's not just like, oh, these teams are all 4-0 and everyone else is 0-4, right? You can take a game off of other top teams. The question is the consistency of how you can do it. That is what makes you the tournament winner versus just being close in competition. But it's promising on day 1 to already see many like 2-2s, 2-1s. We'll see what that ends up being. It should lead to some very exciting games for all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Edge versus your Colt Brothers is the other series going on right now, which is, I think, just starting game 2. So there's still more Dota to watch. If you guys are still wanting to, scratch that Dota itch here today. But as for tomorrow, this will be our schedule here on the Storm stream. We're kicking things off with Team Liquid versus Extreme, then into Avlis versus Gaming Gladiators. Extreme will be back for their second series against BetBoom team, and then closing out the day with Flipster Talon here versus Navi Junior.
It'll be fun. You and I are on those last 2 series, so we'll get to see more BetBoom, more Flipster Talon, which both series a lot of fun. I gotta say, Flipster Talon, maybe not as fun on this second game, but their first game, I think, really showed some good moves. And you lose some, right? Of course. So let's see what they can learn from it, and we'll get to check it out tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely one of those moments where you're just like, well, we got Medusa. We didn't really have an answer for it. Storm Spirit has no game. That's a hard one to come back from. So really smart drafts there from Paravision. But yeah, definitely an entertaining day to say the least. We had some really fun games. So we just want to say thank you all so much for tuning in here to Dream League Season 26. Make sure to check out all the other streams, not just ours. There's a bunch of Dota happening. But we will be back tomorrow with so much more Dota action planned. So that will bring today to a close. As always, have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Go and tell your mama to get up off her seat. Go and tell your mama to come out in the street. 'Cause it's all going on right here. We're gonna make it perfectly clear. When you hear our voices ringing in your ear. Yeah, 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 yeah. Go and tell your mama she better